Well, just like that, it is 2026. And just like that, the Six Invitational, the 10th anniversary of the Six Invitational, is just a few weeks away. Our final order of business, we got to send a fifth and final team from North America to the international stage. Welcome everyone to the North American part of the day. Now that Europe has wrapped up, I'm Jonas Willinger alongside Crow and Fellow. Harrison, this has been already an incredibly long day, but a productive one, an exciting one in Europe. Now we just get to hope to see the same thing in North America.
Absolutely. I'm hoping to see maybe the same T2 success as we've seen in Europe, right? 3 teams are left in Europe. 2 of them are from T2, and the pro team is in the lower bracket. We've got 1 T2 team left, and we've also got the most recent T2 graduate going against each other first. So as you know, John and I are regular T2 casters, that we're very excited for the first game.
Yeah, should be a fun one to start. You mentioned it, though. The action has already started, so we'll give everyone a look at our bracket so you get an idea of what has happened so far over the opening round of this event. The LCQ started yesterday with 5 teams you probably recognize from the NAL. That's Dark Zero, Standby, Cloud9, Oxygen. And of course, we saw these teams go toe-to-toe alongside JJ & Co., formerly known as Envy, with those 3 T2 hopefuls. 2 of them have already been knocked out. John, this was our chance to see one of these 3 teams go to the international stage again, but now our hopes lie in the Orgless team that's taking on JJ & Co. in just a moment.
They've had some success, at least in their LCQ, and they had a lot of success in the Tier 2 circuit as well, winning Element 5, what feels like a couple days ago was actually a lot longer from what it's actually been. The most recent Element winner was SOS. That had Packer on it. He's now playing for JJ & Co., which we'll get to cover over them as well. So we've got plenty of T2 history here in North America that we still get to see, but like you mentioned, it's now only Orgless as a full team, but at least they've been pretty consistent so far.
Well, they'll be trying to go toe-to-toe with some heavy hitters, as we said. Dark Zero, Oxygen, they're in the winner's bracket final, which will be coming up in just a few hours. Oxygen, they won the LCQ last year. Dark Zero trying to recover from a lackluster back half of the stage. But we're going to jump right on in to our very first game. And John, that means we got to dive into the map veto here. We've got a best of 3 in front of us, as you said, between JJ & Co. and Orgless. Now these rosters, at least the JJ & Co. roster, looks a little bit different, but the maps they're going to go to now, vitally important to set themselves up for success.
Yeah, for those who have not been keeping up to date with Siege, we've reintroduced Fortress, or for the first time we've introduced it into the competitive map pool with its recent rework. Both these teams have played it in the closed qualifier, but lost it 7-4 and 7-3, if I remember correctly, so we'll not be seeing it for this first matchup today, but it's likely we see it later on throughout the afternoon or evening. We've got Chalet, Kafe Dostoevsky, and Bank, which all these teams are fairly familiar with, but with Harrison's stats that he's mentioned to me earlier, it's looking a little more lopsided for one of these 2 teams.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that the weirdest pick out of this whole map pool is the fact that JJ & Co. pick into Kafe, which is a map that they do not have any success on, both with the old roster and the new. In stage 1, they lost it 3 times, and in the LCQ, just 2 matches ago against Cloud9, they were only able to win 3 rounds. They have not won this map, and they pick it in a do-or-die match against arguably the best team in T2.
Well, John, we talked a little bit about this already, but just to get into it a bit deeper as our players trickle into the lobby here, JJ & Co., we saw them under the Envy banner throughout the 2025 season. Pretty dramatic roster swap coming into the LCQ, and if they can make it through the Six Invitational, they drop 3 players, 3 new faces now as they try to make it all the way to the top.
You've got Mike W, Ivan, and Packer, who all have a lot of prominent experience in T2. Again, Packer just won Element 6. That was our most recent Tier 2 event in North America. He's been a really consistent, supportive player, and he's even been up to the biggest stages in Siege, period, not just in North America. Ivan's been a really consistent player as well, especially in Element 6. The same thing for Mike W, where he's hit some crazy clips, especially on Bank. So if we get to a third map, maybe he could really shine in and be that X Factor player. But having that inconsistent roster that has only had maybe a week or two max to play together, going up against Orglis, who have been known by many different names, such as Alix and Core, but they've been the same core roster, no pun intended, for quite some time. They've got that synergy, and that could be a really huge thing to benefit them in this best of 3 series.
Yeah, John, you raise a great point. It's funny that the T1 roster, the one competing in the NAL, had less stability than that T2 roster, who changed names several times, but the same core remained the exact same. I mean, 5 people the entire year until finally Rival picked up by Dark Zero and Harrison. They bring in Solo, a player who has had experience in the T2 scene, including a win at the Spoit Invitational, now hoping to make it to the 6 Invitational on this team with some friends.
Yeah, he's been one of our top T2 players actually since he broke out onto the scene with JJ when they were known as Fluffy Aimers. The first time we saw Solo really perform, it's back when he was actually also known by a different name himself. He was Recited, and he impressed basically everyone, and he's been a consistent mainstay at the top of T2 since. I'm really happy to see him with this squad too. I think his playstyle, his super aggressive entry heavy playstyle, is going to work really well with Orglis, who have such a solid backline in Focal and Franklin. And like you said, right, they have been a consistent 4 and a consistent have had consistent success the whole year. Like, just obviously not against the same caliber of opponent that JJ and Co plays against in the NAL, but still there's something to be said about a T2 team sticking together and winning literally every tournament they played in except for Spoit and E6. And again, E6, they lost a player and had to play with a T3 player who had no T2 experience named Kixa, who again was impressive. Shout out to Kixa, but Solo is absolutely, I mean, it's hard to not call him an upgrade.
Well, our players are still getting ready to go, so we're going to take another look at the bracket to tell you exactly how things shaped up yesterday. We breezed through it a moment ago because we thought we were jumping right on in, but we'll remind you how things shook up yesterday. And for the most part, and this was not the beginning of everything, because we had also seen open qualifiers to even get to this point. But John, we still saw some exciting action over what was a marathon day for some of these teams. One of 2 marathon days that many of these teams are going to have to go through. What stood out to you is kind of that biggest surprise? Obviously, Dark Zero dropping a map to Standby wasn't their favorite thing, but they cleaned it up, right? They beat Orglis and moved on to that upper bracket final. What stands out to you the most?
I would probably say Standby, to be honest. They look like my personal dark horse pick out of all of these options. Like you mentioned, they won a map against Dark Zero, and not to gloss over that, but they also made it competitively close against Dark Zero on Kafe and on the third map Clubhouse. It was 8-6 overtime, where it was 2 4-2 splits for LFO and Dark Zero, where they unfortunately lost both rounds in overtime. Then you go to Clubhouse, where again, it was another consistent scoreline between the two. Then they just pulverized Misty Esports, maybe non-scoreline 8-6 on Fortress, but then won incredibly close on Nighthaven Labs. They look really strong, and going against Cloud9, who also have a lot of inconsistencies, they were 7th standing overall in NAL throughout this year. They might have a chance to make it to top 4.
I think my biggest surprise is the fact that Awu, now Misty Esports, didn't put up as much of a fight as I really thought they would. They looked incredible. They won E6 like without even breaking a sweat, even after they stopped scrimming because Packer got picked up to JJ and Co. They have an incredibly talented core. They pick up Eggser to replace Packer, who was one of the best players in T2. They take one map off Orglis. Sure, that series was really close, and then go down 0-2 to Standby. I think not even bringing either of those maps to overtime, or maybe the first map was overtime. I really expected them to make a lot more headway into this bracket, and unfortunately, they got first rounded. Same thing with, and actually, I guess the other surprise is how well Karn & Co did. Karn & Co put up a fantastic fight against OXG and JJ. I thought they had the chance to actually upset OXG in that first game. Of course, they're gone too, which kind of sucks, which is why it's so important that Orglis does well so that we can continue to be proud of T2, because if they kind of just choke against JJ, I'm going to be really sad.
Right, it's always a story we want to hype up, right? The Cinderella story of that T2 team. And Orglis, as you said, our final T2 hopeful at this point. On the JJ & Co roster, I mean, there is Mike W, someone who has not had that T1 experience so far and is essentially that T2 player on a T1 team. But really, you want to see that full T2 roster make it all the way, especially as you guys are T2 casters. Karn & Co, right, a team that you guys have talked quite a bit about in the past. They were able to take 2 maps, unfortunately taking 2 losses on the way. Oxygen beat them 2-1, and then JJ & Co and then the Karn & Co battle ended up in that fairly one-sided affair. So Orglis will be that last hope. And John, they'll be trying to replicate, I suppose, the Parabellum 2021 energy through the LCQ. That was the last time in North America we saw one of these T2 teams go all the way and make it to Invite.
I think if there were any roster to kind of repeat that Cinderella storyline Parabellum had so many years ago, it would be a roster like Orglis, right? You've got Inrio, who's been around the block for a long time in T2, and then he finally had that streak of success on core. Fokal's been a really consistent player. He's had several highlights during that event. Spiff, the phrase "spiff don't whiff," that came from the highest stage of competition at the 6th Invitational, where his team of Astralis got top 4, and he had some insane plays back then. Franklin, probably considered one of the best IGLs or support players of this T2 year. He has put up double digits on Thermite. Still doing his job getting the breach open, still doing his job of droning in his entries, getting that plant down while dropping bombs. You just cannot stop this guy if he's having a good day. And like Harrison mentioned so well earlier, Solo is a fantastic player to make this a whole group of 5. So I am extremely confident in Orglis, not just because of my T2 bias, but because they have the numbers to back up my talk.
I think watching Solo and Spiff on the duo is going to be really, really fun. And also, I just realized, because I was looking at the bracket again, I just realized, doesn't Standby also count as a T2 roster? Because they got relegated. We're going to see them in Challenger Series. So do we still count them? Do we still count them in T1 because they haven't played
It feels like
T2
until
yet?
that happens, it feels like they have to count. But that's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Yeah, technically, they're out of the NAL. They're a T2 team. They played in Challengers.
Well, unfortunately, our players are still trickling into the lobby as we're having a couple of server issues getting everybody in. But we hope to be back in just a few minutes as our LCQ in North America will kick off with Orglis and JJ & Co. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Oh.
Will we?
we are back and our players are ready to go. Orglis, our final T2 hope, technically, to see if they can make the 6 Invitational, and JJ and Co. hoping to stay alive in the lower bracket. Thanks for your patience. We're going to get into the game right now. Crow and Fellow, it is all you, my friends.
Now. Oh, all right. Thank you, Jonah. Thank you so much. As he said, Orglis, our technically final T2 team. They've been together forever. They have dominated the T2 and T3 scene up until Element 6. On the other side, JJ and Co. X Envy, technically our most recent T2 graduates, winning Challenger Series last year, getting promoted to Pro League, not having amazing success, not qualifying for a major yet. Actually, what was it? Was it stage 2 where Envy only needed like 1 more point to secure top 4?
They were like right on the cusp, yeah.
And they ended up just losing out every other game. But they've got pretty much a brand new roster, right? With Ivan, Mike, especially excited. Obviously, love all 3 of those guys, but Mike W to make his what will eventually probably be his Pro League debut next stage, unless JJ and Co. can crack this bracket. John, how are we feeling about Chalet?
Well, for Orglis, pretty good. You know, it's a map that they haven't played a lot, but they still have a good win condition on it, or a good win rate. Yeah, that's the correct word. They have a good win rate on it. JJ and Co., not so much. And another point to note as well, because I don't recall if you mentioned the map statistics for both JJ and Co. and Orglis yet, for Chalet or any of the 3 months that we're going to.
Just the fact that JJ and Co. have not won Kafe and they picked it.
Yeah. So not only is that factor coming into effect for this best of 3 series, but also Orglis rarely play Chalet. That means if they win here, we're probably not going to see them play it again. So it doesn't really give their opponents a lot of good VOD review for their next best of 3 match, because they're in the lower bracket. If they win this, they've got to go through the entire gauntlet to make it to that grand finals and potentially face off against either Dark Zero or OXG, depending on who wins that upper bracket match. So, it's good to just kind of get this best of 3 out of the way as quickly and as efficiently as possible on a map that, yes, you've had success on in the past, but it's not somewhere you absolutely need to go to where it's your best map.
Yeah, Chalet, a pretty decent map for both teams. Again, it's maps 2 and 3 that are maybe going to be a little bit dubious, but Chalet, we should have a pretty good contest on. Again, we've got JJ and Co. with their 3 new players, Ivan, Packer, and Mike W. And already you can kind of see how those roles align. Ivan, very much an entry player. Packer and Mike W. very much kind of on those flex support roles. I imagine it's going to be, obviously JJ still the main IGL. Orglis, like we also mentioned in the pre-show, I'm very excited to see how this solo and Spiff entry duo ends up working out. Especially with, again, Inrio, Franklin, and Focal being such a solid, probably one of the best backlines in all of T2 as of recent. And already it's an opening pick. Make it 2 for solo. Ivan and Rival go down in 30 seconds.
Fantastic entry by Solo, wasting 0 time off that information to hop in, work those 2 picks. Although it's not any, major utility operators, like Packer who's playing Smoke or JJ with his Nitro Cell, that is still a majority of the roam immediately gone in the round. So they have a lot more time to get that mid to late round information earlier than you normally expect. It gives them a lot more opportunity to play for trades because there's less crossfires that JJ and Co can hold. And they might even start to get desperate at this point because they're down 2 bodies and don't have a lot of chances to work back those picks. So they might just start getting aggressive in the next 40 seconds. If Orglis are gun up and prepared to work around operators like Blackbeard, which Franklin's playing, that primary leader for Orglis, they could end up doubling down on these kills and maybe just taking away a near flawless round to start off this map.
I agree. I think JJ and Co need to make something happen, especially on a site like Dining, where if you give up this top floor, too quickly, JJ and Orglis, with how many bodies they have left, are just going to open the floor and destroy you, and there's nothing you can do about it. You have to try and challenge for as long as possible. You have to try and work these picks back. If you go into this execute 5-on-3, it's almost guaranteed Orglis are going to come away with the round. And now Inrio pushing up towards Office. There's JJ with the first response for his team, taking Focal off the double window cut, and Packer smoking Inrio from, I don't know, from the bathroom? He had an angle from bathroom onto the office door. Now Packer kind of stuck here, but Mike W's got his support. Shotgun out to take down the striker, and Orglis have completely disintegrated.
An instant turnaround for JJ. What feels like a match point moment is just the first round of the series, Harrison, leaving just Franklin low on HP, shield on his back, and he's shot away by Mike W with a quick, precise bullet with the DMR. And the one thing that JJ needed to do to save their skin on round one, they hit off the bat immediately. You had JJ with the Nitro Cell. He works a pick. Off of that, Mike W runs out. Doesn't get a kill, but is a great distraction. It forces Orglis to push up a little bit further, and that's where Packer's waiting, swings out with the SMG, and gets another kill with the shotgun. And all of a sudden, you've got this amazing 5-3 lead for Orglis down the drain. You've got no more utility, no more man advantage. Franklin doesn't even have his shield up anymore because he's got no one to work with to push even further on the map. What a recovery by JJ. I was singing the praises of Orglis in the pre-show, but JJ might be able to give them run for their money after what we just saw.
I mean, what happens when T2 teams go up against T1 teams? Most of the time, 99% of the time, the T2 team, where they crumble is that mid to late round. So I think it's going to be really important to remember across the whole series, John, that what we see in the entry is absolutely not going to define necessarily how the rest of the round is going to play out. So it was a great double entry from Solo. Again, we have to credit the back line from Orglis. I said it was one of the best. Obviously, it's up to Solo to hit those shots, but it was up to his droners to make sure that path was clear and able for him to take that space. And another double entry for Orglis. This time, it's Spiff, Mike W, and JJ. Now, last time, John, right? It was the Denari and it was the Castle. Who really cares? This time, it's the Smoke and the Valk. That's a lot worse.
A little more care going into those deaths. You have a Nitro Cell, you've got the Toxic Babes. At least you've got the ability for those players to man cameras now 24/7 with Valkyrie being on the board. But, as long as Orglis don't botch the mid-round again, this is another 5v3 with 2 minutes on the board and a lot of utility to also gather information. You've got Solo rocking the Grim. You've got Inrio with the additional Twitch drones as well to break through utility, which is also a nice touch. And the Capitao too. I know that's not info, but clearing out power positions with those Capitao asphyxiating bolts can make the execute 10 times easier for any team. And given the fact that we're on Bar and Gaming, you have a direct entry point into the site from the outside window of games. Could make the opportunity of a plant a lot easier, but before you can jump the gun and hop into site, you still have to clear a majority of this top floor. You have to clear out library, which is where a majority of JJ & Co defenders are still lying in wait, preparing for Orglis to hop in the building and fight them.
See if JJ & Co once again work for picks. There's Packer lurking in Office, not spotted. He takes down Solo, but Library is now in the control of the attack, and they've resecured the 2-man lead. Packer getting spotted by the Grim Bees. He's going to fall back to site and try and duo hold with Ivan here, but now JJ & Co don't have the same foothold they had in the previous round. Top floor has been given up, though Packer may look to retake here with the shotgun. There's a minute left for Orglis to play with. They've got a lot of time, and they've still got a ton of utility. Sure, you've lost the Grim, but that Capitao that you highlighted, John, that is so crucial and so good for those executes. Still full util, still full HP. It's Spiff 2 on a great gun. And Orglis now trying to set up in lobby to take in through these bar doors. All they need is a couple well-placed smokes. There's one from Inrio to take away the angle from the stock player, but a big C4 from Packer takes him out, and he catches Focal going by the bar wall. Can he get a third? No, Franklin too quick on the trigger, leaving it all on the frost in a 1 versus 2, but so much time. It's been bled away. 15 seconds. And Ivan's got a great power position to try and clutch this round from, but he gets pinched, perfectly by the last two remaining members, and Orglis don't let this one slip away.
Great try there from Packer, and unfortunately, Ivan was just trapped between a rock and a hard space. He was literally sandwiched in that 2v1, and that's a big point I want to mention for Orglis. Their trade game was a lot better than round number one. They were working off of info with the Grim canisters upstairs. They took their time to reset, get library control off of information from those drones and the Grim canisters. They did lose a body from Packer upstairs, but after clearing library, Packer had to fall back off into sight. He won a couple of crucial gunfights there to make things a little closer than a 4v2, but still he got traded, leaving it to a 2 versus 1 where they knew where Ivan was playing at. Now the scoreline is tied up, but it's still crazy that JJ and Co, down 2 bodies, are keeping this close against Orglis. I'm completely taken away by that. We might end up seeing them on this office defense now playing a little more passive and focusing around their extensions rather than spawn peaks now that Orglis seem pretty prepared for them.
Yeah, even though round one didn't go their way, or didn't go Orglis's way, we cannot see JJ and Co keep giving up 2 free bodies in the beginning of the round. Like, it can't be happening, especially if they're to win this game and go against other T1 teams in the rest of the LCQ. It's got to be fixed. JJ and Co this time, give it 10 seconds. No one's died yet. Rival, the player farthest away from that master bedroom site. You also got Ivan kind of on an island on the first floor, so both roamers pretty separated. If one gets caught out, there will be no chance for a trade, and Orglis are working through this basement. Again, with that good drone work from their backline, you can see Vocal trying to give Solo a big enough hole to work his way in through garage, as he's now probably going to get actively droned through the basement. Rival still lurking in Snowmobile. Could be our first engagement here in just a few seconds.
Getting some info on where Orglis are gathering their information from. And there is Solo, once again, on the lurk by himself, as Ash could directly confront Rival, who's downstairs by fireplace. But in the meantime, rest of Orglis still just trying to do their due diligence upstairs, deal with the extension by library. Here comes Solo once again by library. I wonder if they have new information, if Rival has backed away from the basement or if he's now somewhere else. No, they're hunting down the player from blue instead. Great shot from Solo. Focal shuts down Ivan. And although Rival did get away with a kill, there's still the man advantage, and there's still Solo trying to wait for Rival to cut back through blue, but he ends up rotating through wine instead. Overall, though, a more consistent showing between JJ and Co and Orglis. At least it wasn't 2 picks down the drain for free. They got rid of Franklin on the Blackbeard.
And that is a crucial pick. That shield is so annoying. It's so easy to just harass players with that Blackbeard. So it's a big kill. But again, John, this active utility from Packer, the smoke, dead without really doing a whole lot. Rival revealing his location once again as JJ now gets Claymored. Orglis are aware that Mike W is the only man on site. Are they going to go for the push? No, still just doing their due diligence, especially with Solo down. They don't want to overplay their hand, but Mike W gets a little bit too close to the doorway, and now it's all on Rival, that roamer, who they likely know is coming solar side because of that earlier run out. Drones coming in from Orglis too, just to make sure that they don't get ahead of themselves and that Rival can't sneak his way through, but there is yet another Claymore on that same balcony. Orglis get 2 freebies without even needing to see the defenders, and now they've got a lead.
Very good adaptation there from Orglis as well. They start from the big garage side of the map and go across the map, moving their way from blue. They got rid of that extension between library and the actual blue staircase, and just, again, kept a consistent trade game, even having the insurance of those claymores. That way, when JJ and Co were going to get aggressive in the mid to late round to recover that deficit, they could still hold on to power positions like Highway, because Chalet is a very important map when it comes to cutoff angles and how much value they bring to an attacking team. When clearing out sites like Office and Master, you have to worry about Bathroom. That's a really big point of the map for defenders to rotate through and still shut down any major execute. So having highway control to deal with that position is very valuable. So good on Orglis for, again, keeping their composure. Things got a little dicey in the early round, towards mid-round when there were a couple kills coming back, when Rival was still alive on the roam. But once they had info that there wasn't a lot of site presence, they did a good job playing together to take that execute and have it go off without a hitch.
Now, John, we see one of my favorite bans from Orgless. I love Warden bans. It enables so much. It enables those smokes now to become even more powerful. You can play Ying and get full value out of her. Of course, JJ and Co have already banned the Glass, so Orgless won't have him available. Although they're not really leaning into that just yet. Maybe the Striker and the Brava have smokes. We'll have to see, but I imagine too, it'll probably be more in effect on the other rounds. The smoke's not necessarily the biggest deal here on Dining. JJ and Co, though, also kind of adapting, taking out the Grim, which has been a mainstay for these Orgless attacks so far, and also switching up their lineup for Dining quite a lot. Now they've got the Wamai, the Melusi, the Tubarão, leaning a lot more into this kind of soft delay rather than the hard delay of the Denari, the Aruni, the Castle. So JJ and Co are still, it's kind of the same philosophy of delay, but you have a lot more fluidity with the operators you have now that, they're not castles stuck in your way preventing rotates. They've also got the Cade to help prevent those walls from getting opened. And again, John, we are 50 seconds in, and JJ and Co have not lost a body.
Like the Brava pickup, yeah, huge improvement. I like the Brava pickup too, noticing this utility like the Melusi Banshees and the default cameras too. This is a great map to bring in Brava because default cams like Fireplace see a lot of the map almost for free if you can hack at, and a couple of bulletproofs as well in the pool kit for JJ and Co. Seems like we've got another big emphasis on big garage. You get that vertical with the secondary shotgun and make the back trophy stairs a little more challenging to defend, even with these my magnets. And Inrio, a great cutoff to synergize with that vert, gets rid of JJ, but luckily for Ivan, he gets out with his life intact. So it's not a two-player advantage once again for Orgless, but now they've got really good control of this right side of the map. At least for trophy side, they still have to worry about the top floor, which if that goes unchecked, there is plenty of vert that JJ and Co could utilize to stop a plant.
I kind of like the idea there from JJ and Co, knowing that, someone's going to be outside the window. Ivan's got to get off the stairs. Let's try and power this guy with two people. And unfortunately, Inrio hits his shot on JJ, and Ivan, who had a great opportunity to get the refrag, I think was scared of shooting JJ, and that's why he only shot one bullet at that player on the window, and thus didn't get the trade. Could have been a 1-for-1. Orgless hold the man advantage once again, but the time is starting to get low, John. 45 seconds. There's still 4 bodies for this defense. There's still the C4 from Mike W as well, lurking in office right now, but Spiff is in the middle of the site killing Ivan. There's another one back for the defense. It's their first kill of the round on Franklin, but look at Orgless just continuing to run on this first floor. Packer gets one, but he's swiftly traded up by Spiff. That's that trade game you were just talking about, John, that Orgless are so good with, and now Rival and Mike W are stranded on this top floor trying to work vert. It works for 1 kill. That's Inrio, but he's not the case carrier. Spiff now inside kitchen, but with only 10 seconds left. A lot of this round is going to be on how well Solo can cover his planter. It's about halfway through. It's going to have to be stuck through 000, and Spiff gets down. Mike W goes huge. Again, working that vert to his advantage, just peeking on through the hatch. And JJ and Co tie up the score.
Oddly enough, it felt like those Denari traps were giving Orgless a bit of a challenge trying to get upstairs. Either that or they were just way too tunnel visioned on looking for a sight gap. It was a good hit there from Spiff, getting a kill, and then also finding that trade over by Trophy Stairs. But again, so much emphasis was put on just getting trophy control that there wasn't any time for Orgless to readjust and go upstairs. JJ and Co did a great job of punishing Orgless for that. They had the Denari rotate back over to Trophy Stairs, kind of poke over at where sight is just as a distraction while Mike W works the vert up above, stops the planner, and gets the final 2 kills of the round. Now we go in a bar and games room where this was a successful round for Orgless, but again, it was off of those 2 early gunfights. Packer still made it a close round despite that 3-5 deficit. He worked a triple kill, almost quad kill on the round and put it in a 1 versus 2. Now that JJ and Co have an idea as to how Orgless might want to attack this site, they've gone for a completely different lineup, now reintroducing the Wamai and the Fenrir in play too.
I like this again with Orgless. It's kind of taking a lot of time here. You stick all these all this utility in front of them that's going to slow them down, like that Fenrir, like the smoke. Could cause Orglis to end up just bleeding a ton of time. That's probably why they have the Thatcher in play now. Obviously, with the new update, Thatcher can actually see what he's about to disable, kind of like an IQ, almost, except he can actually do something about the gadgets he's seeing. We also got Inrio now on the Zofia, so he and Solo are going to probably be tasked with taking out that BP, the Frost Shield, which is in, I think, top blue. I would imagine Packer playing here in Office once again. This is what he did in that previous attempt of Bar. That's where he got his first kill. But Orglis now clearing from the opposite side of the map rather than Library. They're going to make sure they check that and clear it, and Packer does leave.
Good bit of time burned away. They still have that shield up top. There's no Flores in play to kind of avoid a majority of these Wamai magnets. Again, you could try to use those EMPs there from Focal, but there is just a lot of utility on this side of the map. And again, Wamai hard countering Spiff's Capital. They're going to have to coordinate something in this next minute 30, and all that utility they use upstairs, it'll be less in their pocket for the execute. And unlike back in round number 2, there is a significant man count for JJ and Co compared to what we saw in that 3 versus 5 earlier. They still have players upstairs wasting a lot of time, and they still have bodies just comfortably sitting in sight.
Really good info from Orglis, spotting out Packer, seeing that Rival is still playing on the shield, and Packer gets caught by Focal, opening up the sandwich window. That is now 5 entry picks in a row going the way of Orglis, but can they convert? Focal frostmatted, finished by JJ, but now your mezzanine player is gone. Top floor control in the hands of Orglis, but John, it has cost a lot of time. There's 40 seconds left. Mike W is holding a mean cross and dining. JJ still with 3 smoke canisters.
A lot to work with here for JJ and Co. Compared to Orglis, they used all their Capital asphyxiating bolts. The Thatcher's gone. There's no more EMPs. They've got Ash charges and a single flash. That's all they've got to work with here. And these hatches as JJ and Co. continue to remain tucked. There's mud control now established for Orglis, but the Toxic Babes coming into play, really being a thorn in the side of the offense as we tick into red time. Inrio tagged up by the gas as he attempts to push forward through the back stairs. They don't know about Ivan. He misses one opportunity, is not granted a second one, but there's no time left. They simply hide behind the bar and let the clock dwindle down to 000. It's not ended in a roar, but a whimper for JJ and Co. to take back the lead.
And all JJ had to do was live. He knew the situation they were in. Orglis had to go back and kill that Frost. The Hibana seemed like she knew where JJ was or where JJ had to be. You saw how quickly she was trying to rush through that rotate and wallbang him, but JJ just hitting the deck. Won the round for his team. He was the last man standing against 3 members of Orglis, and once again, the time wasting from Orglis is a massive issue. It's been an issue basically every single round. And once again, they have an advantage that, John, they just can't convert because they don't have the necessary time to actually work properly with their top floor control or take that guy that Mike W out of dining, drone properly around the side on blue stairs to spot Ivan, etc. Orglis just cannot do they're not doing their due diligence because they can't.
10 seconds left.
Go down to line for the first time, I believe, in this half. Yep, that'll be correct.
Yep.
They had, it was kitchen and office as the other 2 kind of rotating bomb sites. And Blitz is in play now for the first time by Focal. I don't think they would do a trench rush, but they could definitely use this shield to make a lot of space for a push similar to that. Maybe they'll go in for something more like Snowmobile instead, as you don't typically see a Thermite in play for a wine execute. But, you know, plenty of options here for Orglis. JJ and Co., a typical, you know, top to bottom defensive extension. They've got some roamers upstairs like Packer and Ivan with the ability to fall back into sight if they've burned enough time and resources or just feel threatened by something like the Blitz shield that we have in play. Packer could honestly waste a lot of time upstairs and be dodging around a lot of different drones since he's by himself and can be pretty loose with these hatches opened up for him as well. Maybe Orglis, now that they know there's at least 2 or 3 people off of site, they could be a little more aggressive. But again, it's always that game of cat and mouse when JJ and Co have opportunities to fall back downstairs with those open hatches.
All right, there's those keywords, John. Packer can waste a lot of time on this vigil, and it's something that Orglis have done a lot is waste time, even without having to hunt that guy, but they know where he is. And Focal, after missing just a couple shots, does deal with that vigil. Rival, though, left unchecked in heaven, takes down Spiff, your gridlock. So your main source of flank watch is now gone. You lose a pair of nades, too. And maybe you even have to now check to see where Rival went. You're going to be constantly looking at your back, worried about a flank, unless you're able to fully either drone him out or clear him. There's a minute 20. Rival's playing in games. He's also got Ivan to kind of assist him here on main to make sure he doesn't have too much pressure building from lobby. But it seems like off of this, Orglis are just going to pivot, stay on the dining side of the map, and make the whole push happen from West main.
That Malusi Banshee might have given away the intentions of Orglis now in this rotate too. They have the breach opened up by Snowmobile as more of a cutoff, if anything, and yeah, the full rotate coming into effect by Big Garage and Trench as well. Again, just a lot of time being burned away on this rotation as well. The EMP comes off, but I believe the K-Claw reactivated. Maybe it just bugged or he disabled the wrong gadget. He could have disabled a Banshee next to the wall instead by mistake, but the third exothermic will do the trick just right. That now leaves the boiler wall closed, though. This might give JJ and Co the opportunity to play more aggressive, especially off the man advantage gained by JJ's well-placed shots.
Focal's going to need to find an angle here to take space with Blitz. Solo gets his utility in, but there's someone now creeping up. It's Mike W forward on default, and he kills Solo. The C4 deals a lot of damage to Focal. Mike W with the revolver picks off Inrio, and the Cade crip walking up through Wine at the attack secures the round and a 4-2 half for JJ and Co.
And all of it was allowed to happen because the back wall from Pillar was closed. The second exothermic charge being electrified on the main cutoff wall only left Thermite with one of 2 options: either double down and try to get this main wall opened up to play right next to the site doorway, or rotate and get Pillar opened up while there's still blue control and someone playing in con. It's almost a necessity to get that cutoff wall opened up so people can't play con to retake once you get the plant down. But, you know, it's kind of the lesser of 2 evils. Once JJ and Co noticed that Pillar was left closed, they just walked up. They doubled down on their pressure. JJ was swinging from blue. Mike W was pushing up with a Nitro Cell in his TCSG, and it all worked beautifully for JJ and Co. A 4-2 half is nothing to scoff at on the defense. That gives them a little bit of wiggle room on their attacks, and given the fact that they still won 4 out of the 6 rounds but also lost every single entry, that does give me high hopes for them on their attacking half. I don't think we've ever had a game like that, Harrison, where a team has lost every single entry but still comes out positive on the round differential.
It's ridiculous, and again, it's due to Orglis kind of crumbling in those mid to late rounds. And then, wow, look at the Denari. It's like encircling the entire site, like the Manhattan Eruv, bro. Like, it's
what?
You don't know about that?
You got to enlighten me.
It's okay. The Manhattan Eruv it's this symbolic boundary set up around Manhattan with fishing line. It's like I think it's like a Jewish thing. It's like inside the border, it's permissible to carry like certain objects that are normally forbidden during certain times of the year. Like, anyway, I got the reference fell flat on its face. That's okay. The Denari is still funny, even if you don't get that. And Orglis, I'm excited to see what they can do on the defense. You know, even though they didn't come away with the half, there were still flashes of brilliance. I also confused why, you know, you were talking about how that could have all been avoided by just opening the wall. It could have also been avoided by just bringing a Ying. Like, they banned Warden. Why did they ban Warden to just play Blitz
That's a
one
good question.
round? I don't know.
the hatch was also opened above too for the defenders to fall off. So if they had one person playing above on the hatch, that could have been effective too. But we're in a new round. Who cares? Focal lands a nasty spray through the open window.
Wow.
Is now looking to recontest over by Owl in the trophy staircase. This has been a good start for Orglis at least. Mike W probably had a majority of his air jabs placed, but someone else now has to man this cutoff. I imagine they're going to try to use the Aurora just to cut off a couple of doorways and maybe hop into sight to plant as quickly as possible, but they just don't have a lot of extra map control to really bounce off of that. They do at least trade and get rid of Spiff, which is a nice touch, but now your planter is really low in HP and again has no backup right now, which is a big problem.
Yeah, Packers still rocking by library. Holding Solo and Franklin here. Focal takes some shots from, I believe that's Rival on that on the trophy stairs right now, as well as Ivan, who's now taken up into Solarium. Packer now kind of abandoning his mission library, probably to come now join the team. He could set up where Mike W was, or well, I think JJ's still on that rappel. I was gonna say maybe they can switch places and have the Ash hold that cut so that JJ can walk in and plant. Ivan, though, sneaking up towards the door. They knew Focal was playing in the closet, and yet Ivan exposes himself and very clearly unaware of the angle there. Packer taking a lot of damage on Highway from the Ivy window, and the reswing from Franklin is successful. Now, 4v2 for Orglis. They've got double the man count. Focal does go down, but still there's only 20 seconds remaining. And JJ with the case. Oh, has made his way into Master. I thought he was still on the rappel. Now getting the plant down. It's all going to be up to Rival to cover. Halfway through, JJ gets off of it because of the C4, but still ends up dying to it anyway. And now it's Rival in a 1 versus 2. No, he's got to try and stick. It's really his only chance, but he is fully exposed, and Enrio puts him out of his misery.
Really good situational awareness there by Orglis. They noticed a lack of presence by Library, excluding the Ash, but she never ended up hopping in. There were really no other drones besides her own to push her in. So noticing more presence by Solar, noticing more presence by Big Window, they just start challenging those players to stop them from setting up and kind of waiting for a fizzled out execute by JJ and Co. Really good job from Focal, just continuing to press that envelope, not really noticing a heavy emphasis on, you know, people pushing in together like a buddy system. It was a lot of map control attempted to be cleared out, but just individually by JJ and Co, allowing for someone like Focal to kind of slip through the cracks and take a couple of 1-for-1 gunfights to win them. It seems like for Orglis, off that successful round, they'll head over into Barring Games, where Franklin, on one of his, I guess, most iconic operators of Clash, I feel like we see him the most on this operator for the team of Orglis, if I remember correctly. I don't know who else would really play her on occasion.
I think Focal's played her a couple times too, because he's like their shield main typically. Well, that's the thing. It's kind of like, remember like how Rampy Smoke differed from Bosco Smoke? I think it's kind of like that. Like Franklin will play Monty. Like Franklin plays Monty, and Blackbeard, but Focal plays Blitz.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the same thing. When you're looking for a more passive Clash player who's going to be mainly doing it for info, you put it on Franklin. When you're like top floor labs and you need Clash to be constantly challenging, you put Focal on her. But yeah, I would say though it is a signature op for Orglis. As far as T2 teams go, they utilize her. They play her some of the most and best out of all the NA, T2, and T3 teams. So we'll see what they can do with her here. Obviously, she starts upstairs. She's going to be help defending Library, and once it's time to fall back, she'll likely be playing around Bar and around Games, kind of in the hallway. Right now, he's just looking to try and protect Spiff, allow his Fenrir to fall back, which he does successfully. Orglis, happy to waste just about a minute on this pseudo office extension. They've now all kind of fallen back towards Library, where the opposite side of where JJ and Co are clearing from.
Nice little air jab trick as well to shoot it into the floor, making it harder to shoot. And I think it muffles the audio a bit too, if I remember correctly. JJ and Co starting their top to bottom clear. It probably isn't by much. You can still hear it. Early RU projectors, maybe just I don't know, bait out some utility or just a fat finger. Probably the fat finger option instead. I'm wondering what options JJ and Co have really to deal with this Clash. They still have 2 air jabs in the pocket of Rival, so with there being nothing like a Wamai or a Jaeger, they could use these flashes just to make some space and then just start throwing out the air jabs to force back Franklin. You've now got the player stuck in box who's now blinded, allowing some space to be made from JJ and Co. But Orglis once again, their 8th consistent entry, and Franklin popping off his shield, rips a rival to shreds with the SMG pistol, and is still buying time over by top blue stairs as the Fenriers were not yet dealt with. Mike W is blind by his opponent's utility and his teammates. Franklin finds yet another as Orglis still keep the man advantage and, more importantly, still have top floor control.
Spiff not looking to overstay his welcome there. I was about to say he needs to fall back now, and he does. He gets away. Franklin able to pick up his shield and get down the stairs too. So JJ and Packer, you've got top floor, but the damage is done, and there's not a whole lot you can do with it because, once again, Clash is still alive, and I don't know what you're going to do with a Hib and a Flores up against Franklin, who is simply going to sit bar stock, wait for you to drop, and just harass you. Here comes JJ. He's not able to land enough shots onto Inrio, so the Warden still persists. Packer trying to hold some sort of a cross to protect his planters. Now it's going down. He doesn't win the fight against Spiff, leaving JJ alone, and there is an explosive with his name on it. Orglis tie the score.
And I mean, great job utilizing the Clash. I think J&J and Co. weren't fully expecting it, perhaps. You know, they had the Nomad to maybe use some air jabs, but the ROU was kind of a double-edged sword where, yeah, your opponents can't really see you or do anything to stop you besides blind firing, but you also can't see where the Clash is. And her shield being deployed can zap you through the ROU projector. So it was such a hassle for them to go from piano double door all the way through Ivy into either Mez or through their own ROU into no man's land. Basically, they had no idea what was behind that little projector wall, so they were kind of screwed on info and chances to deal with the biggest threat, which again was that Clash. Off of all the info they had, they kept playing by Killbox, they kept playing from Mez, they wasted a lot of time and had the man advantage, leaving JJ and Co 20 seconds on the clock with basically no resources or value to speak of to help them get into sight and go for a plant. And Orglis not only still had the Clash up, but a Nitro Cell to kill the planter too. So they really had everything accounted for there in that round. And I honestly wouldn't be shocked if JJ and Co end up banning Clash as their 3rd ban once we get to that part of the match.
Yeah, because it's an operator that, you know, it's one of those rare operators on the defense where if you don't have a plan to take her out, she's gonna win the round. Like it's so tough to deal with. JJ and Co, it looked like they maybe had the tools there, you know, with the Nomad, but you know, no Capitao, no EMP to disable her shield too, or at least no one in a position to use said EMPs, right? They didn't have anyone that can even take EMPs. There you go. And that's why JJ and Co are probably taking this Dokkaebi too, just in case that Clash is going to be played. You get the benefit of having a Dokkaebi against the Valkyrie plus those EMPs. The Denari's position inside bar stock getting exposed by Ivan, so his shield now no longer safe to play behind, and he'll probably evacuate. Oh no, he's still in bar stock. He's just on the other side of the shield now, challenging the 90-degree angle on the window. He does get droned. They know he's here. Does have help from Solo, who's sitting on the staircase. Another ace charge destroys his shield, forcing him forward. He just evades the blinds, but does not evade the jump in from Rival. And John, 9 rounds in, we finally have an opening pick from JJ and Co.
Took them a long time, but they not only find the entry, but double down with a 5-3 lead. Look, a Logi Bomb goes off, not really giving away a lot of info, but at least it denies Orglis of an easy chance of finding some trades here. They can also hack these cameras on the dead bodies of either Focal or Spiff, which Rival has already done, cycling through defaults, getting these BPs figured out as well. Solo even having to break his own utility to stop JJ and Co from pushing off of active information. A lot of good control here for JJ and Co, at least trying to get into the bomb site, but there is still top floor presence by Orglis, which could possibly be their saving grace unless the wall by Office has been opened up by JJ & Co. I'm not too sure if that's happened yet, if they have any pressure established by Office. They just got it open now with the Kairos charges, so Inrio has backed away, establishing new vert to try to stop this plant, but if there's any pressure from upstairs, it could be shut down, but no! There's zero response! They're just holding W, Harrison! And in a matter of moments, Orglis have taken back the man advantage. Packer will equalize and spots the castle up above, but he's got to recover this diffuser and narrowly does so as Inrio is continuing to set up vert above. Packer will begin to try to set this plant in a new position away from this vertical, and he's just barely successful, getting away with his life and the plant nonetheless, and JJ & Co. get away with robbery.
What? Like, I thought that round was over. 3 kills from Orglis, unanswered, cutting down JJ & Co. as they try to storm the bomb site because they were unable to deal or just completely ignored those top floor players. But then what happens? Packer kills the only man in sight. And then instead of trying to help your Fenrir, instead of trying to help Solo kill the planter, Inrio is challenging vert in West Main? And even then, if Inrio is busy actively fighting the cover on West Main, why is Solo not dropping to try and take advantage of the distraction and killing the planter? I think that was a major miscommunication or mistiming, whatever, at the end of that round from Orglis, really letting JJ & Co. back into the round. I think that was 2 or 3, I think 3 kills from Packer at the end there. No, I lied. It was 2. 2 from him and 2 from Mike W, and then 1 from Rival. And the fact that JJ & Co. won that is just massive. I mean, now they're up 5-4 on Chalet attack. We're going back to Master, though, where Orglis did defend very well last time, although JJ & Co. did have a really one-dimensional attack. And now rocking Lion, rocking the Blackbeard. I think the attack this time is going to look a lot better. They'll probably have more emphasis on those cutoffs than they did in the previous attempt here. Orglis looking to be a little bit more fluid now, but they've got the Ella, they've got the Oryx. This is actually kind of the perfect time to play said Lion. Run out doesn't work. JJ & Co. again, just being able to come away with that round when they really shouldn't have won. I think if Orglis end up losing, that's gonna be one we revisit.
Absolutely, and oh no. Focal getting downed early from, it was a solar window. He might have just been playing right underneath it, and Rival through the floor gets him. That's crazy info to work off of. Good first pick for JJ & Co. And yeah, JJ must have been gathering some info because he's still all the way back by spawn. I thought this could have potentially been more of a, library focus clear, having the Blackbeard to hop in through the window and deal with the extension we saw by Mez, but instead, they're just doubling down on going back to solar, but this time, like you mentioned, they're playing more as a team, focusing to work on this part of the map together and playing with bodies, which having a man advantage now is going to be significantly easier for them to work for that potential trade game. The Denari traps are still obviously set up, but they've got some grenades and Twitch drones to potentially deal with them, and the main wall can be opened up as well, not allowing players like Focal to be as aggressive as he did, and he's already dead to begin with as well. So good start so far for JJ & Co. At least the Selma charge got denied, and Inrio through the vert lands a nasty shot onto Rival to retake the top solar position. That is a crazy retake from him.
Being able to get past that flank watch from downstairs was huge, but then Ivan and JJ just swinging right into the window, able to clean up Inro, but the Oryx is here to save the day, potentially. Down goes Blackbeard, looking for the second on the windows, but can't find him. Mike W finishes Spiff off screen. What a 2 in a row where like weird round. Like the fact that Inrio is able to get past the player below, denies the Selma, then kills him. JJ is like, well, nothing else I can do. Swings in. It works for 2 kills. And then he gets Oryxed, but JJ and Co just sitting on the windows end up winning anyway because Orglis, I guess, are just kind of too thrown by the chaos? I'm not sure.
I'm honestly not sure either. That was, a good play from Franklin trying to retake and even getting rid of the Blackbeard. But again, JJ and Co. already had so much map control. They were knocking on the door of sight. They had a huge man advantage and just immediately recovered with, it was either Ivan or JJ still outside on the rappel to get rid of that Oryx anyways, so no potential chance of a second kill off of the flank. Good info from the early round once again. I feel like we've seen JJ and Co. get a good rhythm on spotting not just the initial roamer, but just someone to pick out. That's probably why they opted for that early line scan. They might have been expecting something like a run out or just making sure they can clear a majority of that map early without having to worry about too much chaos thrown at them by Orglis, who have been, trying to have their win con be reliant on the entry, but that's not even been, that true in terms of stats. They've gotten a lot of entries, but a lot of rounds have not been won because of that stat alone. So not only denying the entry, but then winning it yourself is huge for JJ and Co. And then they just start doubling down on, again, using the Blackbeard to get into the building, having those Selma charges, trying to clear out Owl as fast as humanly possible and establish a flank watch. Really solid stuff here from JJ and Co. And it was a rocky start in the first half of this map too. Now they've got match point in their pocket on their opponent's map pick. That is a huge, huge turnaround from them. And it feels like they're finally starting to figure out, how Orglis like defending on this map. And they've been able to pick apart those isolated roamers and really force Orglis to have a little more respect against their opponents now here in this defense.
And again, too, the Blackbeard play being enabled by the fact that JJ and Co. removed the clash. You were right. Good prediction.
Yippee!
Maybe I should start calling you Nostradamus.
Reminds me of the bit from Sopranos. Notre Dame, that's what they say. It's Nostradamus.
Shout out my goat.
10 seconds left before insertion.
That's one thing I miss.
Yeah, Nostradamus. You miss him?
All the time.
Me too. I think about him. Whenever I look up and I see the stars in the sky, I think about, Nostradamus would have loved this. Orglis now defending on bar for the second time. They did win this back in round 8. It was also, John, the last round that they had an opening pick, and also the last round that they had that clash. Now she is gone, so Orglis decide to replace her with the Wamai. So they've got that projectile denial that'll be make sure that Inrio's shield is a little bit more important and more impactful here. And JJenko also, once again with no clash, are going to continue to rock the shields. Arguably the best shield for this site is the Monty. JJ gonna just walk it down Ivy Hall most likely. Yep, he's by trophy, so they are clearing master side over. So yeah, eventually they're gonna take office. We're going to take him through Ivy. JJ's going to simply walk it down. We'll see if Orglis can do anything about it. Right now, they do have a bit of an extension over towards office, likely just for time waste. It's, who is it over there? Well, it was someone. They're gone. So never mind.
I also like how Ivan's on the floor as now. Noticing a lack of mute, they could maybe avoid those magnets altogether and just break the shield as fast as possible. There are a couple of impact grenades, and if you place them just right, you can destroy the Rotero drone, but not your own shield. So it is something to think about when we get to the next 30 or so seconds, when JJ and Co are ready to start dumping their utility at Orglis's extension upstairs. But a lot of info being gathered as well. They know that no one's on the flank. They've got that covered with the track stingers and a drone. They notice that no one's over by dining. So they're doing a lot better in terms of info from the last time we saw them attacking this bomb site. But again, the utility consumption, they still got to get through that. And I don't think Ivan, oh no, he might have intended to do that, or at least made good use of it, having a rotate now from Snowmobile. But wait, I thought he was going to use that to break a deployable.
I think Packer might be actually outside that garage wall and maybe looking to lurk through. Either, we'll have to see. Either way, tons of utility coming in from JJ and Co now. They use a couple of those stuns from Ivan, and Mike W rips the head off Solo. Your mezzanine player now gone, making this library position a lot less stalwart, and that's going to prompt Focal to fall back to the bomb site. Now full top floor control is in the hands of JJ and Co. On map point, they are looking really well poised to win this. Packer is still outside. I'm really wondering if he's outside that wall. I can't quite see his silhouette.
He's in fireplace
now. So he's just walked through the main door. Smoke to try and isolate the fight. Spiff whiffs on the player blue stairs, and JJ and Co. simply just clean house in the the dying seconds of the round. It is a calm and comfortable 7-4 win for JJ and Co. on Orglis's map pick.
I think we had a lot of high hopes for Orglis going into that. You know, JJ and Co.'s record of 1-3 on Chalet was not looking great for them, but they kept their composure. Even when they were at massive disadvantages like 5 versus 3, they were able to win huge gunfights in the mid to late round and just keep a lot of consistency overall. Those last 3 rounds felt near identical, where they would just find someone isolated who may be out of position or just doesn't have any help from their teammate. They win that first entry and then just constrict Orglis, and they had no response to stop them. That was really impressive. But now we got to see JJ and Co. do it again on Kafe, which, although it was their map pick, they don't have a great track record on it.
Yeah, no, 0-4 so far. Meanwhile, on Orglis, it's another map where they are very confident, but we'll have to see how it shapes up after this short break. Do not go anywhere. We will return in just a few minutes.
Well, we had some hope there for Orglis for a moment. They were dominating the entry game. They had some big plays. They had some good moments, but it was JJ & Co. who close out Chalet with a 7-4 win. The kind of thing that Orglis need to fix going into Kafe. That much is very clear, Harrison. But on this map, it started out strong for JJ & Co. And despite some mess, some back and forth, they were able to maintain the lead and take the win.
Yeah, especially with, again, the 8 entry picks in a row from Orglis, but then only having a 50% conversion. It's like I said at the beginning of the game, you cannot, when you have a T2 versus T1 matchup like this, you cannot judge a round by the early round. It's all going to come down to the mid and late, and that is where Orglis just time and time again kept fumbling.
Wasting a lot of time, unable to clear power positions. Just a few things to list off from Orglis's very awkward attacks against JJ & Co. Meanwhile, there was coordinated efforts by JJ & Co. to work those picks in the middle 8 round, get aggressive, make Orglis uncomfortable. And then on the attack, they had a few hiccups here and there, but towards the end, the consistency was spot on. They were droning in their entries almost every single time, finding isolated defenders who didn't have time to fall off, so they would win that first gunfight, and they would keep that man advantage throughout the entirety of the round, giving Orglis 0 chances at recovering at the deficit. I mean, yeah, that was a perfect highlight of one of those entries as well. Just fantastic work by JJ & Co. But now we got to go to Kafe, where, again, they have yet to win on that map in the qualifier, and I believe through a couple of other matches they've had previously on Kafe as well.
Well, when you look at standout players, we had a handful of hero plays there. We have, obviously, Packer and Mike W going into double-digit kills to put JJ & Co. across the line, Harrison. But it really was a team game from JJ & Co. And it seemed like through and through, they simply just outlasted Orglis. They did not allow any sort of big plays that Spiff was able to make, any play that Franklin was able to make. They did not allow that to get them down or get in their heads in any way.
Right, the most that Orglis had in terms of a big play were some of those double entries that they had in the early stages of the game, and they only won one of those rounds. Otherwise, JJ & Co. handled them incredibly well. It was a lot of the opposite. JJ & Co. having a lot of really good hero plays, a lot of round recovering plays, like the 1v3 that JJ technically clutched just off of time. The 2v, what was it, 2v3 that JJ & Co. had on Dining, even though the defense had complete control of that top floor. Like, so many rounds where Orglis were in such a good position to win. Like, they maybe could have won this map 7-3, but they just couldn't close it. And every time they gave JJ & Co. an inch, JJ took a mile.
I feel like Packer was one of those highlight players as well on JJ & Co. You know, you saw him 0-3 on entry, but still double digits in the kill department. He had so many great moments in the middle A round where if you didn't deal with him on that entry, he's still going to be there to bite you while trying to execute. I mean, that one execute, did you just talk about it, Harrison, where they had the 2v4, there was Vert up above, and somehow Packer not only recovers case and then wins 2 picks after planning? It's just, it's absolute insanity. And I mean, Packer has such a great track record, not only in these qualifiers, but also in the pro scene too. He just won Element 5 in the last stage we had for him. So he is one of those consistent players that if you don't deal with him early on, he's going to always be there in the back of your head being like, is Packer hiding in this corner? Is Packer here for the trade? Always someone to worry about on that team.
Well, as you said, John, it is about the next map, though, and there is a chance here for Orglis to take a step back, reset, and try to go into JJ & Co.'s map pick of Kafe and change something up. Harrison, when you look at their performance they just had, obviously it did get a little messy there, especially with the lack of conversions. What do they need to do on Kafe to even have a chance and take this to that third map?
I think it's really just about tightening up those holes, right? Where, again, JJ & Co. Would be down in the dumps. It looked like surely they were going to lose the round. Again, I'm going to bring up that Dining round, right? Where JJ & Co. are, they have an advantage and they're like, hey, let's hit site, and then bang, 3 people are dead. But then Packer is allowed to pick up the case. They don't 3-2-1 the planter while the guy is distracted in West Main. Like, I think it's just mainly going to be tightening up holes, working on timing, and making sure they don't let the lights get to him, right? I mean, JJ said it. He tweeted it, something like that. He's like, all right, guys, LCQ, I'm ready to play, but it's an elimination match, and I'm against Focal, and he's going to shake. So it's up to Orgless to prove him wrong.
Kafe. Time to see, as he said, if they can prove him wrong. Orgless needs some magic on JJ and Co's map pick to send us to map 3. Take it away.
Thank you, Jonah. And John, Kafe, we've talked about it in the pre-show. JJ and Co picked this map. They're 0-4 here.
Yeah, not really a great stat line to justify going back to Kafe, to be honest. But this is a map that JJ has always had a special place in his heart. And at least through trial and error, you could make the argument that, you know, they've been able to tighten up a little bit. And from what we saw in Chalet, which was also a map they don't have a good track record on, they could still have that same success against Orgless just off of fundamentals alone. You know, they were doing a good job on their attacking entry, which is the half they're starting on. They were doing a good job of setting up for executes and spotting gaps. Their defenses, kind of a hit and miss. You know, they would either lose 2 people off the rip, or they would have these incredible mid to late round successful defenses because Orgless kind of wasted their own time in a lot of moments while they were attacking. So we'll see how that pans out here for Kafe. Starting out with Orgless on the defense, you've got Inrio now on the Clash. I guess kind of proving your point that anybody on this team could theoretically play here. It's just an operator that Orgless themselves are known for bringing out, not one specific person. They also have great stall ops, you know, like the Mira. They've got Wamai as well and Aruni. Tons of utility, not only to get information, but just waste the time out of the pockets of JJ and Co. And interestingly enough for them, they're not starting this round with a shield of any sorts. And luckily, they're not starting in a 4-on-5 as Solo missed a big opportunity to win a spawn peak kill.
I think seeing that there was a Clash in play, they don't want to mess with a shield with a Clash up. They're also bringing good tools to deal with her, right? Mike W likely going to have an EMP. That's where Spiff's utility is going to come into play, and Rival also. Spiff is going to try and stop Rival from being able to simply impact the placed shield or stun Inrio while he's holding it, giving the attack an opportunity to kill her. Orgless, though, very far forward on this top floor, as you usually have to do on any mining defense. They've got this Mira in Bathroom, which is going to be incredibly important for stopping JJ, or at least delaying JJ and Co's control of Piano here, as it will likely, you know, it'll happen eventually. You can hear the Hibana charges coming out from JJ, and I think they're going to go off without a hitch, and that's going to force Solo to give up Bathroom and give JJ and Co a little bit of space to start taking into the map.
Orgless just still waiting patiently. They've got nitro cells prepped both upstairs and down. Some vertical established here for Focal to maybe arc that nitro cell around the hatch. If it remains closed, it could be very challenging to have an execute go off by the fireplace side of the map, or even through mining. If you have train control still, you can directly contest that diffuser. But Focal, nice shot landed. The site is being hit by JJ and Co simultaneously as both JJ and Mike W win 1-for-1s. And this round could be over in a blink of an eye as JJ and Co are up 2 bodies as JJ now tries to get the plant down, but Franklin slips in through reading hallway, gets rid of Ivan, and is looking for the planter. He injures JJ! And Franklin with the quad to start map number 2. It couldn't get any better than this, folks, as he solidifies the first round for Orgless in somehow a more chaotic way than we started this game on Chalet.
I cannot believe what I just saw from Franklin. That is why he is one of the top T2 IGLs. His brain is big and his aim is strong. Being able to flank in through pillar, no one watching him, cleans up. I think that was the Buck. I think that was Packer trying to make his way in through train after killing Focal in the corner. And then the 1v3 there. You would think, right? Usually when a clutch happens, let's think about the circumstance. Usually there's players on islands. You're giving this guy 1-for-1s. All 3 of those attackers were in like a 10-meter radius, right? JJ's in the corner. You got a player in dining with him and one in the hallway. And somehow, by most likely just sheer luck, Franklin is able to evade each of the crosses and isolate ones, which should have been impossible to isolate, and then hit his shots, especially the heads-up decision, right? To not hit all his shots on the guy dining, the heads-up decision to immediately go for the planter before re-engaging, brilliant. What a play from Franklin, and hopefully after what looked like was going to be a disastrous round, hopefully that round lights a fire under Orglis, and we're going to see an incredible Kafe from them, because I would love to see a map 3 between these two teams.
You know, he might have had info that JJ was low, and that's what made the decision for him to go for the wall bang. Just one shot is all it takes.
Yeah.
Now you're in a 1 versus 1. Despite the post plant, you can take that gunfight from the rest of Reading Hall. That was a really well done clutch by Franklin, as you highlighted. We'll go over to Reading Room instead now for Orglis. I think a lot of teams now in Kafe just really hate playing on Bard because of the window pressure attackers can have for basically free. So far for Orglis, again, just the game of patience, waiting on JJ and Co to make that first move. They don't have any vert ops, so maybe they'll just try to passively clear out a majority of this top floor and just see how that kind of pans out. But, you know, in the meantime, you still have Orglis remaining composed. Solo lands a nasty cross-angle shot all the way into Humidor. I can't believe he hit that one. The air jab's now no longer in effect. Maybe if, you know, Orglis need to, they could try to flank somewhat in the late round. Just seems like JJ and Co are instead maybe adjusting their sights onto a fireplace plant, hoping to just avoid that vertical play altogether from what you typically see on a reading execute.
I don't know if it's going to work twice, though, to simply, you know, rush the site like that. Like, JJ and Co fully won the last round strategically by taking Orglis completely off guard. I don't know if that's going to work twice, though. Though Ivan does kill Focal, and that was one of your players downstairs. But once again, Franklin steps up to keep his team in the man advantage, playing here in Laundry, looking to maybe work out. Or no, play on white so he can watch a fireplace should someone from the attack start trying to take in through there. So you've got 2 players on the middle floor from JJ and Co. Packer. Still left upstairs in Cigar, and he's got info on Spiff, who's trying to rat behind one of those couches. So JJ and Co. ends up getting a freebie to equalize here, as Packer is still upstairs, just hunting. He knows that Solo is lurking around here somewhere. In the meantime, Inrio is in reading. Franklin, as we know, has already positioned to white, but Ivan has worked all the way into dining and seems to be aware of the Mira's position. JJ maybe trying to bait out a plant here, force the Mira to move. C4 does not land, but now Ivan reveals his location. Solo ends up going down into double kill from Packer's shotgun on white stairs to fully open the round for this attack, unless Inrio has something to say about it. JJ completing the plant. It's over. Packer responds to Franklin's 4 with 4 of his own.
History not repeating itself with a 1vx clutch for Orglis. They keep their cool, and although Solo was able to win that first entry and kind of keep Orglis in the driver's seat, again, it was that mid to late round. JJ and Co start gathering more information. They spot the gaps they need to once again push their way through mining, get into fireplace, and that was a really great push from Ivan as well, completely cutting the Mira off from the rest of her team. That gave so much space for JJ and Co. And once they started working those picks over by the reading room side of the map, I believe it was basically no other contention left for Orglis. Now we've got a brand new site in play of double kitchen here for Orglis. Their lineup very stall focused and plant and out focused too. You know, depending on where those Goyo Vokins are placed, they can be activated by an Evil Eye that could stop a default plant. So again, if Orglis can burn out the clock, they have a lot of tools at their disposal to deny a plant, which is their biggest concern. While JJ and Co, if they keep the lineup they have currently intact, locked in, they could go upstairs, get a lot of verticality, hopefully for cheap, because they have both the ram and the sledge, and use those ROU projectors to try and cut off as many sight lines as humanly possible. But we have already seen this attempted back on Chalet, and it honestly was not that successful. So I am a little concerned going into this round.
I do like how Orglis are playing this again with the Clash. You know, you mentioned the Maestro, the Goyo, and the Fenrir. When it comes to kitchen, you're gonna lose the top couple of floors. It is imperative that you have enough utility on the actual bomb site to keep the attack at bay. Like you said, the vert from JJ and Co is going to be oh so important. I do question a little bit the wisdom in bringing a Maestro when you know that JJ and Co ran Brava last round. Like, that's the whole Brava target, but they did switch off of her, so oh well. I'm really surprised they switch off of her. Like, maybe
they noticed JJ and Co don't bring her on this site because JJ and Co have played this map a lot on streams. It's possible, or just like it's their default.
It's weird though that like JJ and Co had her. Packer was hovering her again, and then they switch off to the sledge. I guess just trying to incentivizing.
Well, Brava doesn't have the shotgun, so that's, you know.
She's got a secondary. He just got 2 kills with the secondary shotgun last round.
He needs something a little more oomph in it this round, you know.
A little more range, a little less spread.
So now you're starting to get it.
Speaking of vert, it's happening because there's no roam from Orga, so JJ and Co are very happy to take all this free control. JJ going to set up some early senses for later in the round, some early projectors, because of course you can turn them off and on again. Rival's got one more boogie to work with. He'll finish with his vert. Packer, of course, still has another 13 hits with his hammer that he can work with. But no one from Orgla's exposing themselves just yet. Everyone sitting in their power positions, simply waiting. JJ and Co have not been able to fish a pick just yet.
I wonder if Packer's going to walk down red and kill the guy code check with that shotgun. That'd be really funny.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
I think it could work too. Typically, you use a grenade to try to clear the guy code or have a guy go lobby. Packer might just say screw it and walk downstairs. That'd be a great highlight for this round, but it still is JJ and Co setting up. They're looking for this clash. They've got plenty of info from those drones, and they just Hail Mary it from Garage using that RRU projector to cut off the main sight line. They're just outside the doorstep of sight, hiding by Freezer, but Franklin wins that first gunfight. Ivan now gone. Mike W dealt with from Brown Stairs by the player behind the whiskey bar. Tons of sight lines covered for Orglis, but JJ and Co eventually have a response as Rival kills one from this long hallway and another flash to make some more space as Focal is now blinded, but there isn't a lot of time to get this plant down. Packer whipping out the pistol, gets rid of Spiff, but it's still Orglis on top of their game with their anchorage, taking back the lead after a couple of crazy rounds between both Reading and Mining Room having 4Ks of their own. A little more consistency from what we saw in that bottom floor pick.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea from JJ and Co to just, you know what, we're not going to deal with this VIP guy. Let's just sends across, run into Freezer and take control there. But then what's there to greet them? A clash. And Franklin was able to kill 3 of them just working with his shield. He was not pressured out by the vert nearly enough. So he was happy to just sit there, of course, aided by those Maestros too that we heard going off towards the end of the round. Orglis had full info on what JJ and Co were doing. And with the back take not working from Mike W, that round is pretty much over as soon as those ROU projector walls fell. So Orglis up now 2-1. Bans through. Brava is gone, which means we may see more Maestro. Yeah, Inrio already on Maestro here. So we'll probably see him for the rest of the half at least twice. JJ and Co on the other side. Banning the Mira instead of the Clash is pretty interesting because the Mira has not posed a threat at all. Like, they've instantly dealt with it with either the Hib or the Ash. The Clash has been a problem. Or at least was a problem in that previous round and was a big problem on Chalet. And they love shields. Case in point, JJ on Blitz right now. Now, of course, there is no Clash for Orglis, but I am a little bit confused why JJ and Co didn't remove her.
And Capitau's banned. You know, he's not like the end-all, be-all Clash counter, but he is, you know, pretty decent at doing that. Yeah, he's not bad. He's one of the better ops for that, besides, you know, like Nomad or Zofia, who have their limited use in the comp pool. So yeah, definitely an interesting one. Maybe it just allows them to push more of these extensions we've seen a lot of. You know, Mira's been very reliant for both the Reading Room and Mining Room extensions from Orglis. Now they've got a slightly different composition because of her ban, like the Maestro, for example, on top of the fact that Brava is now gone. So this can maybe allow for some more aggression. You know, Packer's on the shotgun with Ying. There's a Blitz and Finka combination. Maybe we'll just have some sort of crazy rush from Garage Stairs. I think that barbed wire has already been destroyed by a grenade. And I think JJ and Co are just waiting on the right call. Maybe these Candelas as the first distraction from the fireplace window, and then Ivan and JJ just send it up the stairs.
Could be, because Packer can throw them over towards top white, and here comes that blitz, aided by the finger boost. JJ's looking for the kill on this White Stairs player, backing off towards Palace. He's in cocktail now, trying to isolate it, but there's a cross from Solo. JJ overplays his hand and walks right into the trap from Orgless. There's a follow-up from Focal. Spiff gets another, a 4-1 lead now for Orgless, as it's all up to Ivan. JJ and co. Another rush attempt that falls completely flat.
Unfortunately, the coordination there was spot on for Orgless. They might have even known that JJ and co were going to go for that. They had 2 Fenrir mines on White Stairs. It's almost like they predicted that, or just had a couple of placed there just in case. You know, they heard the barbed wire being destroyed from White. They saw minimal pressure being taken from the red side of the map and the piano side. They figured, you know what? Let's get a guy freezer. Let's have a guy playing by the open hatch in, you know, back of cocktail and just wait for them to push. We've got a crossfire now established. And once JJ stepped a little too far, he got shot in the back. Your spearhead is gone and your diffuser is now dropped too, so you can't even go back down below to plant the diffuser. So really well done by Orgless for, punishing that aggressive rush from JJ and co without them having any other control of the map to work off of it. You know, I think I would have liked to see the Ying used to help that clear upstairs more than the diversion over by Fireplace. If those Ying Candles gave more space for the blitz, that could have been a kill or two at least traded there for JJ and co.
Not going for a rush this time, though. Orgless playing reading. They've got Solus now, leaning pretty heavily into the information with Fenrir, Solus, Valk, Maestro. Again, Maestro coming into play, which has been so good for Orgless, feeding so much information on site and the adjacent rooms. I mean, we haven't even seen Inrio take a gunfight in like 3 rounds, because this guy's just been sitting on cams the whole round, calling out on Maestro. So, and it's been working. JJ & Co. On the other hand, though, they've once again got Vert from Rivals Ram. They've got Packer to help deal with these Maestros. With the Brava Band, they'll bring out the other drone-based operator here, and Packer's already going to work. You saw 1 Maestro get destroyed in reading, and I'm sure he's on the hunt for more. You've also got Ivan, who can also help counter, the Maestro / Valkyrie if they end up going for the call before the push and disabling all that info. Valkyrie getting pushed back, giving JJ and Co a little bit more space. You've got Focal feeding tons of information to his team too on where the attack could be coming from, like they didn't already know.
Another piece of info as well to follow suit. Logi Bomb comes in, allowing JJ and Co to push up a little further. They don't necessarily have any traditional flank watch, but maybe Mike W's got some claymores. They're probably over by the cocktail side of the map, never mind. So at least he's got that for his run out. Maybe utilizing the Grim canisters to help JJ and Co push further to deal with that extension. And now they've got Vert if they can clear out this top floor, which Ivan finally does so by getting rid of Solo and having White Stairs controlled. These Grim canisters providing a barrier to allow the Ram to push up, now putting down those boogie drones, forcing off the direct site players, and now giving a chance for JJ and Co to attempt to plant. But I think there's still an Evil Eye left up on the board to maybe give some extra information for Orgless to try to stop this plant once again, and a Fenrir mine, which could be extremely helpful.
Focal starting to feel the pressure, though. You can see him very wary of those sight lines upstairs made by Rival, not quite sure where to sit. Inrio, in the meantime, has also made his way back into sight, but not on the cams. He's in a pretty exposed position should the attack start to come down White. More Vert being created by Rival, but time, 30 seconds left for JJ and Co to make this push happen. There's a player lurking on Brown Stairs too, Franklin, inside Restaurant. Seems like JJ and Co are aware of it. They've got the Grimbees stopping him from working his way back up. Here's the Dokubi call to disable the information, and JJ going for the plant. Spiff gets 1. Packer trades immediately and shuts down the flank from the Valkyrie as JJ completes the plant. Now Focal and Inrio, 1 upstairs, 1 downstairs. The Solus trying to hunt for his pick by Cigar, is only able to land some damage, finally finishes off Packer, but now his teammate falls. And he's all alone with 20 seconds left to get 3 kills get downstairs and hop on that case. Sounds undoable, and Rival will finish him off, giving JJ and Co their second attack.
And for JJ and Co, they just had a lot less to worry about. They had tons of information with the help of those Grim canisters and good early map control to set up for the vert, deal with those evil eye cameras with the help of the Rotero drones, and set up for a proper post plant. Whereas Orglis didn't have a lot of utility for the late round, they were hoping to stall out JJ and Co and give themselves advantageous gunfights with the information of those dread mines, with the help of those evil eye cameras and Rooney gates, I believe, too, which didn't really pan out for them with the Logi bombs, making space, and the Grim canisters. JJ and Co again just setting up comfortably for a late round position that, T2 teams just aren't as experienced with compared to the T1 level that JJ and Co have been playing at for the majority of the year, or of last year. We are now in 2026, I should say, but JJ and Co, they've got the 2 default rounds on Kafe attack. We've seen a lot of 4-2 halves in recent times for Kafe favoring the defense. If they could chip away at just one more round, that could be a huge plus for them transitioning into the defensive half of their map pick. But we are going back down below Harrison to Double Kitchen, where Orglis, they had really no weak points, and they still have the clash on the board too, because JJ and Co did not decide to ban her.
Again, it was a massive problem last time that Orglis defended Kitchen. JJ and Co could not deal with this clash. Franklin got 3 kills playing by bunker as JJ and Co's main execute was trying to come in through freezer. Once again, they will be working top down using the sledge and ram as well as they can. They do also have one big difference. They've dropped the Goyo for the Aruni, interestingly enough. I'm not sure why. Maybe because, if it comes down to it, they'll have to burn throwables like maybe Gridlock or use some of those Grim canisters on the gates. They've also dropped the mute now for Tubarao. So when it comes to opening that freezer hatch, should that be a step that JJ and Co go for, maybe going to take a little bit longer. It's not like there's impact or anything to support it. So kind of interesting changes for Orglis. They don't make 100% sense to me, but I'm not in the cars. I'm sure they have a plan.
What do they know?
More than I do.
Come to find out. Seems like it. Volka's got that C4 prepped as well. Waiting on someone to try to shoot him through the hatch, but there's an angle for Packer. Tags up Focal, and he now backs away, keeping himself alive, and they do not, in fact, kill him, Harrison. He does end up using his nitro cell, but Focal is still alive to have those 2 Burrell canisters. Maybe just to slow down JJ and Co now, as the hatch has been opened up, but at least they'll still have to enter into the building from freezer with a Zoto canister activated. That could be a seriously long time coming to this next minute left in the round. There is still VIP control, which has now been droned out by JJ and Co. There's still Whiskey control. It's all the same crossfires that Orglis had last time defending this site for a round win. And this time for JJ and Co, they don't have an ROU projector to, split over this gap to get into freezer. So maybe they just try to barrel their way in through the VIP to deal with that instead, and it just doesn't seem to be working. He's just walking through the Fenrir mine. You've got to be kidding me. JJ and Co try to bounce back, equalizing the man count of 3 versus 3, but they've got no time left with 20 seconds to go, and it looks like Mike W is committing to rezzing Rival. That leaves 2 players basically trapped by brown stairs, and they still have to deal with VIP. It just goes from bad to worse for JJ Co.
This is crazy.
He's doing it again. You've got no time left to get into sight. 2 seconds to go, and as Ivan attempts to plan, he's just shot in the face by Franklin. What a pitiful execute there by JJ and Co.
I mean, dude, what was the plan there?
I don't know.
They brought Fenrir last time too. You don't expect them to just sit at VIP if it felt like Packer wades through, gets blind, and is like, I got this, and just can't see the guy, and gets shot in the face. Like, I really don't understand the plan there. You didn't do anything about VIP. You didn't do anything about the clash. The vert, once again, was pretty ineffective. Your back take was ineffective, Brown Stairs. That was maybe worse than round 3 because they didn't even get into freezer this time. But hey, they don't have to worry about attacking anymore unless we go to overtime. They got their 2 requisite rounds at the very least. You know, they got the minimum that you're expected to on Kafe. Now we move on to JJ & Co.'s defense. They decided to deal with the Grim and the Capitao, both operators used for flushing power positions. They're both gone. For Orglis, they decide to get rid of the Cade and the Azami. Again, Azami is very good everywhere. Cade is incredibly annoying on every map. It means you don't have to bring a Thatcher anymore with no Cade. So that's great. Reading is our very first site for JJ & Co. And already it's interesting, right? We've got the Denari, of course. Denari always fun to see. Always fun to see what players cook up with his tripwires. And then Packer on Pulse Shotgun, which is something he has done time and time again in this qual so far.
Attackers have discovered the location.
I believe he's had pretty good success with it. So has Standby. I think it was either like Eddie or Fens to get a triple kill with it one round against Dark Zero, which was really cool to see on Nighthaven Labs. Maybe we'll have more Pulse Shotgun to follow in our afternoon shenanigans. But like you mentioned, new half for JJ & Co. and Orglis. Very different lineup here for JJ & Co. Not so much here for Orglis. They still have the same info ops that JJ & Co. are bringing out a lot of the time. You know, solo on the Dokkaebi. You've got Brava picked since she isn't banned as the first 2 operators on the attack. And we go into one of the middle floor objectives for JJ & Co. anticipating a heavy top to bottom clear. I like having Packer potentially all the way downstairs at some point, but he's also gathering a lot of info on the middle floor right now, maybe just to expect that vert to come in the mid round using a C4 to get a cheeky kill on someone. But there's actually no vert ops right now in the lineup by Orglis. I just noticed that. So maybe they'll be going for more of a mining focused attack than leading into fireplace, since reading room really wouldn't give them a lot of value altogether.
I mean, hey, they've got the 2 secondary shotguns. Well, they don't have Hiv anymore, though, as Inrio.
Yeah, so this is really problematic.
C4'd by the Pulse. Packer already finding value. About a minute into the round, but Rival with a beautiful shot. Takes down Solo, looks towards Heaven. Can't outdo a Franklin, though. Franklin maybe looking in the lineup, too, as they spot Ivan playing by pallets, but Spiff is the next to die. Ivan does get cleaned up. They also know about JJ sitting in back freeze, trying to get the angle above his shield. No nades for Franklin. So you're going to have to try and challenge this raw. Packer is trying to hunt him down with the shotgun right now, as well as I believe that's a bulletproof cam that the IQ just pinged inside Cocktail. That's what Foco's trying to hack right now. He does get rid of it, so there's a little bit less information on Franklin. And JJ is just wasting so much time. I mean, he's been here for what, 20, 30 seconds? They're still trying to hunt him. And Mike W. Oh, sorry, it's not JJ. It's Mike in behind the shield. Able to kill Franklin before being traded out. Now it's Focal in a 1 versus 2. Once again, Packer, plenty of information as he can continue to just scan underneath Focal if he ends up finding him. He is kind of on the opposite side of the map on White Stairs right now. About 35 seconds left now for Focal to play with. He does pick up the case. Leaves a flank drone for himself in 90. Both JJ and Packer are playing this extremely passively, knowing that they have the benefit of the clock. Focal is going to be forced to plant at some point, and that is when JJ and Co. are going to make their move. Fire extinguisher kind of allows him deep into reading. He's got information on JJ. All he's got to do is find Packer after that. But JJ with a prone angle. Is that through the table?
Yep.
Oh, no. Okay. Bomb chassis. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant like between. Yeah,
no,
sorry.
Yeah. I was like, wait a minute. You can't do that. He can. And he did.
Again, good stuff for shutting down the early round play against Orglis. JJ & Co., they had info of that cardiac sensor. They realized that it was going to be a piano-focused attack, trying to get the hatch opened up. Packer had his vert ready, so when he heard the audio cue of someone rappelling in, it's almost a guaranteed kill with that nitro cell, and it was one of the most valuable operators in the lineup. The Habana's gone, so now that hatch remains closed. Packer is extremely safe inside of the train room, but that also gives away that there might be an adjustment made from Orgless. They try to adapt and clear out from the bar side of the map, and there's still info, not only with Pulse, but those bulletproof cameras too. That gave a lot of heads-up play as well for the rest of the team upstairs. I think it was it Rival who ended up winning one of those gunfights upstairs, or was it Ivan on the Amaro?
Amaro.
Or Aruni, sorry. Wow. I've never done that.
It was
never
Rival.
mixed up those two. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Rival winning that fight. He doesn't get both kills, but he does still have a lot of impact playing there and wasting resources. Orgless just, again, a very slow attack when their first line of attack kind of just backfires against them from JJ and Co.
Packers back on the pulse. Might be a mainstay. Who knows? Maybe Orgless wound up banning him. There he is. Seeing that there's a player white repel. JJ and Co. are sorry, seeing that Orgless are just going to hold it. Packer might go for a C4 here, or call for one of his teammates to go garage and shoot Franklin through that barricade. Either is possible. Packer's on white. Packer's the only player kind of towards white stairs right now, though, so just keeping an eye on that Capitao. In the meantime, JJ and, or sorry, I keep mixing them up. Orgless. Oh, there's the run out. Mike W finally gets the call from Packer. Rather, probably finally answers the call from Packer. Runs out and kills the sledge. And then, again, in the meantime, Orgless have kind of positioned themselves downstairs. They've got one guy lurking on red. That's Solo trying to duo with Spiff here and make their way into mining already, but Mike's good for another kill. Packers got vert below with the shotgun and C4 combo that he was able to hold on to. The C4 from JJ lands on Spiff. Orgless cannot make any headway into the bomb site. Just like last round, they're stumped. Every time they try something, JJ and Co. is there to battle back. Solo now trying to hunt for this pulse. Loses the fight to the shotgun as Packer had the info. And now Inrio's alone.
Just kind of casually clearing out the top floor where there's no one to try to shoot him. Eventually gets one to not make it a flawless for JJ and Co. But barring Inrio doesn't win 4 other gunfights in the next 50 seconds, that is the scoreline tied up for JJ and Co. after 2 very solid defensive rounds. Still looks like Inrio's trying to at least get some damage done here. Hucking on a grenade from the reading hall and getting some vert under the chandelier he's right beside. Maybe looking to try and recover that diffuser, just see if someone's close by and looking for a gunfight, but doesn't really seem to be finding anything as of right now. The Banshee adding insult to injury as well as JJ and Co. just kind of sit still, pretending to be statues, waiting on Inrio to push into one of their many positions with only about 10 seconds left to go in this round, as in desperation, Inrio will try to peek into the bomb site, but Rival behind the chassis will deal with him swiftly. That is the scoreline tied up, as I had mentioned earlier, and again, early information, spot out an isolated attacker. Mike W, kill this guy. No hassle. Another kill is found by Mike W after the fact, and the execute attempt towards mining room is thwarted by a single nitro cell. Orgless not looking so good on their attack. They just seem very disjointed against all the information and tools that JJ have had at their disposal in round number 7 and 8.
Attackers have located a bomb.
They'll once again lean into information. They've got Packer on Valkyrie now. A little bit more versatile than the Pulse, I would say. Just because you don't get... Well, I don't know. Would you consider Valkyrie or Pulse more versatile? Because Pulse, like, you can have the shotgun, you can move around with your scanner, but with Valkyrie, you have 3 at the same time. Better gun.
I think they're versatile in their own ways. I'd probably say more versatile Would be Valk probably, because any of your teammates can also use that information. It's not just one person, and then if your pulse dies, that's all your info gone.
True.
So
Good point. There we go.
yeah, I make those on occasion, but not very often. So
then we, as just established, Packer hops on the more versatile Intel op.
there it is.
JJ also with the smoke Goyo combo. Got lots of area denial as Orglis have been taking their sweet time in these attacks, both this map and last map. Did you bring the IQ to try and counter the Valk? You got the Vert with Sledge. I like that, seeing how extended JJ and Co are upstairs with a couple roamers. They got the Dokkaebi and the Lion to help deal with this. Mike W also kind of hovering on red stairs. So they've got basically like a 2.5-man hold. We're starting to destroy the ceiling above. I believe that was Laundry, trying to make Ivan feel the pressure as Packer rotates in through the first floor, back to the site from White. So that's one roamer kind of dealt with here. Last one should just be Rival. Or no, Rival and Ivan. Sorry. Lewis are, again, taking their sweet time.
I do like it isn't a totally passive round from JJ and Co either. I mean, yeah, the writing is on the wall, guys. Packer literally just ran at Spiff. Franklin does at least get a refrag onto Ivan, but it wasn't any kind of run out or spawn peek with the help of a pulse. It was just patience by a staircase waiting on Orglis, and Rival through the hatch wins the tussle against Focal. Beautiful shot landed. Yet again, another response by Orglis to trade the man count out and get cameras hacked off of the dead body of the Mute, but this has burned 2 minutes. And JJ is still alive. There's Vulcans on the board and Valkyrie cameras giving away information. So even though Solo has access to those cameras, the defenders can use them just as effectively too. With 40 seconds left and Packer upstairs, this is not looking good for Orglis. Wasting so much time in the early round is biting them in these final moments as Packer's good for 3 running down Brown. Inrio left in a 1 versus 2 is trying to sneak his way into sight, but he doesn't have diffuser control. And I think JJ and Co are aware of this fact as they wait around the corner by coat check. The Vulcan pack pops, but Mike W dances around it and hops on the table to shoot Inrio in the side. Are you kidding me? That is a 3rd round in a row for JJ and Co's defense.
3rd round in a row, 3rd entry pick successfully converted in a row. They've got 100% right now through the first 2 maps, John. They have 7 opening picks, and all 7 of those rounds they've won. JJ and Co just again proving time and time again that they, when it comes to the mid to late round, are better. Orglis just keep crumbling here. Solus and Ying are next bans. Orglis take away one of the info ops that JJ and Co have been playing with. I guess the one that's a little harder to counter with IQ, I guess. I'm kind of interested why they would remove the Solus and not the Valk or the Pulse. That I think JJ and Co have had more success. They haven't played Solus.
Yeah. They played a lot of Pulse and Valk instead. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why ban her?
I don't know. Maybe they knew JJ and Co were like only playing Valk and Pulse. So if one of those 2 gets banned, they go on Solus. But that just seems like way too much of a soul read, you know? Anyways,
Pulse and I think Pulse and Valk are just better than Solus.
Especially on this map, at least. I'd maybe argue like on Chalet, Solus is better, but you know, hey, at least the Ying ban can kind of make sense when your executes begin to kind of botch up a little bit. Ying can be a good alleviation for that problem. 4 Candelas, blinding basically anybody. We haven't really seen any Warden in play by JJ and Co either, so that could have been a great op, which is no longer available. We've got Reading Room back in play for JJ and Co. Orglis attempting what looks like a similar style take from the last time they attempted this. They've got Inrio once again on the Habana, but now Franklin is on the Blackbeard, and they've got some flank watch here with the Gridlock, so maybe not expecting the Pulse this time. They'll have a little more success getting into Piano to open up that hatch, but there is also an extension once again by JJ and Co on the top floor.
Frag out!
Solo also really struggling here in this map with Orglis. He's 3-9. All 3 of his kills were opening picks, and they only won 2 of those rounds, not nearly as much impact as he had in map 1. Orglis are going to need him to step up if they want to try and retake this map. Right now, Franklin 11-5, having a hell of a performance, but when your hard support player is your top frag, that generally means something else is going wrong. Case in point, your 2 entry players, your star entries are a combined 9 and 17.
Oh, missed opportunity there from Focal. And now Packer is trying to also get aggressive from White Window. This is absolutely insane. These two are trying to tussle it out here. And finally, Focal and Packer both backing away as there's now just about a minute left in the round. The Blackbeard push up on Frank on Rival, but he wins that fight. Luckily, Spiff is good for 2 kills, and Focal follows suit as Packer tried running back up above, I think, to help his teammates deal with the Blackbeard. Franklin may have died, but it wasn't in vain, as both JJ and Mike W are the last 2 standing. C4 recovered for the Mira to maybe stop some of this vert or a plant attempt, but there seems to be a lot for Orglis that they can use in these next 40 seconds to just start barreling their way into Reading Room and trying to get this diffuser down, as JJ and Co now try to set up with some longer angles to play passive against Orglis's execute.
I just talked about the star entry players for Orglis not stepping up in the capacity in which we expect, and what happens? Spiff does his best to try and put the round in his team's pocket and is now going for the plant. Just around the corner is Mike W. JJ tries to make something happen, ends up dying. The plant is denied though by Mike W. 5 seconds left. He kills the player dropping the hatch. He's just got to look to his right. Down goes the striker. Mike W. The clock strikes 0, and JJ and Co are on match point.
Mike W hitting the flow state with the UMP. What a recovery for JJ and Co. And somehow evading those bullets like he's in the Matrix. It's match and series point for JJ and Co. What a play. And Orglis, they had that round by the neck. All they had to do was look back at Laundry, but JJ just was the perfect diversion, I guess, to slip, or not to slip through, but allow his teammate of Mike W to slip through and land that perfect clutch. Yeah, I guess the player holding the planter was looking at the other doorway and not Laundry rotate, but that's exactly where you just got to kill from. The only other place would have to be the Laundry rotate, and making that 50-50 decision backfires, giving JJ and Co the round win. So we go back into Mining Room, which, every bomb site's been, for the most part, flawless for JJ and Co. That was their closest call, was that round, and Mike W still clutched the round for them, so they must be extremely happy that even if they don't win this round, they could just go downstairs in the double kitchen where they had 0 struggle against Orglis.
I mean, that's the Mike Wazowski difference right there.
Dude, we've seen better, which is crazy from him.
Ooh.
We've seen the bank round. That's
disgusting.
What an angle. Oh my God.
I mean, he doesn't get the kill, but still, taking half HP off your DMR player is huge. Again, we've seen Mike W do it time and time and time again in T2. Love to see him doing it in SI quals. Hopefully we'll get to see him do plenty of it in T1 as well. The new pickups for JJ and Co. Mike W and Packer have been firing on all cylinders. I mean, right, map 1, Mike W was 11-5, Packer was 11-8, and look at the work they're doing on Kafe now. They have been a godsend for JJ and Co so far, at least in this match.
Packer as well, still having a very consistent game, 12-6.
Yeah.
And also plenty of information, mostly rocking the Valkyrie and Pulse for this second half, and it's given Mike W, funnily enough, a couple of entry kills. to start off that second half too. Now JJ and Co once again just playing the game of cat and mouse, having these C4s prepared, the Vulcan pack to make sure Packer is not caught with his pants down while scanning on that cardiac sensor. I'm really surprised Orglis is still taking as much time as they have been to get into the building, but maybe it was for Inrio just to be a little more passive and dodge that nitro cell. Focal wins the first gunfight as well. So it seems like that time did pay off to at least start Orglis on the right track for a better execute. But again, a lot at the disposal of JJ and Co. Another Vulcan pack is deployed, and there's still info with the Pulse being alive and well. And with their, I was gonna say, there is a Valkyrie, so those black eye cameras could be hacked into by the Dokkaebi, but the vertical now in effect, putting Packer down 6 feet under. We could see Orglis bring us to maximum regulation so long as Mike W doesn't work another miracle.
Is he gonna do it again? There's one kill now challenging the vert. Someone from Orglis is sneaking over to it. Here comes Franklin to try and pinch the Malusi, and he successfully catches Mike W on the rotate, downing him in laundry. Irrecoverable now. But here comes Ivan upstairs, killing Spiff. Now Orglis have a decision to make. Do they worry about this guy, or do they try and just take the 3v1 against JJ? They're trying to stop Ivan from coming downstairs. But now he's got some vert to play with as JJ shotguns Inrio. It's a 2v2 now. JJ gets away. Ivan's got the hatch. He's just waiting for them to try and push. Down goes Franklin. It's all to Focal. 1 versus 2, case in hand, in the bomb site, trying to stick. Ivan on the hatch above. JJ coming in from 90. Plant completed. No, stopped by JJ in the dying seconds of that timer. And Orglis, the T2 dreams die with them. JJ and Co. move on.
And for the first time from what we've seen in the closed and open qualifier, JJ and Co. have won on Kafe. I was not expecting that, but they played, again, just so smoothly in the second half. They barely broke a sweat except for that, that second to last round where Mike W had to work off a miracle. But even then, they still would have been in the driver's seat on that second half, and they still had an incredible info game, an incredible entry game, and Orglis just weren't able to fix the mistakes they had back on Chalet.
Crazy map there. And to set the tone with back-to-back 4Ks in the first 2 rounds, I mean, I knew we were in for a good one at that point, but then the rest of the map, Orglis had that early momentum, and then it just slowly fell away. You guys did a great job painting the picture of this. JJ and Co. simply outlasted them, and then they go on the defensive half, and there they go on a complete tear. Harrison, it just wasn't enough. Those flashy moments that Orglis were able to make happen as soon as we loaded into the game. JJ and Co., I mean, it was just consistent enough siege to get the win.
Yeah, it was a combination of Orglis not being able to convert on basically any of their early round. Once they were off the defense on Kafe, they weren't able to do it really at all on Chalet. And just being really, really slow. How many rounds did we see where Orglis would, maybe get an advantage, but then they're not pressuring the site until there's like 30 seconds left. Sometimes not until there's 10 seconds left. And by then, JJ and Co have repositioned, or they're playing behind util that they can't really do anything about. Case in point, the Mike W clutch. He might not kill that striker if the striker didn't have to wait outside that door for 20 seconds because he popped the Goyo and was able to kill the guy laundry. And then you've got Mike, just to add insult to injury, you've got Solo not doing nearly as well as he did the first map, with Mike W and Packer both popping off for 24 kills combined or something ridiculous like that.
It just felt a lot of the times like Orglis were expecting JJ and Co to make a mistake after Orglis had either won a pick or just done something valuable like securing map control, and JJ and Co really didn't do that. They were playing off of their resources, working off those Vulcan packs, having nitro cells ready for when someone enters a certain part of the map, and being prepared to deal with whatever Orglis is throwing at them. And that kind of sluggishness allowed them to set up and be a lot more comfortable in the mid to late round, which, like you highlighted a lot, Harrison, a lot of T2 teams kind of struggle with. Although JJ and Co did not have the greatest year in NAL, they still built up a ton of experience, and that seems to have transitioned over into this new lineup that we're seeing from them in the LCQ.
I think that's what's most surprising as well, John. Sorry, Harrison. It was that synergy, as you mentioned, right? Like to come in with a basically entirely new roster. I mean, 3 people is changing the entire core. I mean, that is a dramatic shift. Harrison, it is huge that they were able to come out swinging. Maybe not the results in the opening first 2 rounds, the LCQ, but they are set up now for a lower bracket run. They got another win under their belts. They could go pretty far here.
Maybe, absolutely. With the new pickups, they've certainly solved some of the issues that we saw in NAL, which was mainly they really sucked at attack and they were terrible at converting entries. In this game, 9 entries, 9 round wins off of those. They had 100%, which was great to see. But, right, we always got to talk about the caveat. They're 2 wins now. We're both against T2 teams. Their next game is either going to be against C9 or Standby. Technically, both Pro League teams, one of which they already lost against. So while JJ and Co are looking really improved, there's still more to prove.
Well, you see it here as a whole. This series had quite a few big performances, and I think it's fair to say, John, on both sides. I mean, you look at Franklin, you look at Focal, you look at Spiff, people who were contributing in big ways, but it just wasn't enough. Not when Mike W and Packer are on the other side, both dropping more than 20 kills, just playing exceptionally well.
Yeah, although we do gas up Franklin quite a lot, having him as your main support player and having the most kills on the team is definitely alarming, and having someone like Solo who's on the Aruni, on the Ashe a lot of the time, not having as good of a game, definitely unfortunate. But for Mike W, we always sing his praises. He had a fantastic game. That 4K was just one of his many highlights. A lot of great mid-round success. And on top of that, the rest of his team assisting him. Packer, who was probably a close second to getting MVP, gave him loads of info as well throughout the game. It was just a well-oiled machine, it felt like, for JJ and Co, which is a big sigh of relief, because again, they had a really rocky start in this LCQ and finally have a second chance at making that bracket run they were hoping for.
I will say, Mike W being MVP here, I mean, that feels really good if you're in his seat right now, to come in looking to make an impression as a T2 player in a T1 moment, in a T1 game. That is something that we're going to want to keep an eye on down the road. Maybe not necessarily on JJ and Co, but people are going to have an eye on this match MVP. But let's take a look at our bracket and see where that leaves us after just our first of 4 best of 3s of the day. As we said, we started things off down in the lower bracket, and that's where we'll go next. JJ and Co move on to await the winner of Cloud9 and Standby. Harrison, this bracket, I mean, we are now that we've gotten rid of our unfortunately last T2 team, it really is contender after contender. Any of these teams that remain absolutely have a shot.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, DZ, OXG, I think are the, they're the big boys here, right? DZ have not missed an event since SI 2019, and I'm sure they're not looking to miss this year's SI. OXG, Yaga and Gomez won last year's LCQ and had a really good run at SI2. And of course, C9 and Standby looking to potentially upset. But of course, again, you were looking at the big boys, OXG and DZ. They're the favorites right now. Love watching the lower bracket. But again, all 3 of these remaining lower bracket teams are still going to have to prove that they can hang with the likes of DZ and OXG.
Quite a big challenge when you have teams of that caliber up ahead of you. But right now, the focus remains on the lower bracket. Standby and Cloud9 coming up next. Well, we started the LCQ with 8 teams, the day with 6, and just like that, we're down to 5. After this next one, there will only be 4 teams remaining in the hunt for the 10th anniversary of the 6 Invitational. Welcome back to the North American LCQ. I'm Jonas Rollinger, Crow and Fellow still with me as we continue the lower bracket run with Cloud9 and Standby. We know that there are only heavy hitters left at this point, Harrison. It is getting into that part of the LCQ where only the best teams are going to make it out. And now 2 teams who have played each other a handful of times over the course of 2025 now meet with elimination on the line. This is no joke if they want to move on.
Yep, Cloud9 and Standby LFO. Again, emphasis on the LFO. They are looking for org, as are JJ and Co. I don't know if they're going by Nade Shot Help still, but we'll just call them Standby. This is, of course, an NAL rematch that has happened before. Last time that these 2 teams met was stage 2. It was a best of 1, and Cloud9 beat them on bank 7-0.
Yikes. That is a very one-sided affair. Stage 1 was less one-sided, 8-6. Orgless actually took the win in that fight, so they'll be looking to replicate that performance rather than stage 2. But John, tell me a little bit more about this Standby roster, because this was a team who had an 8th place finish in stage 1, a 9th place finish in stage 2. This was not the year they wanted. Despite that, they still grinded through the open quals to get to this point.
And they still had a brilliant performance in the close quals too. I know they're in the lower bracket now. I know they did lose to Dark Zero, but it was a very close matchup. They ended up winning map 1 on Night Haven Labs, which they ended up replaying again against Misty Esports, and they still won that, but more one-sided 7-3, even going on Fortress and winning that map 8-6 in overtime to now face off against Cloud9. They had an incredible entry game. They were trying to really cut against the grain a lot of times against Dark Zero, challenging them before they could set up and go for those more methodical mid to late round executes we know Dark Zero to have. And they had a lot of moments of brilliance. Players like Eddie, Bino, or even Epic as well, finding these huge 2 or 3Ks to bounce back the round in their favor. Incredible stuff in that best of 3. Despite losing, it was an incredibly close game. And like I mentioned earlier at the beginning of this broadcast, I think they could be a great dark horse pick now in this top 5 position. And unfortunately, now that Orgless are, no longer with us, breaks my heart.
The problem for that Standby hope and maybe your dark horse pick is that Cloud9 are standing in their way, a team who finished above them in the standings, both stage 1 and stage 2. Harrison, it's not like this team was the cream of the crop. I mean, again, did not make the playoffs both times, did not have the performances they wanted to, but they've got more experience. They've got a big org backing them. They've shown that they can finish higher than Standby in the past. Why won't they just do it again?
They also have 2 new players. They've got Aiden and Snake, and I think one of the big reasons why C9 are very confident heading into this game are those 2 guys, especially Aiden. Aiden has had a lights out performance in the quals so far, despite being a hard support along with Dream. Like on Fortress, he was basically Thermite every single round and racking up 2Ks, 3Ks, every other attack. He has been a huge part of C9's success. And like you said too, C9 just has a lot more experience than Standby do. They've got Dream on their team who's been to SI. Cloud9 has Giddy, who for a long time was one of, if not the best T2 players. Kobe Lax has more Pro League experience than everyone on Standby right now. So I think it's a combination of experience. It's a combination of their pickups being incredible for them. And like you said, they haven't finished below Standby in either of the 2 stages. And I don't think they plan on doing that today.
Well, as you mentioned earlier, Harrison, it was a 7-0 on Bank that ended up being the taste that Standby still have in their mouth after stage 2. We'll see where we're going to here, no doubt. Going to avoid some of the maps that have been more treacherous for them in the past. John, when you look at this map ban, what stands out to you?
Well, I gotta say probably not the bank ban, honestly, because that 7-0 that you mentioned, I honestly had forgotten about that matchup. I am a little shocked that we aren't seeing Fortress out of everything. Both Cloud9 and Standby ended up playing on that map yesterday, and they both ended up winning. I think it was Cloud9 versus JJ & Co, where they won 7-4 on Fortress, and then again, Standby, you know, backs against the wall, they win 8-6 in overtime to then leapfrog into Nighthaven Labs, where they won that 7-3. I'm not too shocked about that Nighthaven Labs ban being brought almost immediately, because that is probably the best map in Standby's pool.
I think it's also pretty funny that Standby and Cloud9, right, Bank and Lair, they immediately take away the maps that they beat each other on. But the maps we have selected are a little bit interesting. So Chalet, right, Cloud9 have a pretty good record on. They won it twice in the NAL, lost it most recently to Wildcard, whatever. Standby, they're pretty good on Clubhouse. They actually have a positive record in the NAL on it. They're 2-1. They've actually Standby beat Dark Zero on Clubhouse to finish out stage 2. And then Consulate, neither team really plays. So we've got like an okay map for Cloud9, an okay map for Standby, and then like a 50. I think they're both 0-1 on Consulate. So it's like a 50-50 if we go to the decider.
Well, you mentioned Clubhouse. We also saw that, though, Standby Dark Zero in the opening round of the upper bracket yesterday, and that did not go in Standby's favor. So they did pick into that map. John, clearly they learned some things from that game, and they're feeling pretty good about that performance against a very strong team. I don't think that's too much of a surprise. But now they have to start to set the tone early on Chalet. And that's a very different beast against a team like Cloud9, who you know is going to be rock solid in the utility game, playing those positions and just forcing Standby to really work for it in those moments.
And they also have players like Aidentax and Kobe who are very good mechanically. They're more than willing to get their hands dirty and not just play off the utility. I think that was a big reason why Standby played so well against Dark Zero, is they were able to take aggressive gunfights early to stop Dark Zero from setting up. That might not catch Cloud9 off guard as it did the same way for Dark Zero, because they're very gun up a lot of the time, and that did benefit them against a team like OXG, where yes, they also lost that best of 3 0-2, but that was a fairly close game, ending 7-4 and 7-5 in regulation for Cloud9. So it's not something they're unprepared for. And again, they've played against this team several times in the NAL, and it's been kind of wish-washy, but overall, they've got some good paperwork going into this game.
I know we don't usually make predictions in this kind of LCQ environment because there's just so much going on, but I want to dive into that just for a moment. Harrison, I'll start with you. Where do you feel like this series sways if it goes one way? I mean, you look at the numbers, and you could argue Cloud9, they finished higher than Standby in the previous stages, but maybe you look at the performances, like John has said, so far through the open quals and now the LCQ itself. Maybe Standby's your pick. Tell me where you kind of fall on that.
I think I'm liking Cloud9's chances, again, just because map 1 leans more in their favor. I think they're a better team, even if just by slightly, but also they have not played any of these maps in the LCQ so far. So they could be coming in with a fresh set of all 3 of these maps.
Well, John, I want to hear your thoughts on this as well, and I will listen from the bench as I slink back into my hosting corner. Have a good time.
Thank you so much, Jonah. And I love that we get to also have the nade shot name still here for Standby LFL.
Cloud Space 9.
You know, usually...
Sorry.
You know, usually I love to agree with you, Harrison, but I got to be a little different here and go at Standby. I just think their more recent experience in the closed qual is going to back them up. Again, that point of aggression that they did so well on, everybody chipped in looking for the entry department. Although Cloud9 is also comfortable with that kind of aggressive style of play, I think Standby just might have the one up on them. But of course, we'll have to let the gameplay do the talking. Before we go into round 1, we've got the operator bans, Monty, Ying, Azami, and Solus, with Cloud9 starting their first defensive round on Dining Room and Kitchen. Nothing too out of the ordinary so far for their lineup. So I'm interested in seeing if I'm going to keep saying it now, Standby LFO, if they're going to end up changing any of their operators in play. I'm not too sure if the Bravo will be that effective, given that there isn't a lot of utility he can kind of counteract besides maybe the Fenrir and Ella, or you might keep it up just for those default cams since Chalet is so reliant on them.
Looks like he's sticking it. He's also going to be useful for, I think, like mainly, like you said, the default cams and also probably the Fenrirs. If not, at the very least, also the BPs, because I believe Cloud9 are taking 2. Yeah, they got 1 from Fenrir, 1 from Sentry. So Eddie's going to have plenty of targets. Cloud9, though, on round 1, you can already see the way they want to play. They want to make it hell for Standby to try and push in. And they also want to be a little bit aggressive. They got Aiden on Ella. He is already, let's see, he's mezzing. Oh, no, it's Snake inside office. I thought maybe it would have been Aiden. There's Brava already targeting some of those Fenrir, of those Dread Mines. Of course, also, real quick, if you do not know who Devin is on Standby, that is Center. So if we say Center, we're talking about that guy. He is the resident shield player for this team. He is the most recent pickup, right? We talked about C9's pickups. We didn't really talk about Standby picking up Center from CLB. And he'll likely be on the same role, right? A lot of smoke, a lot of shields, kind of taking away some of that more hard support responsibility away from Bino, so that Bino can focus more on IGLing.
And focus back on being the hard breach player too. That's just as important. You've got Center at least preparing to hop his way in, but he'll chuck the nade maybe to force back the player from Mez. There is an extinguisher that Aiden could possibly use to rotate back out of Mez unless he wants to play for his life. But he doesn't have a lot of utility to really help him against the Blackbeard. Here comes the Deathmark tracker on top of a Lion scan, really putting the hurt down on Aiden, who's alone and tries to back away, but Eddie's there to greet him with a couple of shots via the DMR. Library is now controlled for the pocket of Standby. Fens as well gets rid of Kobe, and that early round aggression paying off for the attack. I don't even know how
he's
Aiden
in
or
bar.
how Kobe actually died. Oh,
Fens is in, yeah, he was just in bar, and Kobe went, I think Kobe was in coat check and tried to leave coat check.
There it is.
I'm like 90% sure that's what happened. Either way, it's a 2-man lead now for Standby LFO. And again, get their revenge against C9 for that 7-0 that C9 handed them in the NAL stage. Bino wipes Snake off the board. Now there's 1 player left upstairs. Giddy feeling a ton of pressure now. 2 smoke babes in pocket. He does find Bino. Now he's got to worry about the player just around his door. Fens picks him off. Dream killed Epic earlier in the round, but was spotted outside.
Wow.
He C4's down center to make it a 1v2. Now he's being tracked by Fens. Standby have active information on Dream's location. The plant going down from Eddie. It will be successful. Now Dream is stuck in a 1v2 post-plant. Fens has the verticality upstairs. Eddie still on the bomb site. Once again, he will simply be tracked by this Deimos. Dream knows that this verticality is going to come into play very soon unless he can stop Fens. But Eddie just swings right through the rotate, gets killed by Dream. We're in a 1 versus 1. Fens, though, has the angle from up top. Dream going to try and tuck behind the bomb chassis and stick this defuse. Fens, where are you? Finally gets him from the hatch in the nick of time, and Standby come away with the win.
And then the info there really saving the day for Standby. They had good intel with the help of the Lion scans and the Deathmark trackers to force out Aiden. Eddie was there to cut him off as well. So you've got your entry, and they had drones to hunt down Kobe Lax by bar. That's a 5 versus 3 lead. Can't scoff at that. And unlike the last Chalet we saw, they didn't choke it. It got close towards the end there, but they had a lot of info on Dream's position. He won a couple of nice 1-for-1 gunfights, but after that last Deathmark tracker, you had the Deimos upstairs in a very comfortable position just to hold that diffuser either from the vert or from the hatch. Standby still win their first attack, and Cloud9 once again rocking a very aggressive lineup with their defensive composition. I like the Denari maybe to help deny some of these window entries that Standby could have used during the last round. They've got the Fenrir for more stall to help with that shield, and not only the Ella, but Giddy is now on Oryx. So they are really trying to punish this Blackbeard from being in play by center as much as possible.
Letting Giddy 2 Liddy off the leash. I love that guy.
He don't just barks, he bites too.
He really does. I've experienced it myself.
Yep.
He smoked me in a ranked
gotta
game.
get him off you, yeah.
Yeah. It was not a fun ranked game. Anyway. Cloud9 exuding their presence across the entire map, as you typically do on a master bedroom site. You've got Giddy in games, and his job is just going to be to help make Kobe feel a little bit more secure and make sure that Kobe isn't going to be pressured from the opposite side of the map, because Cloud9 can at least help Giddy using, or help Kobe using that vert to stop anyone from running in Trophy. On the other side of the coin, Standby setting up outside Solar right now with the Grim, with the Blackbeard. Center already maybe looking to jump in here. Bino's got the cut from Big Window. Eddie and Epic also still outside. Grim starting to come through from Fens. Center is in the building. He's swung in. He's in Solar. So is the Grim of Fens. Cloud9 not holding onto those windows aggressively. Give the attack a lot of control. Center is just in and planting. Epic gets a nade kill on Kobe, and the flank is shut down. Plant is completed, and Cloud9 are in a beautiful position now.
Not really much left here. Dream, detected from the Grim canister, will look at the Blackbeard and go, well, now what do I do? They'll try to fight around him, getting some assistance there from his teammate. Eventually, center is gone, but so much time has been burnt away. Aiden with one on the Bino. Now it's the player on the rappel as Dream will stick this, long-arming it, as now the attackers have to hop in the building.
Hello?
And the Denari trap stuns him, and he cannot reach it in time. What was the reaction there by Standby? It took them forever to notice that there was a gap spotted on that diffuser once Dream had ended up killing center.
That was horrible. What the hell just happened? They had a wonderful execute, like nearly flawless, with center getting in. Dream couldn't peek him. They get 2 kills covering that plant, and then the post plant comes around. Aiden's able to get a couple on. Aiden's able to get one on the Ella. I think running out and killing Bino on the double window rappel.
Trophy window. Oh, okay.
Yeah, or well, he jumped out trophy window to kill Bino on master window rappel. And then no one has an angle. Like, you cannot cover that from the window. You just can't. Like, you got to kill him on the cross. Otherwise, there's no way for you to deny that. And then the other guy is outside bathroom instead of trying to hit the back from like piano or something. And again, there's a Denari in his way, and like, you can't see the counter diffuse. That was just an incredibly confusing post-plant hold from Standby, but got to give it to Cloud9 for identifying the hole in it and taking advantage. Dream just friggin' just sticking it.
Kudos to him. Now tying up the score line. So we go to Baron Games for Cloud9's third defense. Center now on the blitz. This could maybe draw a potential early execute by Standby. You know, they've got the Capital, they've got the ROUs. Set up those air jabs upstairs as well to block a retake, and there it is. Still 40 seconds has been burned off the timer, and center just gets this plant down immediately. Giddy will win the first gunfight, but he's not in the right place to stop those smokes or ROUs from being effective. That could have been a great counter to shut down the blitz, but just not the right place or right time. The rest of Standby sitting outside on rappels or on the balcony waiting for Cloud9 to start hopping their way outside, and it's just the shooting range for Standby as Epic and Eddie follow together, racking kills, leaving just Kobe Lax now in a 1 versus 3. He spots the shield and spots the player beside him, but it's Epic up above to shoot him. And there we have it, Standby taking back the lead after it really felt like there was nothing Cloud9 had to stop an aggressive execute like that. Maybe Standby had spotted a gap and we're like, screw it. You know, we've got top floor control by Library. That's all we need to get this ball going.
Yeah, I mean, that was probably the plan to begin with, right? Seeing that there wasn't a whole lot of presence on site. There was a warden, but he was not in a position to stop that smoke plant. Center was just like, all right, let's go for it. And I mean, it's one of the most popular rushes in the game for a very good reason. So Grim gets banned by Cloud9, making sure that an operator that Standby have used a few times now, or once on round 2 to very good effect, not going to be available any longer as they take their timeout as well. Kind of weird that they take a timeout this early, right? You think, okay, Standby picked attack here, so like clearly they feel more comfortable about attack. You're only down a round. I feel like taking a timeout this early on is a little odd.
You know, it is still a map that at the very least goes 3-3. Trying to guarantee some rounds on defense is not a bad idea, but that does give them very little wiggle room. Coming to the second half, if they also have a bad early start, that could be, Standby kind of taking the map and running. Heading on to map 2, where they've also had success on Clubhouse, or close to success, going up against Dark Zero, losing 7-5. We're back to dining room and kitchen, where Standby ended up winning off of a very successful clear by Library, again utilizing the death mark trackers, using the lion scans to assist Center with getting in the building, and Eddie having that cutoff, and Kobe also dying on the roam too. It seems like their attacking lineup has briefly changed. That could maybe end up changing a little bit further because we haven't gone into the red time yet for the prep phase. But it seems to be, instead of a library overtake, this could easily be something like either an execute in through dining side with the Amaru going up the hatch, or even the other hatch by Big Garage to help clear out a trophy extension, and having Center push in through the window to have a very aggressive 1-2 punch, which that kind of playstyle worked perfectly last round. Why not just do it again when Cloud9 expect it at the least?
Yeah, Maru Blitz sends. This is an exciting lineup. Where are they? They're front yard, backyard. I have no idea where that is. I don't think I've ever called that, had to call the outside.
Never been that concerned with the outside calls.
Yeah. I guess front yard is over by main door, I think. That's that spawn. I mean, they are setting up outside trophy, which is kind of where we expect that rush to come into play. That's 9 times out of 10 when you have a sense, it ends up being a play from trophy. Eddie does have a couple options too of where he wants to go with this Amaru. He could go dining hatch or trophy hatch. Just depends on which one has less coverage. He's also not the one with the case. So if he ends up dying, doesn't really matter a whole lot. Right now, I think Standby are just looking for an angle, or looking for what angle they want to try and push in from first. Flashes go out upstairs. ROUs to try and stop anyone from peeking the hatch. Fens is low, but still alive. It's Epic with the opening kill onto Aiden. More smoke canisters coming out from Giddy. That's the last one as this rush is in full effect. Center is planting inside kitchen. Nothing is going to stop it as Epic was able to get a second kill. Eddie was inside trophy. That's probably where he ended up Amaruing, even though it was Epic to get both kills. Now Snake, Kobe, and Giddy have to try and retake from the top floor, but there is a blitz in the way. Center happy to just continue sitting here as Bino kills Kobe, protecting his teammate. Giddy does kill Center. There's a couple kills for Cloud9, but there's only 10 seconds remaining for them to get on this case. They've still got to worry about this player outside trophy window. Bino upside down repel. And Standby with a 3-1 lead. Cloud9's timeout, not giving them a round.
The gambit not paying off, at least for now. And a good call by Standby, maybe noticing again the lack of site presence that could help stop an aggressive push like that. I don't know if I'd call it an execute, because you still had Standby focusing on the top floor to an extent. They had someone up by solar window, so you couldn't have a retake by trophy stairs. They had someone on master window to cut off a majority of that vert above as well and throw out utility to disorient those players on the top floor. And then you had the Amaru assisting the blitz from pushing in. That and Epic as well following suit. It was a very well done 2-to-3 split with a chunk of your attackers focusing on the top floor, but not to a degree where they'll have their life in danger, still guarding a lot of that map and vertical denial, but then the rest of your team focusing on just hunting down those defenders who don't have a lot of backup in the bomb site. So once they had site control, they threw out those smokes, went in for a very safe plant. They probably noticed the lack of a warden in that lineup. And now they're up by 3 rounds total in the half. Cloud9 only with 1. And it looks like they're trying to get desperate. They've got Aiden now on the Vigil, a lot of emphasis on the roam once again. We go to Office where, you know, Cloud9 did end up winning, but the start of the round for Standby was impeccable. They had a 5 versus 3 post plant with Blackbeard in the site. If they just had better coverage on the diffuser, this could be a flawless first half for them.
There's also been 4 plants in 4 rounds from Standby. I love their emphasis on the objectives so far. Yeah, and they've won 3 of them, right? Except for that really weird post plant in round 2. They planted Dining, which is why Fens was able to win that 1v1 from upstairs, and then they had those 2 rush plants. So,
oh, yeah, you're right. It was a bar rush. I forgot about round 3. Thank you.
Yeah. It's been a great objective game from Standby so far. Cloud9, I like that they're kind of leaning more into the roam here to stop Standby from getting all the map control. But I think you also have to identify, you know, clearly the plant is the Standby win con. If it does come down to an execute, you've got smoke, but really not much else. And now there's 3 nades!
God, bro.
Oh my god!
Dude, chill out!
Aiden had absolutely nowhere to go. And down goes your Vigil. I was going to say, hey, maybe, you know, the Vigil also could have a lot of impact because, you know, they're going to be relying a lot on this Lion. And nope. Down he goes. Giddy trying to maybe challenge the slant player, but Epic's armed with the DMR. And he's got a great angle here. Giddy is wasting a lot of time, though. I mean, this is the slowest round Standby have had so far. 1:15 left. There's still roamers to try and clear. They do drone Giddy, but nothing pushing him out right now.
This was closer to their pace on round 1. Now Devin pushes in again off that Lion scan and another cutoff to follow up. Fen's gone and Giddy not looking the right way. I guess he didn't hear Blackbeard running up blue, but I digress. You've got 50 seconds now and what looked like a potential round for Standby to lose given their lack of time and kills. They rack up 3 almost in a row. And now are looking to try to push their way into sight for a plant. There are still Toxic Babes for Snake. There is still a Nitro Cell for Dream. And the Toxic Babe against his Adrenaline Surge could be a great counter, but he's got no opportunity to fight against the Blackbeard. His center pushes him away, gets himself a freebie, and it's flawlessly ended by Standby after, again, just a smooth as butter clear against the roam, the follow-up from the nades with the cutoff, and the map control, the Blackbeard and Lion synergy. It was all just beautiful by Standby. And all right, bro. Okay. Devin's getting a little crazy in all chat, but you're up 4-1. I can understand that a little bit.
I was just say too, like, did you see the Lion Epic? Epic was still on the roof when he got that final kill.
Yeah.
He did not move the whole round, like a statue. Oh my god,
dude!
I mean,
do you think
7-2?
Do you think that nade spam was like 3-2-1, and then after they got the kill, they all just started laughing? Like that was so funny to witness on my end.
Absolutely.
I could imagine they were laughing after that one.
Watching Aiden like, oh, hey, there's a nade. And just red indicators everywhere appear on his screen.
Yeah.
Literally, what do you do? You can't do anything. And now it's a 4-1 lead for Standby. Let's not forget, again, Standby, historically, are 2-0 on this map. But they didn't play it at all in NAL. They just beat like burger teams in open quals. They've actually banned, John, in the NAL, LFO, Standby banned Chalet every single game except the final game against DZ. They don't play this map. Or I guess maybe they do now with Aiden and Snake. Cloud9, on the other hand, they like this map. Teams ban it against them all the time. They even veto XG here. And this is their map pick. Standby are taking it to him right now. And now Standby are bringing this Blackbeard once again. That's done so much work for them. I've been loving the Finka too. You can tell, when the Finka comes out, that's when Standby hit the ground running. But Eddie gets smoked. Luckily, the trade is there. You lose Finka for Fenrir. I'd say that's a pretty equal trade considering both have active util, but the Fenrir, his mines are still up. He just can't move them. That was a beautiful shot from Giddy, though.
Yeah, at least the Adrenaline Surge just can't be countered by the Toxic Babes, but can't be as aggressive. It's a good point to just have a little bit of health after going for another engagement or just healing up during the mid-round while you're hitting a reset. And the nades. Those are also extremely important now that Jaeger is on the board and you've got no more grenades left in the round as Finka died with the last two. Lion Scan comes out. I would imagine Center starts walking his way in at some point to try to bounce off of that. It is still a tied man count, but Cloud9 are keeping control of this top floor. And this isn't even the primary position of Office, but they're still holding it. You've got to worry all the way over by Bar, where the objective actually is, and there's still some presence by Mezzanine and Top Blue. Not only just Kobe here, using the Mute Jammer to dodge that Lion Scan, but isn't able to dodge the bullet from Fenz's rifle, as now the assault begins to occur. But a team kill happens! He's kill hungry to get rid of the Fender upstairs. Thankfully, Fenz gets rid of Aiden, and now you've got a 3 versus 2, but your Blackbeard is gone, and there's still so much utility at the disposal of Cloud9.
Oh, and Bino gets C4'd! Karma strikes in the form of Snake's explosive. And we're down from what should probably be a 4v2 right now, John, or even a 3v2. It's now even. Fenz looking to work his way through lobby into Bar, but Dream is stopping him with those gas canisters. 20 seconds left, but Fenz finds him in Bar stock. He gets a little bit overexposed, but he's down, I think, by the gas, and Snake, leveraging the hatch, just gets the final kill. What?
Well, things could have gone from bad to worse, but after the Blackbeard died to his own teammate, Cloud9 are able to recover, and you're correct. The Toxic Babe ended up injuring Fenz, stopping his reign of terror with that 4K, which could have been an ace if he landed a couple shots against Snake. So, a 2-4 split, it's better than 5-1 without a doubt. But again, you've used up your timeout and you're still at a deficit. Now Standby are on the defense. Chalet, it's not impossible to attack, obviously, but it is still a little more defender-sided. And the operator bans, too. Very interesting. Azami and Clash, that doesn't really speak out to me, but the Grim and Glaz, that seems very targeted by Standby. They might have been expecting some sort of hot-headed rush by them, which, wouldn't shock me. Cloud9 is also a very aggressive team that likes to play on Chalet quite often too, but you still have other good options to do that, like the Blitz that Dream is insta-locked for this round. Maybe he'll change it, but what hasn't changed is the starting objective for both these teams. That'll still be Dining Room and Kitchen with, I'd say, a fairly similar lineup here for Standby from what we saw from Cloud9, except maybe the Castle, I guess.
Compared to round 1, yeah, they're bringing in Castle. They don't have Ella like Cloud9 were running pretty consistently on this site too. Cloud9 also, they did bring Castle the second go around. Yeah, technically compared to the second go around, it's the same minus the Ella, swapping the Ella for for Fenrir, and then swapping Malusi for Solus. So a little bit more information for Standby than Cloud9 had on their previous attempt here.
Dream did end up switching off the operator of Blitz to now go for Blackbeard, maybe to help assist with a clear on the top floor. There is a lot of utility to help deal with the Fenrir mines, deal with the Castle barricades. You've got the Flores Brava combination, which is also great, but Bino on Solus has also detected that utility, and wow, catching the castle barricade as well, or the terror drone that was stuck on it and keeping the barricade intact. That was impressive for Bino. Seems like Cloud9 beginning to focus their attention more towards Solar rather than Library, and not really a lot of defenders that close position. They are playing between the office side of the map, but they're more focused towards Library, and now hearing the Selmas go off, they readjust slightly to pivot. Uh-oh.
Looked like Fens maybe didn't shoot the Selma because he wanted his position to remain undetected, but they knew where he was. In fact, it was Giddy on the long angle, almost caught him through the window with that DMR. More flashes going out, trying to smoke out Dream, but I think it ends up getting shot. Ridiculous if that's what happened. Snake, though, was our first casualty, and Dream does not check Fens, who was just there. Now your Blackbeard's dead. You've lost what remaining Roteros you had if Snake hadn't used them all. Luckily, Fens does get refragged eventually. In comes Giddy, but he's taken a ton of damage, and he's stuck in a crossfire. Center takes him down. Cloud9 now have just 2 players. One upstairs, one downstairs. Aiden trying to now duo with his teammate to try and get something upstairs in Solar, knowing that Standby are going to use the vert if they can, but Center takes out Kobe as he tries to swing in. And Aiden finds himself alone. Now just fishing for picks downstairs. He's spotted by the Solus. And of course, with 2 players towards Solar, they might start flanking him in short order. No, they're playing passive. 30 seconds left. They know this round is pretty much over as long as they don't give Aiden anything.
Just the waiting game now for Standby. 20 seconds and diffuser control, top Solar. Some damage traded between teams, but Aiden is the only one left standing and eventually is finished off by Eddie. A really unfortunate clear for Cloud9 as they didn't check Owl. And I guess didn't have enough info or assume the player had backed off. That's a free kill there. And your Blackbeard gone rather early. Your big spearhead of the Solar take is gone, and Cloud9 just didn't have a response to trade back. They tried hopping in through bathroom, but Giddy was there for the kill. They couldn't really do much with Solar anymore and lost diffuser control. And Standby, you know, this could have easily have been match point already for them if not for the unfortunate team kill on their Blackbeard just 2 rounds ago, which is shocking given how, you know, comfortable Cloud9 usually are on this map. It's bar and play now for Standby, and you know, they're looking great so far. They still have a consistent entry game against Cloud9, and all their players are doing phenomenal, where Cloud9 have just been a little quiet so far. They haven't been as successful on the entry against Epic and Eddie. Those two have been incredibly powerful in the early round, slowing down Cloud9, and it just seems like they haven't been really letting their foot off the gas pedal, Harrison.
Yeah, curious to see, especially, you know, someone I highlighted having a great tournament so far, Aiden, 2-6. Feeling his presence a whole lot. Standby now extending all the way across the map on this bar games defense. They've got the benefit of this mute. They've got the castle to help bolster this upstairs too. They've got plenty of information from that Valkyrie. I also like Bino playing on site as the Warden, you know, just in case that Cloud9 see that there's a gap and want to hit it fast with smokes. They've got the Warden and Barstock to stop that from happening. But of course, Cloud9 are not going for the rush. They're kind of doing a typical clear, checking library, opening Flores's, playing on the Balk, trying to see who's playing around here. There is no one pot. The closest player, I think it's just Epic, kind of on Mez.
And the Brava and Flores being brought a second time for C9. They're attempting to get this stock wall opened up, but I'm not sure if they've destroyed the mute jammer protecting it from that Selma charge, so might be a little bit of a longer game before it's opened up. The mudroom barricade's been destroyed too. That could be a lurk spot for later in the round for them. A lot of smaller points and setup initiatives are being done by Cloud9, but they still have to worry about the top floor clear. Yes, they're making some good progress, but for right now, they got to worry about the site itself, and Giddy will take the initiative on it, wall-banging Bino and immediately hopping in to get this diffuser down, and there is not a response until center with the C4 explodes in the face of Giddy and injures Kobilax outside the site window. 2 versus 3 as Kobe is still injured, and Eddie's aware of the Mudroom player, attempting to fight him, but he'll be patient about this one. And now center still playing right inside of stock, waiting for a hop in by that window, maybe to swing out and stop another person from recovering this diffuser. I think off the information that Eddie has with someone droning him by Mudroom, he'll walk back upstairs. He could maybe play above on the hatch to assist his teammate without having to threaten his life playing in the site itself.
Cloud9 giving up this top floor fully could end up punishing them late in the round, but center evading tons of shots. There's info on him. Barstock, of course, is open. Eddie, though, kills Dream, and that's that player upstairs. Case is now also down. Eddie trying to challenge the staircase now with his shotgun. Center repositions in Barstock. Now that Dream is dead, there's no one playing on his wall, but Eddie ends up falling to Aiden, who retakes upstairs, now through the hatch, pressuring center, still running around, doesn't end up finishing the Flores before looking away. And Aiden punishes him and gives the round to C9.
Great job there from Giddy, noticing that there was a huge opportunity just to hop into sight and try to stick for a plant. Yes, there was still center playing close by stock, but in all honesty, I mean, the stock wall was opened up. It could have very easily have been a kill from someone close by to shut that down at a potential post plant. Regardless, though, C9 off of that gap were able to work a lot of gunfights in their favor. They stopped the vert presence upstairs and refocused their attention to center, who was basically trapped in sight, unable to help his teammate on the top floor. So at least that's a round to kind of slow things down for standby as C9 win that previous round on the attack. We go upstairs to office now for standby, and I'm really loving the use of Denari. I felt like we rarely saw her played in Element, and now Denari's played. I think we've seen Denari in both of our matches quite consistently, especially on Chalet.
Yeah, we've seen her a lot. We've seen him a lot.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, whoops.
He's pretty good. All you do is just sit your thing down, and then now they can't walk through that door or go through that window unless they burn it. And even if they do burn it, it comes back, or they have to tank the damage and get slowed. Like, it sucks having to tank a trip. So he's really good for area denial, kind of like a pseudo Aruni, only it's more for personnel rather than Aruni is generally more used for utility. And then that's probably why Standby brought both.
Cloud9 also introducing the Deimos in play. It's got some characters pinged out that they can maybe track later on with the death marker. Vertical detected up above on the top floor. They could maybe have someone try to hop in through West Main to assist Kobe, but he's gotten in through Trophy just fine. Could maybe utilize that vert with his pistol off of some good info, but wow, what a lineup from Giddy. All the way from outside, killing center on either the vert or near the kill box room instead. That was impressive, or closet, my mistake, but still an impressive nade nonetheless to start Cloud9 off on the right foot. Seems like the roam by stock is trying to collect itself to go back upstairs to help with the solar clear, and the Capitao coming in to make space. We might see a plant go down shortly, Harrison, as Ash is in the site. Aiden could be trying to stick this, and as Giddy finds another, the coverage is almost perfect as the plant is now secure in a 4 versus 1 and now a 4 versus 0. Cloud9 one round away from tying us up after 2 beautiful executes into sight.
Yeah, Giddy with that lineup to open things in bathroom, and that allowed a little bit more space for Cloud9 to work with in solar. They get a foothold, and it seems like as soon as they're confident they have solar control, Aiden waltzes into the site and starts planting. As soon as he does that, everyone on standby tries to make a play to stop it from happening. We have the Aruni coming in from office. We have someone else coming in from bathroom. I think it was Epic. Yeah, I think it was Epic on the two barrel coming in from bathroom. You had a player stuck in closet, and none of those three defenders were able to make anything happening because of the coverage from Cloud9. Like you said, it was basically perfect. Beautiful execute. And now standby, maybe starting to feel the pressure here with one round separating them and Cloud9 from what was a 5-1 lead. Or sorry, 5-2 lead.
It's been an impressive recovery by Cloud9 again. Their entries have looked a lot better. Giddy, I think, has been the only person on their team to find entries.
Yes, he's 4-0.
Yeah, he has been putting a lot of the heavy lifting in the early rounds, spotting gaps, making space for his team, and also doing it while playing more of the supportive roles like Capitao and Gridlock, who's also having a lot of value in the middle late round, holding cutoffs, using his utility to, again, make space, and standby have not been doing a good job of adjusting against Cloud9's aggression. You know, again, you've got the first entry kill, and there is info knowing where Cloud9 are pushing from, but it just feels like they don't have the right tools to slow them down. Once they get that first entry, they are just off to the races trying to poke away into sight, and they've done a good job of spotting gaps to plant the diffuser now twice in a row, or almost twice in a row. I forgot they didn't get it down on bars. That's my bad. But go now to kitchen and dining, where we could once again see a very aggressive lineup in style for Cloud9, as it's very common. But yeah, off their lineup, maybe not.
Yeah, Capitao, Brava. Pretty typical. Brava, of course, again, used for the defaults on Chalet, which are very powerful when you hack them. You can basically remove your need for flank drone for most of the round. Also hack those Fenrers, which are very useful to have as the attack. Because if you don't blind the defense, at least you just get rid of it. But it looks like all of them are set up for the extension and the roam. So if it comes down to it, there's not going to be a single Fenrir on site, which is interesting.
Not having one for, yeah, either sight from 45 or trophy window is a little interesting, but I can respect it. This is a map where you can see a full clear by library, and having those Fenrir mines to assist that is always a plus. Giddy again, another entry kill. This guy just does not stop. He has been on a tear in the entry department, has been really consistent for Cloud9 in this first map. Eddie gone, at least his utility has already been deployed throughout this round, and you still have Fens playing by bathroom to at least buy a little bit of time and assisting center over by this top floor extension, destroying those Selmas now as well. A lot of time's been used up here from Cloud9, but again, they have good info to work off of. They've spotted center, but luckily the Magnet catches that Capitao bolt and puts it at a safe distance, but it doesn't do so. Oh, never mind. I thought he shot out a second one, but center was just a little bit at the edge of that Capitao bolt, so he takes some damage, but is still alive, and there's still a lot being stalled here from standby, but Cloud9 continue to win their 1-for-1s, and they just about now have site control in this 5 versus 2, with there being nothing left for them to do as Giddy racks up a triple kill, looking for the 4K, and he gets it! Cloud9 with a third round in a row, flawlessly choking out standby. They literally were trapped in boxes with the utility they had at their disposal, Harrison.
And just like C9, standby's timeout does not give them a round. Beautiful stuff from Cloud9, being able to hold on to Solar, pressure those players on the site at the same time, get a couple kills downstairs, and Giddy with a crazy gap hit. 4 kills on the round with the Dokkaebi. It seemed like he was basically everywhere all at once. I mean, it was really just him, right? Getting the opening pick and then jumping into bathroom and killing 2 more people. Beautiful stuff from Giddy. Great stuff from the Capitao too. I think it was Dream holding that Wamai there for so long. Center literally couldn't do anything. Now it's 5-5. Now, if you're standby, you're sweating a little bit, right? You just took your timeout. You didn't win the round. You just dropped a 5-2 lead. And you're thinking to yourself, ooh, maybe this is just an attacker-sided Chalet.
Could be. Cloud9 may be proving that point as we speak, especially with how well Giddy's been playing off his utility and how much Cloud9 has been assisting him. Like you mentioned that highlight there of Dream kind of trapping the, I believe it was center. Yeah, center on Normai last round. Literally could not go anywhere and then just got shot by Giddy's. He hopped in through bathroom. We go down in a wine room with a very utility-focused composition, yet Standby will still have a roam upstairs. The potential for a fall off is definitely there, though. If they need to get away from this clear by Cloud9, they could fall back. But instead, it looks like more of a direct take. You've got trench door opened up already. There's big garage presence to get this cut off, looking all the way from big garage into connector. But they do still have Snake on Ram, deploying some of those boogie drones and getting vert. So if they want to rotate across the map, they could most easily do so. But it does look like a majority of Cloud9's focus for right now is playing over by sight from Trench. And instead, maybe just having Snake kind of be a one-man army here, working his way through the building and having some help by Giddy up on that cutoff from the roof. But nope. Luckily, Fens is able to tuck himself away from the IQ and now hide directly behind this half wall and dodging the drone as well. This could be a huge play for Standby if Fens is able to stay alive upstairs.
Plus, with Eddie taking down the Nomad, opening pick for the defense and the air jabs dead, it's going to be a lot harder to hold on to these flanks. But no, Fens does get spotted and killed by Snake. So the rat play doesn't do anything. I mean, I guess it deals damage to the Ram, but that's it. You'd much rather have a kill. Now you've lost your Goyo. Luckily, his utility is already down. That was your only player top floor, too. Now these middle floor roamers, maybe a little bit more exposed, but thanks to the damage done earlier by Fens, Eddie is able to easily finish off Snake. Giddy is once again there for a trade. He is playing lights out right now. He's the big player for C9. Even 3v3, though, still a C4 in pocket for center that he could potentially use on either a player playing vert or potential planter. He's inside blue right now. C9 looking to rotate all the way towards garage side. Dream with the case, maybe looking to drop hatch, but there's another Goyo sitting there and waiting for him. And as we know, Goyo's burn 20 to 25 seconds and right on cue. Eddie uses it. He does get burned out from behind pillar and killed by Giddy. That's a beautiful 1-2 punch. But again, are these Goyos going to stop this plan from happening? No, Dream rushes right through. Giddy felled. C4 out, and it's huge. Center denies the plant with 5 seconds left. Aiden's got to try and hunt, but he knows there's no time remaining. Gets a consolation kill, I guess, onto center. But still, the round goes Standby's way, and they have retaken the lead.
And going back to basics for Standby, you know, realizing that Cloud9's success has been off of their early entries and map control. So they actively try to contest Cloud9 from every point they entered the building from. They had a roamer upstairs. That was Fens hiding at half wall. And yes, he did lose to Snake. He got him low and eventually ended up dying to Eddie, who won the first entry with a well-placed C4 on the people entering in from trophy side. That not only racked 2 kills for Standby, but burned about half the round's timer off the pool, leaving it to be a little bit of an awkward execute there by Cloud9 with the help of that stall utility Standby had, like the Vulcan packs and the Nitrocell that saved the day by stopping that diffuser from being planted. Now they have match point in their pocket, but Cloud9 again, only 1 round behind from potentially securing overtime and still winning their map pick, I believe it is, right? Or did Standby ended up picking here?
This is Cloud9's pick.
I thought so, because I remember you mentioned the stats, and they looked very favorable for Cloud9. I was like, there's no way Standby did like a soul read and pick this instead, but it would be a huge benefit for Standby to win this map 7-5, then going on to their pick of Club, where they look very comfortable on for this best of 3. But again, Cloud9, they've been looking a lot better on the attack, and their enter department has been pretty solid as well with the help of Giddy.
who again is 5-0 on entry. Nobody on Cloud9 even has an opening pick. Giddy has been the glue holding this team together so far. Standby. 1 round away from taking their opponent's map pick, though, and they're trying to do it on bar. They don't have quite as far of an extension as we're now used to seeing on this map. Standby have been, I think I put it before, exuding their presence across the whole map. Basically every other defense. This time they're pretty concentrated to just the site and right above by library and mezzanine. Wondering if that's going to work for them or against them, because they're not going to delay quite as much time on the roam, but then they have a lot more tradability here.
Our breach charge is going off now for Dream. There is a Wamai to counteract the Capital Bolt, but there is also Burn with the help of those flashes. Maybe to assist that blue shield from being cleared away, or at least destroyed, because Snake also has frag grenades. Here comes the Logi Bomb, just giving away extra information. There's no flank happening, or they know how many people are playing above around this shield and library extension. Surya Gate gets reactivated, and just dwindling that pool of resources Cloud9 has for not only the top floor clear, but the execute as well. I didn't even notice the fact they have both Awamai and Jaeger, and it seems like this heavy amount of utility is really slowing down Cloud9, Harrison. They have not been able to push past Office just yet. With the help of that smoke bolt, they could maybe avoid the shield, and that's exactly what happens. Kobilax lining up 2 headshots back-to-back is finally thwarted by Eddie, but Dream is there on the trade. Snake following up with another one, and we've got overtime as Cloud9 slip through the cracks once again, avoiding the shield and cutting right into the meat and potatoes of that extension by library.
This time it's Kobilax to get the first opening pick for Cloud9 by someone not named Giddy, and he does it beautifully by slipping through that office breach and finding the big rotate that Standby had created, lining up 2 players, and from there, Standby just collapsed. Cloud9 kept the ball rolling after those first couple kills and kept that trade game in tight. Now it's 6-6. Cloud9, they're on the defense, and we've established, John, it is an 8-4 split in favor of the attack.
Really was not expecting how attacker-sided this first map would be, honestly. But again, you know, a lot of it having to do with the entry department. Giddy having a large majority of those entry on the attack. Kobe finally stepping in to join him and not have Giddy's the only person with entry kills on Cloud9 and Standby. It's been a battle between Eddie and Epic, doing incredibly well to follow up the aggression that Cloud9's been trying to have. I believe it's dining room and kitchen now in play for Cloud9, having a good emphasis on the roam once again. Maybe Aiden ratting somewhere as well on the vigil. Oh, he might just be playing back in mezzanine again, which I don't know if I like those odds. Not only do we have 3 sets of grenades like we saw last time, we've got 4 in total for Standby. We might see 4 nades getting lobbed at this guy mezzanine. That would be devastating for Aiden, and that could be another entry potentially for Standby if that's the kind of play they want to go for, which could be the case, because that's where center is starting the round, is over by Library Balk.
There are a couple players near there, the Vigil and the Fenrir. See how much support center has. He does spot the Vigil, and okay, Aiden just runs out on him, thinking that the Blackbeard had no cover. Beautiful bait and switch there from Standby, and now a second kill by Epic. Beautiful start. Couldn't have asked for better. Not a single point of damage done to any of these attackers, and you've taken down Kobilax, the guy who just popped off in the previous round, so you make sure he doesn't get hot, which is huge. And now you've got full library control. You can start leveraging it with, I mean, still a lot of time.
Still having all your utility as well. Those were 2 kills almost for free. 8 grenades to play with only 3 defenders left. screw clearing out the utility. Start throwing nades at people. You might get a kill off of it, which would be huge for standby. Dream hiding down below. You've got that Nitrocell pocket, and maybe you could peek through the window to spot someone rotating through highway. Might be a nice kill to collect, but the rest of standby just focusing on the office execute. You've got the Blackbeard by the main breach, another one on office balcony, and slowly Cloud9 begin to retreat deeper into the bomb site. Giddy also falling off that shield as well. No smoke grenades here for the composition of standby, but at least you can maybe see through those RUs. I don't remember if that's still a change or not. And I actually didn't even notice this. The bomb site's back in dining. So much action happened upstairs that I forgot the bomb site was located in the first floor. So maybe with this lack of time, Cloud9 could get away with a miracle, especially with Giddy. He was hiding in the bathtub, but I think he was detected. But the bait from downstairs, the Nitrocell from Dream, perfectly coordinated off his teammates' info. And Giddy at least went 1-for-1 before dying. Now a 2 versus 3, with just 20 seconds left to go. A lot more winnable here compared to what was soon to be a 5 versus 2 before the execute begins to unravel for standby. Dream with another well-landed shot. Now you've got 10 seconds left. Epic going 1-for-1, leaving just Snake, and he's detected by the Lion scan, but Epic can't land the shot behind the bomb chassis. Another flash for Bino, but he's got basically no time left. He's got to push the envelope, but Snake is waiting. Cloud9, what a recovery. They lose their roam, but the anchor does not fall under pressure. 7-6 for Cloud9.
You cannot be losing that. If you're standby, you had a flawless start, 2 free kills. You move into the clear. There's a great C4. I don't know how Center didn't see that coming. The Warden was very clearly calling for something there instead of just simply backing up. And to add insult to injury, Giddy goes 1-for-1, but it's still not over. Standby still have a great chance to win the round, but then Snake inside kitchen, playing behind the bomb chassis. Bino not playing with his teammate, either not playing with his teammate or just Epic getting a little ahead of himself. Either way, it gives Snake a 1v1 that he wins, and Bino knew where he was. He knew exactly where the Aruni was. He had him full blind for a second. You cannot be losing that. But now Cloud9 completely flipped the script. Standby are now on the back foot for the first time this map.
A well-deserved round there for Cloud9, without a doubt. And standby, unable to close out a huge advantage they had in the early round. I thought we weren't going to have history repeat itself with the 5v3s being lost, but here we are yet again on Chalet. It happens once again.
New camera feed up.
Cloud9, I think, for the first time are in the lead in this game. And now for standby, their defense of Wine Room, which I believe we saw back on round number 11 when they were defending. They were successful on that bomb site, but it was also, again, off of a lot of stall in the early round. You had Eddie, I believe it was, winning 2 gunfights, Fens as well, burn away some time on the very top floor of the map. Cloud9, at least starting the round by Big Garage like they did last time, but they also have Thermite in play, so they're not only relegated to executing from the backside of the map. If they end up getting a lot more control upstairs, they could easily rotate towards Fireplace, or at the very least, they've got a cutoff, which is always helpful on this bomb site, since you can have a lot of long angles that, standby really cannot counter as long as you have someone sitting on those positions.
They do look like they want to have at least some semblance of a clear upstairs. How much information they're dedicating here. There's Eddie and Epic inside kitchen dining here. Center also in bar. Fens way up top. Bino's the only player on site. Oh, wow. Nearly a kill for Center. Catching Snake on the rotate to Trench. Puts him up to 1 HP. Luckily, not your primary planter. Dream is still very healthy. Eddie repositioning towards West Main after the breach has been opened. Cloud9's maybe aware of this. They're able to pick off Fens here. Eddie should be a dead man. Snake very aware of this position. Giddy holding on West Main to prevent any kind of rotate. Now he works his way in, looking to hunt down Eddie. Finds the Mira. Eddie now gone. Giddy, a second kill on the refrag attempt from Epic. Does get picked off finally by Center, but not before both Bino and Fens fall. Center is the last man standing. Kobe gets the plant down. He's stuck in a Goyo, and Cloud9 come back to win it in OT 8-6.
I can't believe it, Harrison. Cloud9 did a miraculous comeback after they were down almost at series point at like a 6-1 scoreline, and somehow after already using their timeout, they had an incredible recovery. Their entries were spot on. They had good info and utility usage, and that round too as well. Even though they almost lost their capital, the rest of that round was incredible. And yet another giddy montage in play too, just walking aside and killing 2 people. You absolutely love to see it, and that has to be such a big mental boon there for Cloud9 after winning what looked like a near impossible comeback against their opponents of Standby.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. Again, shout out to Giddy for going 6-0 on the entry. 6 out of the 7 opening picks his team found. Just immaculate performance, and Cloud9, coming back on the attacker side of Chalet. Say what you will, whatever, but the big round, winning that defense, which was a complete upset, right? Shout out to Snake for winning that huge 1v2. But that's map 1 in the books. We will be back with Clubhouse in just a few minutes.
From a regulation match point against to an 8-6 OT win, Cloud9 showing the definition of a comeback victory on their own map to kick off the series. What a start. 17 kills from Giddy, 6-0 on the entry. He was popping off, but to show up and to play lights out like they did and to get into winning position, stand by Harrison, they came so close, but it just wasn't enough.
They really did. There are a few rounds where they really should have closed it out and didn't. Let's talk about one of the very first rounds of the game, round 2, when they got essentially a free plant and had one of the worst post plants I've ever seen in my life. Let's talk about round 6, where they should have had a 4v2. Fens maybe could have aced, but Bino team killed their Blackbeard, and I think someone got C4'd or something. And then that 1v2 on round 13, where we've talked about this being an incredibly attacker-sided Chalet. Standby are looking great in their first attacking round. In overtime, and then Snake wins a 1 versus 2. So many rounds where Standby really should have taken it, but didn't. It was kind of a similar situation to what we saw in the first game with Orglis versus JJ and Co., where Orglis looked like they probably should have won the first map if they just knew how to close out the round.
Again, that ability to adapt by Cloud9 and to spot gaps and weaknesses in Standby's either attack or defense. Having Giddy lob in a nade, go for an entry, work off of info that his teammates are providing. Having the chance of getting in a site, solidifying a post-plant position. Those moments were huge for Cloud9. And, you know, even though the score line was still down to the wire, there were a lot of adjustments that Cloud9 were able to do that just in the long run gave them that 8-6 lead to take their map pick and the 1v2 like you mentioned and we just saw in the highlight, which was just absolutely insane by Snake. And yeah, the stats, I feel like they speak for themselves. Like we talked about, the 6-0 entry for Giddy. On top of that, also an incredible performance of 17 and 11. The guy was just popping off.
Popping off across the board as well. Of course, I was thinking about Aiden and was seeing how that youngster could perform in his role in this moment on a new team. Obviously, his numbers weren't the best, but that really did not matter. Making the contributions where they were needed. And Harrison, as we can see, just doing anything to support the pop-off performance that Giddy was having. Doesn't matter what the rest of the team was doing sometimes because Giddy had it handled.
Yeah, multiple 4Ks, multiple double entries, just getting in the building and getting those picks, most importantly, which is amazing too because he started like 4-7 or something. He had like a really, really modest start. And then we switched to attack and he was basically like a completely different player. Cloud9 would certainly not be the same without Giddy. They wouldn't be the same without Dream either. Dream had some incredible, I assume, incredible calls during that game too. Again, John was talking about how well Cloud9 were able to adapt to take those, to steal those rounds away from Standby. And similarly to kind of, you know, Giddy's glow up in the second half, we had the complete opposite from Epic and Fens. They had like a glow down heading into the defense. They were like 7-2, 8-3 or something like that, and ended up finishing, Epic finished even, Fens only finished +1. So we had a role reversal between kind of those three players, and I think Standby really missed their impact.
Well, John, I'm sorry to do this to you, but you're the guy who said Standby or having the dark horse performance could be the pick to surprise everybody. What is it that they need to fix here other than, I mean, obviously we saw some glaring mistakes in some rounds, as Harrison said, they did not capitalize on. Now they're going into Clubhouse, right? They have a chance to hit the reset button. After losing to a comeback performance like that, though, what is it they should focus on Clubhouse in order to be that team to surprise Cloud9, go map 3, and maybe even further than that?
I don't even know if surprise would be the right word against Cloud9. It would just be, again, tightening up those screws and probably having more thorough communication. Again, the executes and knowing, you know, who's backing up the Blackbeard or what utility you're working with. Because the early round, it looked like the coordination was fantastic. It was just, again, the mid to late round that got muddied up, you know, knowing when the Blackbird's going to be able to push in, who's there behind him, who should be fighting this person by Mez, and things just getting overly chaotic and folding under pressure of the clock. The time doesn't matter if you have a 3 versus 1. The last guy's trapped behind the bomb chassis in sight. All you have to do is work together to push in and not jump the gun. There was a lot of that happening in those crucial rounds, and Cloud9 took full advantage of it, giving them that knuckled win in overtime. On Clubhouse, the same thing could also happen as well. Although it's one of the older maps in the comp pool, a lot of rat plays can happen and Hail Marys in the mid to late round.
And on the flip side, John, I also think there are similar situations on Clubhouse, like you might encounter on any map. Something that Cloud9 was doing very well, right, was that utility game, those power positions. When you think about Chalet, you think about the top of those blue stairs, right outside that library wall. On Clubhouse, the rafters position has a similar impact, right? Harrison, that's something that Cloud9 were doing so well on Chalet. Smaller map, Clubhouse, older map. Do you think that's going to be fine for Standby, that they shouldn't have a problem with that kind of thing? Or is it going to require some more sizable adjustments?
I think Standbys, as far as just the raw utility game was, again, I think it was a similar situation to like Oracle's versus where their early round was pretty fine. Like their utility usage was fine. Clubhouse is, I mean, we all know Clubhouse. It's going to just come down to who has the better fundamentals. Right now, it's C9, but who knows? This could just be a much, much more comfortable map for Standby. Like, it's not like they looked like crap on map 1. Like there were still signs of life. They still looked pretty good. They just narrowly couldn't close it out. I expect them to look a lot more comfortable here.
It is their map pick, so hopefully we'll see them improve and maybe a map 3 on the horizon in this matchup. Boys, it is all you.
Thank you very much. And John, as everyone knows, we love map 3s. So what happens here? Does Cloud9 end it? Does Standby force a map 3? Do they end up finishing above Cloud9 for the first time ever? Do Cloud9 get a buff because all the maps in this current pool start with C? Who knows? just throwing it out there.
It's a good one. Off the dome like that too.
Oh yeah, I've been thinking about that for an hour and a half. I'm not gonna lie.
Never mind.
I was like, yo, Chalet Club Consulate. Wow, C9. Oof.
Coincidence? I don't think so. Also a word that starts with the letter C.
Oh my god.
The lines, they just connect, or the dots connect themselves. We've got Jim and Bedroom in play for Cloud9. Oh, sorry. Oh my god, we did it again. That's crazy. Another one. I need to start making up words
consecutively.
All right.
You imagine if they went church first or cash. Another one.
My god.
But they didn't. They went gym, and they have a very standard lineup. We're seeing the Jaeger now come into play a little bit more, I imagine, on a map like Clubhouse, where your power positions are so important. Giddy 2 on the Warden. We see Ying come out from Standby, so Warden probably going to be played a lot this match. And I'm a little bit surprised that Azami is left up. I think is that the first time Azami's been...
I think so,
because Azami got banned both initial bans in map 1. She was banned initially every ban in our first series. Yeah, this is the first time we're seeing Azami today.
And Cloud9 are wasting no time to use her. Just defending by herself from rafters. I believe she could have a little bit of help, either by, top red or from cash room. But in the meantime, just pretty comfortable playing behind those Kiba barriers. 90 seconds burned away, and Standby are being very reserved, I would say. Maybe they're trying to wait on someone to help Eddie, and he'll use these air jabs to push away the Azami behind those Kibas. And yeah, that's exactly what happens. Air jab with a nade follows up, and it's a free kill for Fens. Good coordination again with the early round utility by Standby, but it's that late round we're really relying on them to pick up their game. maybe that's where the Ying will come into play. Bino's got that diffuser. You can play on the highway windows, just start throwing out flashes and making a lot of chaos throughout the round to try to get in and plant that diffuser. But it looks like Cloud9 are preparing with that. Giddy's got a nitro cell pre-placed down below for that gym window execute. The back wall is opened up from Jacuzzi, providing more space here for Standby to work around. But again, if they don't have the info about the C4, that could be a saving grace here for Cloud9.
I think the C4 was over towards Mattress. The default plant spot is Snake, takes the head off Fens. We're going to challenge the Blackbeard now, too, as Epic dies, but Bino from the balcony takes down Snake and makes this even once again. Center still looking for an angle to try and get in. He's the man with the case, maybe looking for this Mattress plant, and that's where the C4 from Giddy is going to come into play. Not blinded by the Ying thanks to being Warden, but Dream does fall. Giddy snipes down Eddie, gets traded out. Plant completed by Center, and Standby's superior trade game, winning them this round currently, unless Kobe is able to win a 1v2 post against a Blackbeard and a man outside. Trying to play chicken with the shield, takes his head off. Now a 1 versus 1. Bino on the roof, trying to bait Kobe into sticking this defuse. Now getting off of it. Bino just around the corner. The run out, not successful from Kobe. A great try, landed a couple shots onto the Ying. But again, at the end of the day, Standby's superior trade game in that execute wins them the first attack.
And another successful entry by Standby and well-coordinated utility usage. Again, the early round for them was phenomenal on Chalet. It was just the mid to late round where there were some issues, and we kind of saw that again, but luckily they had Center on Blackbeard making space. They had the Candelas from Bino. They were being countered a little bit by Dream, but the rest of Cloud9's team didn't obviously have smart glasses to protect themselves from the flashes, so it still made a lot of space there for Center to get in and at least be a threat, and giving info for Bino to work off of as he got a 3K from that round. We'll now go to the bomb site, starting with the letter C. It's Church and Arsenal. There's still one more left for later, perhaps. But Cloud9, once again, looking to have a semblance of a roam extension with the help of that castle and mute combination up above. They could maybe bring out some, Ella Gersmots and a Kiba barrier here and there, but I feel like we still see a majority of Azami used downstairs in the basement to kind of make up for the fact that there are mute jammers above to stop drones and walls from being opened up because of those castle barricades that aren't used downstairs as well, just to leave another line of defense that isn't just the Smoke's Toxic Babes.
No time to waste.
You have quite the roam. Standby, I think, looking to clear the whole thing, especially because they have the Blackbeard and the Deimos. Speaking of Deimos, Eddie already in garage. Aiden seems to know about it, though. Probably because the default cam, I imagine, has been shot. He's looking to just sit in secret for as long as humanly possible. Once his Kibas start to fall, I'm sure he'll fall back. Interesting that Standby aren't really clearing it. They're just kind of letting him sit there, leaving him to his own devices as Blackbeard continues to clear upstairs. Next target is probably going to be Snake, but instead he'll strike first onto Fence. Buck, your only source of vert, dies to one of the roamers. And remember, he's still got help from Giddy too. C4, I think, just got ripped. Goes out towards the door, deals a little bit of damage to Center. Nade misses. Impact out now to try and give Snake an opportunity. Instead, he ends up killing the coverage of Epic. Traded back by Center, but still damage done. Half the round expired. Giddy gets way too aggressive. Meleeed to the floor by Center, and now an even man count.
Tries to make up for Snake's death, and instead the man count is equalized for Standby and Cloud9. Although the rest of this roam has now fallen back, they still have some Kiba barriers to strengthen positions like AK to help assist in behind the E-box in the back from Blue, and they have those Toxic Babes still in the pocket of Dream. There's potential to get info, but like you highlighted, Buck was the first one to die on that top floor clear, so there's no chance for the skeleton key to open up a lot of those angles looking from Arsenal side. That could force Standby to focus more on a church execute, which Cloud9 are beginning to set up for. They've, again, got someone close by the boxes, another one near the generator in electrical, waiting for Standby to start pushing their way from main and trying to open up these hatches. But luckily for Standby, at least they're not completely focusing their attention on one side of the map. They're trying to diversify, getting some pressure open from kitchen, and maybe someone trying to walk in through dirt as well, as center by himself will be lurking in that position as Blackbeard. But unfortunately, the barricade being closed up, it'll give away his position and maybe not allow him as much damage as he would need to. Here comes the drop. Plant attempted by Bino, and although center has control from AK, he's got no health to stand up alone in that position, and Bino forced off the plant because his teammates are dead, gives Cloud9 a well-deserved round win on their defense.
Got to give it to Snake upstairs, getting 2 crucial picks on those clearers. First, taking care of the Buck so that you really have no vert to work with, and you're clear, no longer expedited with that skeleton key and the ease of just making rotates through basically the entire map. And then being able to take out the Capital behind the Blackbeard too, so more execute utility, really, really good execute utility on this site. Ended up getting lost. From there, the time was just so low. Again, thanks to those kills from Snake. He wasted so much time up there that by the time Standby had, okay, we got to open the hatches, we got to open up dirt, let's get into our execute positions, there was 10 seconds left. They really had no chance. Good stuff from Cloud9. Great roam. Hope to see more of that. Excuse me, I just hiccuped. Hope to see more of that in the remainder of the map. Now we move on to Cache CCTV, where Cloud9 once again extend, this time over towards Master. So they've got a full top floor extension here. It's been a similar theme throughout all of their games. Cloud9 love these wide extensions. And Giddy is going to allow Aiden to run out garage. Hold on, his door's open.
This could be a play.
He's Kiva'd the door. Fence is on the rappel. He could be a victim. Oh, no, they're not.
Never say never, Harrison. There's always a chance. In the meantime, though, yeah, I was gonna say, in the meantime, though, you might have been right about where Standby want to push from for majority. I thought they were going to at least go in from the opposing side of the map, but they'll still get the plat wall opened up. They do have Eddie with smoke grenades. They have 3 sets of them, so they can burn through these magnets and ADSs and still allow the glass to be effective. And here comes the blitz from plat wall. He works off the entry kill from Fens, and despite him being injured, Bino will still get this plant down, and Glaz with perfect coverage as well, confirming a kill. Plant successful for Standby, but the retake from Kobilax nets him 2 picks. And now it's a post plant favoring Cloud9 in the main advantage unless Fens can be recovered. But even then, they've got the health advantage to boot as well. They could be aggressive and swing for the fences to gain some of these kills and start putting the pressure down on that diffuser. Epic, a nice shot landed on this cutoff, but the swing comes out and it almost lands a kill for Kobe, but Epic finds yet another. It'll have to be a 4K clutch with just 12 seconds left on the diffuser if Cloud9 want to gain the lead, and Kobe is out of time and out of options but to stick that diffuse, and Eddie puts him down 6 feet under. Standby, another round win for their attacks.
And another fast gap hit from Standby. It's been their MO, again, center on that blitz. There was way, way too much space for Standby to work with in the middle of that bomb site, and a lot of that was because Cloud9 wanted to extend so heavily into Con and into Master. When you leave a hole like that, the perfect operator to take advantage of it is the blitz. They got in, they got the plant down, and yes, the retake got a little hairy, especially with Kobe getting a couple picks, but I think it was Epic on the Flores getting 3 kills, and you still had the Glaz outside plat that was not going anywhere. anytime soon. So it's a lead once again for Standby on their Clubhouse attacks.
Go to Jim once again. Yeah. So far, both Cloud9 and Standby have been really good on their attacks, especially when it comes to spotting gaps. I wouldn't say there was necessarily a gap spotted here for Standby, but they did a great job of just isolating the Azami on rafters. Don't get me wrong, it took a couple of flashes, some nades, and an air jab to kill her, but it was an entry nonetheless, and because they had Ying on the board as well, they kind of had some wiggle room when it came to utility being used in the early round. They still had some left over for the execute to try and get that plant down. With Ying being banned, it's not the same story. You've got Epic now on the Twitch, maybe trying to break off some of those ADSs that are in play from Snake's pocket. You've got Fens who could try to play down below and utilize those Deathmark trackers. He could easily try to walk up red if they want to do that same attack from Cash over like we saw last time. And after the bans, it was Cade off the board rather than the Azami, which I'm a little surprised about. I feel like wall denial has not been a huge name of the game here for Cloud9, especially because that bandit was already removed off the board. So keeping those Kivas intact could maybe be an issue for Standby, but so far they've done a good job of dealing with her.
Yeah, no, Cloud9 haven't even played Cade. Maybe it's just
it's just been mute.
Just a new half thing. Just don't want to ban something else and then have to deal with Cade.
Yeah,
probably what it is. Wall on CC gets open though. Plat wall, thanks to the Thermite of Bino. Still got to get used to Thermite having 3 freaking exothermic charges. Still not used to that.
Yeah, that's probably why they got rid of the Cade. They only need 1 hard breacher now and just pocket EMPs for the jammers.
Yeah, that could be it too. Plus, pocket EMPs could come in handy with dealing with Dream, who's on Clash, our first Clash of the map. Very useful on Gym Bedroom, especially for holding Khan, especially for holding Logi. Right now, he's positioned on top red, trying to assist this hold in Cash, helping protect Kobilax. C4 nearly lands onto center. Fens sprints up to the Clash, ends up dying, but not before Bino kills him, so ends up kind of being a 1-for-1 here. Now Kobe's got to worry about his rotate, as well as players pushing in from the doorway. More flashes come in. Jaeger trying to cover, ends up shooting center in the back as he just didn't react to the shot. Snake kills Epic there? That's ridiculous! And now Bino's in a 1 versus 2, trying to fight against this Jaeger on sheet. Bino knows he's there, he's just got a pre-fire, but instead it's Giddy coming in from the assist to lock the round for C9, and an even score once again.
And it almost felt like there wasn't a lot that changed for Cloud9. You know, they didn't have the Azami playing by rafters, but instead they just had more bodies put over by Cash. Yes, they lost their top red player, but it was an even 1-for-1 trade. And with there being no presence from Logi, with there being the Jacuzzi wall closed rather than opened up, it felt like the defenders realized how much stock Standby were putting into clearing out Cash and CCTV and just started doubling down. They had a guy behind the metal sheet wall that you talked about. That was Snake. And then Giddy from sight came to assist as well. All those positions also avoided the highway cutoff. So for Standby to deal with those defenders, they either had to challenge them head on or push in from highway window to get into the building to kill them. It was a great read there by Cloud9 to just up the ante on their initial extension and giving Standby no wiggle room in the early round to get away with an early entry that could have snowballed into another successful execute just by playing trades.
At the very least, though, Standby have kind of their, their 2 rounds on Clubhouse attack. They've got room for more, so they've done their job. I forgot that's what the Goyo Elite looked like. I was like, what the hell is that? Full clear coming in from Standby. Also got this blitz to finish with. Hopefully we see a little bit more survivability from the Buck and the Capitao. Important setup and execute operators for this attack. Once again, C9 have this roam. Giddy this time on the Ella. Snake supporting with the mute, and Kobilax playing in Garage as Scopos. The strength, of course, of Scopos being the fact that you can fight on the roam for as long as you want to, and then you get to fall back for free with no risk.
The roam has been a very big point for Cloud9 as well, so I definitely like the introduction of the Scopos. Right. What a push, though, from center. Isolates Giddy, and Eddie just gets 2? I cannot believe he's managed to get away with that, and then the roam clear 10 times more profitable than it was last time, leaving just Aiden and Dream now downstairs. Sure, Bino died, but you've got other Harbreach that's now opened up the hatches. You can still have a very successful blue execute, maybe synergizing that with someone pushing in from, either dirt tunnel or main stairs, depending on what resources you have left. There is Fens alive on the buck as well, so a lot of opportunities here for Standby, converting this next minute 20 to a round win against Church and Arsenal, which is a site rarely won by any attacking team. This could be a huge moment for them, but it's Giddy, or pardon, not Giddy, it's Dream and Aiden left alive, still having Kibas and those Vulcan canisters. Dream has been so consistent in these late round plays. I could imagine Cloud9 still give Standby a run for their money.
There's plenty of time to play with. You can hear the buck going to work upstairs. I'm interested to see where Standby end up wanting to finish. Center's got the case in dirt. So do they end up coming down main? Do they drop the hatch? Do they try and pinch from blue? Maybe all of them? They've got 2 players main, 1 blue, 1 dirt. Here coming some smokes. In comes the blitz. Oh, the fire extinguisher almost does him in thanks to the knockback, but Fens cleans up Aiden. Dream with a kill of his own. Now in a 1 versus 2 plant going down from center. It's completed. Both of these players looking to get out. The buck narrowly evades the shots from that TCSG. Center also still full health on that blitz. It's Fens to finally shut down the round and Standby retake the 1-point lead.
A good start there as well. Eddie finding 2 quick kills off of, I would imagine, some well-done information by Standby. They had a much better idea that Cloud9 would be focusing so many of their resources into playing above for the roam. Not only that, but the same fast clear that we saw when Plat Wall was opened up, when Cloud9 was defending CCTV and Cash Room, you had Standby doing it exactly the same way, except for, going a plan. It was just to work a kill in Cash Room, which Cloud9 weren't expecting at all. So phenomenal job by Standby, not allowing for Cloud9 to fall back, play in more comfortable spots like Master Bedroom, playing further back in the Logi for that roam to still linger after that minute marker. Instead, they had a much faster clear that netted them 3 kills and a very solid execute that led them to a winning post-plant position. Now we go back to Cash and CCT room, where the lineup is almost eerily identical by Standby, but yeah, never mind. Okay, they changed at the very last minute. I was going to say, there is surely no way they do the exact same blitz rush, and for center, he just at the last moment gets off a blitz and is now an ace, so we could still see a plat execute, just maybe not a rush.
Imagine that's still going to be the plan with this Glaz and the Capitao. So you got a lot of smoke coverage. You're going to allow the Fens to just sit on that plat repel and cover your planter and hold for the post. Once again, though, Cloud9 have this extension master side. And Standby are likely going to try and ignore it, I imagine. Aiden, though, with a run out outside garage door, takes down the Capitao. How is this always happening? I feel like Capitao has died so early in so many rounds.
I don't know. But Raptors is now going to be a really big annoyance for Standby, as they don't have the same amount of resources as they have in the past to deal with it. Yeah, they have Fens who can play on Glaz and maybe use his thermal scope to catch someone rotating at a bad time, but that's if Cloud9 just don't pay patiently. yes, we've highlighted their aggression, but they also know when to kind of back away and play more reserved, which is kind of what they're going for right now with the man advantage. Giddy just waiting downstairs. He could easily do some damage underneath Oil Pit, try to get some shots in to deal with Raptors if it's pushed out at all. Plenty of opportunity for Cloud9 just to wait for standby. Tons of utility as well to stop a plant. And the C4 from Giddy gets rid of Epic. There is a response by center, but again, they still have Raptors control, which shuts down the plant potential, and the trades following up as well for Cloud9. It's just Fens now in a 1 versus 3, and there's the flank from Giddy. Speak of the devil, he is awake and running up the kill feed to end out the first half, tied for Cloud9 and standby.
It's back and forth, back and forth. No team taking a 2-round streak at all. Cloud9 respond onto standby. Standby, I like what they were going for. I think it would have probably worked a lot better had they had a Capitao. That's just kind of all there is to it. They weren't able to clear Rafters, so they had to just try and rush into the site. The Raptors guy ended up killing center behind the bomb chassis and denying the plant. And from there, the round pretty much just fell apart. Now, speaking of Capitao, he will not be available for this second half. No electricity, no thermite, no Capitao. Pretty typical bans, I would say, heading into the second half. Standby, rather than starting up top in gym, opt for church instead. And they also will probably play Warden most rounds, again, just because you have to be wary of that Ying. I also like the Clash coming out first already from standby. This time, it's Eddie playing her. Although, where is he going to play? Probably church, I would assume. Maybe he helps with the roam.
See the Clash main stairs? That could be the roam. It's very possible. Cloud9 having a lot of resources of their own as well. You've got Snake on the Ram. Good potential for Vert. They've got the Queen of Hatches, Anon Habana, and Giddy as well for the Selmas. So we could see the triple wall opened up as well. Maybe Dirt gets exposed. There's a lot of hard breach at the disposal of Cloud9. And Eddie is he's chilling in Dirt Tunnel. I don't know if the wall was reinforced or not. Maybe he's trying to bait someone to walk down there early. No. They're both soft. You could be expecting someone to try to sneak their way in through Dirt Tunnel, and that could be a free kill for Eddie or just good information to work off of later in the round, but I digress. Standby still setting up in the basement. Yeah, he might just end up sitting there. If they never drone out Dirt, they might not know about the Clash. That'd be really funny. Doesn't seem like Cloud9 are that focused on Dirt Tunnel. They're doing a mostly top to bottom clear. Aiden's already got the kitchen hatch opened up in under a minute, which is huge. And I would imagine Snake would follow up soon to use some boogie drones. And yeah, there it is. One deployed and a lot of good map control off of Cloud9. But that's also because of the fact that no one's really contesting them. They might have just had some pre-placed drones and realized, oh, they're doing a 5-man anchor. Let's just get the hatches opened up and start getting Vert down early. So good read.
Yeah, the closest player you have is center playing on main stairs with smoke. So he's playing his life. Yep. He'll probably use all 3 gas canisters, just trying to keep himself alive for as long as possible. And then ideally you probably go 1 for 1, but no, he's fallen back to church. So there's no one to really contest this until the execute happens.
Well, at least they have a lot of utility for it. You know, 2 nitro cells that ace up their sleeves, which is Eddie on Clash hiding in Dirt Tunnel. He may have now just, yeah, he's rotated an arsenal now at least. Could definitely slow down an attack, but you know, it would have been nice for Standby to at least work a pick here for fully converting to an anchor. Just about 60 seconds left. Some info being gathered from these Grim canisters. They've spotted out the Mira, and Kobilax not having any more Ash charges could make those Miras a lot more valuable come to denying the execute. But the Selma's open up by triple wall. You've got this cutoff established now, and the Mira is forced back, but she gets away to the bomb chassis with her life intact. It's still a 5 versus 5 Eventually, Kobe Lax gets rid of Epic, but Bino's there on the trade, but a beautiful shot is followed up by the Ash running down blue hallway. Cloud9 remain persistent as center is injured, leaving just Eddie off his shield. He's lost his saving grace, he's lost his island, and Cloud9 take the lead for the first time in map 2.
Kobe really opening things up in blue, getting both of those players, and then the rest of Cloud9 funneling in, one through Kitch Hatch, one more through blue, I think another one over towards Moto. Eddie was basically stuck, and Cloud9 did a great job of just suffocating and constricting the anchor, attacking from basically every direction at once. And while Standby seemed like they were going to have that trade game go pretty well, in the middle of that execute, ended up dying off after Kobe died and got traded. So Cloud9 now in the lead for the first time this map. Just like on map number 1, it took a while, but they got there and they did not let that lead go. So on Jim now, Standby still rocking this clash. Still very good here on Jim. No Ying or anything just yet from Cloud9, probably seeing that Standby are sticking this Warden pretty consistently. They don't want to risk bringing a Ying and having this Warden punish them at all. No Mira, interestingly enough, too. They had Mira last round, so I figured they were going to bring her, like there's going to be a pretty Mira-heavy defense, but they don't bring her on her best site.
I'd be interested in seeing if Cloud9 opt to ban out the Warden, maybe to bring out that Ying. Could be really powerful, even against the Clash, just to force her not to be as much of a thorn in the attacker's side. Here come the pocket breaches. Plat wall's already been opened up. It is a Jim defense, but a cache and top red extension that you commonly see for the bomb site. So nothing out of the ordinary right now. The ADS is to help assist with that shield too. And the Kibas, once again, for sight, maybe even to help barricade up some of those spots from the highway window as well. Good impact grenade, too. Really stalling out the clock here as Standby for both Center and Epic. They've not been cleared out just yet, but there's plenty of info giving away that Standby have not fallen back from this extension either. The Grim trying to help assist with the intel, and the Kiba barrier now blocking off the line of sight from Plat, forcing Cloud9 to enter into the building. It is a total stalemate right now until Fens opens up the kill feed from down below in Lounge, gets rid of the lurk of that Deimos, which could have had huge success with helping on this clear, and now Standby are keeping the lead, working these 1-for-1s. Eddie getting rid of Aiden now puts us in a 4 versus 2 with just Snake and Dream alive. It seems like the Sledge was trying to go for a Hail Mary, hopping into sight, but Fens is there to greet him with a couple of shots. Now Dream left alone in the top of CCTV. Doesn't leave him much room to work off a miracle here. The Clash is still alive. There's still Dread Mines as well that can be active, and a crossfire for him right out through the cache doorway. We're tied back 4-4 as it felt like everything was accounted for there by Standby's defense, Harrison.
Yeah, it looked like Cloud9 tried to hit the go button, and as soon as they did, the player who was responsible for flanking up red and lurking to get rid of the Clash died. And in doing so, Clash can still hold top red. Everyone in cache is still safe, and they didn't let off the gas pedal, meaning they were just running right into Standby's line of fire. Cloud9, I respect the attempt to just go for it, but like you mentioned, Standby had basically everything covered there, and now we're tied back up. We go back downstairs to Church, though. Standby are going to hit the retry button here on what is typically the best site on the map. Although I Jim, Church, I can even make an argument for either. They are going to play by Jim. Standby now have a 3-tiered roam, trying to take a page out of Cloud9's book.
I like the introduction of the Solus here too by Standby, especially given how drone focused C9 have been a lot of the time. Maybe going in for a potential run out, or at least having the opportunity to hide away at some point too, noticing utility upstairs. Ben's as well, also playing by top blue. At least there is still some aggression from that spot, not just totally relying on the roam itself. It's a night and day switch up here for Standby, you know, realizing that Cloud9, they noticed the lack of roam last time. What is Giddy doing? What? I'm surprised he ran in that brazenly.
The walk.
I guess so, trying to follow in Packer's footsteps to the same level of success. I was going to say, the night and day switch up here for Standby, actually having a roam this time, noticing Cloud9 would just walk in the building and take that map control for free. Now when they walk in like that, they just instantly die.
What?
And Beetle with the knife kill! Running through the extinguisher, and Snake wasn't expecting it. Fenn's racking up a kill as well. It's Kobe to finally stop the bleeding, but it might just be a little too late at this point. This roam has gotten away with 3 consecutive kills, and it's just hit the floor to run away. It's Eddie still upstairs by garage, but that's it. And right now, Cloud9 are just chasing ghosts, wondering what just happened to their push from kitchen.
Wow, that was just terrible. That was horrible.
Loading new magazine.
Cloud9 first, Giddy, no drone Jeroming it through the map, gets picked off by Bino. Then Snake opens the barricade, in doing so hits the smoke, and then him and Bino just kind of like kiss for a little bit before Bino punches him in the mouth. That was ridiculous. Kobe trying to do his best to bring the round back, goes 1 for 1. Now he leaves it on Aiden in a 1 versus 3. Not a whole lot for Aiden to do here. He's got a whole minute to play with, I guess, which is okay. Almost spots the Goyo, but instead it's centered. Thread the needle, and off the back of a beautiful roam and a really funny 2K by Bino, Standby have the lead once again.
Yeah, I don't know what the idea was there. I imagine they spotted an extension. Maybe they were hoping that Standby weren't going to be prepared for a fast take by Kitchen and Lounge. And then that's ideally the roam dealt with in under a minute, which, you know, would have been huge if, you know, if Giddy didn't instantly die and Snake got knifed through a smoke grenade. That was really tragic for Cloud9, but well played for Standby. It's going to be Cash and CC now for Nate, or for Standby in their defense. Interestingly enough, we got to the Chonka on the board too, so really trying to emphasize the plant denial portion of this map. You know, you see a lot of teams spend almost 90% of their execution, or their action phase, sorry, just dealing with rafters. Then they're left with very little options to work for kills, so they just try to plant behind the bomb chassis with the plat walls. They're cut off and kind of hope for the best. Now that's going to be almost impossible if, you know, you could still have those operators like Center and Bino alive, and a Nitro Cell in the pocket of Epic, which also could be very huge for this. Not only that, they've got the extension down below with Eddie on Castle. A lot of good operators here just to keep Cloud9 at a safe distance. You know, the extension worked last round, even though it was a very comedic round itself. It still worked for the defense, and now they're going to hope that it works once again, but for Cash this time instead.
At least Cloud9 don't have to deal with a clash anymore because they banned her. You have to deal with that big shield in your face. That worked really, really well for Standby. Their clash play has impressed me so far. Fence is the man manning rafters. I'm sure that the Tachanka is probably going to be helping him at some point, although Center is in con. They've got this extension towards Logi. Epic's hatch now being opened. Cloud9 do have the benefit of the Ying and the Blitz once push comes to shove on this clear. I imagine Dream is going to be that tip of the spear. Hatch opened. I think Jacuzzi Wall. Yeah, Jacuzzi Wall getting opened now by the Hib. Information coming out. Blitz trying to blind this player in gold, and Epic has no idea what's going on. Kobe comes in for the assist, deals with the Mira, and now Center trying to get away. Oh, but caught by Khan and Logi. Aiden through the smoke, cuts him down. It's 2 opening picks for Cloud9.
Completely ignoring the Raptors side of the map and catching Epic with his pants down. Great job of working off of Dreen's space with the shield and the flash as well for Kobe to get a pretty easy kill onto the Mira. Now you're down two of your most important operators for stall. You know, the mirror windows are still up, don't get me wrong, but the Tachanka, that leaves only the smoke babes left in this round, and there's still a minute left to go for Cloud9 with a two-man advantage. Not only the Blitz alive as well, but the Ying on top of it with those Candelas left. There's no Warden available here for standby. This could be a very powerful combination. And it looks like Cloud9 still want to emphasize the plat wall as a cutoff angle. Maybe Fens could get away with a free kill if there is info. Sound Q spotted out, but it looks like the player by plat is just waiting for it. No, he's got no clue. What a heads-up play by Fens working off his teammates' info for a free 1-for-1. And that's the Ying dead. That's massive.
And now off the mirror window, here comes Bino. Shuts down the glass. Dream 1 HP. He's dead in the bomb site. Kobe last man standing. As Standby are looking at this map 3 hungry. Eddie finishes him off. And Standby with a beautiful end of the round off that run out from the Azami. Kills the player plat. They don't have to worry about it anymore. Everyone can pay attention towards Khan. The mirror window is still up, allowing Bino to slip through while his teammate kills the other player behind, I believe still on the balcony. And now it's a 6-4 lead for Standby, and that is going to prompt a timeout from C9. I agree.
That was the nice thing about Cloud9 having a much better first half. They still have a timeout just in case things get a little dicey. Their attacking halves have not been really up to par to what we saw back on Chalet. It's been a little rocky for them, especially, you know, the early round, at least that round was good. They spotted out the isolated Mira. They used the Blitz to get into the building and work that 1-for-1, but Standby were also playing very conservatively, just waiting for Cloud9 to try to set up for the perfect execute. And that's where things got looked over. You know, do we have info about Rafters? Is someone playing there? Do we have a moment just to spot out where these last couple of defenders are in the bomb site so we know who to hunt down? If they had known that there were only, you know, 2 people defending site, that could have been a dead giveaway. Someone's either flanking or playing by garage, but that lack of info allows Standby to get a well-needed round win to solidify match point once again. Although they'll have to win yet another one to not have overtime for Cloud9 in the next couple of rounds. We go back to Jim on the top floor. The last time we saw it in play, it was a very successful hold. You know, Fens winning that first gunfight to eliminate Kobe downstairs was massive. Not only are those grenades impactful with dealing with the red extension, but also the death mark tracker in his pistol does a lot of damage with people in cash as all that floor is soft. And we're having a near identical composition now for Cloud9 as well. So I would imagine having someone downstairs once again could be a make or break for Standby's overall defense, just to make sure the Deimos is not a threat.
Well, 1 round separates us from Consulate, which again is a complete 50-50 coin flip because both teams have only played it once. They both played it in stage 1. Cloud9 lost it 5-7 to M80. Standby lost it 3-7 to DZ. And beyond that, they have kind of actively avoided the map, so. But that's if we get to it. Cloud9 could absolutely come back just like we saw them do on Chalet. It is not over yet. They do have to deal with this extension. Again, no clash to deal with this time, so hopefully a little bit easier for them. They've got plat wall open. They've now got cash wall a little bit open. Nobody on Standby is playing top red. This is a full just in cash hold. C4 already ripped here from center. Epic, though, opening pick, and there's that C4 coming through. 2 bodies fall for Cloud9 without a response.
Once again, the Deimos gone, and it's not looking great for Cloud9's clear over from Cash and Plat Wall. Epic will still remain alive, although detected by the Grim Canisters. Cloud9, in an act of desperation, will try to push further. to deal with him, but they know about that looming threat of Cash. Center just around the corner. Here comes a swing for Epic. Good for one. Finally traded back, but that is more than enough to keep the advantage in the favor of Standby, and with Fen securing another, it's all on the hopes of Snake to stop us from going to a third and final map of this series. Waiting outside of Highway, and he's swiftly dealt with by Center. A recovery for Standby as they take the map 7-4 and bring us to Consulate. They've still got fight in them yet for this lower bracket, Harrison.
Absolutely able to win their map in regulation. Unlike the overtime we just saw on map 1, they were able to bring Giddy back down to earth. Giddy actually finishing negative at -1. In the meantime, Standby, we had a much better performance from Fens. We had Epic, who finished like 4-11 or something, but had a crucial 2 kills in that final round, getting the opening pick on top red, sitting in the Bs like he just didn't care, and then killing the Grim too. Huge stuff from Epic. Really helped his team secure that final round and secure map 3, which we will get to in just a couple minutes, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
good to see that we're getting a little map 3 action here early, or I suppose later as we get into this wonderful Saturday evening. We've got a lot of Siege to come and 2 best of 3s after this, but this one is now shaping up to be a little better than Cloud9 maybe was hoping going into that second map after that comeback victory on map 1. They cannot stave off Standby in that second map, so we go to map 3. Another hard-fought map, this time on Clubhouse, Harrison. We saw great stuff from both teams, but in the end, Standby just had it, or should I say, Nadeshot just had it. They were able to just lock it down and prevent the same thing from happening as it did on map 1.
Yeah, and I think it might just be a map diff. I mean, Standby, basically their only like good map in the pool so far against other NAL teams is Clubhouse. I'm actually a little bit surprised that Cloud9 let them get this map again, because like they don't have a whole ton of success on any map other than this one, and we saw why. Their early game was much better than we saw on map number 1. Like with their entries, there was way more consistent, and most importantly, they knew how to execute on Clubhouse. That was the biggest difference. They knew how to execute, they knew how to hold a post plant, and they knew how to defend it, unlike we saw on Chalet.
Yeah, that was by far the biggest difference. You know, keeping utility to help with the execute. They were bringing out the Ying. They were having the Glaz as well, which made a lot of space for them too. It was significantly better than map number 1. And then their defenses too. They had great adjustments. It was a full anchor on Church and Arsenal. That totally flopped. So what do? The polar opposite the next round. They have Bino upstairs who gets a 2K as Castle. He has help from the very top floor as well. They've got multiple people assisting with that red extension, completely flatlining Cloud9's clear from the plat wall, and the stat lines as well, looking so much better for them too. And unfortunately for Giddy, just not having the same star power that he did last map as well.
Well, Harrison, you pointed this out coming right into the break. Giddy from 17 kills to 7. From an incredibly positive KD to -1. Of course, there's a lot more at play than simply just that. But when you have somebody stepping up that much and now nobody on your team is actually going positive, that's going to make a pretty consequential difference.
Yeah, Giddy was able to really take advantage of the fact that Standby, again, on Standby's defenses, there was a lot of movement on Chalet and a lot of holes. They looked way more confident on Clubhouse. They stood a lot more still on Clubhouse, I guess because they knew how to play the power spots a lot better. And without all that frantic movement, Giddy was just not able to find quite as many opportunities to get in and get 1 or 2 kills on the entry. And yeah, I think that was really just the big theme, is Standby just as a whole looked way more confident in basically every aspect of the game here on Club.
We talk about momentum. They're setting themselves up for some pretty good success now. That Chalet out of the way. Clubhouse, they're able to take the win there, and it's our 3rd C map, Consulate, to close out the series. John, it's looking much better for Standby after they come off a much more successful map. They don't allow the same comeback to happen. Does it feel to you like they are set up for success on map 3?
I would like to think so, Jonah. You know, you see a lot of the same style of play on Clubhouse compared to Consulate. You know, you have those very heavy utility focused executes. You start in from one side of the map and just fully clear out horizontally. There's still the opportunity for lurk and vertical that we saw flirted with a tad bit by Cloud9 especially, but Standby always had a response to what Cloud9 were going for. And if something didn't work, they didn't keep hitting their head against the same wall. They tried something new. They adjusted and adapted, and I don't even think they went for a timeout that game unless it was towards the end of the second half. No. But I think that was Cloud9 instead. Yeah, they were doing so well they didn't even need it. So I think after that map as a reset, they feel a lot more calm, and although it is a 50-50 map, they looked a hell of a lot better on Clubhouse at least, and that could easily transition into map 3.
It is hard though to see really point out Cloud9's playstyle on map 2 or map 1 as well and say, oh, it's not going to perfectly translate to Consulate, right? Like, they looked great when they made that comeback on Chalet. Didn't have that same success on map 2, but like, it's like a minutia of difference that will change the game here and put them over the line, Harrison. It's been the same minutia that has separated these two teams all year long. They trade maps across stage 1 and stage 2 within one place of each other between stage 1 and stage 2. Could we see the same thing here? Cloud9 just barely edging out Standby?
Maybe. I mean, again, like John and I talked about it during the game, right? If we go to map 3, these teams don't really have a ton of history here. They've both played it once way back in stage 1 and lost it to really good teams. Cloud9 lost it in 12 rounds to M80. Standby got 7-3'd by DZ. And since then, they have like actively avoided this map. So this is a complete 50-50 coin toss. This map also plays very differently from Clubhouse and Chalet. There's a lot more rooms. The rooms and the corridors and the little rat spots are a lot tighter than either Club or Chalet. It's more linear than Chalet is, but not quite as linear on Club. So I really have no clue what these teams are going to look like, just because it's so different than what we've seen before, and we haven't seen them on it since, when was stage 1? April? We haven't seen them in like
a while ago.
10 months.
The thing about Consulate, John, compare it to our first 2 maps, because it feels like it's much more different than Clubhouse was to Chalet. Like, those 2 maps feel like they play a little similar. They have similar moments. They have those same, mini games that you have to play. Consulate, it's a much larger map, as Harrison said, right? It's the map that pioneered that SSG roam, right? There's a lot more ground to cover. Does that play into Cloud9's hands because of their roam, or play into Standby's hands a little better?
I feel like with Standby's willingness to adapt and try other things, a map like Consulate would suit them more because of how large it is. You are not set into the same equation every single time of, we have to clear this objective this way, that way, and the other way. That's it. You only have one solution for it. At least on Consulate, you've got many varied options that you can work with.
All right, map 3, Cloud9, nade shot. Standby. Incredible matchup so far. The winner plays JJ and Co. in the lower bracket quarters in just a bit. Boys, take it away.
Oh yeah, that's going to be fun. I can't wait to see the winner of this game play JJ at potentially midnight, but we'll have to see. Deimos Solis, our first ban's Deimos, incredible on Consulate with how big the map is. It's been a long day. And with how much verticality there is. Dokkaebi too, again, it's a really big map. She's great for roam clears. She gives you so much information. Solis and Cade annoying everywhere. Solis, again, Consulate, incredibly destructible. And drone work is so important here. John, we just talked about it, right? Consulate plays very differently than Clubhouse and Chalet. It can be a lot more ratty. There's a lot more tight corners. There's so many rooms. Drone work, it's already important in Siege. It's so important on this map.
Bomb located by attackers.
Deimos and Dokkaebi being off the board as well, you have a lot more wiggle room as a defender. I wouldn't be shocked if we see something like Vigilant play a couple of rounds when Cloud9 opt to go for a more thorough roam. You could really roam heavy on any of the bomb sites. I was just saying, it's kind of a default to see a bomb site that's in the basement or the lowest floor, where a lot of defenders kind of use the entire map as their playground, and they have a very heavy roam. You see somewhat of a roam on the first floor here for Cloud9, using maybe the castle to help with an extension up above, but that's kind of it. That's more of an extension, not necessarily a roam. We could easily see the Vigil in play because there's no Deimos or there's no Dokkaebi to kind of help flush him out, and his ERC scanner counters lion scans. I think a lot of people know that by now, but it is still a really niche ability interaction between those two operators, so it is something to keep in mind later on.
There's that first lion scan coming out from Eddie pretty early on. Not quite sure what Standby saw there to prompt it, because normally you want to see some sort of actionable play off of the lion scan, but we didn't really have much. No real first target just yet for Standby. Maybe Snake here lurking on the stairs. Up he comes as he heard that Elamine go off, but Center has already recovered. Snake will instead slink back down the stairs, trying to play around Tellers, along with Kobe and along with Giddy, who's kind of more extended in towards Expo. This clear is taking a little bit of time, though. Cloud9 are playing it well. They're playing it just passively enough to keep Standby at bay and trying to bleed as much time as possible so that then Giddy and Aiden, their utility, can truly hurt them.
The Bandit batteries as well, synergizing with the Tubarao Zoto canisters, could maybe deny the wall from being opened up outright if Standby don't start this vertical soon. I mean, Epic's used a couple of his skeleton keys for the top floor looking down below in the first floor, but now he'll have to start opening up angles into the basement if they want to have that main breach opened up instead of just tunneling their way in through yellow, which could work if they want to plant by pillar, but it's a lot more dangerous if that wall is still closed off for the attack. Cloud9 did a good job of wasting time and still saving their resources in these last 50 seconds, but at least for Standby, they have the Blitz alive to make space, and now they're getting the Vert down to at least make it a bit more challenging for the defense to play fluidly on this basement floor. The only thing that could be a threat is maybe a potential flank, but it seems like Cloud9 are staying consistent here in the basement floor.
I was kind of looking around to see where Bino was because, you know, you mentioned how important it is for that breach to be open. I don't know if he's already thrown one of his ace charges there. He is upstairs in Expo. I imagine the hatch is open too. Plenty of flashbangs coming through. C4 goes up, deals a ton of damage to Fens and Bino, but Center is now in the bomb site and getting the plant down nearly uncontested under the cover of smoke. He gets it down 5v5. Snake, though, opening pick for the defense, but here comes the Vert from Bino. Perfect onto Aiden. Keeps that equal man count now. Advantage from Fens through the hatch, catching Giddy rotating pipes. That case in such a defensible position for the attack. There has to be some sort of upstairs retake here for the defense, but Bino finds yet another. Dream trying to contest against this shield. Can't really do a whole lot as Snake gets a second. Dream is on the ground, just getting harassed by this shield. Bino gets a third, and Standby have a near flawless execute.
A great start for them on the third map pick of this series. We mentioned that it was a fairly slow clear from top to bottom, but they didn't lose any bodies, and they still did everything they needed to. They got the Vert down. I believe they opened up the main breach, and if not, were able to get around that by still barreling their way through yellow door, working a couple of picks off of the help of that blitz, avoiding the toxic canisters, and it just didn't seem like Cloud9 had a solid response. They didn't make Standby feel uncomfortable on the defense. So maybe we'll see a little more aggression from them rather than just playing off of utility. We're going into piano, and no matter what, you've got to extend on this bomb site, right? You always see people playing above, either by projector or the vending machine, at the very least, near the council side of the map. They even have the Denari in play, maybe to help with some of those window hop-ins or placing by the skylight as well. While Standby, they're still kind of cycling around their operators, but I wouldn't be shocked if we at least keep the shield in play, as that was a really tremendous space maker, and it did a good job of Standby getting in the building for that execute, and it will most certainly help with at least clearing out these roamers in a faster manner too.
Really impressed with how Standby were able to come away with a 5v5 plant there. I mean, hey, we talked about, right, how objective focused that Standby was on map 1. They had 4 plants. They had 3 plants on map 2. They won all 3 of those. The 3 attacks that they won were all in the post plant. I expect them to be just as objective focused here on Consulate too. A map that leans a little bit more into the objective than a map like Chalet does typically. Kind of refreshing almost to see that with how gun heavy the game can be nowadays. Love seeing a team whose main win con is getting that plant down.
and being as consistent with the plant too. It's not just like they're trying to go for plants and it fails. They've at least gotten the plant down most times, and I think that brings their pool up to almost double digits. There's a play from Aiden, at least getting rid of Eddie, but the blitz is still inside the building. Bino trading out his fallen teammate. That's now the Omai gone, and the Malusi still blinded. Knifes center. Dream scraping away with his life after a crazy fight there, but Fens will equalize once again. 3 versus 3 now, and Giddy almost losing his life. That would have been a huge kill, and the only source of plant denial left in this round. It looks like for standby, they're a little bit low on information now at this minute 20 mark, and they're trying to recover that diffuser, but they're worried about the vert upstairs. Cloud9 continuing to set up for this mid-round. There is site control again for standby, but they don't have a safe area to get that diffuser down with there still being members of Cloud9 upstairs.
There is a minute to play with. That's an okay amount of time for standby to re-go for this top take, but it doesn't look like they're too interested. They're just going to leave all 3 players up here to their own devices and maybe just try to evade the vert, or I think that's Epic on the yellow skylight. Maybe they go for the execute and have Epic drop under the cover of this distraction. You've also got this player on the rappel, but Bino doesn't win his fight, and that's going to allow the Warden to reposition and try and take out Fens. It's going to force the ace off the plant. Now in comes this Sledge trying to make something happen, but he's just sprinting around. Down he goes. Fens the last player standing. Great shot onto Giddy. Now it's a 1 versus 2. But he knows there's vert to play with. Just trying to bait something. Get one of these defenders to miss position. Now planting again right under the hatch. Denari can see it, but misses his shots. Luckily, Snake is there to make sure the round doesn't spiral out of control. And it's a tie game 1-1.
And with Giddy still living and evading that vert that was, having bullets shot underneath his feet, he still had that Toxic Babe to block off the skylight lurk from Yellow. Kind of the only area that, standby were going to use to threaten the vert players. That was a massive moment there for Cloud9, keeping their man advantage and stopping the plant numerous times, with Fens continuing to try to get his get the diffuser on the ground. It just was not successful, and the coverage wasn't there from the top floor. He made it a good attempt there to put it in that 1 versus 1, but Cloud9 had his number, as there is really no safe spot to plant in the bomb side of Piano. And now we're seeing Tellers and Archives played. This is a rarity, I would say, but it's not something you never see. It's not like bar stage rarity on Clubhouse, but it definitely is the quaternary bomb site, I guess, as you'd call it.
10 seconds to insertion.
Love that word.
Yeah?
Quaternary.
Interesting. I thought you didn't like that word.
Why wouldn't I like
I thought that's why you took that really big pause. He's like, why did he say it?
I'm fuming. I'm fuming at the thought of quaternary.
Yeah, I thought you were.
No.
But I'm glad you were not.
It's like, you know how like there's squared, cubed? You ever hear about chorded? Shout out.
No, not until now.
Shout out the 4th power.
Oh, yeah.
Cloud9 on, like you said, the quaternary bomb site, and they've got the double bandit setup on tunnel. This is awesome. Aiden's just sitting here with 2 bandit batteries. Bino is ready to just run his way in and doesn't know about Snake right behind him. Luckily, there's an instant refrag thanks to Fens, and still at least 1 shield left alive, but the shield is completely ineffective. Center dies trying to melee. I think that was Kobe. Dream picks him off. It's a 2v3 now. Sub 1 minute. After a very fast play from standby, it goes completely awry. Case at the very least recoverable, I believe. There is 1 player upstairs, 2 down below. Pulse has used his C4. They could maybe hunt Giddy and go for a Teller's plant? Maybe?
It's a tough spot to be in, especially with that cardiac sensor giving away a lot of info. The heart rate increase too, I believe, increases his range of that cardiac sensor too, but I could be wrong. Here comes Eddie through the hatch though. Nade to force out Aiden, but he wins the fight. Traded for Fens, but he'll need to win another one against the Pulse. And Giddy, hearing the commotion downstairs, swoops in to save the day. Cloud9 take back the lead yet again. It's still that back and forth and what feels like a 50-50. Cloud9 at least get the advantage before we see another series of bans.
Yeah, well, a ridiculous rush. Clearly just not aided by enough information. Bino gets knifed in the back. Yeah, they get the trade, but you lose your blitz. The Blackbeard melees way too quickly and ends up dying. And once you lose both of your shields, that rush is just not going to work out, especially with the Pulse downstairs, like you mentioned. The Bandit also hanging out with the Pulse downstairs, ready to use his C4. That's why I said I figured maybe they could hunt that Ella upstairs, just take him out and then go for a play because of that flank that we saw Giddy do at the very end of the round, right? Like, if you've got a 1-2 split like that and you're stuck in the middle, you gotta work top down. It's like, unless you insta-kill those two guys downstairs, you're just gonna die to the flank. So it's 2-1 Cloud9 now. Pretty typical start to Consulate, as you expect. Standby are really, I mean, obviously they want more, but they're really looking just for that one additional round now to make it your prerequisite 2 attacks on Consulate. And I'm pretty confident that they can do it, especially with the way they attacked Garage in that first round. They'll have to do it on top floor, which is kind of funny to say, John, that we haven't, that top floor is like the 4th bomb site being played.
Yeah, you know, going to Garage first, that isn't too shocking. Some teams just prefer it over meeting and council. That's fair. But then Piano and Tellers to follow up after it, that's the really jarring part of this. The lineup, too, for Cloud9 is definitely interesting. You know, Smoke is usually played a lot more than Tachanka just because of the fact that you can really mess up the Shamika launcher's landing, and it will not do any damage. It'll either miss or not do enough, and the plant can still go down. So although you get more gadgets, you have better quantity, the quality of it compared to Smoke is just simply not there. So it's definitely a bit of a give and take there to have him instead of that operator. And no Goyo. You know, you're done with the ban phase. I feel like running a Goyo 2 would also be really powerful on this top floor, but instead, again, you have the Chonka, you've got the Denari. The rest of the lineup looks pretty normal, though. You know, the Mute Jammers, maybe to help stop those Rotero drones, keep that shield intact, and the ADS is doing basically the same thing. And for Standby, they also have a pretty normal-looking lineup. Grim for info, Buck for vert, the Blackbeard is that spearhead. It just seems like a very standard top-to-bottom clear, starting from admin over. The Grim canisters, speaking of which, help assist Standby with getting in the building. And now Eddie is downstairs fishing for info, maybe to have that skeleton key make some more space and get a kill.
Aiden is downstairs with him in lounge, so I wonder if maybe they end up spotting this mute and having Eddie go on the hunt for this player with a C4. That's his ultimate goal down there. There's the one weakness of the trips is the nade, but because it's, I believe, on the lip of that weird interior windowsill thing, the nade does not touch it. Kobe's position getting more exposed by these Flores drones as he continues to try and just re-bolster it. They do have a spot on this mute. Eddie looking for the kill, looking to just bust through the wall. Doesn't have an angle right now as Aiden's behind that pillar. Now with those shots, the mute aware that the attack is hunting him. Probably just try and sit down here and waste as much time as possible. He knows the jig is up. Not looking to rotate back. Especially with 40 seconds. The longer he just stays down here, the more powerful he becomes with that C4. And again, with that time waste, he can basically remove one of these attackers from the attack just by sitting down there as Kobe gets the opening pick. Make it 2 for Kobe, pushing out from long dash before Eddie finally refrags. That was also the player downstairs, so the mute is free to continue running around and using his C4 eventually to deny the eventual plant attempt from center on the Blackbeard. There's also a shield that they have to try and contend with as Dream gets picked off by Eddie. There's the C4 from Aiden coming through. Snake refragged upon by Bino, but he can't get into the plant spot thanks to Giddy cutting him down. And with no time remaining, Cloud9, by benefit of the clock, take a 3-1 lead.
What a stable round for Cloud9 too. That is now 3 in a row on their defense, and standby an early timeout. Feels like a bit of deja vu with C9 doing almost exactly the same thing on Chalet with a very similar position, but they just had an incredible defensive round. You know, they didn't overcomplicate their extensions. You had the Azami Kibas to help at long deaths. You had the shield, instead of by vending machine, it was placed a little further back in projector, which was a nice touch. Instead, they had the Denari tripwires as a way to not allow anyone to push directly out from admin into the main extension towards site, which was a nice touch. You had the roamer down below, which was never dealt with. You know, all these things that standby had to worry about, it was just too much on their plate, and they kind of just choked on their food at that point. They tried clearing out Kobe Lax with a lot of utility, but he kept redeploying Kibas and swung around it off of info and worked 2 picks. That's all he needed to do. Then that forced the Buck to go back upstairs to play for bodies on the execute, allowing Aiden to stay downstairs uncontested with that nitro cell. And with there being no presence from the council side of the map, all those long horizontal angles that Cloud9 still had, they used to just shut down any chance of a plant. Now they've got a huge advantage, and they'll go back down to the basement, which was the only bomb site that standby was successful at attacking on, but that was off a blitz rush, to be fair. So now they've got to do something at least a little differently, and that might play into Cloud9's extension that they are just replicating again. You know, I would say if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but you know, the roam extension didn't do as much as Cloud9 probably needed it to do to have a successful win on that basement site.
See how post timeout standby play now. And this is the site, the only site that they've won on. I don't think they're going to be going for that rush again. So because now there's that Warden in play.
Okay.
Kobe gets smoked by Eddie on the Visa window really early on. Give away one of those roamers. Now Snake's position a little bit more exposed now that he doesn't have that assistance. Almost gets taken out by Eddie, still hanging out outside. Oh. Looking to re-engage. Oh, you can wallbang that? I didn't even know that.
That is crazy ball knowledge.
He almost killed him.
I didn't know that either. Oh, wow, what a shot.
I almost spit out my tea by accident. I went,
oh my god.
It almost came out.
Oh, they did that too, honestly. That is a nasty shot. And it seems like standby are having no issues on this roam clear. They haven't even needed the blitz at this point. Giddy finally has a rebuttal against standby, but at the cost of 3 bodies and basically no utility left for Cloud9, Giddy will attempt to now walk up the spiral stairs. He's looking for a miracle here. This could be the moment, but he shoots out a drone. They might know about his position. Yeah, it seems like standby. They might know about the player upstairs and will just ignore it. Trying to hunt down this bandit who's now by himself in the bomb site.
This is crazy.
Wow! Canister, oh my god! Center just jumped the gun and Dream failed the QTE. Now he's gone. Giddy's in a 1 versus 4. And it's up against a blitz. And 2 fairly healthy attackers, might I add, as well. He's kind of trapped in this position. Shot in the back through the rotate as well from the lurker by server side. A well-needed round win for standby. At least they've been successful when attacking the basement. And more importantly, they got their default 2 rounds, Harrison.
They do indeed. They get their minimum quota. Of course, they would like a 3rd here. It's on piano. They would. I think they would like 1 more round than they currently have. Do you disagree?
It's kind of greed they talk about in the Bible. Hope you know that. Be thankful for what you have. Remember that.
That's why my name starts with a G.
What?
G for greed.
Oh, okay. I was like, what are you talking about? That is not your. That is not what your name
You know how, like,
starts with.
what is it? Some languages pronounce G like H.
10 seconds left.
Okay. No, I didn't. I did not know that.
Now you do. Look at that. Power of learning.
I think we've learned a lot. I think we learned a lot today.
We have. We're about to learn how standby LFO attack piano on round 6 of Consulate on map 3 against Cloud9 at 9:02 p.m. Eastern. There is, of course, an extension by Cloud9. They've got 4 players upstairs. The only player on site is, you guessed it, Dream. He is he's typically the player stuck on site if there's going to be one. Standby. Let's see. We got some players outside console, some outside admin, so they're looking to challenge this extension. C4 goes out pretty early on from Snake, doesn't hit anyone. That's also their only C4. And thus they back off of admin. So they allow Center the space to get in the building as Blackbeard. Yeah, they're just going to continue to fall back. I mean, they bled a minute. I guess they're happy with that. They'll try to just hold on the console side of things. Snake almost taken out by the player outside catering, who is Bino. He's opened that up. So pretty typical goings so far for Standby.
I do like that Cloud9 are remaining a little more passive here. They're just burning out the clock. They still have a lot of utility upstairs too to keep their position safe. Standby, again though, I talked about adaptability. They are going for a different clear, you know, unlike last time where they tried to avoid this extension and went through the piano window as an execute. They're instead tackling this directly from admin over, using these grenades to make space. It's caught by a magnet, but Fens just walks past it to kill Snake instead. An advantage for Standby here as the Roam is still alive upstairs, trying to push back this defense as Dream and Giddy tag team the player pushing in from Projector. Epic gets a trade onto Aiden, and Kobe Lax narrowly wins the gunfight against the Blackbeard, but Eddie's there to greet him with a shotgun blast. We're still tied up 2 versus 2. Giddy having a couple of gas canisters left, but he's off the bomb site. He's over by Yellow. And I think Standby are aware that there's only one person in the site right now, as Giddy just currently tries to hide by Yellow. Maybe if they don't notice him on a drone, this could be a huge flank opportunity once that plant goes down. There's only 20 seconds left, and Standby are using these crucial moments to gather more info about what the site looks like right now.
Eddie's spotting one of those BPs. With 10 seconds left, it's just going to come down to a hatch drop from Bino. He gets in the site, but he's stuck in a Banshee, and there's shots coming his way through the smoke. Eddie with the shotgun out. I don't know, what is he doing? Looking through the vert. Bino's got to get off the plant. What the hell was that?
I do not know. I think the idea was he was hoping if someone ran through the smoke, a shotgun pellet would hit him no matter what, but
maybe.
I don't know, man. Too many cooks in the kitchen. That was a little egregious there. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's the kind of greed that they talk about, man.
Or do you think maybe he had someone in his ear like, pull out the shotgun, pull out the shorty, pull out the shorty.
The voices in my head.
That was so strange. I mean, but it really comes down to the trade game from Cloud9 upstairs, right? Like, Standby started things off with that kill from Fens, but then he was super low HP, got a little ahead of himself, ends up dying, but there's trade after trade after trade after trade. But the most important thing for Cloud9 is that they do get the final trade to even things up, and they get away. And I think at that point, like, Standby just didn't have the info to operate with, which is why who was it? Giddy was able to just waltz upstairs and kill Eddie. Shotgun out or not. He was able to just waltz upstairs and kill Eddie.
And it will remain a 4-2 split. Go to meeting room for the first round by Standby. It's been, I guess, a normal conflict for the most part in terms of round count, but Again, the way Standby had won both their basement attacks was really impressive. The rest of their clears, though, just didn't really pan out for them. Again, you mentioned the trade game that Cloud9, equalized for the final moment and were just able to burn out the timer. That's the one thing they've done a good job at, is just wasting time against Standby. Now, hopefully for their sake, they won't fall into the same issue that Standby had in a lot of those rounds. You've got tons of stall potential here on the defense. The Toxic Babes and Goyo combination that we didn't see ever by Cloud9 on the first half, which was really shocking. You also have tons of info at the Fenrir, Valkyrie, and Pulse all at the same time. Maybe a little overkill, but I definitely like the fact that they are going to have plenty of info and nitro cells just to double down on stopping a plant, which might happen shortly. Cloud9 have the Amaru and Giddy with the Thatcher as well to burn out as much utility as possible. We could try to see a fast plant here from Cloud9.
If they do go for that fast plant, though, there are plenty of tools that Standby have to deal with this. In comes one of those tools as the Amaru attempts the plant. She takes half of her HP taken away by one gas canister. And that's kind of the risk that you run when you're going for these Amaru plants, is when you've got smoke, when you've got 2 C4s. Can get a little bit dangerous. At least one C4 gets wasted. In comes Dream once again, about halfway through the plant, but Eddie skates by the cover! And Dream eats Buckshot! Case is now down. Nades are coming out. Eddie still lives, and then you run it like, why did he do that?
Fight or flight kicked in. He just did not know what to do. He could have ran back to the safety of sight or ran closer to projector. He just held W. He's like, I'm going in for more. Tell my children what happened today. Oh, he got the other C4.
Oh, but he gets
happens again. How does it happen twice and Cloud9 0 coverage again? Oh my god.
That was so freaking cool for a sec. The mid-air snipe with the EMP launcher on the C4 to deny it, and then Center's just like, all right, I'm sprinting at them. And then Veto kills the guy on the rappel too. I mean, at this point, round is pretty much over.
Left, bro.
Oh, wait, Kobe kills Center through the Fenrir. That was kind of crazy. But, looking for the trade, but he's also 1 HP. These two players are playing paintball. Unless someone else can come assist. Again, the Fenrir revealing the Gridlock's location. Giddy with a big pick, but he's down. And again, the Gridlock stuck in the Fenrir, 1 HP. Nothing he can do after a comical couple plant attempts on the window. It's a first defense win for Standby.
I don't even know how to comment on that round. It was a good play initially for Eddie, right? You still hear the plant going down. Your utility doesn't work. You just get your hands dirty and run in with a shotgun there and just hope you can avoid the rappel coverage, because now someone has to get off that rappel to now hop into sight, recover the diffuser, and either try to plant again or hop back out the window, either way being exposed. But Cloud9, they did have presence down below. They were using those grenades to force them off the desk, and instead of running the other way back towards B, he just doubled down and ran at the window. But again, Cloud9, their win con was securing that plant and using the Thatcher EMPs to stop that utility. So when Standby saw it happen again, they're like, well, Center's got a shotgun. Let's just send him in and see what happens. And the same thing worked again for Standby. And then Cloud9 just ran out of utility. They're like, well, there is no third time that can charm us a round win. We're just going to have to hop into Skylight and hope we can win some gunfights. And they did, but not enough to get the round. And we're going to piano now instead for Standby after an extremely comical round. Cloud9, they've got the Deimos in play. They've got the Blitz, 2 operators that have been very successful for them in the past. But once again, a lot of good opportunities to maybe counter that utility with the fact there's a Fenrir on the board and Ella. I really like the lineups that Standby have been going for in these couple of defensive rounds, honestly.
Oh!
Loading new magazine.
Well, clearly they had info on center, and Aiden just waltzes his way in, floor bangs the guy, gets the hell out. That's your pulse dead. That is a ton of information now gone. That's a C4 now gone. That is a beautiful first pick for Cloud9, especially on a site like Piano, where having that player, you know, able to either sit in closet or rotate downstairs, that pulse can be extremely powerful. No one filling the position either, so there is nobody on site. That was your only anchor. This whole hold is now going to be full vert.
Electric sensor on.
Standby seems pretty content with just waiting up here until Cloud9 make that next move. Again, you still have that blitz, still a lot of resources, maybe just to avoid the vert altogether. You have smokes, but the warden is still alive and well. That could be a potential moment of grace here for standby. Epic now maybe trying to rotate a little bit off the top floor and a potential flank if an execute happens. Again, yes, Cloud9 did win the first entry, but they are playing extremely passive, trying to set up for this clear upstairs. Finally, you've got Giddy dropping down, but he's by his lonesome, and Fens shutting down Kobe Lax. The man count is now equalized in a 4 versus 4, and there is info attempted to be used by Cloud9, but standby just continue to hold strong. Finally, there's something for Cloud9 as Aiden and Snake win their gunfights downstairs. In theory, they have site control, but again, the vert was never dealt with by their teammates, and now they're left with the conundrum. Try to get this plant down and deal with the vertical, or go back upstairs with only 30 seconds left to fight head-on against standby.
Plant going down. Eddie's got the spot on it, but can they prevent it with the vert? Eddie taking a lot of damage as he passes through. Plant does go down. Snake kills Fens' teammate. Here comes the Fenrir, reveals his location, killing the down, and Snake clutches up, getting both the final kills in a 5-3 lead for C9.
It's a good reset there for Cloud9. They did lose their clear upstairs, but at least able to push in through closet. They won those gunfights on site and avoided both the Fenrir and Solus holding vert. I would have thought it would have been a lot more challenging for Cloud9 to secure that plant, but being able to tuck away behind that shelf, it was just enough to secure that post-plant position, and then winning the 1-for-1 gunfight. Snake versus Fens, another nail-biting moment that Snake ends up winning a crucial round for Cloud9. They still have the lead, and they've got one of those 2 round wins on attack that are oh so coveted on a map like Consulate. And are we seeing, is that tellers again, or am I crazy?
Yes.
Wow,
Yes, it
okay.
is.
I'm surprised we're seeing it twice in a game. It feels like forever since I've seen it played this consistently.
I mean, hey, Pulse Shotgun is in full effect.
That's true. I've been seeing a lot of that
It's
lately as
literally,
well.
I think it's literally the Pulse Shotty effect. Like, because center can now just sit down there and look up at the ceiling and deny any kind of plant attempt. Also going to have, of course, the roam upstairs. Eddie bolstering his position with all those trips. Epic going to also be playing upstairs with the castles. Bino looking to bandit trick tunnel, because that's really the only place that the attack can come from quickly and catch the defense off guard. I like the Valkyrie play too from Fens. They're going to have a ton of information, redundancy along with that pulse, just in case they lose him. Because we know sometimes center can play a little aggressively. But there's also tons of information for the attack with this Deimos and with this Dokkaebi. Dream at the tip of the spear with that blitz too. The shield is always going to help. I do wonder where Aiden is going to go. What's his plan?
For a site like Teller, I don't know. Maybe he'll just help with the clear upstairs, possibly. That could maybe be the idea. Seems like for Cloud9, they're going to just skip a majority of that top floor and just try to barge their way in through closet, but center's ready for it, and so's Epic. Both winning their 1-for-1s, and we were right. Aiden was just hopping his way from the printer window to help this clear up above, but they have info to work off of. Epic just shotguns Giddy, and Aiden takes a couple of shots there, but he eventually eliminates Eddie. Now you've got a 2 versus 4. Cloud9, they're clear or rush from the back area of closet just totally failed with there being info via that cardiac sensor. There is a Death Mark coming out here, maybe just to hunt down this Pulse and recover that diffuser, but it's unsuccessful so far for Snake as he lobs a nade over that open wall. And at this point, Standby could even forfeit diffuser and still probably win. They've got a Nitro Cell left and that cardiac sensor for a lot of information, but they are still wasting a lot of time upstairs, just trying to burn out that timer from Cloud9 and make this a very challenging execute if they were to go for it. And Epic lining up yet another one, make it a quad kill for him. An impressive round for Epic as Standby claim yet another round on their defense and come closer to tying against Cloud9.
Yeah, just one round away now. Beautiful Teller's defense is Cloud9. I mean, it was just another case of they tried to go fast and Standby were ready for it, probably thanks mostly to that Pulse continuously pinging out where that blitz was coming from. Being able to C4 said blitz too was pretty big. And that's the importance of a Pulse. Just sitting there, gathering information, seeing, hey, they're kind of stacking up out here. And because of that, Standby were more than ready for a rush. And that's basically, that's like 90% of why rushes fail, is just the other team was ready for it. If you're not catching someone by surprise, the rush is never going to work.
You think Cloud9 do it again? Think they do another think they do another Amaru plant with the 8 different EMP shots? I'd hope not, man. Their lineup isn't changing at all, so maybe Cloud9 will go for more of an admin focus clear. They have 2 Verdops. I'm wondering why they have Snake on Sledge here for a meeting attack. Maybe they'll get off him, or they just want to have him on this op for the nades, possibly. Yeah, there we go. Twitch makes a lot more sense. You can use those Twitch drones to get rid of the gold. You've got Fenrir, who can be countered by that, and a DMR, which is great, and still have Kobe play downstairs on the Buck. So I would imagine Cloud9 go for an admin over clear and try to get this Blackbird in as quickly as possible, but they still have to worry about Epic, who could easily work his way downstairs. Also, Eddie is in the basement. Out of all the people that would be in the basement right now, Eddie is not the person who I'd expect. What's he up to?
Shout out Eddie. He's on yellow. Okay, so he's probably just playing around the stairs.
I guess so, yeah. Now he's back on the second floor.
I don't know, maybe he was hunting a drone, shot it, and then left. That was weird. You can sprint down? Was that just a visual bug?
I was not paying attention. I was writing something down.
Oh, you know the whole, like, how you can sprint on rappel now? I just watched Giddy do the sprint animation down.
Interesting.
It was really weird. Anyway, on the rappel, Blackbeard is setting up Stream to work his way into admin. They do have the Fenrir of Bino to contest, but the nade is probably going to force him off the door. It'll give enough space for Dream to work his way in. Fens takes a little bit of damage. Bino's got to be really careful. There are attackers right next to him. He does, I believe, get back? No, is he still paper? He is. He is still paper along with Epic. Now he falls back. Epic likely going to fall back as well. And I mean, hey, they burned half the round just by sitting still near admin.
Yeah, I really cannot fathom how slow Cloud9 have been. I don't even know if Standby have popped any Vulcan packs yet. So that is definitely going to be an issue now that we're in the final minute of this round. No rotate yet either by Cloud9 too. They are solely focusing on admin and the little bit of vert presence they have from Kobe Lax, which has not made a lot of space as of right now. Catering wall possibly opened up now for Cloud9 too, so they kind of have the makings of an execute, but again, there's Toxic Babes. There's impact grenades still in play as well. There's the Vulcan packs too, and the entry from Eddie, who's playing by bathroom. Aiden will at least retaliate with some damage of his own, now racking up 2 kills, and the Vigil somehow lives that long, but Aiden finding yet another one. In the blink of an eye, Cloud9 have gone from a sluggish round to I don't know if I'd call it an amazing clear, but a clear that got Aiden 3 kills in a row and a round win, so better than nothing, and it's now series point for Cloud9. What even happened there?
I literally have no idea what just happened. I mean, okay, I kind of know what happened. So the two guys in long desk, right? So Eddie gets the opening pick like on the opposite side of the map. There's two guys in long desk trying to power against this Blackbeard. And Goyo, the Vigil is playing way too passively for it to actually be like a real duo power. So Goyo swings, gets his head cut off by Aiden, but the Vigil is playing too passively to actually get the refrag, burns all of his ammo on the Blackbeard, and is stuck in the corner, and then just dies. And then I don't know how he killed the third guy. Third guy was like, I don't know, just walking around or something. Like Aiden just lining up 3 kills, won them the round, and now might win them the map just because Standby played a 2v2 really badly. And it's Piano, and they lost this round. Or they lost this site last time.
Magazine.
And maybe providing some comfortable flank watch and pushing back Standby's aggressive roam here. But in the meantime, yeah, it does look to be an admin over with Epic just remaining calm. Not over-aggressing just yet, just playing close by the vending machine, expecting Cloud9 to enter in, and then maybe he'll try to take some gunfights before backing away. You start aggressive by admin and slowly try to work your way closer into council just to keep this top floor as long as humanly possible.
More attackers funnel in through admin. Epic, the closest defender. Now maybe backing off towards the hallway. I imagine he's backing off. If he doesn't, he's about to fight 3 people at once, which is not a recipe for success. He's backing off towards reception, so he's long desk now. Cloud9, again, though, have been taking a fair bit. Like, Standby weren't even super contesting admin, and Cloud9 are still only getting in with a minute left. And, like, they haven't even really started clearing console side yet. Oh, that's... Hold on, that's big.
Did he get through?
Yeah, they used the BP to EMP the air jab.
That is crazy tech there from Standby. And Eddie could be a huge distraction to assist as well, but it looks like most of Cloud9 have just given up the top floor. Now focusing their attention back into sight. The second air jab will reactivate. Almost losing the life there for Eddie, but it's only this Nomad back upstairs. Maybe they'll try to just power this lone player. Giddy with the first entry kill. As now Epic or Eddie tries to run downstairs, the potential flank. Epic will be the one to guard this player upstairs, but Cloud9 looking to close the game flawlessly as they've got site control. They've got the plant down, and it's a 4 versus 1 with little to no effort. They just kind of slipped their way into sight, and that was all she wrote. Standby, they started out with a roar coming back on Clubhouse, but ended in a whimper. As despite being so far forward on their extension, they just, I don't know, they didn't do anything. They didn't react to what was happening in front of their eyes. Cloud9 was taking sight. They were opening walls. They were trying to get the plant down, and just nothing happened for Standby. What was that round?
Yeah, like I mentioned, there was a minute left. Cloud9 weren't clearing console yet. I didn't realize that there were like 2 people setting up in lobby and just opening the wall. Giddy gets in, gets a pick, plant starts. Standby are freaking out. They die trying to kill the planter, and they just didn't react nearly in time to stop any kind of lobby execute. I mean, one guy in admin, who was the Nomad? Aiden, I think? Yeah, Aiden. Yes. Aiden was literally stopping 2 defenders from doing anything just by sitting there in admin on a head hole. So Standby at the end of the day, just unable to adapt properly on Consulate. Again, they had some flashes of brilliance. There were a couple rounds where they looked really good, but Cloud9 just more consistent, better in the trade game. Like basically every round where it was coming down to back and forth trade after trade after trade after trade, Cloud9 was winning them. And Cloud9 moves on. We're going to have a rematch between C9 and JJ that C9 has already won.
What a game. Cloud9 setting themselves up for success early, John, with a nice 4-2 defensive half, but it really was the attack that made the difference, right? I mean, getting that 4-2 defensive split, that's something, but then you got to follow it up, and they were able to win over Standby, who were trying to put up defensive efforts in their own right, and they just were unable to do so. And as Harrison says, they move on now to play JJ and Co. in just a bit, but it really was Cloud9 bouncing back from that second map, setting the tone early, and they just never let off the gas.
Yeah, you talked about the mini game aspect of a map as large as Consulate. It felt like Cloud9 just kind of ignored those from Standby while attacking, and that's what kind of set them against Nate or against Standby and their lack of success while attacking. If they saw an extension they didn't feel like clearing out, they ignored it. If they wanted to just hit the site and go for a plant, they would attempt that instead and focus as little as possible with dealing with the extension. That last round was a perfect example of that as well. And although the first half was a really big mix-up, and the beginning of the second half too, the composure by Cloud9 was beautiful. Again, just focusing on the objective play and a consistent trade game that Standby just was not able to keep up with, and that's what set them apart to now face off against JJ and Co. again.
Yeah, well, we've been highlighting it, just the trades from C9. Like, Standby had a couple really good ideas, right? Round 1 with that rush plant in the smoke. Round 5, that beautiful roam clear they had upstairs. But just so many rounds were coming down to trade after trade after trade after trade on these extensions. And Cloud9 seemed to be coming away with the advantage every single time because they would get the equalizer and then they would be able to get out and play the site. And then by then, Standby didn't have enough information. They were operating with no utility. They were just trying to go in raw. And obviously, when you're going in raw with 10 seconds, it basically becomes a 1v2, not a 2v2, because someone's got to stick the plant. And that's why Cloud9 kept winning those on the defense. And then we we flip over to the attack. And when you're already down 2-4, you can't be trading rounds on your defense. You need to step up and take that advantage. But Cloud9 were just that little bit more consistent, as they've been in the NAL, and why Standby once again finished below them.
Yeah, right. That back and forth battle that's been happening all year. Once again, it is Cloud9 who edge out Standby. I think we'll see it in the stats as well. And you highlighted this, Harrison, that it was a team game for Cloud9. Unlike that first map where Giddy popped off, right? It was about team play. It was about trades, and that's what the difference was. Of course, we have a match MVP to crown, as we did in the last series between Cloud9 and Standby. Of course, it's going to be Giddy, John, after starting out so strong, finishing in that team play. It did not matter that he slightly fell off in that second map. The entire team did. He was far and away that star player on this C9 roster.
Yeah, he was the clear reason why in map 1 they had a comeback victory in overtime. And you mentioned the inconsistencies on Clubhouse. He completely made up for that in map number 3. He relied a lot more on his utility, was working around his teammates better. Everyone just kind of flowed as a cohesive unit again to enable that heavy emphasis on trades and, you know, playing more for the objective. We really highlighted Standby's willingness to go for a plant. It wasn't the same case for Cloud9 until the end of map number 3, and hopefully with the overall stats we could see their plants kind of rack up a little bit more. But it was crazy to me how often, you know, Standby were going for plants and how rarely we saw it for Cloud9, but at least their success rate was skyrocketing in that factor.
Yeah, the objective play was really, again, I kind of mentioned it before, it was really refreshing to see, especially in Modern Siege. In fact, in the first 2 maps, standby planted in the majority of their attacking rounds. How often do we get to say that? But then it was a big problem, and I think one of the reasons, again, why they didn't look as strong on the attack on Consulate is that in playing that really strong trade game, Cloud9 were removing Standby's ability to go for the plant win con because it was going down to 2v2s and 3v3s and such. They had that first really good plant in that first round, and then after that, they really never got to the point at which they could plant. And I really like that Cloud9, finally adapted to that, saying, if we let them get to the execute with the tools that they need/want, they're gonna get the bomb down. Like, they've just been too good at it. We need to fight way more aggressively, and as long as even if we come away with like -1 man, as long as we kill enough of them, they're not gonna be able to execute.
You raise a great point about adapting on the fly, and it feels like that's the difference, right, between a team that's slightly better than the other, the experience to be able to make those changes. You look at someone like Dream on Cloud9, he's going to bring that leadership, the years of experience that he has more than anyone in this lobby, the perfect player to lead a team in adapting to the standby gameplay, John. That very utility-focused gameplay, that plant-focused gameplay that they brought back.
Yeah. And even though the one plant attempt from that council window did not work out, I like how they tried something obviously different, going in for an admin overtake on their attack. Just little things like that we were highlighting. Standby did a great job on Clubhouse. The script basically flipped over on Consulate. Now you have people like Kobe Lax and Aiden getting enabled off that utility to make space, take favorable gunfights, and then allow your team to go in for that plant. There's a clear step-by-step process, and Cloud9 aren't getting, clouded with their vision about what they need to do next. Everybody is on the same page, and that's a clear sign of good leadership and communication, like you highlighted for Dream specifically.
Well, as you mentioned, JJ and Co. and Cloud9 will now face off in the lower bracket semis. But before that, we shift gears to the upper bracket, where the heavy hitters of Dark Zero and Oxygen will clash to go to the grand final. Crow Fellow, it has been a pleasure. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We're going to welcome in Happy and Light Rose in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. The upper bracket action gets started in just a few minutes. Apparently I was muted. We've got a very important job this week. This weekend, we are going to send one more team to the Six Invitational from North America. Welcome, everybody. Screw all the crazy intro. We're back. I'm Jonah. I'm now joined by Happy and Light Rose as we dive into the upper bracket portion of the evening. Just the upper bracket final, because already we got through the quarters and the semis yesterday. But first, Happy V, welcome. Aiden, I know it's been a while, but you're back. You've had a chance to see these wild games take place in EU and now North America. What do you make of the action so far?
It's been a lot of fun. I think my favorite part so far has been seeing how often people are playing Fortress, the new map. I think it's a lot of fun to watch. We're seeing it develop literally every single time it gets played. Something is changing about the way people see it. And that's been my favorite part about watching it so far, because unlike Lair, which it felt like took a little while, people have already taken to Fortress incredibly fast. And that's been super cool to see. So that's probably been my favorite part, but we've had a lot of really close games. So a lot to pick from in terms of highlights.
Yeah, and I think it'll be nice if we see it tonight, whether it is the first series or the second series. Because, look, Jonah, we're halfway through the night, buddy. We got a long way to go.
9:45 Eastern.
It is.
We got 6 hours to go.
We were, before this game, Happy and I were kind of locked in, and I think I told him, I was like, it's only realizing that we could be here for another 5 hours. And
where else would you want to be?
Is there anywhere else you really want to be? I don't know.
Exactly. Dark Zero and Oxygen, it's the perfect way to set the tone for the second half of the evening for everybody watching. Like we said, strap in. We got a long night ahead of us. But Dark Zero and Oxygen have been two teams who have been circling around and towards each other all year long. They've clashed several times throughout the group stage, throughout the playoffs in the NAL, but here they clash in a bigger moment with one more spot at the Six Invitational on the line. Oxygen, they worked their way through Card & Co, through Cloud9. Dark Zero breezing through that second round against Orglis after a little more difficulty in the opening round against Standby. But V, Dark Zero are a team looking for redemption. I mean, stage one, at the beginning of the year, they were on fire. Started to slow down a bit in stage two and in regional finals, where they took 5th place in both. Now with a chip on their shoulder, they're going to be looking with this roster to push themselves to invite.
Yeah, taking the stat from Harrison, I believe that Munich was the first event that they had missed in about 6 years or so. And to lose that, you then lose Pambazu, who's been a rock of the roster for a long time. You have to bring in somebody. So who do they bring in? Rival going into the playoffs. Dark Zero doesn't do amazing. They get 5th place, and now they're looking to potentially make it to SI. They've just got to make it through their opponent, who they have bested previously, but there's a reason we play out the games. If you watched last year's LCQ, was it Wildcard versus Oxygen, where Wildcard had beat Oxygen? Was it 2 to 3 times beforehand? And in the final game, they lost. Who's to say that can't happen again? Dark Zero, they need to get that upper edge. They need to get into the grand final tonight.
Yeah, and like V said, Oxygen, the technically defending champs of the LCQ, they made it to invite last time through this very path. Now, big opponent to go up against to try to get to that same spot.
Yeah, very different Oxygen roster that made the run last season. This time around, they had a pretty solid NAL stage. They were firmly in that top 6, but the big story with these guys was that they only won a single best of 3 through the first 2 stages of NAL, through playing EWC, everything they played. Since this roster has come together, they only won 1 best of 3, and that was over Wildcard in stage 1. Now they have at least beaten Cloud9, and that's like another one under their belt. They got the win over Card & Co as well, but really getting that win over another T1 team is significant. But that's the thing for OXG, is do they have what it takes to do they have the wherewithal to get through more and more best of 3, since that's what they really struggled at through this season when they were going up against other teams in the top 6 of the NAL to try and solidify themselves as a LAN qualifying team. They would stumble near every single time. Like V said, losing in the 5th place match, even though that didn't even really mean as much, to Dark Zero at the end of stage 2. Here is their chance to prove that they are not that same team that was struggling in best of 3s for the last 8 or 9 months.
Well, our last order of business before we dive right on into this one, V, we got to know where this one is taking place. We'll take a look at our map veto now. A best of 3. I expect to see all 3 maps here. What do you make of this?
Ooh, Border being the first pick is so interesting, followed by Fortress as well. We've seen teams, we've seen both of these teams play on Border, but not against each other. So I believe all of this, if I check my notes, is going to be a nice clean slate up against each other. Actually, DZ did beat Oxygen 7-5 on Clubhouse in that 5th place game. So we do have that to fall back on. But almost everything here, we're going off of months old data. That's an old season. That's an old roster for DZ. So we could be in for some exciting, fresh gameplay.
And I'm really excited to see Fortress specifically. You want to talk about exciting, fresh gameplay? It was the first thing I mentioned when Jonah asked me, what am I most excited about through this qualifier so far? Especially seeing DZ pick into it, the team that hasn't shown it thus far through the LCQ. They clearly have something cooked up, and they were saving it for this game, knowing that OXG is a team that's on a level above the rest. They need to have their best preps coming into this best of 3, and clearly they think that's on Fortress, despite it being their first real game day rep on the map.
Well, you guys don't get a ton of chances to predict a winner between 2 heavy hitters like this, but I'm going to give you a chance as we dive into this game. V, do you have a winner here? Is it the technical underdog of OXG over Dark Zero? Are they going to do this once again, or is it Dark Zero to shut them out?
I want to say that, honestly, I'm just going to go OXG. Gut feeling, off of Border, off of Fortress. I think if this team is picking into Border, they clearly have something, and I think if they have their guns up, I think they should be able to shoot better, and that's why I've got them taking it. It should go in 3. I don't expect this to go quickly, but I'm just going with the gut feeling. Gut feeling is usually not wrong, so.
Yeah, you got to do it in a situation like this. It's LCQ. There's so much that can change, especially Aiden. We've got Fortress in play. That means expectations as far as that map can go. Well, we have none. It's not like we're throwing out of the window. We just don't know what to expect there. We have never seen it at this level. What do you think of this? Who do you think is going to take it?
I'm going to be contrarian and say Dark Zero, because I think it's such a coin flip that, you know, I want to have a differing opinions here, differing stakes in it for both of us. But I do think this map pool is looking pretty good for OXG, given that they already played Fortress, they showed it, and they beat Cloud9 on it 7-4. I'm not a big fan of the Dark Zero move to pick a map you haven't played on a game day yet as your map pick in a situation like this. Now, they do have a little bit of breathing room because you always have that lower bracket final that you could head to, but obviously you're going to be a lot more comfortable if you can win this here and lock in your spot in the grand final and not have to go into that grand final tired tomorrow. I do think Dark Zero is the better team, like through and through, but these maps could easily go either way, especially that Fortress pick could be very risky.
And we have to remember that there is more on the line than just, okay, you move on or you go home. It's not quite that. They have an opportunity to drop to the lower bracket, V, but the difference between playing a second map, right, in a lower bracket final tomorrow and then going straight into a grand final potentially where your opponent can just sit back and watch. Momentum is a factor and rest is a factor. Yesterday, these teams were grinding late into the night, much like they are now. When you look at this map pool, do you think freshness is gonna play a role at all here? Do you think that momentum is gonna play at all here, or is it just gonna be hit that reset button like these teams have done so many times?
I think it's going to be momentum based. I think with how these maps are, you know, you've got Border, you've got a newer map of Fortress. It's all just kind of roll into each other. And I think with how a new map usually means that strategies aren't really defined yet. So you're going to have pretty scrappy gameplay, not really strategically coordinated as some of these other maps, and I think that is really going to be defined by what we see in that first map. It should be pretty exciting to see, and it's like Aiden said, it's kind of hard to really pick one out of this. It does feel like a really good coin flip.
All right, well, we enter the coin flip now. Upper bracket final, a place in the grand final tomorrow on the line. The loser down to the lower bracket needing to use that second chance. It's Dark Zero and Oxygen and Aiden. V, it starts right now.
And it starts on Border, a map that I personally wasn't expecting to see between these two. OXG picking into it, as you had hinted at before we really got started during that pre-show. It's not really a map that seems like it was their specialty. And so seeing them pick into it, almost as surprising as seeing Dark Zero pick into the map that didn't exist in the map pool before this tournament started. Now, nothing was really going to beat that. But Border got close, and that's why I'm really excited to see what happens today, because a couple of maps to start off the series that could go either way. In a series that could go either way, we have made sure that the table is set for a very exciting best of 3 to come.
It's one of those things where when a team picks a map, you're like, what do you got cooking there? What are we doing here? I think with a map type like Border, where it is very cramped, you're going to have a lot of gunfights. All right, we've got a rehost. That's great. This day definitely doesn't need to go on longer than it needs to be. So we're just kind of prolonging things a little bit, but I mean, sure, it gives us a chance. I didn't really get a good look because I was looking at the attacker lineup, but so far with Oxygen, they're going to be the ones, I believe, starting the defense. Like I said, I wasn't really able to get a good look on who was who.
We were in game for about 10 seconds.
I know,
so
my brain was whirring through like multiple things, and so immediately taken into it, and then taken right back out of it.
Yeah, it's tough, right? It's very tough, but at the very least, you get to start a little bit on Border. It's very clear these guys are ready to get into it, but, some tech issues keeping us out of it for now. Yeah. But I do think also, attack, defense, start on Border. It's a little more 50-50 than most maps tend to be. Most maps in the game you'll see favor that 4-2 defense side split. Border, on the other hand, could absolutely sway either way. And so no matter which team starts on which side, if you're the one picking into Border, you're just confident in your ability to play Border. It's a map that is very TDM heavy. It can very easily turn into a lot of fights left and right. It felt like Fortress was going to play that way. Hasn't so far, but I think there's potential for it to develop that way in the coming months. But Border is going to play that kind of way. You force the other team to extend really far away from the site, maybe hit some of the gaps in the defense that gets set up. But all this is to say, starting attacker defense side isn't really as important on a map like this as it was on maybe, God rest its soul, Skyscraper or a Consulate, which is the last map that we got to see in the best of 3 before that. So I think either way, OXG ought to be feeling pretty confident to start with on Border, but it's still, like we were talking about, it doesn't really fully feel like it was an OXG map.
Yeah, looking at some information that our host, Jay-Z Wills, gave us. Oxygen since 2023.
Wow.
September, I think. DZ has won every single matchup between these two teams, except in Stage 2 of last year is when OXG was able to get a 7-5 victory over Dark Zero. So... And it was on Lair, so very different so far than I think these first two maps that we have going for it, depending on who you ask. Because Fortress, you can feel shades of a lot of different maps. Like Oregon, I know, like when we were doing prep work with John and Harrison, Crow and Fellow, we were going through like a bunch of different maps that it reminded us of. Like I said Oregon. I think John said Lair as well. There were a bunch of different maps that this all reminded us of. And we'll have to see which one it kind of goes down, whether it is going to be reminiscent of a Lair or an Oregon, where you're going to have maybe the same type of plays go out every single time, or it's going to be power position defendant, like something, let's say Clubhouse Rafters is my favorite example that I like to go after. It's the fun of a new map every single time, and I really like it.
Yeah, and I think that in general, that's going to provide a lot of excitement to this series on the whole. Like we were talking about, not just having Fortress in, but Border being a map we didn't expect out of OXG. And then, of course, map number 3 being Clubhouse. We kind of, glossed over that one because it's Clubhouse. You've seen it plenty more times. So it's going to play the same way you know it is. And I think that'll be a nice little palate cleanser to really prove who the better team was out of this best of 3. And I think something else that's important to mention is that you talked about how since September of 2023, OXG have only won once. That was still in a best of 1. Again, this is a team that was dominant in best of 1s through the stage so far, but the best of 3s have been a big issue for them. They've been a little bit of a point to improve on for OXG, and so that's going to make a big difference here as well. Perhaps that could indicate that their map pool might be lacking in some ways, and so they're trying to get some exposure therapy in the LCQ to some maps that we didn't necessarily call OXG maps in the previous months. Either way you slice it, still going to be some very important reps. And I think both of these teams generally going in with the mindset of, if we lose, it's not the end of the world. We've got that chance in the lower bracket. And knowing how much higher these two teams were in the NAL standings than everybody else who's still alive in this bracket, it feels like we'll see this matchup again in the grand final. It feels like these were the two favorites coming into this qualifier, and so far our feelings have been very validated, but we will see who's going to make it to the grand final first, as map number 1 between Dark Zero and Oxygen is hopefully underway for real this time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody really expected anything different. These were the only teams that made it into the actual finals itself, because both Cloud9 and now XEnvy were left out in the rain, wondering what they can do until the LCQ. But it looks like we are good. We are stable. We will get to play starting at 10 p.m. EST going. We'll see how late into the night. But for these teams, they haven't really had the opportunity to have a game day so far. Unlike our teams that are going to be in the lower bracket, Dark Zero and Oxygen have had to simply wait on their hands and see what they can do until very late into the night. And for Oxygen, it's going to be very time-wasting dependent to start it off. You're going to have that smoke. You're going to have Go. You're going to have Lesion, probably designed to maybe stop something like a Blackbeard, who is not banned, but also not being played by Dark Zero.
Blackbeard and Blitz both available to be brought, though none of the shields are going to make it into round number 1. Monty obviously wasn't going to be included, as he was banned from Border, at least for the very first 6 rounds. But already Dark Zero bring quite a bit of throwables. 2 smoke grenades, 6 frag grenades, 4 flashbangs, as well as 4 candelas. They've got Sen's ROU projectors. They've got pretty much everything you can ask for in terms of stuff to throw in and throw Oxygen off kilter just a little bit. So I'd imagine very soon this round is going to start to blow up. DZ probably just trying to early on set themselves up for a 3-2-1 and then probably take some preliminary map control off the back of their utility.
You see Gomez on the Solus taking control of break. That's usually going to be the first point of contention. That and East Stairs are 2 points where the attack really wants to hit early on. And so far, Dark Zero have indicated that they want to go around them. There is Gomez taking out Rival, immediately backing off, and honestly taking care of one attacker and then backing off. Half the round is gone. Yaga's going to clean up as well. Already, this defense is going off to a wonderful start.
And most importantly, they all get away before anybody gets punished by all that utility. The Candela that was thrown before Spirits passed, nothing done off the back of it. Nafe at least able to get a kill on a Grixer though. And that's solid to find for now. A wide swing from Forest straight into Citizen's line of sight is also going to be punished. And it feels like OXG, maybe unforced errors, to allow Dark Zero some space and a chance back into this round.
We do have the Deimos ready in Oxygen. They got that first opener, but slowly but surely, it's slowly been taken away from them. It's going to have to be Gomez to pick it back up. It's a 2v1 and only himself, but he cannot rely on time to get the job done as well.
NJR nearly gets dusted off that angle, but he will keep his life for now. And these last two attackers are very far away from each other, and they've made no secret of this either. The projector's going to be annoying, he'll impact it, but his vision impacted by the flashbang from behind. And in the meantime, Dark Zero are going to try to team up and play this together. NJR holding the angle in the hallway, and Gomez wasn't quite ready enough for NJR. Just standing in the middle of 90, staring him down and locking in the first round of this series for the attacking side of Dark Zero.
And you hope this isn't going to be a trend that follows us from the previous game. It was 5v2s, 4v2s that slowly just got chipped away. And Oxygen, I mean, what better start can you have on a map like Border, something that is very frag dependent? You get the entry, you get a second one, and then still the attack is able to encroach upon you. One thing that I looked at with these two teams in their previous games, and especially in the maps that they lost, was how entry dependent the entire game was. When Dark Zero went up against Standby, they could not fight up against, I believe it was Fens and Eddie, who are constantly getting entries, constantly being thorns in their side. The same goes for Oxygen, who's Stop, was also somebody who they could not stop, haha, pun intended. And
Raid.
yeah, Stop. I guess his name was Stop Raid.
His name's Raid. Yeah, I think Stop was just in the name.
Gotcha. Okay. But
Sorry.
I think that is a trend that we want to keep our eyes on for this game. Is the entry going to be a definitive factor in who's able to eventually take the round?
Yeah, a lot of sparky individuals encountered along the way by both of these teams, but these two made it here for a reason. They were top 6 in the NAL during the regular season for that same reason. The structure they have is unparalleled by everybody else in the qualifier, at least thus far. And as a result, DZ, they recognize the respect they have for OXG on the other side. Last round took a little while to get going, and this round it seems like, from the same vein, is going to take a little bit. Nobody into the building yet for DZ, except for Citizen in a very far away corner of the map towards Customs. It seems like that lurk could maybe be used to open things up eventually, but a little bit more horizontal focus on this attack so far than you would normally see out of Dark Zero, and for what it's worth, it's worked. Citizen gets the opening kill onto Forest.
Now down goes the Warden. So you're not going to have the ability to peer through these smokes, of which Dark Zero should have a couple. And now Grixer, he's all alone in waiting, and slowly Dark Zero are going to start to encroach upon him. They do have the Dekebi, they do have the player on the rappel waiting, but Gomez is such a powerful position. He gets Rival and then immediately backs up, designed to waste more time, designed to feed people right into Grixer down below.
And he's just barely able to get away, and he even finds a pick onto another player at top metal. Recognizing the threat coming from Break, he's about to go anywhere but where he's at right now, and they won't find him as a result. Only a minute to go, and DZ look aimless right now. Their one aim of finding Gomez is going to take quite some time. Finally, they managed to make it happen, but only a minute to go for this DZ attack, but they've got the man advantage back. Yogg has been found through the floor, and so OXG, perhaps on a little bit shakier of ground than they had thought they would be by this point in the round. Spirits, at any moment, ready to drop this hatch. Thanks to the shield, he won't get shot at by Adam. At the very least, he won't get shot and damaged. The nade goes forward, but that's also caught by a Wamai Magnet. But Adam just around the corner could easily get caught up by Spirits. But Grixer, the first one to find a kill. It's Nath going down 2 versus 2. The Blackbeard encountered by Adam, who can play in this position because there's no more ability to play on the window. Spirit still has the case as well. Where can he plant? There is good cover on the hatch from NJR, but he's got to get down because there just isn't enough ability to cover for him. But NJR should have stayed upstairs because the moment he drops, he's gone. Grixer down, but Adam has none of it, and Oxygen will not be stopped without tying this up after 2.
I think that maybe solves my question of, is entry going to be eventually who wins the round? Because in both of these rounds, whoever's gotten it started has just fallen off a cliff halfway through. I think for Dark Zero, I'm wondering if it's they didn't use the time wisely, like they were trying to bait Oxygen to come to them, specifically with that drop into the site. They have the Blackbeard, they have the player covering from the hatch. They are clearly trying to goad an Oxygen player to come into the bathroom so that they can have a player on the hatch, fire him down, get that man advantage, get that plant down, but Oxygen does not take the bait. They wait it out, force spirits to come to them, then the hatch drop comes, and suddenly Dark Zero have lost a pretty good advantage that they would have loved to keep prior. So far, this game has been pretty fiery to begin with.
Yeah.
I don't think either of us have expected the rounds to end the way that they have, but hey, it's a nice reminder to really keep it on your toes. These are pro league teams, so make sure that you always keep your head on a swivel. You don't always 100% know what's going to happen.
Not just pro league teams, but the two pro league teams that it felt like were the favorites coming in. It feels like we're seeing a different level of depth of strategy and thought process out of these two than what we've been seeing. Maybe earlier on through the rest of the night. We have been seeing some very impressive games earlier on, but I think it is fair to say that these two, at least up till today, have shown a very different level of gameplay in terms of at their peak. And now they're already going blow for blow just to start with on Border. Oxygen not going to be forced away from bathroom tellers, instead just choosing not to go back to it. They'll go to customs and workshop, but still, in the nature of Border, they will be expanding pretty much everywhere. As towards the opposite side of the map, we've got people on East Stairs, we've got a player in CCTV, one in Break. OXG are not letting DZ get anywhere easily.
I was about to say, it can have benefits, but it also has risks, just like that. A player is down, there is absolutely no tradability. That is one of the hindrances of defending Border, is that sometimes there's going to be a player that's got taken out from outside the building, and there's absolutely zero opportunity for a trade. Down goes Grixer as well. Dark Zero just needs to hold on to that man advantage that they had. Forest and Yaga are so split, but so are Dark Zero, and Yaga's going to be able to find a kill of his own. Oh,
another one for Yaga.
Again.
Forrest found a kill as well. It's a 2-on-2. And the comeback hasn't just started. They're 60% of the way there. The odds, all the better now for them. And you said they were split. They've got back together. With a minute to go, somehow allowed to find their way through the crowd back to each other. Are Forrest and Yaga just playing this side, or at the very least playing close to this side? Forrest not quite exactly on it. He's towards customs. NJR seems to know this. Looks like he might have heard the earlier dope call. But as NJR drops, Forrest right behind him, and he's not going to really check for it, or at the very least, if he did, it wasn't effective. Now Forrest, now isolated away from his last remaining teammate of Yogg, and the fight against Nafe is still going to go his way, because it's a shotgun that close up, and Nafe was looking clueless. Oxygen from 2-on-5. Don't let anybody else die. And it's a second round for OXG.
Come on, guys. We're playing for SI here. We got to have a higher standard of play where we can't be letting 5v2s happen on the regular. Every single round has had a at least 2-man advantage completely turn around. Like it is absurd to have this happen so early, and it feels like the energy is way too high because these things should not be happening as early as they are tonight. But the bans go through. Solus and Adamos make very, very good sense on a map like Border, where you're going to have somebody go down below as the Deimos, and you're going to have somebody rat, specifically Gomez, on the Solus. So that could be a general ban, could be a target ban. Either way, Legion is going to be a very nice pick for Gomez as well. But this was the only site that Dark Zero was able to win prior. When they got that entry death, a couple entry deaths, and they were immediately able to turn that around. It's interesting that Oxygen actually went for that Deimos ban instead of the Blackbeard ban, something that has been in almost every single lineup so far, I believe 66%. But clearly they don't think that it's that big of an issue. They've got the Clash of their own, they've got the Legion. There are ways to get around something that hasn't really been that big of an issue so far.
Litigate deployed. CCE ready for slow-mo.
OXG are going to go to their second floor bomb site. Actually, the only one they lost the first time. I had mistakenly said before that they weren't forced away from bathroom tellers after they won it, so of course they were. They lost their second floor defense in round number 1. The only round DZ have gotten on the board so far. And after that last round, you have to hope that DZ get another one on the board soon, because the 2-on-5 converted through for Oxygen could easily become a sign of worse things to come if the mental doesn't stay in check. Now, DZ, a very long-tenured team. I highly doubt they're letting it get to them too much, but you look at a player like Rival, still yet to get on the board, and probably the biggest game he's played in his Siege career yet as the newest addition to this DZ roster. I'd love to see him get on the board for something soon, just so he remembers how good he is and what it feels like to get some frags on the board.
Yeah, because Rival has, I mean, in my opinion, been a little hit or miss. He's had games where he's really shown up, but then he's also had performances where he's been 0-4, and the entry did to boot as well. Down goes the air jabs, down goes the ace, a great C4 to chunk down Spirits, just walking into Adam. Give him 3, and it's over like that. My goodness, I said Border would be a frag fest, and it very much is.
Yeah, it seems like OXG are having none of it. They are meeting DZ at the rim every single time. That kind of has become what Border is, right? It's such a small map that it can only develop so far. Over time, maps develop in this game where you try and hold more and more map control. Border could only really do so much. It might have had a growth spurt, but it was capped out at like 5-4 or 5-5, but it had to make the most of what it could with that little area. And so what teams will do a lot is what OXG are doing, where they will spread out a good bit, but because the map is so small, you kind of don't even, like, there's less opportunity to punish for getting so spread out. And the big thing that you're doing is you're making it so that DZ can't even get into the building. You win 1 or 2 fights in the right spot as OXG, and suddenly Dark Zero just have to keep throwing bodies to even try and get any map control. Would you say they had any map control during that last round? Because I definitely wouldn't. They walked in break, they tried to jump in radio, and they got in East Stairs for a bit, but OXG consistently meeting them at their very first entry point. And even when it's not working initially, they're doubling, tripling down, and it seems like it's not something that DZ have been prepared for, as this map control is not being given up to Dark Zero without OXG at least getting 1 or 2 picks in return.
That is kind of how Border is played. It's such a small map that every single centimeter of map control has to be fought for, and Oxygen did choose this map, and they know that if they, start on the defense, they can have these very scrappy fights where they can get an entry, at least get a player or 2, and then just fall back and wait for this Dark Zero attack, which has been pretty slow. I mean, we saw the one round, I believe, was it round 2? Yeah, where it was Spirits just in the shield trying to wait it out, see if they could get a kill, and so far, that's been pretty emblematic of Dark Zero once they've actually been able to get in the map. But so far, Oxygen, in half of the rounds, they've just been shutting them out, which, to be fair, is a great plan in of its own.
And DZ have been shut out completely for the last 3 rounds. Not a chance to get on the scoreboard, or at least they haven't gotten on the scoreboard. They've certainly had chances, but not chances that have been converted on properly by Dark Zero. Once again, we see them taking their time and getting into the building, but once again, we see OXG ready to meet them instantly. But it looks like Citizen's just trying to run his way straight through. He spotted some kind of gap just to get some map control, something that it feels like DZ might have forgotten what it feels like after how early on they've been met by OXG these past couple rounds. And so far, nothing done off the information that Dark Zero have been able to gather about this defensive setup.
Oh, could be a great C4. Adam is just a little bit patient. He'll go out. Should be shot. Is shot out. Great job. Duck behind the desk. Just wait it out. here's where that Blackbird could be really helpful, but Grixer being pushed down the east stairs right into the arms of Citizen. A wonderful job by Dark Zero. Now they're going to be able to take a pivotal amount of map control, and here's where we're seeing some really coordinated success, but they have to make sure they move as a unit and they don't get caught out as stragglers by players like Adam, who's a wonderful shot.
I was going to say, DZ so good this round at getting that opening pick and then instantly being ready for what OXG were going to try to do in trying to find those picks and then kills. Either one, trying to find them back immediately after to get it back to a 4-on-4, but they do let that up to Adam. Big misplay by NJR to give himself up in that position. And now OXG seem to be in decent position. There is a lot of control for DZ. They have the player on the cutoff on the window in Nafe, but OXG could easily contest Dark Zero for some of this extra control they might not think OXG has anymore. Customs could be very important later on. There's still Adam upstairs, looking down towards waiting room. Spirits, as he tries to sneak into the site, isn't really able to find anything. But this angle from Adam can't find anything either. He's getting stared down. He's getting gunned down. Citizen with that kill. Nafe with another. And the plant going down for Spirits means that these last two players from 45 are going to have to do everything in their power. What little power they may still have, but look at the sneak up from Gomez. Never mind. You can't look anymore because it got caught by Citizen, who made sure he quadrupled down to at least get his team on the board for a second.
Citizen having a wonderful map. So far, he is 3-0 on the entry. Every single entry has come from him, and I think he cleaned up at 7 there too. So with a map that is as frag dependent as Border is, having somebody like him to really bolster your team is such a wonderful job, combined with the fact that I think they're actually using their bodies, they're using shield and utility wonderfully. I mean, going back to that play with Grixer on East Stairs, he's clearly on the Denari trying to provide a stoppage with those trip connectors, but the Blackbeard is able to push him down directly into the waiting arms of Citizen, and therefore Dark Zero are actually able to take that map control, something that they were denied in that previous round. I think it's a very good attack by them. They do have one more, and to end on a 3-3 attacking split, I think would be just absolutely wonderful for this team, and they'd be able to flip onto the other side with great confidence.
Confidence definitely looked like it was there for DZ. Just how quickly they made their way into the map, seeing free control. Not something they've seen an awful lot of this game, as OXG have really been contesting them for quite a lot, right next to entry points. But you can't contest literally everything. So good on DZ for finding the opening that they needed last round, and thus getting themselves back into this game before it gets way too far out of hand. OXG, though, definitely looking very comfortable on their own map pick of Border, at least thus far through the first 5, with Adam very aggressive on the triple wall. Not quite going to spot anybody yet, but very clear the theme of don't let them get anything inside the building has not stopped after losing round 5.
I'm okay with it. I mean, I kind of like that plan. I think usually, especially when you're going up against a team, you know, it's late at night, playing this team for the first time in a couple months, just be in their face and it might work out, but losing Gomez really is going to hurt you. That is going to be a C4, and I think more importantly, one thing that we've harped upon throughout the entire map is control. That custom side is being given on over to Dark Zero because the Valkyrie is gone. They're able to use simply line of sight to push the Clash back upstairs, who I think right now she is on an island all of her own. I expect her to link up with some other people, but so far, Dark Zero, I think they're doing a wonderful job pacing themselves, slowly gaining that control, and working with what they have, but they have to be careful not to take too much time because we've seen the repercussions of that.
And Nafe nearly facing the repercussions of his C4, but he was about 2 seconds too late. Unfortunately, just in time to catch a headshot from the MP5 of Adam. That's the trade back that OXG were looking for, but it looks like DZ are looking for the objective. When you spread out that far, you leave the site as a weak point, and Rival and NJR are absolutely gonna exploit it. The rookie on the board for the very first time this game, and his team, as a result, stands at a 3 versus 2 advantage and stands inside the objective. Adam no longer standing means that Grixer is going to be alone in a 1 versus 3, but he's shot all the drones on his way here, and he couldn't quite do the same to Rival, who makes it a multi-kill. Now that he's finally on the board, things are looking up for Dark Zero.
You know, when a lot of people look at Rival being brought in, people have looked at the previous pickups that Dark Zero have done when they brought in usually a single player. Players like Rice, Kobe Lax come to mind, where they bring in somebody who doesn't have the impact that they really want. You know, some people say, you know, maybe this player wasn't as good. Other people say they got put in role hell. And right now, Rival is in that questioning stage where he had one performance, and it was in the NIL playoffs, which obviously Dark Zero did not perform really well in that. And so far in this event, I think he has done an okay job. I think he's done what he's needed to, and when they're going up against talent like Oxygen is really where we could see how he could shine, or where he could maybe start to struggle a little bit. And so far, a lot of this map has been him struggling, being those entry deaths, but now he's able to get in a couple kills, get his confidence back. DZ are able to get that third attacking round that I said would be great for their confidence, and I think it is. Oxygen are a decent attacking team. They are better statistically than Dark Zero if you look at the NAL Stage 2 stats, but overall, on a map like Border, where it's going to work off momentum, when Citizen is red hot, I still feel like the scales are going to tip in their direction.
Well, scales tipping in nobody's direction as of now. After 6, we stand dead even, 3-3. Easy move into defense. They chose the attack start, as it was OXG's map pick, thus DZ got to choose which side to start on, and they started on the attack. But Dark Zero maybe just wanted OXG to have that defense side start. Maybe it's not an issue of their confidence on their defenses of Border. You can't really tell with a map like this, right? It's not like Consulate and maps like that, where it's very clear you want to start defense or you have some weird strat you're cooking up. Border, you could make a case for either side. So seeing a 50-50 half, I think, is very fitting between these two, as it feels like we should be set for a very 50-50 best of 3 between them, given their prowess and just how good they are, and also how well they've played and how much they've matched each other through the very first 6. And Dark Zero are going to do the same thing OXG did in their first defense and go up to the second floor.
Taking some extended time to figure out the site. Overall, a lot of util going out early. Those ROUs, Grixer is taken out with a C4. Gomez down as well. Dark Zero, they're keeping to what Oxygen did. They are pushing the envelope as much as they can. And Spirits should be Gomez down, and it is. We'll get that confirmation. You got to be careful. Just do not blow the 5v3. Obviously, we've settled down since those first initial 3 rounds. You have the defense, you have the time, you have 2 C4s that you can rely on, 4 cube berries, 2 Zotos. You have the utility to beat your opponent. You just got to make sure you don't get caught ahead of yourself.
You also can't give up that map control too fast, though. Border is the kind of map where if you, as the defense, try too hard to turtle, there are so many angles by which the attack can punish you. So you got to stay aggressive, and fortunately, Citizen not punished for doing just that. Adam took plenty of shots. Not one of them's going to hit the Mira, and he himself damaged to about 20% of his HP remaining. Nafe is going to get spotted out and killed by Fortis, though, so that's a good pick back for Oxygen. And Dark Zero still not forfeiting this map control. Perhaps that was the mistake. It's a razor's edge that you need to balance on, but so far DZ have lost 2 in trying to perform that balancing act.
And now time really isn't where you want to be as the defense. I mean, 35 seconds is more than enough for Oxygen to figure out what they want to do, reposition, and then start the attack. And right now, it's looking like an Archives push. You wonder where Citizen is, if he's ready for a C4 play.
Nobody going to be ready for this on the defensive side, or at least that was what OXG were hoping. Citizen ready, but Rival not. 2 versus 2 as Yaga makes his way deep into the site. The case was abandoned. Yaga is going to fix that, but Adam has to help him out. Otherwise, he's probably not getting this case down. Adam being gone means that he is, in fact, probably, I'll say definitely, not getting this case down. OXG can't quite make it work out of the 3-on-3, and DZ hold on this time.
Yeah, even though it looks, decently scary, I think for Dark Zero, they still have a good amount of map control that they're able to rely on. And that is one thing with Border, is that on a site like Armory, usually if you're not able to entrench yourself early on by trading those bodies, let's say get break, get office, you are going to essentially have to go for an Archives push. And for Oxygen, they don't really have the util to help them actually obscure a play, go for a plant, something like that. So all Dark Zero are able to do is rely on their guns, rely on their util, and gun the team down. But as we go to these other sites, as we go to what would be potentially the 4th Dark Zero victory in a row, momentum, I talked about it. It's a huge thing. If Oxygen are able to bring that to a screeching halt, I think they still have a chance in this, but you're going to let Dark Zero go up 5-3, keep that momentum, keep Citizen on that red hot streak that he is on. I really do worry about how they're going to find themselves out of the pit that they are in.
DZ certainly not in a pit, but they will try to find themselves their second defensive round on Ventilation and Workshop, opting not to go to Bathroom Tellers, which I think conventional wisdom would say is the number 2 site, but Vent Workshop throughout the years has definitely been viable in its own ways, and since the rework, definitely still the 3rd site on this map. Customs would be the real weird one to see. But once again, much like OXG before them, DZ, the site doesn't mean we're not going to try and literally be everywhere across the map. You're seeing people across security, East Stairs, Customs, nobody actually in the objective right now because of the nature of holding all that verticality.
Sensor on. Searching for electronics.
Oh, yeah, I don't think that's the thing you were going to want to ping. I don't think anybody has pinged that in the history of this game.
We just witnessed history.
I didn't even know that could be pinged. We're learning something new every single day. But for Citizen, he's able to get a good read on where this attack is coming from, relay that to the rest of this team. It's going very slow. Oxygen are really taking their time. Nobody stepped foot inside the building. Not a lot of util has actually been used. Maybe a Capitell, a couple Selma breaches. It's very slow. Something different than what we're used to. But a big peek by Spirits. That's going to get punished. And finally, it's Oxygen. They're going to be able to turn it on its head, get an entry on their own, and maybe start to get something rolling.
Congratulations on your map control, OXG. You have 1 minute and 10 seconds, and you're on the opposite side of the map. I don't know, even though DZ are definitely going to be annoyed about that death, I don't know if they're too moved by that kill from OXG. I feel like this is going to have to get desperate later. Gomez trying to do something to make it even better, but the odds will not swing that much more in OXG's favor as the trade is in for Nafe, who can fall back as soon as he feels threatened, but continue to waste time. Any second he wastes from this point on is so precious, and the moment he gets pressured, with 40 seconds left, he'll let OXG have that second floor, but they're not going to have the time to use this sledgehammer of Adam to do anything with it. They may not have time to check some of these corners in which players like Rival are sitting, waiting for OXG to walk forward. OXG are still paranoid about this second floor, and then this isn't even the objective. And so they're going to have 20 seconds now to work their way into this site just by dropping some hatches. There may actually be an opening towards the Workshop side because everybody seems to be towards Vent, but Nafe is going to smoke Yaga on the hatch drop. Triple for Gomez, though. Grixer gets more. Citizens alone, and the time not going to halt Grixer that much. He's not going to waste time in getting the plant down. They do see him through the floor, but they barely miss out on the timing. Citizen shuts him down, though, and it's Adam alone with only the Reaper, the Lone Reaper himself, but it only needs that one bullet to close out on Citizen, who's got all the verticality in the world. Impact nades in the roof to try and throw him off. Never let him know your next move. Pre-fire through one wall, move to the next door. It's not going to matter because Adam's not fooled, but he still won't land the shot. It still may matter, but the time starting to matter quite a lot. 15 seconds, just about 7 to get on the diffuser, and Citizen knows he's got to push the objective, knows he has to do this, but Adam can just sit there. Even if he nerfs his KD, Citizen knows it's not worth it. Just take your kill. OXG already locked in round number 8.
It's that extra time to get that extra shot, not getting the one pump onto that one remaining player. It's razor thin. You've said it a couple times, and now for Oxygen, I think they get a little bit of a close round. You're able to get some really good individual plays, which both these teams have, is some really good star power. I mean, obviously, we have seen Citizen pop off on the side of Dark Zero, but when it comes to Oxygen, we have seen Gomez, Adam, Grixer getting a kill of his own really turns the tide. And for a map 1 on border, it's about as tight as you can get in a game where you and I both kind of said it really will be a coin flip. And so far, that's exactly where it has led us. We have one more round, I believe, until we're going to have that final ban. And we'll see what these teams try to do with it. It wouldn't surprise me if Dark Zero potentially go for a Sens ban. That is something that Oxygen have really liked to bring in a majority of their attacks. And it has been annoying. They've had to dedicate a lot of impacts to it. And taking that Sens off the board makes something like an Archives Armory defense a lot easier.
For now, they got to worry about how to make the Bathroom Teller's defense as easy as possible. They went to Vent Workshop first, and they were not rewarded, so they'll go to what most people would consider the second best objective, now third. But still, as you do with border defenses everywhere across the map, go Dark Zero. 4 people on the second floor, the verticality as important as ever, but OXG still looking to make that entry towards the second floor. The Sens walls that you talked about gonna enable Yaga to run someone down on Blitz, but through the hatch they go, and it's 2 kills in a row for Dark Zero. Grixer's found a trade onto NJR, but through the Sens wall, it was nearly a kill for either side. Nothing comes of it though. Ships in the night they go, and 4-on-3 favoring DZ for the next 2 minutes, or at least that's where it's at for now.
A lot of these early rounds are so chaotic, you forget there's an entire round left to play.
Dude, I love
the
it.
Dark Zero just kind of have to sit and wait for the rest of the round to actually happen. Meanwhile, Oxygen are not letting this team breathe. Citizen, he's able to get away for about 2 seconds before Forrest cleans up that kill. And now, equally even, as Rival is waiting with his team inside of the site. Gomez finds Spirit. Oxygen are able to get a man count advantage, and now you should see the phones go off in their pockets. Nathan, such a precarious position. He's not able to get anything, and it's all up to the main man. Rifle in a 1v1.
Sens is still up on the attacking side. He could easily make this plan a lot more gettable. Rival took so long, the last one in the lobby, to get on the board, but this would be the way to prove you earned a spot in Tier 1. Grixer gets his plant down, but Rival's already right around the corner. And so the rookie waits, knowing he's the one who has to push the initiative, but he's gonna take his time. Spots out his drone, shoots at Grixer right around the corner, and the veteran holds his nerve. Rival just a little bit too shaky, and the lead goes back to Oxygen Esports.
I mean, you probably noticed it, Rival having to shoot a drone inside of Workshop. How huge is that to have in the late round to know the exact position, even when Rival does shoot that? You know he's there. You know he has to push. So what do? You take that option away from him. Give yourself that peeker's advantage. Not ping, but when it comes to who's going to be able to actually fire first when it comes to momentum, there is that Sens ban. I called it out right from the beginning because, yeah, Sens has been so annoying for Dark Zero to deal with. It's not a general strat on border, but the way that Oxygen have been using them, it's a nuisance. It's one of those operators where you have to dedicate either a mute jammer, which actually does it counter Sens walls anymore? I don't remember if mute jammers counter Sens walls anymore. But obviously the impacts are what we've usually seen from Dark Zero. But it's done the job for Oxygen. They've been able to use it to cover these crosses, give themselves cover, and now they don't have that. So for their attack, they're going to fall potentially on something like a Capitao, who's still going to have those smokes. Much different than something like a Sens. But overall, for Oxygen, I say that, I fall into the trap of talking about the attack operators. They completely redo the entire thing.
Of course.
It's shield operators galore, baby.
Yeah. I should say that Sens isn't countered by mute anymore, because it seems like it was just the remote activated operators that are still countered by mute. Like Grim doesn't get countered by mute anymore. But I'm not 100% on that because I haven't had the chance to lab that out myself. It has to do with like the communication to the sender. Yeah, like that's... I'm not sure. But what I can say is we haven't seen a lot of mute, and we won't be seeing any more Sens. So, 30 seconds into round number 10, we've seen, like you said, a lot of shields out of the OXG attacking side. Haven't seen them make any impact just yet, but I want to say this is the first time we've seen 2 of them in the same round from either side so far. As the nade gets ready to prep the castle barricade, Yaga gets a very good kill, and then Rival doesn't get the trade on his teammate. Eventually, a trade is found by Nave to finally end Yaga's reign of terror, but he already gave his team a man advantage even after getting traded. OXG, on top of that, getting a lot of map control very early on. After already getting up 5-4, it seems like they're starting to take control of border.
And now you see a little bit of a rotate from Adam, trying to help out Forest inside of break. Citizen knows that he might get caught from a different angle. He's got to keep his head on a swivel, bringing out the pistol. This is not a gunfight he should win, but it's a gunfight that he's actually going to back off from. Get help from Citizen and only taking a sliver of HP.
They do find Citizen at least, but NJR, who backed out, was rewarded for that, at the very least for a moment. Eventually, though, he'll meet his end at the wrong end of Gomez. And Nafe is going to try and get to a very different position. OXG recovers the diffuser, and they've already made their way into Armory Locker, so they recognize that this site is free. The cross is going to be held as well, so Oxygen are going to hit match point first on map number 1. They chose to send us to border, and thus far through 10, that's been a pretty good decision.
They've done a great job at holding their crosses, using the shield play, I think has been wonderful. You got the Blackbeard, you've got the Blitz, and because Oxygen used that sense, and they love the Glaz and the Ying, as most teams do in 2026, that leaves that avenue of attack open up, so Oxygen use it, they get that momentum, and this so far, this map has been very momentum dependent. You had Dark Zero winning the first round, and then Oxygen win 3, and then Dark Zero win 3, and now Oxygen, they're on the precipice of winning 3 in a row. We hammered it home in the desk about how big momentum can be, and so far, it's really proving itself. But for Dark Zero, I think right now you have to worry about how you're going to deal with those shields. Maybe a Malusi, maybe those impacts, because so far dealing with them head on has been a very big issue.
5 seconds left.
You're right, OXG has only won in streaks of 3 rounds.
Yeah.
That's interesting. There are only 2 more rounds left for them to win, which surely means DZ win 8-6, right?
I mean, potentially.
It's not what that means, actually.
I don't know.
Round number 11.
I don't want to think about math. Think about numbers and whatever.
God bless him. Kix always said it. Don't do math on broadcast.
Reload.
30 seconds into round number 11. And OXG still yet to really make their presence known, but we saw this happen last time. All in a blur. They just made it happen, and it looks like that's going to happen again. The case is already going down. The Solus has spotted it, though, and Spirits is going to step up against that Planter and shut down Forest. Grixer responds onto NJR, and that's at least something back, but DZ definitely stand at a good spot here. The case is abandoned in the middle of the site, and the only shield that you brought with this attack is dead. That case is going to be a lot harder to recover than if you still had that Monty up. And on top of that, DZ have started to identify this, and thus, all of their defenders are really circling around this diffuser.
I mean, that's just the risk of a plant like that. Is now you leave the case, nobody really able to get it. So you're going to have to play around it. You're going to have to try to scrounge something up that isn't case dependent, but that's really hard when the defense has now rearranged their entire strategy around playing around the case. Here's where we could see players like Gomez be very powerful. Yaga doesn't have his firebolts, but his smokes could still be great at providing avenues in which Oxygen could take space. But a lot of it is just waiting, and Adam takes out Rival, and Oxygen are able to get a man count advantage, but for like 2 seconds at most.
Still technically a 3 versus 3, but practically Grixer is dead. No one even close to him, so he will probably not get revived. Although Adam seems to be ready to make the track to try and keep this at a 3 versus 3. That's a lot of time off the board, though. Gomez has got to do something in the meantime to make sure this isn't just 20 wasted seconds for Oxygen. But if he overextends, he'd give himself up and thus make it another 2 versus 3. Or Adam, as soon as he gets the res off, it's found that he gave himself for Grixer. Still a 2 versus 3, still case control for Dark Zero and a shotgun in the corner right next to that diffuser. This is exactly where Citizen wants to be. They tried to air jab him out. He manages to escape it somehow, and then he ends up getting the kill on a Grixer. They've let him get away with highway robbery. Eventually, he'll meet his end for how confident he just played it, but Gomez not really going to stand much of a chance. He tries to stick the case for a second, but it's not even worth losing the KD over. Just let it go to max regulation.
I think it's one of those things where it's, do you die for the rush play? Is this something that is salvageable with case left in sight, with everybody just waiting outside? If that case goes down, what are you going to do to play around it? Oxygen, I think this is a perfect time for the timeout. You've got momentum that was briefly stopped. Citizen is on 16 kills. I mentioned him at the beginning. He has been tearing his way through this team so far and providing a very good player that this team can rely on. But you've got 60 seconds. What are you going to do? How are you going to strategize around the one round that you have before everything resets? It's probably going to be on that bathroom site. It was one in that 1v1 with Rival with the drone. Not super dependable, so clearly this is a great time to wonder where you go from here.
Only 2 places we can go from here. Either map number 2 with OXG up 7-1 or overtime. At least immediately after round number 12. So that bit of cushion is definitely good. DZ also winning that last defense of the second floor. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they haven't won a defense that isn't on the second floor. So maybe cause for concern as they go down to Vent and Workshop. This is the second time they'll have tried this bomb site. They'll be content only having tried Bathroom Tellers once, but they lost to both of them. So the lesser of two evils they decide is this Vent and Workshop bomb site coming into what could be the last round of Border for map number 1.
And 2 shields is what Oxygen is going to bring. Yeah, I know. Why not bring it? Because Dark Zero have Tachanka, they've got they have their own squad designed to deal with the menaces on the attack. And we'll see if it works. It's something that obviously you have to coordinate the Grismont mines with where these shields are going. You have to coordinate those Tachanka Shumika shells, which are dangerous because a lot of times they can just miss outright and are notorious for not really being where you want. There's a great hack. I would say it shuts off a Grismont. I don't know if that was the one that was hacked, but overall, there's another one down. So far, Oxygen are draining off this util, and honestly, with a considerable amount of time. 1 minute off the board, you've taken off a couple Ella mines, you've taken out a couple Shumika shells, already chunked Citizen down as well. My goodness, Nafe, that is a risky play, but it doesn't really amount to too much.
It'll keep OXG back as well. They'll probably stay outside the building in fear, perhaps. Only just now making progress into the building. That's inside a detention. So horizontal control, seemingly what they're after, at least for now. Maybe recognizing that there's a lot going on the second floor. It doesn't seem worth all that time and util investment that you would need to do. Yaga caught in a very tough spot. He will be able to get into CCTV, but that's not getting out of danger. Because eventually the Shimikas will find the kill they were promised, and then Nafe gets another one. Adam does find a response. Good angle for Nafe, though, could easily find him his third. Not quite gonna happen just yet, though, as Forrest tries to run down one inside of Archives. He loses nearly all his HP for it, and eventually all of it at the hands of Spirits. Grixer, concussed, stuck inside smoke, at least found a kill onto NJR, but Dark Zero will still send us to overtime.
It makes sense with a coin flip such as this game, such as this map, because we don't really have a lot of results for this team on this map. But with those bans going on through, Oxygen will not have the sends that they can rely on. And it's very clear that without the sends, they struggle a little bit. They don't really have as many strategies they can rely on. Obviously, you have that double shield, but that's not a surprise factor anymore. Look at the lineup that Dark Zero have. They have that Ella. They have that Malusi as well. Solist, who's going to be able to play down below. I'm imagining that Dark Zero are clearly ready for this attacking strategy. Even if Oxygen don't commit to that double shield, they have the Warden for the Capital. Every single attacker lineup that Oxygen have, there is a counter on the side of Dark Zero. So it's a little bit of counterplay. What are Oxygen going to do to switch things up to try to give themselves the advantage after this round?
Already before they even bother attacking, they'll make one pivotal switch to go away from the shield entirely. So, Sens was working, it got banned. Double shields at all, were what you tried for the next 3 rounds, and you went 1 for 3. They're opting to go away from the shields completely. Brava's still going to be brought. They've brought a lot of Capital. That'll stay along. So generally still trying to use a lot of util in form of the flashbangs you're bringing in pocket, 2 smokes, and the Capital bringing 2 more, and the fires to try and maybe force some util, but it's a lot harder to not cheese when you lose access to your 3 favorite cheese operators in the form of the bans. And so Dark Zero seem like they should be primed to continue their streak. And of course, they get to go back to their favorite defensive bomb site on that second floor for round number 13.
Some nice little hack. Oh. There we go. There we go. Brava is such a fun operator. And I like that she is kind of in the meta now. I don't know if you want to call her that, but she's being played by...
She's got a niche for sure.
A good swath of teams. And for reasons like that, you're going to be able to now create a nice open doorway that you can walk through. Couple shots being run through on these east stairs doorway. No one on Dark Zero really taking it, though. But Selma could bring them out. Doesn't. And both of these teams angling for a kill as Oxygen have yet to still get inside of the building, as DZ have been just enough of a threat to keep them from having any real security inside of the building itself.
No sends, no shields, seemingly no ability to entry. Everybody fearing for their life as they even think about walking into the building And I said it earlier in a round that you get into the building for the first time in 1:10, that's pretty bad. They're still just now getting in the building with even less than that. They do get a kill at least onto Rival, but he knew he was going to die in that position. His goals were pretty much to just try and get one kill, but keep wasting time. So there's even less time later on for the rest of OXG. The rest of OXG now doesn't include Gomez, because he's fallen at the hands of NJR. Fires into CCTV towards box to try and push him out, but NJR unmoved. Most of DZR, they recognize that OXG barely have the time to do anything from this point on. The smoke grenades are finally going to come through, with the smoke bolts, I should say, but they're still awarded on the defensive side. So Nave could easily find some frags, and that's exactly what he's going to do. 2-man advantage for Dark Zero. 20 seconds to fix this, and now it's just Grixer. Can he fix it? No, he can't. NJR closes with 2, and Dark Zero 3 in a row to make the comeback to hit 7-6.
Look, all I'm gonna say, we've hit our government-mandated 3 rounds for Dark Zero. So, it is kind of absurd. Since round 2, we have gone 3 rounds, 3 rounds, 3 rounds, 3 rounds. It is kind of absurd, but for Oxygen, they get the defense. They get to go back to Armory. I think momentum is very clearly still in Dark Zero's pockets, but you're going to have to chunk through something like that Clash, like that Goyo, have to fight probably, I would say, through Break Room, as Gomez has really liked to play there, and now that that Soulless is gone, maybe that's where he could have the help from something like a Clash. So playing around each other, I think Oxygen have done a wonderful job at making sure that all of their kills are spread around each other. Obviously, you know, Gomez has had some really pop-off moments. So has Adam, but it hasn't been one person doing the job for everybody else. And I think that allows for them to not put a lot of emphasis on power positions, because they know somebody can play their life, die, and somebody can immediately pick up the slack.
OXG still yet to pick up the slack these past few rounds. They ended their defense side on a cold streak, the opposite of what Dark Zero did, so maybe a bad omen for OT. But they're still going to get to choose that second floor defense first, seemingly where they're most comfortable. Bring the Clash along as well, a unique operator. That's going to be here to hold top east. And Dark Zero very early on are going to see that hurdle, that obstacle in the way, and only have one shield of their own to possibly try and walk it down. And on that one shield are the 2 grenades that are kind of the only real displacement util, unless you think you have enough time to throw an air jab behind the Clash and she won't react. So that'll be a very tough obstacle for them to get past in the last 2 minutes.
It's so weird to have these rounds not start out with 2-3 kills. We're a minute in.
They're getting patient, they're getting careful.
I know, yeah. Very atypical of Border, but probably something that's surely needed with the amount of util that Oxygen have with that Clash that you have to keep eyes on. You have to make sure that all your corners are covered. Rival gets a big kill onto Gomez. Still outside of the building, have not stepped foot in, but now that's going to clear that east stairs. He's going to be able to put an air jab on that triple wall, and a huge bit of map control that Dark Zero are going to be able to take with 1:15 left. They can start angling themselves for a real execute.
They can start executing now if Nafe is confident enough. He's already walked into Archives, only just barely lurking in to try and find a pick, but he was overstepping just a little bit, and Forrest is going to take him down for it. That's a really influential kill to find, and a big mistake on part of Nafe to give up the man advantage they had. You had control over Office pretty firmly, other than Grixer inside a Fountain, but he's actually abandoned it. He's back into the site. You have control over Office if that's what you want to work with. You've got 40 seconds left now. You had about a minute when Nafe died. You'd hate to see that become a pivotal mistake that ends up working against them later on here. Still don't have control over CC, so walking through the hallway is going to be tough, but Yaga is now really on an island and he's gotten shut down. Forest died before him as well. So Dark Zero swing the pendulum back in their favor. Is there one last bit of fight in you, OXG, on border? Or is it time to go to Fortress? They are fighting for everything, keeping them out from Fountain, but there's just not enough left in the tank. Everybody staring at one doorway, and the man count prospers for Dark Zero 4 rounds in a row to win 8-6.
Wow. What else do we expect from this game, honestly, from these teams, with how chaotic border was, how momentum heavy it was? 3 rounds, 3 rounds, 3 rounds, 3 rounds. They broke the streak. They got 4 in a row. But now we go on to Fortress, a real conundrum of a map. It's new to us. It's new to these teams to show it off to game day. Does Dark Zero have what it takes to close it out in 2 before we go to what really does feel like a massive toss-up of Clubhouse?
They certainly seem to think they do. It's Dark Zero's own map selection of Fortress. We had a great map 1, and you're certainly going to want to stay right here because you do not want to miss 2 of the top NAL teams battling it out for the first time on the newest map in the pool, with a chance for Dark Zero to lock themselves into the grand final. We're going to throw it to a break, but when we come back, we've got all that for you.
Well, we knew this one was going to be good, but I don't know if I knew it was going to be that good. An opening map. We haven't even gotten to Fortress yet. Border delivers through and through. Overtime, Dark Zero take the win over OXG to start things off in this best of 3 upper bracket final 8. And this one really had it all. 3-3 split to start, a 3-3 split in the second half, and then Dark Zero finally break the mold, change it up, and take the win in OT.
So many close rounds in between as well. So many opportunities for one player or another to maybe clutch up, maybe not. At the end of the day, DZ barely coming out on top on OXG's map pick. That's such an influential win to find early. But it still feels a little weird, right? Because it's like, Border wasn't an map we necessarily thought OXG would pick into, and they did look shaky at times. Both teams definitely struggled to get map control early on some of these attacks. But then we're going into Fortress, which is another map that it feels like DZ maybe wouldn't have picked into on a normal day. So I still don't feel like I know how this series is going to end, and I think that's my favorite part of where we're at right now.
Yeah, you know it's a great series when a lot of these rounds are decided on a razor's edge, and then the entire map essentially gets decided on a razor's edge with going into overtime. It's difficult to pinpoint who is going to really have the advantage. Obviously, you look towards Dark Zero. They just got the map win. They now go on to Fortress, but are they going to be able to keep their strengths and their weaknesses going on to a new map, something they have not shown to the public? And if either of these teams do make it to SI, probably will be nitpicked as to how these teams will do up going on to Fortress, but we'll have to see as we take a look at the stats. And obviously Citizen 3-0 on the entry, 19-7. It doesn't really get any better than that. He was the man that really kept this team on his shoulders and dragged everybody all the way to the end.
Right, it's no surprise that Citizen has to be the player we're talking about here when you look at these stats. Nearly hit the 20 kill mark and would have if OXG had maybe gotten one OT round and we'd gone all the way to 15. But what a fight. And you saw it from the entire DZ side. Nave and NJR both going into double kills. But Aiden, when you have someone like Citizen at the helm, 3-0 on the entry, 19 kills to his name. I mean, that EPS is ridiculous. It is hard for any team to find a way to put him down and get around against them, and well, clearly Citizen proved that. Oxygen, we talk a little bit about them as I think we lost Happy there for a moment. He was saying, I don't know if we caught it, that it's good to see this team generally, oh hey, welcome back, generally in a good position. Happy, you were saying it's good to see that this team is generally spread out across the board, but when you look at their chances of a team as a whole, when you go into a map like Fortress, some unknown territory, without getting someone in positive KD, a map that could potentially see a lot of frags, a very aggressive situation. Really, we have no idea what to expect. It doesn't necessarily say the best things about their hopes going forward.
Yeah, and I think it's, like I was saying, it's tough when you've got a player like Citizen who's just the raid boss on the other side. But like you talked about, yes, it's nice to see everybody, I guess like I talked about, and then you told everybody that I talked about. It's nice to see everybody evening out at a pretty nice average. But when you yourselves don't have someone you can depend on to really win those entry fights, I guess Yaga was 2-1 on him, but everybody else either even or negative. That makes it so hard to just get your foot in the door in some of these rounds. And we saw that in some of their attacks. They literally had an incredibly hard time getting their foot in the door and getting into the map at all.
Well, as we dive into Fortress next, V, I know you guys have been toiling the Fortress in ranked, feeling this one out as it kind of becomes a map in competitive Siege again. What do you generally expect? And I know, obviously, we have seen very little T1 competition of this map so far, but from what you've seen, is this going to be that Chalet, that Clubhouse, that utility-focused, just slow burn? Or can this map be a little bit more explosive like we saw on Border? Can it be a little bit more fast-paced?
I want to say it's more util heavy. with its size, with its power position dependent gameplay, that you are going to need util for certain scenarios, and if that doesn't happen, then it's probably going to become a free-for-all. But like most maps, if you don't have the util, you're just going to have to shoot. So I'm leaning towards the former, and I think it's going to be a stark contrast from what we see on Border, that teams are going to have to rely a lot more on their util.
I think it's really interesting, though, because when we've seen it played, we saw it a little bit in EU, we saw a little bit of it through NA in the earlier rounds. It has felt like V said, there are a lot of power positions. It is a little bit util focused, but there are a lot of angles you can open up on this map with the right breaching. There are a lot of different angles you can attack these sites from, and a couple different pivotal spots where if the attack can get control of them, the site becomes really hard to hold. So I think as the map develops, we'll start to see it open up a little bit. Could be a little bit of a Border type where it is very frag heavy. You have to try and contest a lot of map control, but I do think that the power positions for now, because it's so early in the map and people don't have that experience in attacking it, are going to be very potent. And I do think that whoever does the better job of flushing the opponent defenders out of those one or two big spots earlier on in the rounds is going to be the one who comes out on top here.
I do start to get a little concerned for Oxygen now. You lose the first map, and now this is Dark Zero's pick. And normally, I feel like when you go to a new map, it's your opponent's pick V. It's not too big of a deal. But here, it's a new map. It's a completely fresh taste at what we just have not seen in NA so far. So are Dark Zero just that prepared for it? Can OXG match that preparedness with some fun strats of their own? Well, we'll find out as Oxygen need a win here to send us to map 3.
And they're treading into Dark Zero territory, but they're not treading new ground. They actually played this map in their last game in the qualifier, and they beat Cloud9 on it when Cloud9 chose to pick into it. So OXG have had this map picked into them for the second time this qualifier by a team that hasn't played it beforehand. I should say, actually, Cloud9 had played it in round number 1 against JJ and Co., picked it into OXG, so there was a little film there. This time, they're flying blind as to what DZ is bringing to the table, and DZ had a little bit to look at in terms of what OXG are going to do. So maybe changing up the game plan just a little bit, because right now the sample size is pretty small. Latest of alterations could easily catch Dark Zero off guard if they really did their prep work.
Now we go into some of the new sites. Obviously, we have seen Fortress in these quals, but this is the first time. I mean, I think we have seen it in the EML scene, so it's not the first time we're seeing it in all of Pro League. But overall, in NA, we're going to start on these bathrooms. It's a map that really likes its top floor sites. You go through the first two on the top floor, and then go for one on the first floor. That's usually the tertiary, and I think there's one that's like nobody goes here. Don't even try.
Yeah,
this one,
that's Hammam.
Yeah, this one is going to be bathroom and is going to be the site of choice. You're going to be able to really hunker down in a lot of these positions, and I talked about how important those power positions can be, and we should see it. I shouldn't have to tell you it. We should see it in some of these rounds.
Yeah, the Hammam point's actually fun for me, because when I first took a look at the map, I made a tweet that said, if I'm watching you play Fortress and you pick Hammam in sitting room, we are investigating you for win trading. Because just off first impression, that site did not seem like it was going to be very good, and it seems like most people have agreed on that, as I haven't actually seen it ran once thus far. It would be cool to see it right now, or at least in this map at all, but for now, more of the same, as it seems like generally the second floor sites, like you talked about, considered the two best. Maybe some differences in which one they like to play first, but yeah, we're going to bathroom for the very first round of this one, but we're extending all the way across to the opposite side of the second floor as you see a member of Oxygen towards Soda looking at Old Tower.
I love it. You will absolutely, every chance you get, just bring out a call out.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's okay. We were going through the call outs, and it's like when you're on a new map, you have obviously the predetermined callouts that are on the map. You look at, museum, that's where Yaga is. But there's also little different ones, like maybe there's a vending machine there, so you'll be in vending. Hard to say where Spirits died from its old tower.
There, yep.
Yeah, he died from Spirits, even though Spirits is caught on the BP. There's not really going to be anybody there for that trade, just so isolated. That's where the size of the map can really start to hurt you. And because Oxygen don't have anybody in the vicinity, it's going to be a free little entry for DZ.
This is what I was talking about, where as this map develops, there are a lot of gaps for the attackers to hit. And as defenders over time need to spread out more and more, could be very good for attackers. Just in general, the map could easily become quite good for them. We aren't sure what's happening yet, though, all those months away. But what I can say is happening right now is that Nafe was killed, the trade was found, and there are only 45 seconds for DZ to continue to make a move. So it's not looking awful good for the attackers at the moment. They still need to sneak into the site, and I don't think they're even really that close at the moment. 35 to go, and they still are not even really in the right positions. Here goes a lurk from NJR, just to try and see if he'll find an opportunity towards the site. You can hear those Candelas come out, but Adam is unfazed as he sat on the Warden, ready to try and make the play. But you can see how many lurk angles there are, how many opportunities there are for DZ to switch up the angle. And Forrest, who's convinced it's going to bathroom, is about to be met with a sorry surprise. Yaga does get a kill early, though. Adam doubles down so that even though Rival found one and Spirits found another, the trades consistently favor OXG. It's 5 seconds left for NJR, and he won't manage to find a trade of the last kill. This time, it's Grixer to get the last kill of the round and get OXG started off on Fortress on the right foot.
Originally, you believed that Fortress was going to be very attacker-sided with the amount of entry points, with the size, with how the sites were located. That was your belief.
Yeah.
I want to say that that is not true. So
right now
far,
it definitely isn't. Yeah, for sure.
So far in the quals, it's been decently defender-sided. I don't think it's been crazy. Obviously, we've only had like 2
like a 4-2 pretty much most of the time.
4-2, yeah. And some of those times it's like, oh, is this team just better at defending? Is this certain strategy working or not? A lot of different things that, with a small sample size, you're not really going to be able to figure it out. But so far, Dark Zero, initially they get that entry, the size really comes to help them, but they're not actually able to really capitalize on it. Also, because of that size, they're going to have to relocate, find an avenue where they can actually get inside of the site and get a good angle at it. And for Dark Zero, it's going to be about replicating that and continuing to do the things that worked for them on border, using those shields like we see on Spirits.
Yeah, as I've started to watch the map more and more, I've accepted that I was not right in the immediate sense. Still plenty of time for the map to develop, but for now, definitely, when you're starting a map off, the defenders, like when it's starting off in the comp pool, the defenders are of course going to have an advantage because the attackers are the ones who are working against the clock, and when you are less ran through a map, when you are less used to what it's bringing, what you're trying to do on it, of course you're going to take quite a while, and so the defenders can take advantage of that. So it does make sense that very early on, the defenders are doing pretty well on Fortress, but what the defenders normally aren't doing is going to the first floor second. This kitchen site is normally one that you wait a little longer to go to, but instead of going to dorms, OXG are opting to go to kitchen for round number 2.
And here's Adam. Decent lurk onto Hammam. There is a player on the window. Could be caught out, but probably just waiting it out. There's a lot of angles of entry, a lot of windows, and it's Spirits to get close to the site. Not really going to knock on the door too much, but overall, you're getting close enough. Going to try to find out these roamers, find Adam, find Gomez, and find Yaga.
A lot of the time what this site turns into is exactly what you're seeing so far. OXG giving up that second floor because they can only hold so much map control on a map this big. And it's probably soon going to turn into a bloodbath inside the infirmary. That is the main crux of a lot of defenses because they recognize how important it is as an attacker to take control of that. And DZ starting to work their way towards seemingly not that control. Actually, they're working their way down main stairs to try and take some control maybe from behind the objective across the opposite side. Nafe is in towards Hammam and sitting as well, looking for a kill onto the player caught on Z-Ping. They passed the Denari lasers, and I think he was able to shoot them out. But just waiting on this, 45 seconds left. Yaga in a very precarious position, just stuck in a corner. He's flashed out, but he's got help from the side, and Gomez and DZ are really stuck in this position. The first pick even goes to Gomez as well. They do catch Yaga, though. Gomez fighting for his life inside the corner. Spirits stopped for a second, but eventually he'll surely find that kill. Still not quite. Gomez somehow still alive, and he's somehow able to get across the way. He eventually dies, though, but there's a flank for Forest. It only finds the first, and NJR will make sure that DZ find their first attacking round.
It was reminiscent of Border with how much knocking on the door that attack was doing. Literally just, you open the wall, you see these defenders just waiting. You have the shield, and tee up one of your other players to get that kill. Boom, down goes the Solus, down goes another defender. It's the patience that I really like for Dark Zero. And I think it really helps them a lot on this map, where they're able to get an early entry like they did in round 1. They're able to space themselves out and use the time pretty well, I think, in that second round. It's going to be about repeating that. I don't know if you go for the shield again, given that we are going to be going now to the Billiards Bunks site, which is going to have a decently similar attack to the one where Spirits was over an old tower. So you're going to have, a little bit of an extension by the defense, and that's where we could see Spirits now onto that Blackbeard. You could have Rival onto that Grim, really hunting down any extensions that we see.
Yeah, I'm looking towards Old Tower on this site, which is exactly where the shorty of Gomez is setting up. There are a lot of good angles for the defenders to work with here, but if the attack can get control of it, from what I've been able to see, like watching the JJ and Co attack on this map and the map they played, when that control was found by the attackers, it seemed like these rounds got a lot more winnable. But it's really hard control to get, so it's just kind of that game of, is it worth it, right? Is it worth it to try and press for certain control, because it's so tough to get, but if we can get it without losing too much manpower, we could very easily win the round off of it. For now, DZ kind of spreading out, trying to show phantom pressure in as many different spots as possible, but it does look like they're looking for Old Tower eventually.
All right, you see the Vigil scanner, so you know it's in the area somewhat. You're spending so much time on your drone. What sucks is that I believe the drone counter still hasn't been fixed. The top left, it says they have 3 drones. Pretty sure they don't have just 3 drones in their pockets. We don't really know to the extent at which this team is gathering information. But you can see they're just probing the outside. Getting a player, that drone gets shot. Trying to see if they can get another drone with Spirits droning that first floor. That Blackbeard as well could be constituted as a living drone. Dark Zero are looking in, and they finally get the entry that they've been waiting for.
That is a really nice kill to find, because that means they could maybe go for an entry. That air jab's also going to make it so they can't play the top of the stairs. That means they can firmly control the old stairs, like what NJR is doing right now, and the Warden can't really do anything about it. With this control, you can start to push back the player on Soda, but there's a great swing. The Warden can do something about that control from a different angle than what was expected, and eventually he and Gomez can step up to everything themselves. This is what we're talking about when we say it's good control to get, but it's really hard to get to it. Just 2 defenders on OXG do pretty much everything themselves. Now, actually everything themselves, as Grixer will make it a full house between he and Gomez, shutting down the last one, trying to jump in through the window.
And a great job there by Oxygen, keeping with the trend that Fortress just might be defender-sided with. Even though you get that entry, you don't set yourself up for a massive amount of success if you're not able to actually get anything off of it. Because that is something that I was looking at Dark Zero for, is are they going to be able to get that entry, and are they actually going to be able to take space and get any kills or anything off of that besides, oh cool, we have a man count advantage. so far, it seems like Dark Zero aren't really doing anything besides getting that kill and continuing on their plan as normal. I don't think they're really swallowing up the map control that they really need to. And so far, the site players on Oxygen are doing a wonderful job of holding down the fort.
It's just so tough to get in towards that control. You saw eventually players tried to jump in towards the Shisho window. Just so tough. It's just a really awkward angle to try and get into. And 3 rounds into our second map of the night, or our second map of the night, I don't know, like what, 5th map? No, not even close to the 5th map. It's at least the 6th that they've seen tonight. It was probably close to the 7th or the 8th.
We're on 7 hours though, so
it's been but
trucking.
We've got another rehost, unfortunately. So in terms of how Fortress has played so far, it has still looked like it's favoring that defensive side, as has made sense. We're 2-1 right now, which would equate to, what do you know, 4-2, the half that we've been seeing on this map a lot in the early stages of it so far. And we also saw the 2 second floor sites be won, the 2 sites that it seems like are the best for the defenders so far. So it does really feel like we're seeing more of what we were expecting to see out of Fortress, but whether or not that'll continue may be a different question, as OXG still have a couple more rounds to defend before they can actually lock out the 4-2 half that we seem to be expecting.
What if this is just Villa 2?
It feels a lot like Villa. I think that was the map that I compared it to, and one of my friends was like, yeah, that seems right. Shout out Cassiopeia. She's the one who said that, because it seems like that's the map that you feel like is the most analogous. They're similar sizes, and the second floor sites are the 2 that you kind of win all the time.
Yeah, I think you have those 2 sites, and there isn't a basement on Fortress. I think, thank God. If there was, we would definitely just be like, we're reheating some Villa nachos over here. That's some Gen Z slang for you guys. But overall, I mean, so far this game has been very roam dependent. And it has really shown up with how often they have had to go after the roam. But also I talked about how they didn't really get anything from that roam and how inconsistent it's been once they've gotten it.
Yeah, it's been, I mean, inconsistency makes a lot of sense, right? It's a map where consistency can't happen when you've only had so many reps on it. Even if you've been scrimming this map, like, constantly, even like every other day, every day. I don't know at what rate these teams have been scrimming this map, but I'd imagine it's the map they scrim the most given how new it is. Even with that, you can only be so consistent because teams will be saving stuff, right? Teams will be waiting until game day to show you certain power positions or certain strategies that they have that they really think are the strongest. So the consistency can't exist on a map like this yet, which is why it's kind of weird that we've already been seeing so consistently the same 2 sites come to the forefront and the same 4-2 score lines, at least for now, feeling like they are what is happening all the time. That sense of consistency is already there. And now the question is for the next few months as to how this map develops is like, is that even going to change? Or have we just locked ourselves into Oregon 2 or Fortress 2 or oh my God, Fortress 2? That's already what it is. But Villa 2, the other name that we could say for it as well.
I don't know, because what were your thoughts on Villa? I was a very big defender of it, but then as I kind of played it, it was like, oh, this is pretty formulaic. Like, the basement doesn't exist. The first floor doesn't get a lot of play time. It is very horizontal over. I don't think this is as horizontal over. I think there is definitely some vertical play. We'll have to see, obviously, as the games go on, as we see more Buck play, as we see more Deimos play, if that's going to be a reoccurring issue. But overall, would you want a Villa 2?
I think it'd be cool. I don't know, but I think in general, this map, like, you see the differences between like something like Villa and that is like on this map there are a lot of external walls that you can get right into sites from, right? Think of the external wall straight into sitting room on first floor, or the external wall that goes straight into bunks on the second floor. Those that were things that didn't really exist on Villa, to that capacity, and I think in general there's a lot of breakable stuff. There are a lot of very good lurk opportunities. That's something I'm looking forward to seeing. Once we really see people get used to this map, once they played it enough in ranked and in scrims to the point where they know the lurk opportunities like the back of their hand, when players are going to be able to call their own number, some of the best lurking players in the world, and just decide to go make a play for a power position, I think that's when this map is really going to start to get crazy and get really fun to watch. I think there were less opportunities for that on Villa, but that's something I'm looking forward to in terms of seeing on Fortress. It feels like all the attacks that we've seen so far have been very hesitant to do just that, kind of sticking together, maybe 1 or 2 angles at most, unless they choose to switch up the plan. And so far, hasn't been great for those attacks. So maybe we'll see a little bit more confidence come through as immediately post-rehost DZ want to take a little bit of time to talk over how they want to go about these last 3 attacking rounds.
What do you? I kind of want to hear what your thoughts are on this, because obviously you have the time, but you can't really talk to anybody.
Yeah,
and now,
to.
as you get this 60-second, it's been 3 rounds. You give it a round? Like, do you think it's enough where it's like, okay, clearly there's been enough time in between. Maybe it's enough for them to get ice cold and for us to start getting some momentum.
I think it's like, it seems like you needed the timeout. Maybe the thought process for DZ is that maybe they think this map is going to be good for attackers. It wasn't like it was just me who thought that, oh, the map is on paper seems like it could be really good for attacking sides. I had a lot of friends that I talked to about the map where we think, it was, the thought process was like, this could be the first like bona fide straight up attacker favored map that we have in comp realistically. As there are some that are like lean slightly attackers, but in practice it normally ends up 50-50, maybe slightly favoring defenders. But that was a sentiment that I felt like I heard repeated by a lot of people. There's a chance that maybe DZ feel that way as well, and thus, obviously, getting 1 attacking round through your first 3 is not enough. If you got to the point where you lost another one, maybe that would be a little bit too late to really call the timeout. So they're trying to get ahead of the problem and take advantage of what they may think could be a really good attacking side that they're just not quite starting off on correctly. Either way, OXG are going to start off round number 4 and start off our post-rehost set of rounds by going back to kitchen, even though they could have gone up to the bathroom for the second time, a site that they won the first time.
Yeah, and this was the site that Dark Zero, I think, looked really good on too.
Yeah.
It's where they had the Blackbeard. They opened up the wall, and they were have this nice little breach in which they shut down all of those site players. Mm-hmm. You're tempting again. Clearly, you feel some sort of confidence going on to this site. Extend a little bit into waiting room. Extend a little bit into that courtyard corridor. It is said by Yaga. Yeah, you gotta shoot the defaults. I don't know if it might be new map syndrome, but Rival takes a ballsy gunfight, loses it out. Not really something you would probably do in hindsight, and now that gives Oxygen a very, very nice entry, and that they're going to take all the way to the bank, especially if Gomez is able to find that. He's not, and Spirits is able to find the trade.
That's a good response to find back. Still a lot of time left to go in this round. Is nearly a man advantage. You're giving up to NJR, but DZ can't quite capitalize on it. Still more than half the round to go, and DZ were already able to find the response that they wanted. And OXG are pretty much all pushed back towards the site, though Yaga is actually going to make a bit of an effort to go on a roam. He and Adam not actually very close to the site, so still players that need to be dealt with. Nobody on the second floor, though. So DZ should be pretty much undisturbed in taking that verticality and then using those boogie drones to open up lines of sight towards the objective.
But we've reached the slow period of the round. Waiting it out to see if there's any other stragglers that can get caught out. If it is going to be Yaga, if it is going to be Adam, but now where the boogie drones are really going to start to shine, they're going to start to scatter all of these defenders. But still, the defense just waits it out, knowing that they have util, they have 3 smoke canisters in pocket that they can use to pressure out Spirits and pressure out any of these doorways, and they get better and better with each ticking second.
You can start to see OXG, their roamers, making their way back to this site as Forrest prepares himself for the onslaught he's about to face. He can hear the shield just nearby. He knows what's about to happen. The EE1D popped just a little bit too late. The impact over the top is really well placed, and Spirits also hit a Goomine, but Grixer killed Forest. And that's going to be a mistake Yaga will try and make up for, and Grixer's going to do even better. The drop of the waiting hatch didn't work out. Nothing working out for DZ except for OXG shooting their own teammates, and Nafe won't even get to live. He is still given the death at the end of the day. Oxygen looking dominant on the defense so far. They're up 3-1.
Man, is this just going to be one of those days where you constantly just win each other's map pick? I mean, we saw that earlier. I think JJ and Co's game earlier had that issue as well. Like, I don't know what it is, what's in the water, but maybe it is just Fortress with this being, you know, a newer pick. Maybe Oxygen's just starting on that defense. They'll get that 4-2 split as they're going to have to go now to believe. Is that going to be... What site is this? I can't tell.
This should be bathroom. Actually, yeah, I kind of can't tell. Those rooms are all close. I think this is bathroom, though. They can't... Actually, yeah, they can't go back to dorms yet. It's bathroom.
Okay, so this is a site that they did win previously. They're able to guarantee that 4-2 split. Make it so that Darkseer are going to have to fight from above when eventually they do go back to a tertiary site in which they won. Oxygen having a good amount of control, and control is something that is so incredibly important throughout this entire map so far that I think they've maintained, even when, you know, they've lost bodies in those early rounds. They've been able to trade it immediately. Darkseer hasn't taken the control that they need. It's still, even just softly, in Oxygen's corner.
No time to waste.
Yaga running through Horse, and it's much lesser known but very important sister call out, the Horse Hatch.
Yes!
The Horse Hatch mentioned. Finally.
It's one of the best callouts in the game. Horse
Hatch is a call out that we need to know now. You need to know now. There's a hatch in the horse room. It's called Horse Hatch. And the hatch nearby inside of bathroom is actually an angle that OXG are using to look down towards the first floor as well. So seemingly expecting DZ to take some first floor control, even though it doesn't seem to be what DZ are doing too much of. Although there's a little bit. Looks like maybe someone was down there. I think Citizen, the one on the first floor for now. So maybe trying to pressure from below a little bit our Dark Zero, something I haven't seen anybody do.
You see that Twitch? Mainly, just gonna be the default. It's gonna be a BP, a goo mine. So I have that information. That's gonna be very pivotal. Great shot by Gomez onto Citizen. Takes out a pretty crucial Kamwan Hive player.
Yog. He was tweaking for a sec.
I don't 100% know what he was doing, but he's got the assistive teammates over by Forge, so.
Ah, yes. And Forrest is going to find a kill on his Spirits. They're already trying to push out Horse, though. But the flashbang into the room that the Warden is occupying is not going to be the most effective. But it looks like DZ recognizing that and trying to switch up the angle at which they're attacking. Nafe's going to walk up the white stairs, try and find a kill onto the player in New Tower. He won't quite find it, but the goo mine is about to kill him. NJR will find a kill, though, when Rival starts to work it back. He's taken Horse control. And with 45 to go, they've got a little bit of a pinch on this site. OXG needs to make a play, or they can just wait for NJR to die to the goo mine in his foot. That's not a very safe revive for Nafe to go for, especially given how low on HP he is. He's going to try and sneak up on the Ela, though, and he'll find that kill back. But it's not an advantage. That 3-on-2 is deceiving. It's actually only 2 and only 1 player to cover that plant, but that plant doesn't even get to go down because before he sticks it, he dies. Rival alone in the 1 versus 2 looks away at the worst possible time, and that siege timing gives OXG their 4th defensive round.
Now OXG, they've got the advantage. They've got everything they need. I think, hold on, Happy. I gotta get a drink real quick.
Oh, all right. But yeah, that advantage for OXG definitely significant, and I'm guessing V not wanting to make fun of me for it tonight, so I'll make fun of myself. I was wrong to think this map was going to be attacker side, at least early on, because this is yet another example of the defense having a really good time on this map so far. Oxygen up 4-1 now. The worst they can do is 4-2, and they're on this side, which I feel like in practice has played out the best for the defensive side. In terms of, like, you know, that soda position, that rotate we were seeing last time, the old tower position in general being so good for defenders to hold with that crossfire at the top of the staircase where we saw the Warden last time, as well as that rotate hole. That was where we saw Grixer and Gomez do all of that work together. Those two positions together are so annoying to flush out if you don't bring the right utility. And they've banned out 2 shields and a glass, 2 things that can make that position a little bit more pushable than usual. No Warden into the round this time, though, as seemingly not too worried about the threat of that, as they've taken down the Blackbeard, perhaps just assuming that DZ won't go for that old tower-based attack, maybe expecting something a little bit more across the way this time out of the Dark Zero attack. But that, based on the early stages, doesn't seem to be what we're seeing, as already they open up the top of the old tower door, and they're opening up a lot of phantom pressure towards some of these hallways much closer to the objective, certainly looking like a little bit more direct of an attack here.
Direct might be what they need, but on a map like this, direct might not be what you want. How important those roamers are, how important positions around the site are. We'll have to see with operators like that Deimos, like that Grim. They can get anything done. But so far, we're in that first phase, the information phase, as people like to call it. There's going to be a hop-in, but Forest immediately downed. Might be a trade happening, and there is Equal on up. Oxygen are just immediately going to take their leave, but a drone right around the corner. Yaga could have a player on this window. He does. Oh. Great shot by him, and now it's Oxygen to take the man count advantage.
That was such a good attack from Dark Zero. They made it so confusing to tell where they were coming from. But OXG still able to weather that storm and take some of these individual fights on advantageous angles, and that was a really good example of how fun I think this map can be as it develops. Just how crazy and hectic those fights were at an individual level. Yaga able to dust somebody off the cut. Already DZ setting up some cut angles on this map in the preliminary stages of its development, but clearly Oxygen were already expecting them. Now, opposite side of the second floor has been given up to Dark Zero, so they could start to work their way towards the site. But attacking the site from this angle normally isn't as successful, just because the angles that the defenders have to work with are still pretty good, even when you open up that hard wall into dorms. So with 45 seconds left, you can see OXG are very content to just let DZ waste their own time.
I think that's a tactic you probably should have for all of DZ. But DZ, they found a great angle onto Adam. That defensive utility, that Kiba Berry, it's going to provide a nice little stopgap. But for 20 seconds, are you going to be able to find a little pocket to put NJR in, or is it just going to be kills to get the job done?
Nice shot at a Citizen. He's going to try and fit right into that pocket, but the Lurk of Spirits is gone. And so everything left on this attack is coming at it from the same angle. They could try and go for this plant towards the chassis. It seems like that's what they want to do. But NCR takes a little bit long, and his only cover is a 1 HP Citizen. So as they emerge through the smoke, Citizen downed, and Gomez goes the extra mile and gets both of the last 2 by himself. OXG go 5-1 up after their defensive side start on Fortress.
And clearly they've got the skills, they backed it up, but now, as the side swap, we get to ask ourselves, is this a side momentum issue? Is the defense just so strong on Fortress? Is this a new map? There's so many questions that swirl through your brain, but what we have in front of us is that Oxygen have a massive lead. 4 rounds, 1 more, they guarantee overtime, and from then on, I mean, you can just play as loose or as tight as you want as a team. Given that this is a new map, there will be mistakes made by the defense, and as a team, if you can force that with operators like Blitz or Deimos, I think that's really going to be your opportunity. I talked early on about how Dark Zero didn't really get anything with their roam clears. Maybe they did get a kill, but they actually didn't work anything off of that. that's something that I'm really going to have to see from Oxygen. If we're going to see Nafe extend, Yaga and Adam really need to clamp down on that and gain the map control that Nafe was occupying.
If DZ can make this look anything like the OXG defenses, they could very well be set for a very good half themselves. They've got to come into this, though, with some cooked up strats, because you're not picking into the map that nobody's gotten to play on game day yet. At least before yesterday, nobody had the chance to play this in an official, in this qualifier. You're not going to come to this with some half-baked strats that you think might be cool. So as you get into your defensive side, DZ could technically have OXG right where they want them, because they got a defense round or an attack round on the board, and they seem to be pretty confident in these defenses. You'd have to be pretty confident to pick this map over the other 3 that you could have picked that were left in the pool. You could have just made a Clubhouse for map 2, but you wanted to send us here. Now they want to send themselves to dorms first for their very first defensive round.
You look at the shields, you look at the bandit batteries. I think it's a great utility usage by Oxygen to bring that Flores, to counteract all of that. And with Mute essentially being taken out of the meta with his, quote-unquote rework, I think Flores has had a really nice resurgence, and we're going to see a lot more usage out of him because there's not going to be many counters to him. Obviously, you could have something like the Mozzie, but so far, he has also not had a very strong place in that meta. So far, Dark Zero, even though there's only Flores drones, there's still a buttload of utility that they have on their own end. They're just going to fall back on half the round remaining, and Oxygen really haven't done too much.
Yeah, OXG bringing a lot of hard breaching into this round, but naturally, to bring all that hard breaching, you're going to sacrifice a little bit of execute utility. And so with only 1:10 left and still bandit wires and Zoto canisters to contend with on this defensive side, DZ are exactly where they want to be in round number 7. They still have so much control over what's going to happen for the remainder of this round. And even though the air jab was placed on the main stairs, Rival is still there, and he finds the opening kill on a Gomez. You know someone else is going to try and come at him from the bottom side, and he'll put you down as well. Forrest goes down, the diffuser's dropped as Yaga is 2. It's a 1-on-5 for Grixer, and it's a flawless round from Dark Zero. If there was any way to respond to a near flawless half out of your opponent, it's with a flawless round of your own in the first one.
Get some good kills started. Shut out the roam clear. I think that's a wonderful job, even though Dark Zero on their own, maybe that they got something, but didn't work anything off of it past that. Dark Zero simply shut the door on Oxygen to begin with. Just don't even allow them to get any sort of foot in the door, because going back onto border, having a foot in the door was a large reason as to why Oxygen were able to get started with a lot of these rounds. I mean, you go back to those 3-round sprints that they went on. A lot of them were starting off with Gomez or Yaga getting an entry. If they're gone, there's simply no avenue to begin with. And I do want to highlight those kills a little bit throughout the entire teams. Gomez is at 7-2. Everybody else really isn't cooking things up too much. Now, obviously, we did have that rehost, so it's gonna, scruffle things out a little bit. But so far, as we go into the attack, Gomez is probably going to be that person that Oxygen are going to have to rely on, similar to how Dark Zero had to rely on Citizen on border.
Reloading.
And OXG didn't have that person to rely on last map. I mean, they did have Gomez last map, but he wasn't being that person to rely on. At least since the rehost, DZ yet to find that person. They are in the OXG territory of, I mean, everybody's doing all right, but no one's really stepping up to lead the team, at least in terms of frags. But there goes Nafe, leading the team into round number 8 and finding a kill onto Grixer. It goes one round at a time in positions like these. If you weren't ready for OXG, or rather, if you weren't ready for your own attacks, it's pretty likely that OXG are not going to be super ready either, as you've both barely gotten any real reps on this map. And DZ is starting to take advantage of some of the opportunities that they're kind of seeing. Spirits is being heavily executed onto right now, though, on the top of White Stairs, but he's just trying to play his life, play some time with these smoke canisters, and JR just nearby is going to be really well positioned, though, to take the shield down as it tries to get in, and that was the diffuser as well. Adam can't trade it out, and if he tries to swing again, he'll probably die to the shotgun, so he thinks better of it and just accepts the 3-on-5.
And now you don't have Case. You don't have the spearhead of your push. What is the play from Oxygen? I think a frag grenade to create some space is probably a great little avenue. Sync up with Gomez to take out some of these players over by Museum. Oh, we would have loved to see a shot from Adam, but Citizen, he's just got the angle all primed up. We could have 2 flawless rounds in a row. Oxygen have not gotten a single thing done in their attacks. They haven't gotten, I mean, maybe some base util clear, but that hasn't led to a kill. They haven't been able to isolate a player, and a lot of that just comes down to Dark Zero playing so combined with each other. They're doing a great job at completely shutting out Oxygen from beginning to end.
I think a lot of it has to do with these operator bans out of DZ. We saw the same 2 to start off Border, but on Border it was very clear that OXG had a lot of game plans around the Sens. Clearly not those same game plans around the Sens in this case, and they've really struggled to take map control that DZ are contesting. Like we were talking about in the pre-show, they have struggled to dislodge Dark Zero from the power positions that they're holding, and that can be made a lot easier by operators like Ying and Glaz, giving yourselves very good ways to take incredibly advantageous fights. Those are things that DZ have already taken away from OXG, and that was clearly something that OXG needed for their attacks, at the very least for the attacks of the 2 second-floor bomb sites. Now, we're going to go down, presumably, we have to go down to the first floor, presumably to Waiting and Cafeteria, and that's exactly where Dark Zero will take us. So perhaps opportunities at different success for OXG.
Something. Yeah, I mean, the 4-2 split with, you know, we go back to our Villa comparisons. Maybe this is just, you know, you get shut out completely because you don't have a good time on that singular floor. The difficult part is on a site like this, you still are going to have to attack the top floor. You still are going to, you know, maybe bring a ram, bring a buck, something like that, if you're going to want to have to put pressure onto that defense. Otherwise, it's going to be a very vertical heavy playstyle. Something like the Sens, something we've seen Oxygen run in the previous map, is an avenue, and I think I can't say it won't work because, you know, this is like one of the first times we're really seeing it in pro play. Is there an angle that we haven't seen before? We'll just have to see, because overall, I think this is just Oxygen really cooking something up. Yeah, you do your own out spirits. He thought he was doing for something kind of cheeky, but it's not that easy.
No, not quite. Not against a team like OXG. Maybe that was working the first 2 rounds, but certainly not now. But Spirits is still playing aggressive. He still wants this fight towards Laundry. This is not just a short-term investment, though. Oxygen have now invested 2 drones in trying to get a kill towards that position, and Spirits is just going to give it up. So, loses nothing and makes sure that 2 drones are lost for the attack. But OXG very clearly are going for a very direct execute in towards Infirmary. It doesn't look like there's a lot of presence elsewhere, as there are a lot of red outlines right outside that room right next to the objective. Already burning through that Aruni gate, and already shoving the window is Spirits, but that was not wise. He'll be the second death of the round for Dark Zero. The first was Citizen, and both of them dying that early does not bode well for the rest of the round, and Gomez shooting like that certainly doesn't bode well for the rest of the round either. 5-on-2 favoring OXG. Nafe is already getting shot up inside his own objective, and Rival's only just come back to help him. The Blitz in the middle of the site is killed by Rival, but so is Nafe. And so the 1-on-4 for the rookie. Talk about a trial by fire, a trial he may be up to. It looks like his free trial may be expiring within round number 9. Certainly wasn't free, as it took the cost of most of his HP. And eventually, it will expire. It's OXG at least locking down an attacking round and getting themselves on match point by round number 10.
I think give yourself a nice little buffer, and especially because with how shut out Oxygen were in those first 2 rounds, I don't know if that led Dark Zero to getting a little bit too confident, but you have angles you really shouldn't peek as the defense. I mean, trying to fight up against Grixer on the window is realistically not super smart if you are Citizen, simply because you do have time, you do have utility, you don't have the advantage when you are peeking that, and you're not having anybody around that can actually get your refrag, something that we saw in the flawless rounds that DZ were able to get because they played so synchronous with each other. There wasn't even an opportunity for Oxygen to get a single kill because Dark Zero were doing amazing crossfires. That didn't exist in the previous round. The bad thing is, because you've lost that and because you were only able to get 1 round on your attack, you now have to win 3 straight. You're eventually going to have to repeat that site and find success with it. It is a tall task to close it out in 2.
All fortified. Calibrating air compression. All set. Swapping mags.
Dark Zero, though, at least get to go back to the second floor bomb sites that worked very well the first time around. Would not be shocking to see this get to 4 or 5 rounds for DZ, but that's 6th, like you talked about. An entirely different beast. 1 round at a time, though. That's how you get out of positions like these. And for now, DZ running a slightly different defense, as they've been forced to. The Bandit was taken off of the board by OXG, so only the Tubarão returns in terms of that denial duo that we saw out of them last time they went to this bomb site. But OXG seemed to be going about this attack in a slightly different way, maybe going a little bit more direct towards the... Actually, no, never mind. That's still the across side take.
I want to see if there's like a invisible... I want to look at if there's an invisible band between Dark Zero. It's kind of a drill that you'd run in soccer sometimes, where you get too far from each other, you'd snap back. And I think the way that Dark Zero are playing, they're almost in a little bit of a circle. How attached at the hip they are to each other, that if they get too far, they're going to snap right back, get into position, set themselves up for that crossfire. And it's a hard stalemate for Oxygen to break. You have Flores utility, you've got some hard breach, some Kawan hives. There's not a lot of util that you can put in to split this defense into. It's gonna have to come down to, honestly, just pure gunfights. You get open this wall, it's gonna create another angle that Dark Zero are gonna have to push back on, but with that Zoto canister, time is gonna continue to drain off the clock, and that's really where we should pay attention to what Dark Zero do. Or excuse me, what Oxygen
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, what Dark Zero can do too with 2 C4s and the Shamika launchers. Just as important to talk about in terms of that expiring clock, and also with their guns, as Citizen will take down Adam. A Selma is taken off of the wall by the C4 out of NJR, so he'll burn it early instead of using it to try and deal with a player planting, and Gomez is going to burn him pretty early, but the second C4 is used to get a kill. It's Nate from downstairs finding a really nice frag, but these opportunities are consistently being found by OXG to get themselves back into the round, but only for a moment. Each and every time, the response is always there out of Dark Zero. And now a response of 3 players has to be here for Yaga. He's not even ready for the first. DZ, keep the comeback dream alive round by round.
And it's a lot closer than those previous 2 flawless rounds. And I think it was Oxygen's patience and how they use their util, setting up that heart breach. It's kind of the basics, but Dark Zero did slack a little bit in their crossfires, but it's enough where they set themselves up. The time was becoming a big enough of an issue that Oxygen had to hurry up, and that did create a little bit of sloppy plays. But as we go back to, I believe this is going to be that bunks site, that second floor site that
Makes sense.
be. I overall
Looks like it.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty similar lineup with actually I think they're going back to bathroom.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't really matter, honestly, whether it is going to be bunks, whether it is going to be bathroom, because it is a very similar play style with what you do horizontally, almost like Villa, where it just really depends on what side of the map you try to attack from. If it's going to be from Old Tower, if it's going to be potentially from lobby, it just varies things up. And so far, Oxygen have been just banging their heads against a wall with either of those sides. It doesn't really matter. And if you could just force a player out, because that is something they haven't done, is they have not been able to find an isolated player and take them out.
And what are they bringing this time to do that? The Grim and Monty combo could be good. But when you think about the practicality of those two in terms of forcing people away from positions that DZ will be playing this round, I don't know if it's fully there. I am still excited to see what Forrest can do, or rather Yaga can do, on this Montaigne, as he's set to start to walk down as he drops down out of Old Tower. But there are a lot of defenders here to meet him. Citizen and Nafe are both playing together. It's the UK DZ duo. Stuck inside of games. They're not quite stuck there, but choosing to play in that spot very early on. With OXG looking to threaten them soon, but precious seconds being burned before you're even thinking about contesting the area of the map that is on the opposite side of the second floor than where you actually need to get to. So DZ getting exactly what they want right now, which is seconds off the clock.
Unselfish, I believe, did get caught by a magnet, potentially. So you still are going to have that black mirror up. You imagine that's probably not going to stay for too long. It doesn't really matter. There's not a lot of people behind it regardless, but it's still going to be a utility soak. That is something that DZ have set up around the map, is that Oxygen are going to have to waste utility to try to get rid of these keeper barriers. Black mirrors, rival, pretty gutsy little reinforcement there right in the face of the enemy. As Yaga gets flashed from Forest. They've isolated a player. I've said they've needed to do this. Flash goes out, but a great keeper barrier from Nate himself. And he gets out of dodge. This is wonderful defensive utility, but it's not enough to save them from an entry death.
Already, DC have the fundamentals on a map like this. You see Spirits come through to try and help his teammate, make sure that he's at least getting traded. But they do a great job to evacuate that position before OXG can do anything. Now, with 35 seconds left, the only thing that OXG have going in their favor is the man count. These Grim Bees are going to start to be used on the player towards Horse, but Citizen coming through right behind his teammate, doubling up, making sure that they are two, maybe not just two, maybe even three men down at every single one of these positions, and the Gas Babe is going to take down Yaga. That was what you had to try and take these positions away, and as Adam gets shut down on his lurk, it seems to be getting worse. Forrest gets a pity kill to try and get back in. Grixer's trying to make it a little bit more than that. Nearly shots landed, but they've only got 3 seconds to start to plant, and the case just got abandoned. And so just like that, the last member of Oxygen abandoned and left with his thoughts as his team is stuck in max regulation after being up both 5-1 and 6-3.
Now we go back to the dreaded first floor site. Something Dark Zero did not do very well with the last time. Hey, we're struggling to figure out how they can take down this really horizontal push. And for Oxygen, this is where you're licking your lips, wondering how you can end this here, not enter overtime. And I don't know if it's just you, Happy, taking a look at the clock, saying like, hey, look, Oxygen, if you're going to take us to a map 3, why don't you close it out here? Would be very nice, especially because you have had the advantage. You have those shields that have found strength on this site. And to delay that even longer, to entertain the idea of overtime, when the last time you went into overtime was a loss up against Dark Zero, you do not want to test the fates. You do not want to risk going to an area that you don't really have much control over. Now, do we have who is starting what side on overtime, by the way?
I don't know for sure, but I'm gonna assume that OXG picked the I'm gonna assume that DZ picked the defense side start.
Yeah.
So that would make sense, and that would be a huge, because that is a huge advantage.
This is Dark Zero's map pick.
Yeah, so they got to pick OT side start.
Oh yeah, right. Okay,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
That would make sense because that is the basics of CG Sports. Anyway,
Yeah, not the basics. It's a little further beyond.
I guess.
But now, 2 minutes 20 seconds left to go in this one, and OXG not in the building yet, but still plenty of time to get to it. DZ very far away from the site though on some ends, but they are trying to play buddy system. They are trying to make sure that no matter where somebody goes, if it's too far away from the objective, that they at least have a friend nearby, or in the case of Rival, that they've got a lot of passive info gathering util in the Denari lasers to work with. But because of how far away from the site they are, it looks like OXG might think they have a gap maybe close to the objective. Adam and Grixer are going to start to take that verticality, as it looks like maybe Yaga wanted to try and move in towards 90 Hall on the first floor. But we're not 100% on that just yet. DZ do look like they want to contest that second floor eventually, just not now.
All the Dekebi phone calls going out, the Kiva barriers there.
Oh,
Capital
wow. Wait,
Bolt's
this
just
is...
not hitting. Great util by Oxygen. Absolutely nothing Spirits can do. And now for Oxygen, they've spotted a player, but Yaga's got to be careful. He cannot die. He is such a critical person in this attacking space. And with 60 seconds left, the ability to close out the map. Can they do it, Happy?
That was such a clinical execute onto Infirmary, but that's not the site just yet. Still one more hurdle to cross. One room to get into, right next to where you're at right now. The flank play is being held for by Forrest. This wrap through 90 is not going to be permitted, and eventually he'll try to turn it into a lurk of his own, but they overextend trying to take down Rival and Nafe, and this Rival's going to take down Yaga. You said it, he's such a pivotal attacking point of this offense, but Gomez eventually going to trade him out. He, though, traded immediately after by Nafe, but the push still has to come through. You can't mourn too long. Adam has got to get active with the case in his hand. He'll take care of the biggest problem on this defense so far, but he looks lost. Where on earth can he plant? He's tried to finally clear out more, but he can't clear out Nafe just yet. He's got to start to stick it now. He's already almost done, and Forrest, still on that cover, never even has to worry. He'll have a teammate up to defend this diffuser together, and if we go to map 3, Nafe, 20 HP, away from possibly being the one to keep us here for a little bit longer. But that case being down, that verticality on it, that ping on the other attacker, though, is very crucial. The super shorty, exactly where it wants to be for that one. But how do you win this fight? They're staring at you from up above, through the floor. He can wait until the defuse starts, but Nafe is far away from it, so maybe there's not an angle. Maybe there's not an angle, but there is. Oxygen, it took him a little longer than we expected, but the upset is not gonna happen here, at least not in terms of the comeback. It's OXG to lock us out 7-5 on Fortress.
I don't know if it was just me, but ever since we saw that first kitchen site, it was like, okay, we all kind of figure out where this is going. Are we going to avoid the inevitable fate that Dark Zero is going to face at the end in a game that is very tight? And sometimes it is a one-round difference. Only getting one attacking round for Dark Zero really is the thing that solidified themselves, that even if they get the basic 4-2 split, it's just one round that cements their fate. And we go to Clubhouse, a map 3, Happy.
on map number 3, on a map where
we would not have it any other way. This upper bracket final, this absolute brawl between the two heavy hitters left in this LCQ. We are going to 3 maps, a sentence that surprises absolutely no one. But Fortress, the first time we've seen these two teams play it on stream, and gotta say, Happy, it did not disappoint.
Not at all. This was everything that we had hoped it would be in terms of how competitive it was. But at the end of the rounds, it often looked like these attacks just were not ready to execute into some of these sites. It makes sense, right? Growing Pains on a map that was only just recently introduced to the pool. But it was even at a level where it was beyond just, it looked like Growing Pains. It looked like there were a lot of elements about this map that could easily lead to it being very defender-sided as it continues to develop over the following months. And that was really exciting for me to watch because, you know, I'm not stuck in my ways. I'm happy to be proven wrong if it's in a way that's very exciting. And clearly the suspicions that I had are not holding so far today.
It kind of sucks because it would be nice to have like an attacker-centered map thrown into the mix.
Maybe someday, who knows?
Maybe someday, and maybe after all this shakes out, who knows? But it's very clear that those second floor sites are very powerful, or at least in this game they were very strong, and Oxygen was able to control enough of the narrative. But we're done with all the new stuff. Fortress, we're going to the same old. We have been, how long has Clubhouse been in the pool? It has been here, I mean, maybe even a decade. I don't know. I don't even know if it's ever been out of it. And that is really where we're going to see these two teams go at each other.
It really was, though, the story of two teams adjusting to the map, adjusting to each other. We saw how strong Oxygen were able to be in that opening half. And V, I think it was you that mentioned it, but Aiden, it was momentum focused. It was a really good start for Oxygen, and even though it ended up being a defensive sided map, it didn't matter. Oxygen had done their job, and all they needed was 2 attacking wins. And on the second half, thanks to players like Gomez and Grixer, they got them.
And what were we talking about the end of last map, but it was in favor of Dark Zero? They had guys they could depend on to say, all right, we need to go win an entry fight. We need to go, like, find an influential play that can win us this round in the long run. Gomez and Grixer were both reliable to do that. You look at Dark Zero, it is basically a spitting image of what Oxygen's leaderboard looked like last time. Everybody was pretty much on 9 kills for OXG last map. Dark Zero got a little bit less close to winning, and thus everybody was on 8 kills, but literally everybody was on 8 kills. And you look at those entries, at best they were +1, at worst, Rival 1 and 3. He has really been struggling on his entries specifically so far tonight, but DZ on that last map missing that impact player that they had in the form of Citizen in map number 1. He didn't show up nearly as much for the second, but like we were talking about, Gomez and Grixer just doing it all.
Well, V, you already highlighted this, but we pivot from the newest map we could possibly find to the OG of OG maps. Clubhouse is coming up next. And that right there, obviously a huge difference in how these two teams are going to approach it, because this is not a map they have to figure out on the fly. As you said, they've been playing it for as long as Siege has existed. What do you think we're going to see here as far as adjustments from Dark Zero coming off their opponent's pick, now going to the decider map with a loss setting them to the lower bracket, or a win moving on to the grand finals?
It's hard to really state, but I want to fall back on my gut feeling of OXG, and, you know, maybe having that kill disparity might help them on a map like Clubhouse, where you can just fall back on your old strategies. You aren't going to need these massive hero plays. You just need particular people in particular positions. I mentioned, I think all the way back before potentially even the first map, talking about Rafters as a great example where maybe we could potentially see a really good player from OXG hold down the fort and stop DZ where they stand.
Aiden, on the other hand, you have Oxygen, who are going to be looking to keep up that momentum, right? They were able to play stellar on the defensive side. As I said, that's setting them up for that success when it came to the attack. But as we know, Clubhouse is a very different beast, and here they are needing to win over Dark Zero, something they don't generally do over the course of this storied history between these two teams. So to get into this grand final, is there something that stands out to you that Oxygen need to do on this final map?
I think in general, like, it's a cop-out to say, oh, they need people to play well, but I think we do need to continue to see some, we need to see success out of your entry fights. That's been the theme so far. We've looked at these last two scoreboards, and both times, the team that's winning more of those opening engagements is the one that ends up coming out on top. OXG enabling those first fights to go their way, and then leaning back on what they know on a map like Clubhouse, I think is going to be even more prevalent because of the played-out nature of it. If you can find that first pick, put a lot of stock into bringing operators like maybe a Valkyrie to really get info for your initial fights, or things of that nature to make sure that you're winning that first fight or two, no matter what side you're on the attacking, and maybe just really thorough droning early on in rounds. That is going to matter all the more because in the late round, you kind of know what to expect. You pretty much know what's coming, and you even know to expect the things that DZ are hoping you don't expect because you've even seen those a good dozen times this year alone. So I think that those opening picks are only going to matter even more on a map like Clubhouse. So for me, OXG continuing to enable some of those early frags like we saw on that last map of Fortress.
And the question is, how are they going to be able to replicate that performance in terms of stopping Citizen from popping off, right? Clearly, they figured out something because the player who dropped 19 kills was not able to go as crazy on that second map. But back to familiar territory they go. V, did you see anything on the Dark Zero side that maybe suggested why Citizen was not in as such of a leading role? I mean, go any way you want with this. I mean, we're just thinking about Clubhouse coming up next. We know this map can enable players who are that entry and can go nuts, but we also know how methodical and calm this map can be. I mean, what do you make of that Citizen fall off in that second map and what we might expect to see from him on that third map as well?
I think a lot of it comes down to, first off, you have that one attacking round that starts them off on Fortress. Almost nobody is going to be a beast when you're getting one singular attacking round and a half. Follow that up by the way that DZ were able to get kills. Wasn't really coming from a singular player. It was coming from a bunch of different deposits all around the entire map. So a lot of those attacks weren't being funneled into a specific area, so Citizen wasn't able to gobble up all the kills. I think that probably isn't going to apply on something like Clubhouse, where a lot of times, let's say the gym, usually you're going to funnel through cache or construction, hot tub wall. If you're going through potentially the basement, maybe you're going through dirt or secret or down main stairs. These positions that can be expected and are going to be defended upon by those defenders, and that's where we could see a potential player like Citizen get some jobs done.
Well, we dive into Clubhouse now to determine who one of our first grand finalists is going to be. Dark Zero and Oxygen to decide the match. It happens here on Clubhouse. Aiden, over to you.
Clubhouse, definitely, I think, a fitting map to close us out tonight because we just saw, or at least close out this best of three.
Whoa, buddy.
No, close out this best of three. That's what I wasn't saying anything. We are still, this is only our VNI's first best of three.
Yeah, I think we said it in the break that our 3 a.m. estimate is a minimum at this point. So we will see at the end of this who the real grinders are, who are staying up till 4 a.m. with us for LCQ.
Yes, if you stay up till 4 a.m. with us, I honestly probably won't know. But you have my respect whether or not I know that you are the one who has it. But either way, a fitting map to close out this series specifically with C9 versus JJ and Co. still yet to come. Because we saw two maps in a row that weren't what we expected, or we couldn't really have expectations set for them. And so naturally, we go to Clubhouse as the third map. The map that the better team is sometimes not able to win because of everybody having such a good experience on it. But I think the one thing we can say about this map is we kind of know what to expect. So maybe Clubhouse could be where those good teams go to die, but in a matchup like this, with two teams who I would say are pretty much toe-to-toe right now in terms of how good they are, I think this is the perfect place to go to prove who is definitively the better team today and who really earned that first spot in the grand final.
It'll be really interesting going into tomorrow because these teams won't have to play at early in the morning, because I think tomorrow we're starting actually earlier than we did today, so we shouldn't be going late into the night for some of these teams, which will be very nice because I'm sure as gamers they're very used to going into the wee hours of the night, but there definitely comes a point where, you know, it starts to catch up to you. The sleep, maybe you've been up for a particular amount of time. I know that, you know, this isn't SSG, so they're not having, you know, you get up at 10 in the morning, you eat a nice breakfast. They're doing the call-out, like, routine.
How about 5:30?
10 a.m. was generous, okay?
Yes.
They're still gamers at the end of the day. So
Call-out wakes them up at 5:30. They went to bed at 4:30.
that's gonna be me tonight. That's by the way, guys, I am supposed to work my part-time job at 6 in the morning tomorrow. Today, actually, technically. So
today.
We will see if that happens.
Well, OXG. Oh, they're not really doing an awful lot of work themselves, except for that little renovation on the floors. And Citizen, you can't park there, buddy. C4 straight up through the floor is going to demolish the sledge who wanted to demolish a bunch of the floors. And the keen-eyed among you will notice that there isn't really a substitute for that. So those floors will remain precisely undemolished. The verticality is going to be very hard to work with for the remainder of this round for Dark Zero. And now, all of a sudden, that advantage you seem to have in terms of taking all that map control very early, well, now there's not really an awful lot you can do with it before executing because your sledge is dead.
It's good droning, though. When you spotted the Valkyrie, what are you going to do with that, though? You don't really have an avenue in which you can take her out. Nice little canisters, going to create some space in between Yaga and Nafe. I love this angle. Probably won't last very long, as the damage onto the Kiba barrier indicates that it will not exist soon, but just so much drain coming out from Oxygen. You cannot move inside of Dirt, and there's another one to be deployed. Grixer still has one in his pocket.
They will not be able to get in through Dirt until they're at about 10 seconds left, and Rival won't be able to get through anywhere for the rest of this round. It's just Spirits and Nafe, and Spirits was praying that he even got through the doorway. I think he got about 6 inches through, maybe a foot before he got shot, and Nafe just hoping to maybe take one down with him, hold on to his KD. Anything? He doesn't die, but the hopes of winning that round certainly did long ago.
I think a lot of it comes down to you get that initial entry, and it really does throw some hiccups in the plans of Dark Zero, because with the way that the basement site is set up, is realistically you probably should have every single person, because there are a lot of avenues of attack that you really need to cover. If it's going to be a pinch from main stairs, a pinch from Dirt, a pinch from Secret, a potential pinch from Moto, you need everybody and every single piece of util that you can to take care of that defensive utility. And the moment something is taken out of that equation, I think the scales so heavily tip in the other direction, whether it is the attack getting a kill on the defense or vice versa. And with how much Oxygen invested into that time waste mechanic, there is absolutely nothing Dark Zero could have done. I think Oxygen played it perfectly, from how they used the Vulcans inside of Dirt, from investing all the rest of the smokes and the clash. It was just over, and a flawless round feels completely deserved from that team.
Sadly, they didn't get it. In order for it to be a flawless round, everyone needs to die, and Nafe didn't die.
We're...
Yeah.
Semantics.
Yes. If I could stop working with amateurs, that would be great. Thank you.
They have 5 players left. They have 5 players left alive, actually. So technically, that would be considered a flawless round.
Actually, no, because the flawless round graphic didn't show on the screen. Therefore, even the most amateur of commentators would know. 40 seconds in round number 2, and DZ have already done a little bit of work to open up the main wall from platform, although both of those presumably impacted. And so the Selmas aren't really able to fully open up the wall just yet. Citizen, though, is able to get a really nice kill onto Gomez and just make sure he sends the message just a little longer than he might have had to. And an attempt by Yaga to walk down those red stairs doesn't go anywhere because of the air jab. And air jab, we've actually seen a lot of Nomad, funnily enough, out of DZ. It's brought again, and here, this time, it guarantees that that opening pick goes untraded.
Talked about how untraded entry kills is something you have to keep your eye on both sides, because Oxygen actually have the double the amount of opening kill trade percentage that Dark Zero do. In the second stage of the NAL, Dark Zero had an 8%, Oxygen had a 16%, and so far that is still staying true, but overall, Oxygen are slowly able to turn the tide. Rival killed himself
What?
with the Capital Bolt. Like, he must have been downed or something, because there's no way he just ran into it.
I'd imagine it was like he was below the rafters, and because like the fire kind of like, when you fire up onto the rafters, part of it does end up down on the first floor of the garage if you fire it certain ways. So maybe he just accidentally ran through that and 1G'd himself because he was maybe low HP or something. Either way, 40 seconds to go, and Dark Zero, without Rival or Citizen, are starting to get a plant down. They're starting to get kills on the board as well. The gas is well placed, and I think Nave might have been able to stick that diffuser, but he doesn't stick to it. Instead, he actually sticks it to Adam, dies to the barb right after, but his teammates have a 2-on-1. And Grixer has the wrong floor in front of his call out. He's going to try and make a play off of some information, but it doesn't look like it's information that he has. It was the most default spot of all where they planted, and he's a moment too late in trying to shut it down. So now, in the 1-on-2, with a player already set up on the rappel and a shield much closer to the diffuser than NJR is, this looks about as unwinnable as most post plants ever could be. The case is planted in such a good spot where there are no possible long arms that can save you, and even then, the shield is going to be so obnoxious. There is an angle on the rappel to try and deal with this, and Grixer just trying to bait out the shots from Spirit, but as the shots come, he didn't stop sticking it. Pros maybe should have faked that time, and DZ get an attacking round win on Clubhouse.
Initially, things seem a little rocky for Dark Zero because you had an advantage and suddenly it's all equaled up 3-3. But one of the very critical things about a site like CCTV, especially if you are trying to go for very default plant spot inside of CC, is that rafters is kind of king. Especially as a shield player, you can insert yourself into that default plant spot, get that plant down, and then back off over onto plat and cover it as long as rafters is not held by that defense. So they got rid of the players hiding in there. Did it cost some Dark Zero players their lives? Yes. Did it cause us wondering how Rival died? Yes. But they cleared it out, were able to allow themselves to put the plant down, get outside on plat with that shield, and as you said, it's pretty much as unwinnable as it gets in this entire game. Sometimes deaths are just a part of the strategy. Ideally, you don't really want them, but as long as you get the overall goal of what you want as an attack, it's necessary sometimes.
I'm not 100% on who DZ's attacking IGL is these days. It may be Nafe, it may be Spirits, but whoever it was pulled up to the function and said, some of you may die, but it is a sacrifice that I am willing to make.
Well, it's one of those things where it's like, it's okay if you die. It is, you don't need to crash out about it. Yeah.
Dark Zero on the board early on, and as a result, Oxygen are not going to defend Cash and CC last time. Most teams normally do go to Gym and Bedroom first off, and now OXG will do just that in round number 3. Already, though, good progress made by DZ as they've opened up the wall from Rafters into CC and the wall from CC into Cash. These, looks like 3 players on the opposite side of the map for OXG, already under significant pressure a minute into the round.
Ooh, and such a powerful position for a Deimos to be. You know you're directly under some players and could scan. I believe there were 4 players that could be spotted, but not even a chance. It is an Oxygen bulldozer. How did that even happen? Rival gets a nice kill from an air jab, but I mean, I blinked. It seemed like Dark Zero were setting up a nice little attack. You've got the Deimos down underneath. You're setting up a red stairs push. What happened? I don't even know if we can fully explain it.
I mean, when kills happen that close in terms of a clutter, it's going to be tougher as a rival tries to run down the Clash and get the melee in close range. But the Clash has brought him so close to the site that he's basically just bait at this point. Even bait's putting the Clash shield down, but Rival is not going to get that kill on a Gomez, and OXG will shut it out right quick. They just get ahead of the attack. I think you put it pretty well in that it looked like DZ were setting up for their execute. That was what they were doing. OXG just recognized that and maybe overpeak a little bit more than what DZ were expecting and catch them with their pants down. They were expecting to be able to set up their execute. The best counter to those, util heavy executes, those, cheese plays that employ so many different Candelas and smokes and sends walls and whatever they were bringing in that last round, the best counter to it is to shoot them before they can throw it. And it looks like that's what OXG employed. Either maybe some members of DZ overpeaked a bit, but I do think that was a cognizant effort by Oxygen, if I had to make a guess, to shut down the DZ execute before it even started, and they picked the perfect time to do it.
Now you go back down to basement. So far, kind of seems like we're just sticking with the 4-2 trend. And a lot of times, I want to say that is expected with these higher tier teams because the standard is set through Pro League. The standard is set that, teams might get a 4-2 half so that the other team will get a 4-2 half, and then we go to overtime, and then it's like there's some very few personal decisions, positions that can make the difference. That is what you are going to see with Pro League teams. And I think as we kind of get into the games where we could potentially see some star players come out and completely change the entire game. Gomez already 4-1. Citizen so far has been just put down to 1-3, but I think that mostly is just Dark Zero haven't had an explosive start to this game so far, but like I said, Oxygen, they're sticking with that trend, and Basement seems to continue that 4-2 trend that we've been looking at throughout the entire game.
Yeah. In lobbies like this, it's not the most consistent teams always, because you've got teams of 5 players that are all great. It's those players that can step up above the rest that really make the difference here. Yaga's going to step up first and foremost to find the first frag, but Forest falls immediately thereafter, as the Tubarao was not too much longer for the map than Spirits was, and they will both be felled just about within the first minute of the round. And OXG, they're going to take that. I mean, you managed to take away the shield on the attacking side. You do lose your live util of the Zoto canisters that could have paired up very well with the Artilla Electro Claws, but you waste some good time, and I think that shield is pretty much unparalleled in terms of its impact on the round, at least among the attacking operators you could have gotten rid of.
And I mean, you're able to take out the Zoto canisters, which you have no impact EMPs. You have no Thatcher. If Yaga plays this right, which time will tell, we'll have to see. I think he's going for mainly the moto hatch trick. So the kitchen hatch is okay. They're able to contain this attack onto that main kitchen drop, which is exactly where Gomez is holding. You can clearly see what Oxygen is trying to come up with. They make so that Dark Zero attack can only come from certain areas that they can completely shut down with their guns.
DZ have been shut out of the site so far. Kind of letting themselves exist in this position, hoping someone on OXG is going to overextend. You can see these players holding these angles from hatches, waiting for a foot, a head, a leg, anything to pop up, and finally something does. Gomez pops his head out, but immediately gets whack-a-moled, but NJR shut down right before the execute. That's very poor timing. They will get the res onto him, but as a result, they've only got about 10 seconds to get into the site. The projectors aren't going to block nearly enough of Yaga's vision to prevent him from getting that first kill, but NJR found the response. Rival needs to get this plant down. He has faith in his new teammates, and they're going to make sure that they do not betray his trust. Rival's sticking it as all of his teammates make sure that they get on the board in round number 4.
And that is one of the risks of a site like this, where you do everything you can as the defense to set yourself up for success. But if the attack holds the right angle, hits the right shot, and one player in a power position completely disappears, or the attack is able to create a little nest of their own that they have coverage of from, let's say, players on the hatch or players from main, there's not a lot you can do as the defense. And especially because they didn't really bring something like a smoke, how are Oxygen supposed to respond when Dark Zero are in the right place at the right time and play it as they should? It's a wonderful job done by them, and I think initially things do seem very dire because that defensive strategy of funneling the attack exactly where all the defensive utility is a pretty precarious position that they're able to dance their way out of. Very well done on that attack.
And already they've got 2. Before that round, you were kind of calling it before it happened. You had every reason to do so.
Buddy. We could still
I was
going
to
say,
say,
buddy.
you implied that the basement site was leaning us towards 4-2, and it could have done that, but in the opposite way. But still, DZ off to a pretty solid start, given how Clubhouse attacks often go. It would be funny if the most unexpected map, in terms of how it ends up transpiring, would be Clubhouse, in a series where we saw the map that's been played like 4 times this qualifier, in the first qualifier it's ever been able to be played in, and a map that we didn't know if either team was particularly, like, fond of playing. Then we go to Clubhouse and things start to get weird, the first time that's ever happened. But for now, OXG are not going to let things get too weird, and DZ are really taking their time before they step into the buildings. They're going for the not so often seen a crossover take on the gym, or from the gym bedroom side towards Cash and CC.
Yeah. I mean, like Clubhouse, it's definitely usually not the preferred way to do it, but we've seen this map done to death. And Citizen just runs around the corner, Mach speed, takes out Adam. And now Oxygen don't have a lot to really rely on. Adam really was on an island completely on his own. And they've seen if you can catch anybody else. But if you're Oxygen, I don't know if it's really worth it to try to peek something back. Yes, when you're down like this, you try to get aggressive, but the way that the site is set up, the reinforcements, potentially Forest could go on a flank here. I think there are avenues that could put you back inside of the site itself, but Dark Zero have set up some really good flank drones. They have the Deimos, they have the Grim as well. They've set up these countermeasures to make sure that even if this forward attack fails, they have backups to make sure that they don't get flanked.
And now they're going to open up yet another angle into this site. They already had platform wall opened up. Though it's keep it off. That's pressure that could easily be put back onto this site if somebody just breaks that Kiba. But I don't think they're going at it from that opposite side. It looks like everybody is attacking from the same angle on the opposite side of the map, and Gomez is going to find the first pick. DZ were in pretty solid spot, but they may have thrown this away. Yaga was living, and that was so huge, but eventually he'll get taken down, and now Spirits makes it worse. And just when I thought DZ had thrown it away, now only Grixa remains down below the objective, but Spirits still hasn't planted. And with 3 seconds, they've got to stick it somewhere. He's got to stick it somewhere. He was sticking it in fire, but it went away, and Citizen is right where he needs to be to make sure it's all okay. Dark Zero up 3-2, attacking Clubhouse.
And here's where those individual decisions, I think, come to play, because you go back to Adam, isolated, all alone. Initially, it seemed like he had help, but the executive call from Oxygen was seemingly, hey, you're going to kind of play on your own, maybe play your life. And Dark Zero completely read into that. They pushed that Jaeger as fast as they could. Citizen even took some damage, Ferrari peeking him with a revolver. And just like that, I think a core part of this Oxygen extension on CCTV was taken care of. And now, as the attack, you have all this time remaining to drone it out. Potentially send a couple players to another angle that can take them out. As we have hit another rehost, as another 5 minutes added on to the timer to the end of the day. But so far, I mean, Dark Zero, I think their attacks have been very well done. They've been quick to the point. They've been concise. It's what you kind of expect from a team who knows their stuff on Clubhouse, which this team obviously does. But the real question is that going to best that the team you're playing up against, their defensive prowess? Well, clearly so far the answer is yes.
Yeah, I mean, 3-2 lead at this point in the half when attacking Clubhouse is not something to scoff at. And it makes sense given, you know, the team we're watching in Dark Zero. It was I think earlier this season at Reload Rio where we really started to see Spirits kind of bring this, like, the idea of the Ying shotgun into the mix on this map against Furia when I think they won like 7-2 at that event. And we've seen it come back a couple times. I think it even found a kill in that last round. And that was kind of where the cheese strategies that we've seen become more and more popular with spamming utility. It felt like the inception of that. Both that and Anaton of CAG doing the same thing, but getting far less credit, as we are always getting less credit for doing everything.
Boo-hoo, my APAC team got second place. Boo-hoo.
Boo-hoo. But you know what? It was the best land run I'm ever going to see from an APAC team, so I guess I'll take it. But still, that was it feels like kind of calling back to that. Seeing Spirits run that same exact tech that kind of revolutionized the meta in a sense for the last year, where it feels like we've seen a lot more cheese strategies. And I think a good amount of that can go to the fact that it can be attributed to the fact that people like Spirits and Anaton made people realize that the Ying Shoddy was something viable that you could take advantage of. We're seeing it again on the same map where we saw it for one of the first times, and it's working wonders for Dark Zero. It looks, as of right now, that strats like that are what are going to take them over the finish line if they can continue this hot streak they've had from attack.
Well, especially because when they kind of retooled the recoil on the Reaper Mark II, and they gave it to a bunch of different people. They gave it to Ying, and so now it's like, why would you run the LMG when you could just run the Ying shotgun and the Reaper Mark II if you really need it from that range? But the way that Ying is made is that you're meant to get up in people's faces. You throw that Candela, so Ying has essentially gotten this massive buff, and now that's why you're really starting to see her get banned a lot with Glaz, because those two kind of it is weird how you go back and you're like, oh yeah, Glaz and maybe Monty, Glaz and maybe Sens before we had that whole retool to where it's light instead of smoke. Glaz and Ying, Flash and Smoke really don't seem like they kind of go well together, but the way that teams have been using them in tandem, so you have Glaz go from one corner, who provides an angle that the defense can't see through, and then the Ying from another, who's just directly in their face, of which they also can't see. it's very hard to deal with as a defense, which is why a lot of times you're just seeing the Glaz and the Ying get taken completely off the board.
DZ would know that better than anybody else, that those two operators can be very annoying to deal with, which is why, thus far, through the first 2 maps, we haven't seen them on defense in the 3rd, but we are 1 round away from getting to see that. They have banned Glaz and Ying immediately before OXG can even touch them. And then after that, they banned the Sens in map 1 and then the Blitz in map 2. So it's all in the same kind of vein of operators, right? Things that are limiting our ability to see. At a level like this, the ability to just play out your defensive strategy at the level that you want it to play it out is what wins you a lot of different rounds, because the game just inherently on most sites is going to favor those defenders. So unless the attack can really, really ruin your ability to run the strat, with how developed some of these strats are, it's totally going to work out for the defense most times. And so DZ very clearly have recognized that and are trying to take those things away. And the substitutes we've seen out of OXG, I mean, they've tried cheesing with the shields, they've tried cheesing with, like, maybe not really cheesing with Capital, but using the Capital to try and push people out of power positions. And it doesn't really feel like those have worked. So yeah, Sens was the only really, like, great one that we've seen them have so far through this series. And so signs for concern when OXG get on their attack, but the even more concerning sign is that as we get back into map number 3, they are losing on their defense half. At best, they'll get 3-3.
Here we are again. Huh. I mean,
the post tech timeout, tack timeout.
Tech timeout, tack timeout is, you know, it's nice. We get to look at the
tic-tac-toe.
0 kills, 0 deaths. We don't even get to, like, talk about the kills as well, which kind of does suck.
It looks like Yaga's on 14 ping. Oh, it's up to 28.
Man, you know, it's just, you know, good old Forrest with 0 kills. We hate to see
Grixer,
it.
What's going on?
Yeah,
60 ping, man. Figure it out. Come on.
Is this what we're doing? Where are these guys located? Where is Oxygen? Where is Oxygen still in Boston? Like, I know Oxygen's,
don't think
like,
so.
Well, obviously Oxygen, the
org,
like
yeah.
esport org is from Boston, but I don't think that's where they're based.
I don't think they're there. No, I don't know. In my head, it's still like it was 5 years ago when they're all in Vegas. I know that's not true, but it's like that's what my like headcanon is.
Yeah, there is no reason that any team should be based in Vegas anymore. That is probably not good for your taxes, I'm not gonna lie.
It's good for your mental when you can win a game and then go gamble.
Sure. I don't know if
or not. I have no idea.
You can only lose 100% of your sanity, but you can gain 500% of your money. So, you know, it's a pretty good gamble. I'm not gonna lie. We do not condone gambling.
Yeah, we don't. I think we have to say we don't condone gambling. We have to say that. But unless it's with your Twitch points, with your channel points, you can predict in the chat. But into round number 6.
Yeah.
Oxygen is, they're going to take a gamble on going back to gym and bedroom. It worked out pretty well last time they went for it. Namely, or mostly because they rocked the clash, and then everybody swung in really good timing and caught DZ out before they could make their execute happen. But instead, there is no clash because DZ banned it, so they're going to have to find a different way to navigate the round.
And interesting that Oxygen chose to ban the Maverick, so I think I could put more emphasis on something like a Kaid or a Bandit, potentially.
Did they going for that? Maverick?
I mean, going for that instead of something like a Monty or a Blackbeard is really interesting to me. Speaking of, it's Nafe on the Monty. Finding Yaga first in cash, that's going to clear that out with a minute remaining. Very efficient.
Whoa.
Doesn't come without losing a body, though. And wow, Forrest in Oil Pit. He's been waiting a long, long time for this. But is he going to be able to get out? How does Forrest find that?
They didn't expect him. Does he expect one around the corner? Seemingly somewhat, but he only shot the drone. He didn't shoot at Citizen, so the trade is eventually found. But Forrest Master Splinter with the rat play. Gets the kill he was looking for onto that Montaigne. There is still another shield on this attack, but OXG can kind of cozy up inside of the site, knowing that these Kiba barricades are going to be so potent. They've still got a little bit of util, presumably some Goyo packs. There's the fire towards construction they could have to work with. The Malusi Banshees as well, and only really 2 grenades, now 1 grenade, on Citizen to try and deal with all of this utility still in the way.
You don't have the Clash to deal with, so there is some solace. You do have a Blackbird of your own, so at the very least you'll be able to draw some fire. Don't have to worry about explosives. It's mainly just going to be getting caught out with the time, because that is the main thing that Darkseid are really going to have to hurry up and get a kill. That's a big one.
And that's another big trade. It's Adam to make it a 2 versus 2. And importantly, isolate these last 2 attackers inside of construction. They could easily rotate, or rather inside of logistics. They could rotate to construction, but they're not going to do that. They're going to try and sneak in and stick a plant right in front of Grixer, but his Citizen hops off the plant, defends himself in spirits. It's there for the next one. Dark Zero looked like they were in the worst spot imaginable, but they bait out the swings and they win the fights. And at the end of the day, what can you do when they are shooting like that?
At the end of the day, this is an FPS. It's a first-person shooter. You can put out a whole bunch of util that puts your opponent in the worst possible situation, and they still just might kill you. Because that is, at the end of the day, what Siege is about, is lowering your opponent's percentage chance at winning a gunfight and giving yourself the best chance at winning a gunfight. You can throw a smoke, you can throw a flash, you can throw a Grishmat at your opponent, and there is still a very dwindling percent that they are just going to aim at the right spot and kill you, or in this case, have damn good mechanics. And DZ go up 4-2 on their attacking half, which is good. I don't know if any of you know how good the defense can be overall, but Oxygen really are cornered, and it's going to have to start attacking CCTV, going to have to go through a Mira and an Azami on those rafters. They really do have an uphill climb in front of them.
DC have been in this position before, actually, in this qualifier. The last time they played Clubhouse was against Standby LFO, also known as Nade Shot Help. They played them in their first game, and they got a 4-2 attacking half on Clubhouse to start with. And then it ended up being 7-5. So there was a valiant effort of the comeback made by Standby on their own attacks, but Dark Zero were still able to outlast. We'll have to wait and see if we're going to see the same game that Cards and Milo saw when they streamed that one yesterday. But for now, it's looking like a little bit of a mirror. Yes, this attacking side being 4-2 is really good for you, but OXG are at all times 1 or 2 good rounds away from proving you wrong. And look at what's on their attacking lineup that hasn't been allowed through all night long by Dark Zero. Immediately, the Glaz and the Ying.
Blitz and a Capitao on top of it.
They got a plan.
Yeah.
That they cannot share with you right now because the haters will sabotage it.
I mean, if NJR and Citizen play their utils smart, depending on where Citizen has placed this, that could be a very hard counter to wherever this is coming from. It's difficult because Tachanka, I want to say, has a very high skill ceiling, honestly a high skill floor for his gadget, and so you could get absolutely zero usage out of it. That's something that we'll just have to see where this OG attack is coming from. Now here's where we looked at if NJR can do anything, but it's Nafe for 2 and completely give Dark Zero the advantage.
Adam at least gets something back, but there goes NJR, the person you put a lens on before the round, and you can have your Glaz and your Ying. We are still taking our first defense unless there's a 1 versus 4 out of Forest. Spoiler alert, there is not. Dark Zero up 5-2 now, and if things were looking good for them already, they let through. It looks like Forest's two favorite attacking operators to take advantage of, and basically no advantage was ever taken by OXG at any point in that round.
The dreaded 5-2 scoreline. Possibly the worst spot you could be in, maybe apart from a 6-0, because 3 rounds is such a large deficit to come back, because usually you're going to have to complete a full site rotation, and your opponent is 1 round away from match point and 2 rounds away just from completely ending the game. It's a very hard hill to simply fight back from, and at 1 in the morning, we've been playing this game for 2 entire maps, one of which went to overtime, the other went max regulation. You wonder, does fatigue start to kick in a little, Aiden? When you have, maybe you're fighting the tiredness, maybe the comms are a little bit drab. Obviously, we don't really know for sure, and these players have been playing this game for a long time, and surely they've been fighting fatigue, so I don't want to say that is a definite thing, but it's just something you kind of keep in the back of your mind, wondering if this team does start to really synchronize a lot of their pushes, maybe there is something that we can point to.
Nothing really to point to in terms of the Oxygen attacking lineup to maybe provide some hope. They do have the Glass this time, but even then, we saw it last round and really didn't ever make its presence known, as Yaga still stuck on 0-2. The only one who really ever did get a kill, I think, was Adam on his shield rush play. But either way, from Cash and CC, they go to Gym and Bedroom, seemingly very not inclined to play the basement defense, as Cash CC a weird site to start on, and then continuing to not go down to the basement by going to Gym and Bed for DZ, but they're gonna really play it patiently and kind of give up a lot of control towards Cash Room. It's just Rival left on the opposite side of the second floor, as everybody else has already gotten back towards the site.
Interesting seeing the fuse. Definite rarity, but I think especially if you're trying to counteract somebody playing close, maybe a little bit of util around the corner, the ability to just fire through those reinforced walls, making complete sense. And now as you've created an angle of which a player through a window is going to be able to completely set a crossfire up, you would hope that it would find some form of success, but nothing for Oxygen. They're clearly fishing for a pick, and Dark Zero are completely shutting them out. The smoke canister will go out, but it's an angle that Yaga's going to be able to hold with no one peeking, and finally something gives, and it's going to be Nave.
That's a good kill for Forest, a good lurk-in for Gomez, but that's shut down by Rival, who's holding his post on the opposite side of the map. Somehow, Yaga shuts down Rival before being downed in response. Spirits is still prone inside that smoke, though, and he pops out with his shorty and makes his presence known, but Adam gets one back, barely misses the headshot on an NJR, though, and that's going to leave Grixer in a 1-on-2 on the fuse. Not even rocking the shield, he's got the AK-12, a powerful gun as any, perhaps more powerful than any other. But it seemed like a questionable pick at the start of the round. He'll have to make sure, and he makes us look silly for doubting him, and it seems like the doubters are proven correct, as those DZ doubters starting to sweat. They've hit match point 8 rounds into Clubhouse.
But they've just got to finish it out. We have seen teams that have reached match point and not been able to finish it out. Sure, like 6-2, you feel great as a team. You've clearly completed 2 sites, and you don't do math on broadcast, but if you lose one more, you get to go back to those whole site rotations. And Dark Zero, feeling as confident as they are, everybody's firing. Citizen hasn't died since the rehost, and so far on Oxygen, you have, your shield players are struggling. Gomez and Grixer, who've been popping off at the last couple maps, currently putting up eggs since that rehost. Oxygen has been completely sucked out of the room, and it's hard to find a way to inject that back in when they're going to a site that is so difficult to attack as Clubhouse basement. And there's not an easy way to lessen the pressure on this team.
It seems like Dark Zero, their goal in this round is to try and keep the pressure up. A lot of presence off of the bomb site, at least at the very start of the action phase. There are some players retreating back, but, I mean, Nafe all the way up in cash. His goal, at least, if nobody else's, seems to be to play very far up and put the pressure on instantly. Citizen also has similar plans to try and pick somebody off towards Chain Link. And you said that Oxygen can't get the pressure off of themselves to save their life. It seems like DZ recognizing that, and they are not stepping off the gas pedal, even the mute jammers, to prevent them from droning into the building at all, and Oxygen clearly shook.
Going so slow, methodically working through the map. To stark contrast what we saw previously, but Citizen, you have got to be careful. Same with Nafe. Over by Eastern Stairs, Gomez is on the hunt. Same with Yaga. They deploy an air jab to try to cut off an avenue. But it seems that air jab might have gone to the wayside as it falls down completely. Both players do to the rest of the site. And now this very clinical clear from Oxygen just has not bore any fruit. And now we're halfway through the round, and Oxygen only now have to focus themselves onto the site itself, and they're still just kind of keeping their heads on a swivel.
Forrest is moving paranoid this round, convinced that someone might be in strip. He's all the way in changing room. I didn't even know that was the call out for that room. And that's how far he's gone with his face, not just a drone, to try and make sure that every single corner is clear. But DZ are just sitting in the site. They've got Goyo packs still ready to go, 3 Zoto canisters on their Tubarao, even another Kiba that could possibly get in the way of this OXG attack. And OXG are kind of doing nothing to bait any of this utility out.
Honestly, to your defense, you just wait. Just sit back.
Yeah.
If you're going to have a blitz push up, this is dangerous because the flash can completely turn it around. And now down goes your mid, down goes the dirt player. Dark Zero having to scramble. They still have the time remaining, but now that's one area of entry that they have to keep their eye on.
Forrest is so low on HP, though. He could very easily die to that C4, and that's exactly what happens thanks to Rival. But Nafe is gone because of Yaga. The Blitz didn't just get a kill. He dislodged this DZ defense, but now Citizen is back in a big way. Grixer, though, back in even bigger than that, but he's got a best Citizen. These two key players on the night so far set to face off if Yaga doesn't get this plant down soon. Citizen, though, is going to delay the engagement as he skirts over to the boxes, but now he's flashed out. Grixer sprinting at him from blue. I think he's pinched here in between the bearing and the big Blackbeard, and from behind, it's Grixer with that bearing to keep OXG's hopes alive at sneaking into that grand final first.
All comebacks start with a single round, and getting it on basement, yeah, it's a breath of air. Not a great one, but it's enough that it buys you some time to figure out what you're going to do on these other sites. We're going back to CCTV, a site that Dark Zero won pretty handily, are able to completely control everything from beginning to end. So what's the change going to be from Oxygen? Can't really do the blitz rush strategy that they did with, well, ooh, let's hop in on Plat Wall and see if we get something crazy going on. You can't do that. So my thought is just go to the basics. Try a basic Rafters play. Maybe go from bedroom. These standards that people have done through years and years and years when it comes to attacking CCTV, which used to be the dominant site on the map. Is every single time a team would go to Clubhouse, they would go to CCTV first, and every other site would be secondary. That's changed. With something like Azami, gotten harder. With that Clash rework, it's gotten harder. For Oxygen, no one ever said this was going to be easy. You were down 6-2, so you're going to have to fight through it all. Use the Capitao to take out Raptors. Use the Ying to flush out the players inside of Bedroom. These are your avenues to success.
It looked for a moment like they were going to go back to basics. I saw Yaga teasing the Monty. Maybe evidence towards just a good old Raptors walk up with the shield. And maybe he should have brought the shield. Because the shield in front of his face would have saved him from the spawn peak bullets. And Ying gone in 20 seconds. That is a big loss. That is a round-changing loss. Potentially not just a map losing, but series losing loss. And OXG have to lock in for the next 2 minutes and change to not let that get to them.
Never said it was going to be easy. Like I said, you just making things harder on yourself, but it's sure to feel amazing if somehow you come out the other end on top. But a defensive lineup is so difficult to dredge through. You have the Azami, you have the Clash, Castle barricades as well. There's not a lot of destructive utility being brought by that attack. The smoke has been deployed. You do have that Gone 6 on the side of Forest, so they're chipping away at this utility. And Gomez, does he spot the feet of the castle? Yes, he does, but he can't even hit a single bullet. And now defense is aware that there is somebody walking up Master, so either they could play around these castle barricades, or they could back up knowing they have the man advantage and knowing that they have that time. Even if there's still a minute 20, they can just play their life, or Rival gets a kill onto Forest and makes it worse.
That was such a long angle as well. Gomez is going to find Nafe, so that's something. Adam finds another one. Can Gomez get rezzed? Citizen's down. This has the makings of a potential comeback. Citizen will be revived, but they're going to trade that for a res onto Gomez and allowing that to their opponents. So with under a minute to go, OXG are back to 3 players. DZ have lost 2 fights in a row, technically speaking, and OXG are starting to pressure them. The problem is, though, that they're pressuring from the construction side. That's a little bit of an off angle, and that can very easily turn your attack into a linear mess. Still, presumably the shield to contend with on Rival. It could have been broken somewhere. But look at this lurk in for Grixer. In through Garage, seemingly completely unexpected, though Spirit has gone prone on the rafters, and Spirit eventually unprones and takes the case down. It seemed like OXG might still have life in them yet, but it's all gone, it's all fallen apart, and Dark Zero are gonna make it to the grand final first, 1 series away from the 6 Invitational.
It almost seemed like the way that this entire game was going, that Oxygen would be like, you know what, we're gonna take it all the way to max regulation. Why not overtime, if you will? Dark Zero said, it's late. Let's cut the crap. We know we've got this in the bag. They finish it out on Clubhouse. Don't even entertain the idea of overtime. They will be going to the grand final of the North American Siege Invitational Last Chance Qualifier. They will be fighting for a chance to go to France.
Felt like just the gas in the tank ran out for OXG. It was again the story of a good early start for both teams, but one team just came out and took control. And Aiden, this time it was Dark Zero, and it wasn't even close. I mean, they took the momentum and they just ran with it, taking control on both sides of Clubhouse. You said that, yes, comeback start with just 1 round, but it was just that 1 round that OXG would get on the way to a possible crazy comeback. Dark Zero just shut them down and ended up taking a very clean 7-3 victory.
Yeah, and I think a clean victory in the last map of the series on a map like Clubhouse, that's such a big statement out of DZ. Listen, we messed up, right? We shouldn't have picked Fortress. We probably overcooked a little bit there. But we won OXG's map selection when they tried to take us to Border. Maybe they thought it was a weak spot in our map pool. It's not. And then we won 7-3 on the most played out map of them all. To me, that says that Dark Zero is the best team in this qualifier right now. And that is a demand to everybody else in the qualifier. Challenge us if you dare. You're going to have to make it to SI, but I highly doubt it's going to work for you.
Clubhouse is usually a metric of how a team can do at the very basics of Siege, and it seems like DZ have that down. From they're attacking 4-2 half, which is not standard, but it's something that they can repeat on Clubhouse over and over again. I agree with you. I think Fortress was, maybe a little bit of a silly pick, trying it out, seeing what works, what doesn't. Well, there will probably be a next time. If they do make it through here, they're probably going to have to play Fortress in France. So get it out of the way, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I honestly don't mind the Fortress pick. I think I stand behind that. I think it is just a question of, they didn't know. They're never going to know how good that map stands up against their opponents in a one-on-one matchup if they haven't played it before. I like the pick, but as you said, it didn't end up working out. And obviously, looking down at the lower bracket now, it is Oxygen who live with those consequences. Dark Zero doesn't matter. They took that Fortress. They didn't need it. They take the series in 3 maps. Here's the way things looked at the end of the map. We'll give you the full series stats in just a second. Once again, the player who lit up the map to start things off in the series, Citizen, 19 kills in map 1, 13 kills here on Clubhouse. We talked about him reigniting and finding that strength again, carrying Dark Zero over the line, Aiden, and that is exactly what happened here.
Yeah, interestingly enough, the entries didn't end up mattering as much as I thought they would, because OXG won half the entry fights on Clubhouse, with Forrest even doing relatively well. But Citizen, again, was just that player you could turn to when you needed something to get done. Whether it's an entry fight, which he did pretty well on in that map and in the series as a whole, or if it's winning any fight. There is a 2.0 KD, 40 and 20. He was the only guy who had a positive EPS on his team, though 2 of them were very close, and then NJR, 96, that's also quite close. But Citizen, the name out of this series, he was the guy, like we're talking about, all night long that DZ could depend on when they needed a play to be made. And Gomez, Strixer, they made some plays for sure, but it doesn't look like OXG could depend on them quite as much as DZ could depend on Citizen.
Oxygen, we'll be talking a bit more about them in just a bit, so the focus will remain on your match MVP. It is, of course, Citizen, 40 kills to his name, 8-3 on the entry. It may not have been the end-all, be-all on Clubhouse, but it certainly put Dark Zero in a winning position consistently throughout all 3 maps. V, I know we've talked about him already quite a bit, but this is a guy who deserves his praise in a very contested matchup that truthfully could have gone either way at the turning point at the beginning of Clubhouse, where it really mattered which team was going to come out swinging. Citizen stepped up, was the man for the moment, and now they're in the grand final.
I think it's great to see him get his flowers, that he's kind of been somebody who's slipped under the radar sometimes. It's really felt like you take a look at players like Spirits, NJR. People love to highlight these players, and Citizen just kind of slowly but silently works the machine behind the veil that is DZ. He does a great job at it. He's a big reason why they were able to take it home. I don't even need to say it. His numbers really do the talking for him, but job's not done. Like, they still have to finish it off tomorrow, and we have seen that just because you get there through the upper bracket does not mean you are a shoo-in for the entire thing.
Well, the grind for these players continues. Dark Zero, they will get to go to sleep. Oxygen, they will also get to go to sleep for now. We'll see them tomorrow. But right now, the focus remains on JJ & Co. and Cloud9. We still have one more series to get to. It's 1:15 in the morning, so we're going to take a quick break and get our final series of the night underway in just a few minutes. We'll see you there. Well, we've settled in for quite a long day, but it ends here with hopefully a bang. Welcome back, everybody, to the NALCQ for the 6th Invitational. I'm Jonas Willinger here with Happy and Light Rose for the final time tonight. Our 4th and final best of 3 is an elimination game. It is our lower bracket semifinal between our 2 victors of the first 2 matches we had to start the broadcast. It is JJ and Co. taking on Cloud9. We'll give you our bracket really fast to catch you up on the action if you're just joining us. If you're just joining us, that's crazy. It's 1 a.m. Go to sleep. But for those of you who are, here is what has happened. Orglis and JJ and Co. a 2-0. JJ and Co. fairly clean as they took that victory there. Cloud9 a little more difficult to take on standby. Dropped that second map, but ended up persevering in the end. Oxygen Esport await the winner. But V, right now, the focus shifts to these 2 rosters looking to prove themselves on an international stage, and for many of these players, that could be for the very first time. JJ and Co. especially. They had Envy representing them all year long, unfortunately losing that representation, but still making a couple of changes and out with a vengeance.
Yeah, getting to SI would be, I think, not only important for the team to represent themselves on like an organization level, to say, hey, this is the chance that we have, we should be picked up because we have this potential, but also for the players themselves. 3 of the players got just completely gutted. Like, they had to roll in completely new players, you know, Ivan, Mike W, Packer, and this is their shot saying, that doesn't matter. We still have a shot to be, I think this would be the 5th North American team at SI, right? So yes, they absolutely have the potential, but they have to get through 3 really good teams on the way there. It is a difficult fight, but JJ is no stranger to those.
Well, one of those very good teams, as you said, Cloud9, Aiden. They have been looking for this opportunity for some time, finishing 7th, finishing 8th across stage 1 and stage 2. They're looking for the bounce back. And with 1 life left here in the LCQ, fighting against Oxygen, potentially winning that game and going to the grand finals if they can get past JJ. It feels realistic. It really does.
It does. It's a team with a very high ceiling. They're the kind of team that has pop-off potential with the very best of them. V talked about how, 3/5 of the old Envy roster got gutted. Well, 2 of those players who left Envy were Aiden and Snake. They left for Cloud9. So it is a bit of a grudge match for JJ and Co. as they look to prove that decision was wrong. But for Cloud9 on their end, it's very clear what they were trying to do. Just get a lot of talented players on one team with that veteran captain of Dream, and that could be a recipe to cook up something really interesting. So far, we've seen a lot of interesting potential from them, but against OXG, they just didn't quite have enough to get across the finish line. I'm very excited to see what happens against JJ and Co, though, because the first time these 2 teams played, C9 won it pretty decisively.
Here are the maps. We start off with Border, we go to Labs, and end on Chalet. V, these 2 teams, they already got to watch each other play in that opening series. They didn't play at the same time. What do you make of this, and where do you think the teams' heads are at?
Ooh. It feels kind of similar vibe-wise to what we just had, where we start off on Border, no holds barred, just a complete slap fight, and then we go to Labs, something that we have seen from these teams. That's the only difference between that and Fortress. Very util heavy, you need to go through these specific set of check marks before you actually attack, and as well, these teams do have some history on Labs and of course Chalet if we do need it.
Aiden, we did see Chalet. That's the only map of the 3 here that we're going to have seen earlier from both of these teams, and both of these teams won it. I mean, do you expect that's why we see this one coming through as a decider? Both teams are feeling fairly comfortable on this map?
Yeah, I don't think anybody is feeling bad enough to ban it, right? These are 2 teams who definitely did their due diligence, either just among their captains or maybe with the staff they have on board. I know C9 has Vivid and Mossy on their staff. For JJ and Co, they still have Lucan and Archer Omics, but either way, those staff members are going to do their prep. They're going to know what the other team is coming in able to do. And so they're going to say, all right, guys, I don't know if we should pick into Chalet. We're not going to get rid of it. We know how to win on this map. Orglis and Karn & Co. both lost it to JJ & Co. And then C9 just beat another Pro League team in Standby LFO on Chalet. So there's all the reason in the world to think that's a good map for both teams, but I'm excited to see how it goes.
Well, we start things off on Border, our final series of the night, JJ & Co. and Cloud9 churning that midnight oil as we get into this final series at about, well, almost 1:30 in the morning. Guys, good luck.
Thank you so much. We're not going to need it, though.
Yeah.
Where else would you rather be?
Aiden,
JJ
can I say something to Packer? Can I say something to Packer? Brother, I am so sorry. You were forced to watch the Green Bay Packers play the Chicago Bears earlier today. You were given that time, and I feel you, brother. I feel you. For anybody who's not aware, the Green Bay Packers played their very long-time rivals, the oldest rivalry in the NFL, in the playoffs, and Green Bay choked a huge lead. I'm talking like E.G. Canadian White Stairs type stuff.
We didn't know your audience there.
Yeah, I gotta speak it in siege terms. It was bad. I know Packer. It's actually, I believe that's why he is named that. So, yeah, I was gonna make a joke about how I was worried about I was gonna miss the Packers game, but he's right here. And then that happened, and I don't think I have the heart to make that joke at this stage of the night. You still referenced
it, though.
I did, because I still think it's very stupid. It's a stupid joke.
Was. No, it was good. I liked it. I was a fan. You know, it's like But either way, as you can see in the all chat, there's some history here. These two teams, these 10 players, presumably all 10 of them, if not all 10 of them, at the very least a few of them, there's history. Packer was dropped by Cloud9 after stage number 1. Only just recently was he picked up to play on JJ & Co. JJ and Rival lost Aiden and Snake to Cloud9. There are a lot of, Snake, spineless, the words are getting thrown around because that's what happens when ex-teammates play other ex-teammates. But it's safe to say that in the rematch of a game that happened earlier this bracket, things are about to get very, very personal.
Yeah, so sometimes teams will like chirp in all chat and it's just like, they're gamers. They talk. It's typical stuff.
Pay attention this time.
Sometimes with this team, I'm like, that feels like it is intended to like hurt. There's malice behind that statement because, to be honest, if I am Packer, I would kind of hate these guys. I'm going to be honest. Like, you go through, I think they did, like, okay. You barely missed the playoffs. You get dropped by the whole team. They go to, you're replaced by Snake and Aiden, who, I mean, you're Packer star. Clearly, you're better than them. And then now you're having to go to, like, the sloppy seconds of the team that they just left, which are now orgless. So there is definitely some very bad blood between these teams. Probably deserved, if I'm going to be honest, but when you're going from, I guess they didn't know it at the time, like from an org that is completely gone to Cloud9, you're still getting some form of salary, even if it maybe is lower. Why would you not make that jump? It makes sense from a business side, economic side from Aiden and Snake, but from an objective perspective as well, maybe you're being a little bit of a snake.
Maybe. You could argue, right?
But money is money.
It is.
Money is what makes us cast at 1:30 in the morning.
No.
You're here for the grind. You're here for the grind. What are you? RSA? Harrison was talking about. We at RSA used to be up at 3 in the morning casting for free.
We would cast best of threes at 3 in the morning for free, no money. He loves to talk about RSA because none of us were there when he was there casting it.
I don't even really know what RSA is. Was that one? Was that the one that
it was
Royal
John's
did?
league? Yeah, that's why all of his teams are called Rob Silly Animals when they pug. When we pug, I'm kind of a part of it. I don't know. Anyways, the map has started. As if on command, they heard us referencing Harrison and realized that it was getting way too far off track. We need the game to start now. The game starts right now. So the stage has been set. This is a series that happened earlier in this tournament. C9 won it 2-0. C9 also have two players who left JJ and Co. to be on C9. JJ and Co. then got dropped. Packer, who got dropped by C9, is on JJ and Co. There are also obviously going to be other links between different players, like how Packer obviously used to team with Giddy and Kobe, not just on C9, but even before that on Makers. And so there's going to be even more history there.
Goodness.
There's going to be history all across the lobby. There is not going to be around history just yet. Unfortunately.
We can't even like start the VO3.
Do you love it? Do you love the game or what?
To begin like the okay, this is how long it's gonna go on. We're getting like couple teases like the band phase. I don't even think we've been in the game to see the bands that much. It's been back and forth, but I mean, it's, you know, this has been a rough season when it comes to spectator bugs. There was a bunch of crashes early on. I don't know if they had to go back to the old build because of it was either competitive reasons or crashing issues, but either way, something's been in the water today, and it's a little rough because we've had to go this long.
Yeah, but you know what? That's what happens. That's what happens.
We love it.
Yeah, we love it. That's why we're here.
It is fun. Casting is very fun.
So. Well, yeah, of course. But in terms of for map number 1, what to expect out of Border, it is the map selection of Cloud9, but it's a map they've kind of not touched so far this qualifier. It's very odd. They were going to play it as their map 3 against Oxygen, but that never ended up being needed. Otherwise, they haven't banned it, but they didn't really feel like picking it until right now. And then they also, you know, just didn't think it was the right move to get rid of it, but the other teams were consistently getting rid of it, again, except for OXG, but again, they didn't end up playing on it. So, treading new ground for them on that map, and also on Nighthaven Labs. That was going to be the decider the first time these two teams played, but because it was a 2-0 for C9, we didn't need to see it. So C9 treading new ground 2 times over now. As for JJ and Co., they have already played Labs. They lost it. Sign for concern. You picked it. You lost it to Karn & Co. So maybe a little confusing. You also ended up on Border, a map you haven't played through the qualifier. Just off of that, I'm kind of thinking the map pool leans C9.
So here's where I kind of want to talk about some of the players on JJ & Co. It feels weird, the 3 that came in, which was Packer, Mike W, and Ivan. But 2 out of the 3 players that have come in, Mike W and Packer, feel unlocked, like unhinged. Packer in his new role is going absolutely nuclear, and it's great because you see the player that he can be, and Mike W has not missed a step coming in from T2, where he has ran it and been probably the top T2 prospect what feels like for years at this point. He finally gets his flowers. He does a great job, and then there's Ivan, who is not really doing amazing. I'm a huge fan of Ivan. I've been a huge fan of Team Cruelty and all the players that were on there, and I was really excited to see him on this team to kind of get what feels like a real shot among, you know, the more North American heavyweights. But so far, especially compared to Mike W and Packer, he hasn't really had the same impact. Granted, I don't think he's going to be on a main fragger role. He's going to be on, you know, mainly that's like Mike W, potentially rival. But overall, he's had moments where he's had these missteps and miscues, and it's a little concerning, and we'll have to see if that does hold throughout this entire series, especially when you are going up against a team that you have played before. He had those missteps up against C9, who were able to take advantage of that in the 2-0 that they did. They did not go to a map 3 when they met in the upper bracket. So,
what a time it would be, though, for Ivan to step in, the one who feels distinctly separate from all this rivalry between players who, got snaked or left each other or used to team or dropped someone, and then there's Ivan. There's also Mike W, who feels a little separated from it as well, but he has over the years teamed with a lot of different T2 players. He and Aiden actually played together at the NSG Philly LAN on a pug stack called Bands Coast, which will probably ring some bells to a lot of the fans of the console scene. So there are still connections, but Ivan's on his own island. He doesn't quite fit in with everything else. Yeah, even Dream, who's much more of a vet than it feels like everybody else in the lobby is, was still on Cloud9 with Packer, and was still obviously a teammate that decided to drop Packer. At least maybe not. I don't know how the decision went, but he was on the team that Packer got dropped from. So what a time it would be for Ivan, of everybody, to show up and have a really solid game after we weren't quite sure about how he fit into this puzzle just yet. Already getting to top 4 is very good, but getting beyond that, that's going to take a 5-man effort.
I feel like it was kind of expected of this team. Like, with the way that they ended up in Stage 2 of the NAL, even if you have all these little shakeups, you still have JJ as an IGL who has shown that he can be somebody. Clearly, he IGL'd his way into T2, or into T1 through Challenger Series. So there is something to build off of. We're not taking a look at JJ. We're looking at Rival, who's going in from Passport. Going to create a little bit of a hole into that triple wall, making that sight into Office just a little bit easier, as JJ, the man himself, is going to be looking in through that wall. So a lot of pretext for this attacking team, setting things up potentially for later, shutting off avenues, and down goes Ivan. It feels like almost spoken into existence, but Mike W is there for the trade.
Giddy, though, there for yet another advantage. JJ and co. looking a little lost. They had an idea. Clearly there was something happening, but the happenings didn't really go their way. And now they're just kind of on the outside looking in. Only 2 people are inside the building, but Packer down on the first floor, and Rival only barely sneaking his way in through the east stairs. But Packer does find a kill onto Giddy, who dropped downstairs. That is pivotal. Now JJ gonna start to go in, try and make a play, but it's Dream with a C4 over the top to get a really nice frag. Rival, though, works together with Packer, looking out from underneath to get the next kill. And with a minute to go, a 2 versus 2 for Packer and Rival up against Dream and Aiden.
Look at the util. We've got 1 Selma, 2 flashbangs, and no deathmark trackers. For the defense, you've got 1 Artila Electroclaw. That is not going to help you really at all. Could create a space where Rival suddenly wants to create a hole. You can see it electrifies the wall right next to Dream, and it seems like Rival's potentially going to long rotate. The TCSG is going to chunk you from far away, but Aiden has a wonderful angle onto Packer, and now that leaves Rival in the 1v2. 20 seconds left. He has no idea where anybody is, and it's Cloud9 to get the first round on. It seems like they just have not missed a step from all the way in the upper bracket.
Aiden's rubbing it in. It's my spot, not yours. You certainly can't park outside this CCTV window. With C9 getting on the board first on the defensive side up on that second floor. It's what you expect, right? You go to armory tellers, or you go to armory lockers and archives early on. That's absolutely going to be the expectation. But JJ and co are going to keep them honest. Clearly they've learned something from the last time these teams faced off, although it's going to be hard to apply some of those lessons here. As we talked about, none of the maps that we are seeing today were played in the last series. One of them was the decider that we didn't get to. And so trying to apply lessons learned from yesterday when you've played so much since then, and it's already almost 2 in the morning for some of these players. Things are going to start to get hazy, but if you can capitalize, that's all that matters, is who showed up on game day. It doesn't matter what time the game day was at, it's who showed up when it mattered. And right now, C9, the first ones to show up, but at the very least, JJ and Co. are going to keep them very, very close.
A little bit of back and forth. It's at the very least what we want to expect. Is we don't want to see, you know, a team that just rolls over the other. If you're wanting good siege, even this late, have some exciting siege. Yeah, you may want to go to bed, but what if you could have really cool back and forth rivalry, you know, siege where we go to map 3 and these two teams are fighting their demons and fighting tiredness? I think that's a pretty cool idea, but JJ and Co are actually going to have to put up a fight for that to happen. It's going to start with droning them out. Great little 1-2 punch there. Droning out Kobe. Packer from underneath shuts him down. And now sending Kobe to the benches a minute in. Ooh, almost getting a second there. So far, Packer really doing his job in spades.
That's what he needs to do. It's Kobe likes to go down. Kobe kind of like the Ivan of his team so far, in that it feels like Ivan maybe hasn't shown up the way we would have liked for him to. Kobe, I feel like the guy you could look to like that for C9. We've seen great performances out of Aiden. Snake has had a couple great maps. Giddy has stepped up big time when his team needs him to. Kobe has had good maps as well, but he's been a guy who was touted as one of the best coming out of T2 and never really stood up to that level at T1. This would be the time to do that, but he's already gone. As JJ starting to clear out the roamer spots, one in office. That's a good shot on his Snake, and Dream is going to die to rival as well. Aiden did find one onto Packer at least, but I hope you're going to let him know in the all chat that you got that kill, because that's the only kill anybody on your team found in round number 2, as JJ and Co take it cleanly.
Honestly, great information. Like, the way that JJ and Co were able to drone it out, boom, you find Kobe Lex, boom, you find the player inside of office. This is actually something of a positive that they really did have up against Cloud9 in their first game. And I think it's going to help you a lot on border, where if you can find a player with your drone, spot them out, I think there are greater avenues in which you can hunt them down, because they're, you know, it's going to be a more compact map. It's going to have tighter angles. It's going to have greater vert spots than something like Fortress, let's say, which was the first map that these two teams duked it out on, which I really noticed how their information was strong. But we saw in the previous series the strengths and the weaknesses of a map like that. And if JJ and Co can continue to use their drones, spot out a player, and immediately go to work hunting them down, or at least cordon off a zone in which they can completely control that player's movements and then slowly just close the walls in on them instead of just completely going for the direct takes, maybe time won't allow it, I think there are some real positive rounds waiting around the corner.
Even before he got to the corner. One for each through the first 2. No more bathroom tellers for Cloud9. Instead, they're going to go to ventilation and workshop for round the 3rd. JJ and Co looking to clear out, already getting some good progress into the building. These castle barricades are serving as, you know, a good boundary setter for your extension, but that also serves to let JJ and Co know that we are not going to be moving past these barricades, so feel free to take all the rest of the map control for free. When we were watching Border against DZ and OXG, we were never seeing teams start to take map control this early on. Very clearly, these two teams are thinking about it a little bit differently. Not necessarily contesting every bit of map control, but they'll contest the bits they really want as hard as possible.
And it could just be a difference of strategy, you know? Maybe that's where we're going to start to see that castle a lot. Warden of Vigil as well, making sure that even if your opponent does enter the building, that they have to spend a lot more time droning you out, hunting you down. Packer with another entry onto Giddy as well, so down goes that warden, and they've spotted Snake down below. It's their information is really helping them. And if this eventually does lead to a round win, and I'm Cloud9, wow. I'm thinking of, that's a beautiful shot. I'm thinking of how can I shut down this information because it's led to another kill, and it seems like they've got Kobilax's info on lock.
Yeah, Kalax is under a heavy threat inside this site. The angles the defense opened up to try and use in their own favor. Now, very easy to use against them for JJ and Co. More time for this information to really marinate. As the drone's still whirring. Few shot out though, but JJ gonna shoot out Kobe, and Ivan catches Aiden. This could go flawless. Dream does a little bit of damage to Rival, but Packer is right there. Flawless round for JJ and Co, and they'll take their first lead in the series.
Oh, it's so exciting because you know that I feel like for both of these teams, every single round win matters because it's an opportunity to talk in chat. It's an opportunity to rub in the enemy's face. Ooh, I got a round win over you. Ooh, what are you gonna do about it? Because when JJ Co win, you're gonna start to see JJ talk. When Cloud9 win, you're gonna start to see Aiden talk. You're gonna start to see Giddy talk. It's gonna be this constant yapping where both teams are clearly trying to instill some psychological damage onto the other, so they can't mute because they need to like make sure that people understand that they are trying to get that psychological damage across. It's such a fun little mental game when you're trying to cast players like JJ or Aiden, who are notorious talkers in all chat. It's something you genuinely have to consider in going into these games. You can't just be like, oh yeah, or they're talking again. Ooh, it's like, no, it's kind of like their thing,
especially in this game.
Oh yeah,
when they're against each other and all the circumstances that we've hammered home so many times.
I don't even think we
just
can
can't forget about it. No, we can't repeat it enough.
A lot of them.
No, there's a lot, and then there's Ivan. Already having a pretty good start to his game. Everybody on JJ and Co though having a good start in terms of getting on the board. And into round number 4, they're going to lock a Chalet as well as a Sledge. So a couple of more unique picks on the attacking side to try and go towards this second floor bomb site. The only attacking round that they have lost so far was into the second floor, so clearly something's got to change.
Already a frag going out. Aiden's got to be careful. Mainly designed to just shut down some of that outside utility like that barbed wire. And I'm wanting to really know where Mike W is going to be posted, because if the whole point was destructive utility, you're going to have better options on the attack. But is his main goal holding down Armory? Or excuse me, Archives? Because if so, you're going to have to worry about East Hall. There's just not a lot of, I think, angles that you can really hold on this map that you're just going to be completely free from somebody just hitting a flank on you.
And I think even more than, you know, where Mike W is going to end up setting up, what matters the most right now is where are JJ and Co going to make it even look like they're going from. Because right now, I'll tell you what Cloud9 are saying. This is an Archives rush. If nothing changes, at least, that's what this is. And they're going to walk straight in on Dream. Jump scared from behind by the Mossberg, and Packer gets an opening pick. That is the phantom pressure that they needed. Even if that lurk gets abandoned immediately, which is exactly what happened, that is going to make Cloud9 wonder, where is this attack actually coming from? Because I thought I knew, and it turns out it is where I thought it was going to go in from, straight into Archives. But it's happening already. Maybe you weren't in the right spot. Another smoke can go through. But Kobe is on Warden, so he's not going to be fazed by that. They've caught him on the Grimbees a bit. You need to keep waiting. You need to wait for the right moment, but Giddy finds the right moment to kill Packer. That's a lurk gone. That's going to make it so that even more defenders can isolate their eyes on this plant that's going down, and from below, Rival shut down. The impact underneath the planter. JJ barely gets out in time, but you lost your man advantage, and you lost track of the Kaid downstairs, so Giddy's got a triple. 2 versus 4, and JJ and Co. did not think this through. They've got 30 seconds to try and make something else happen. Ivan wants to go in from office. It looks like Mike wants to go with him as well. Do they expect the prone player around the corner, though? Is the primary question. Ivan seemingly not ready for something. So many angles he can get caught from. Eventually he'll fall, but it's 4 for Giddy and a second through 4 for Cloud9.
Sometimes you see around and you just kind of have to soak it all in. There were so many things going on. You've got the Packer jump scare with the Mossberg. You've got Giddy going down below and just finding a player staring at the ceiling, getting the kill under the blitz down below. The Cali, there are so many things in that round. There are so many moving pieces, and then putting them all together is just objectively hilarious. But JJ and Co., clearly they had that plan, and Cloud9 had a plan for that plan. You've got the Warden being put in place to cover through that smoke, trying to, even if he is not putting direct pressure on it, that phantom pressure. You have the Ella, the Gurjmots, which are deployed to specifically stop that plant. I don't know if you caught that, but it's why he was actually off the plant the second time, was because the Gurjmot went off, was off the plant, and that is when Giddy went for the drop and went for the angle down below. It's a great defense by Cloud9. I think it's a wonderful job countering it. A little silly, but sometimes, you know, it doesn't really matter as long as you get the win at the end of the day. And for Cloud9, it's another opportunity to talk it up. Wonder what JJ and Co.'s plans were for bringing the Cali, having somebody posted down below, not even hearing the hatch drop.
The lurks that were tried by JJ and Co. in that last round just did not work, and then everything else was way too predictable. So coming into this next round, JJ and Co. gonna have to take solace in the fact that they won the next 2 sites they'll see already. They've attacked well into Bathroom Tellers, they've attacked well into Vent Workshop. I highly doubt we see Customs in these next 2 rounds. Maybe though, who knows. But what we have seen already is the case getting dropped with JJ, as the ace is the first one to go down, and Kobe is gonna let him know that he might have just thrown his teams around in the first minute.
Can be lucky that Border is one of those maps where something like an ace, I think, is probably not you ride or die with him. It is something that makes things a lot easier, but let's say, you know, it's not going to be Labs server where you can't get any of those hard walls open. You are completely done, dead, dusted into the dirt. With JJ and Co., they have that Brava, they have the Ash, they have the Dekebi, and they have guns. And this is Border. So as long as you have mainly those things, I think there is still a chance that you can win it. And Rival and Packer showing that to us. Ivan picking up one as well, and maybe Kobe calling him a bot for throwing the round. It's suddenly Cloud9 in a corner.
It's Kobe dead as well. It's Dream in a corner, and that's the only one left on C9.
LOL.
And JJ's laughing to the bank. It's a 3rd round now for JJ and Co. And look at how unpredictable they let it get. That's why you're seeing teams like OXG and DZ contest every bit of space on this map. Because once someone on the attacking side gets into Border, anything can happen. All bets are off. And that was the entire plan from JJ and Co. At least by the end of the round, that's certainly what it looked like. And whether or not that was the intention, that was what helped them so much, is that Cloud9 couldn't pin them down. In round number 4, Cloud9 knew exactly what was going to happen, and even the players they were not expecting were also not expecting them. But in that last round, JJ and Co. were so ready for everything, and C9 had no clue where those lurking attackers were, because they just weren't controlling all of the map. There were just enough gaps in their defense on a map as small as Border, because of the nature of just the structure of the map, that it lets JJ and Co find a way back in, and after losing that opening pick, JJ Watts, as his company, just has the quarter of a lifetime.
I think if there's any dynamic you want, any game you want to cast at 2 in the morning, when the stream has been going for 10 hours, it's a game like this, where the energy of the players and the relationship between each other and the dynamics of it and the storylines, it keeps you in the game, because sometimes there are games where you can make up storylines, you know, just like a mid-tier NAL game, where sometimes a game can just be boring, and that's okay. It happens. Yeah. And not every game of Siege can be super exciting. But then you have games like this, where it feels like the storylines themselves can carry the games, and it's what keeps you caffeinated and energized even this late into the night.
Presumably why we've got so many people still with us. As Kalax is going to shut down Mike W real early, and Ivan will fall right after. This time around, it seems like there isn't a comeback in JJ and Co, but I spoke too soon, because instantly, it's 2 kills back. It's trades immediately. And they are so synced up right now on this attacking side of border, possibly set to even make it 4. They've at least tied thus far. Bad start doesn't necessarily mean bad ending. They've proved that to us already. And on this attack of Vents and Workshop, they aren't awfully close to the Vents nor the Workshop. But these last defenders, they're in predictable spots. Armory and Archives, the 2 rooms you need to hold to try and hold the verticality, and then one's just sitting in the site himself. But look at how paranoid Dream is.
There's no real vert that can be made. Maybe from the Selmas. As long as Dream has information from potential cams, from his teammates, I think he'll be okay. Just gotta be careful, because with the time remaining, JJ and Co could set themselves up. Impossible to say how many drones they have. They have at least 1 in Rival's pocket, and as long as Rival is alive, it seems like magic can be made. Oh. The Bailiff downs Aiden, so it should be a 2v2. Probably a fight you would really want to take back, not the gun for that situation, but it still gets the job done of taking care of that roamer. And now, with 35 seconds left, you leave the 2 only players left from NV and try to get the job done and get a 4-2 split.
They're going to try and open up some vert. The DMR used to try and open up the angle on this player below the desk. They've got his whole position on lockdown. They've got an angle, and now Giddy is a dead man. The pistol needs to find him. It just can't do it. They'll know where he's at, but now Dream can lock in as they try to drop the hatch. He can lock down the kill on a JJ, and now it's just Rival who is lost. Cloud9 will make sure that it's at least 3-3.
If you have any expectations about the rounds, if you have any expectations about how a particular play will go, just don't. This is that type of game, because it seems like that, you know, they find Giddy and it's like, okay, they've got him, they've got the man advantage. Clearly they'll go on to win this. No. They dropped the hatch, probably a misplay. I mean, I think it was called out in chat. They had the time to potentially go for something else. They know where Giddy is. Maybe they can find an alternative angle on him. No such thing. Cloud9 even it up at 3-3. How do you feel about this? This has been a very chaotic and tumultuous first half. Do you feel like this is the desired outcome if you're JJ and Co after your attack?
I don't know. It's too early to tell. Full honesty, I think this is the only way the series could have gone, right? At least it could have started. Eventually, someone is going to run out of gas. That much we know for sure. But for this start, for the first half between these two, of course they were going to be locked in just 1, 2, 1. We're tied again. I'm in the lead now. We're tied again. Just consistently, no one able to take a lead of more than 1 round before the other team takes it right back. That was how it had to go. Everybody with ample opportunities to let someone know in the chat that they just killed them. As only 1 player is left without multiple kills. It's Snake who's only got one, but at least even then, he's still on the board. He still had the chance to let someone know that he just killed him. But for now, Packer the standout after that attacking side, already 9 frags, but they weren't impactful enough to get more than 3 on the board. And it just doesn't feel like that's enough for either team to be happy with it. But I think I'd be a little happier if I was JJ. Just because, you know, like, just traditional way of thinking leans defense, I guess. But that's even realistically, like, that's just kind of a me thing.
I mean, I agree with you. I've always had a soft spot for the defense, and I think the statistics had its defense has almost always been favored in almost every single map. On new maps as well, defenses are almost always going to be favored simply because it's hard to sync things up. You need a lot more coordination on the attack than you do on defense because you can just simply play a lot more individualistic, and that's maybe why we'll see players like Giddy go crazy, you know, maybe Aiden where he isn't locked onto something like that ace. For JJ and Co, you could maybe say Mike W. Rival, I mean, Packer at 9 and 4, they don't have to be as joined at the hip as they do on the attack.
And so far the attack, very slow. Dream knows better than to try and advance too far forward because of that right there, the Gujmant mines. We're going to start to be a problem for the Montaigne. As a result, we're halfway through the round. We still haven't really seen any valid map control. Passport for Snake, and a dead Giddy who was in the map for a moment but is now gone. The prone back to the site for the player who just got back to office. I think that's Mike W, but there's no one here towards top east anymore. JJ and Co take their kill and they run.
And get the entry. Entry's been pretty important for JJ and Co, especially when it's not traded, because usually whatever player they kill, that space that's going to have to be filled up by another Cloud9 attacker, just gonna draw them a little bit more thin, especially with a player like Dream, who's almost always going to have a player right behind him. With time ticking down, JJ's got 2 Zoto canisters in his pocket. He can just throw these on the wall and wait it out and force Cloud9 to make erroneous decisions based on time.
They can check a C4 over and get a kill and take down the Selma too. Who needs the Zotos when Packer can do even more? And you still got the Zotos in pocket. 25 seconds. Dream's getting desperate. He's going to be met by a Malusi Banshee, but Snake up the hatch has finally killed Packer. He'll be stopped at 11 kills through 7 rounds. And Dream's gonna try and stick this plant. Kobe right behind him will get a good kill. This is the only thing that's gone their way, but it's perhaps the most important. But Kobe getting ran on. Perfect timing for Ivan. The pistol comes out, and around the corner, it's the kill for Mike. Everything all at once for JJ and Co. And Dream overwhelmed. He's never seen anything like it. JJ in the lead again after their first defensive round.
Border tests your mechanical skill. I hate to say it, but so far JJ and Co are winning that battle. Packer and Rival are leading the charge for this team. That even though Cloud9 using their best possible avenue, get that plant down, it's just not enough time to get in position, extend the shield, and actually use the post plant to the best of their ability. Packer is 11 and 5. That is absurd to be going on in round 8. I honestly really like seeing Packer in this position because I don't want to say he's been pigeonholed into being on IGL, but that is what we as the community have kind of talked him up as, is, oh, Packer's this IGL, Packer's an amazing IGL, blah, 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 blah. He's just really good at the game, mechanically as well, and especially on the Mossberg and the SMG-11, if you ever saw him, I mean, even in, like, T3, T2, when he was on reality TV, the Mossberg was like his thing. He would consistently create these situations with that in the SMG-11, and now that he's been unshackled by the roles of the IGL, we can see on full display the potential that he has. And I'm really glad about it because he has gone through hell these past couple of years.
Talking about throwbacks, I feel like I haven't seen this Mira window in a while. Maybe I have, but this Mira from box looking down the hallway was... I mean, this is what Border was... I'm thinking like, what, year 2, year 3?
Oh yeah, this is
what the map was.
old.
And I haven't seen it in a while. Even the other one on the same wall that JJ's on. That, I mean, this is where Border came from. But we would have thought it has developed past that point. Only guy like JJ is keeping that in the strat book, I'll tell you that much. And they're going to look down the hallway. They're going to make it very awkward for C9 to take that map control. Because it's not a defense of the second floor. It's a defense of the first floor. So you don't mind if somebody gets stopped towards box or somebody gets stopped towards CCTV because, well, that's not even really close to where they're trying to get to. As C9 are starting to make some forward progress, Kobilax on the cut is good, but Packer has the jump in when he tries to go for it. Everything on the very edge of someone losing their life. The rival playing it so carefully, and Dream is as well, not de-shielding, knowing there's a threat on his door directly to his left. But C9 aren't doing anything, and the stalemate is broken in a very bad way for them. JJ shoves his face in a window and takes down Giddy. The retreat also comes through from rival again. Advantage, run away.
You got your kill, and from down below, that is a devious angle onto Kobilax. And now you have Dream, 2 other guns to rely on. With 60 seconds left, we have seen teams pull this out, but look at all the holes in the floor. There is nowhere that Cloud9 can go that isn't being covered by an angle from down below. This is a great defense by JJ and Co. Because not only are they able to hold it, waste time by just putting Dream in that corner and forcing Kobilax to take an angle, they can drop down and still play the vertical from down below. You rarely see that, and Cloud9 not ready for it. 25 seconds left. There is not a chance that they are going to be able to take this round away.
The plant is trying to go down. The plant has failed. It's Packer to get a knockdown. They'll give him his kill. Snake finds 2. But all he's doing is padding his stats. They were pretty poor coming into the round, so we could certainly use it. But at this point now, your worry cannot be your KD. You gotta worry about facing the first multiple round deficit that anyone has faced the entire map. As JJ and Co. go up 2.
This is Cloud9's map pick. This has been a day of winning your opponent's map pick. So once we go on to labs, things could get entirely different, especially considering that JJ & Co. did lose labs against Karn & Co., one of the first teams out in the LCQ. And to be honest, arguably one of the weaker ones, simply because it was kind of a pug stack that got thrown together. But the fact that JJ & Co. took a loss to them maybe makes that even worse. But for JJ & Co., they're worried about getting this across the finish line. Got 60 seconds as Cloud9 gave them that. Figure out where they want to go, what they want to do. And for Cloud9, are they scrambling? Are they figuring out how they get this entry? Because I feel like, for me, that's the biggest point of contention. Giddy is 0-3, or he's 1-3, excuse me, on the entry. But overall, having somebody like him die first in a majority of the rounds doesn't bode well for this team and on a map like Border.
On Cloud9's map pick, something we haven't really hit home enough, but now is the time to start thinking about these things. Labs didn't seem like it was a great pick for JJ & Co. because they'd already lost it this qual. But we never doubted the C9 picking Border, and it seems like maybe we shoulda. At least as of right now, maybe they should have doubted it just a little bit longer. Whatever gap they think they might have seen in the JJ & Co. map pool so far has not been made evident. And they've got one more defensive round until they've won all 3 of the sites in their pool. Even if they drop this one, you can go back to 2 sites that you've already won once or he could try and fix some mistakes on this one. Such a great advantage for JJ and Co. up to this point as they go down to Bathroom and Tellers, a site that's normally pretty good.
Deploying the trip connector, just try to keep people out of Passport as much as you can. Denari, we've seen some pretty cool Denaris. I don't know if you were watching the game earlier. Was it on Fortress or something where the trip connectors essentially created an entire room barrier, and that's where Harrison's really niche Jewish reference that I don't think a single person in the audience understood. I don't even remember the name of it. It's something
Is
very
it like Manhattan
Jewish.
something?
Yeah, it's something in Manhattan that I don't think I will ever forget because it is so funny and niche. But the trip connector is being dealt with by the Twitch. And clearly, they're just kind of letting Mike W do this as Ivan across the map deals with Kobilax, but there is a trade from Giddy, something Cloud9 have been lacking.
Yeah, that trade of the opening death is pivotal. Mike W also, a lot of pressure on him. His teammate on Catwalk is no longer there. They could start to walk him down. There are players towards Passport as well. What is stopping them from walking down Mike? What is stopping them from taking this pick? Packer certainly isn't. Now that he's been taken down by Snake, JJ is trying to make a play somewhere towards Passport to at least let Mike back. And though he takes HP, he has done just that. He has let Mike come back home. Now that Packer died, you needed to do that. And what a good power that was by JJ. To recognize that the cut is in Passport, to try and power it. You do lose HP, but you're at least only one man down.
You have map control, something that is so pivotal on this map. AJ and Co have one player in security. The rest are inside of the site. You just wonder, when will Rival show his face? With 30 seconds left, time is ticking down. Cloud9 don't seem to be urgently trying to address the site. They seem fine in taking this when it hits red time. They just want to get everybody in position. But they still have to worry about that potential flank from Rival.
Dream may not be aware of the player right here. He just barely doesn't notice him around the corner, and Mike gets it! Mike punishes him, but now it's only Mike. 7 seconds a case in the site. He needs to find some kills. He only found one, and Giddy found him. So Cloud9 do hold on. It was the least likely player in Mike W to make a play, but none of his teammates stepping up means that C9 bring it back to within one.
Very dangerous, and you've seen Mike W in those positions before. He has the potential to pull these 1v3s out of somewhere. When it doesn't happen, I think Cloud9 play around each other close enough, especially because Cloud9 decided to really wait until the last seconds. Monty dying with Case inside of sight suddenly gets way more dangerous when you realize that you've only got 6 seconds to go and pick up the diffuser before the entire round ends. But because of the compact size of the map, because this team spent time setting themselves up in positions that could potentially benefit them in the post plan or to trade if needed, immediately just clicks, they take out Mike W, negate the chance of a 1vx, something he is notoriously known for, and they are within 1 round of striking distance. It seems like Cloud9, they just will not go away. Even though JJ and Co have been mustering up a lot of these rounds, Cloud9 have just been sticking around.
Feels like we're not seeing perfect rounds out of C9, but we're seeing them win rounds consistently. Just the cockroach refusing to let JJ and Co just comfortably be in the lead. And now JJ are going to go back to the second floor, bringing back the mirror that we talked about being one of the oldest tricks in the book in terms of the Book of Border, even being a strategy that worked before the rework and still works now, though it's a little less common. They're bringing that back, even though last time they employed it when they were defending the first floor. This time, they're also going to full reinforce the office wall. They're forfeiting a lot of this control to Cloud9 and employing an outside clash shield to break the air jab. That's some really cool tech.
Ooh, the Osa plant. When do we see an Osa plant anymore? And, well, that
Not
might
this
be
round.
why! You've got the Clash, you've got the C4! Oh, it feels like it was all designed to shut down that attack, and... Yeah, I'm with JJ. Osa is not in a good spot, but Giddy's gonna try to salvage this, but the Clash turns around, and it seems like there really is only one chance, and that is splitting up these defenders. But Aiden is only able to get one before Rival gets the trade, and now Giddy... There's not a good chance he's going to be able to pull this out. He does have a minute 35, but with a Clash available with 13 and 7 Packer, 8 and 5 Rival up.
Ooh.
Okay, buddy.
8 and 5 Rival down. 13 and 7 Packer holding the mirror window that just got broken. I don't want to say it's getting scary, but it's getting possible for Giddy. They do spot him out. He's waiting for them to drop the Clash shield, but they can trick it so easily by just picking it back up, but he isolates the fight on the right side. This is something he can absolutely make work. It's been looking more and more possible, and now JJ, the only one who can stop him. The Clash shield is put down. He could try to trick it, but I think he just lost it. I think it's just gone. All he's got is an SPSMG and a dream as he walks through the main hallway. Giddy ready, but JJ holds his own! They say the captain can't shoot, but he wins the duel the moment they say draw!
Ice in his veins. You should not be winning that if you are Clash. SPSMG, no shield, no counterplay with flipping it back and forth. Just a gun, and that is all he needs. To be fair, an absolute beauty of a play to even put yourself in that position to begin with. So we have to, tip our cap to Giddy. But it's still JJ and Co. who add to their round count. You can, say, oh, well, this is a great play. It's round wins that matter. And for JJ and Co., they put themselves on match point. They are going to go down to Workshop, something that they have played once before, and it was in round 8. They currently are 100% success rate on this side. It was when they played up top with that Mira, hopped down and played the vertical, and you're noticing an absence of a Mira. They're trying something new and different, changing up the formula so that even if Cloud9 brings something to counter that Mira strategy, surprise, there's something completely new that you haven't dealt with before.
Interestingly, they're going to bring the Ram into this round. Now, I say interestingly because normally a lot of the time, the defense makes most of the vertical themselves. Hence why you see Packer, JJ, and Mike all using shotguns towards the very end of the prep phase, even the beginning of the action phase. Because they want to make more vertical. So bringing the Ram, not always something you need to do, but clearly Giddy thinks it best, and I know better than to question Giddy at the moment. Though we didn't win that last round, 11 and 8, he's just about the one guy dragging C9 through this map, trying to just keep them in the conversation on border, the map they chose to go to. It's Aiden, the first one to get into the building though, and he'll fall JJ. Forcing him back. The deputy's reign has ended after that last round. You had your moment in the sunlight. It is very quickly ended by perhaps the brightest stop of them all.
Another bit of drone work. Trying to see if they can catch somebody in 90. They do. It's a very basic drone that we usually see from players, specifically because you can catch a lot of the angles which players are, which might be 90, Fountain, specific parts of Office as well. But you're not really going to be able to do anything off of that information. It's a surprise tool that'll help us later, as long as Cloud9 do not forget to engage upon that. There is Rival taking out Aiden. There's more players upon that windowsill. The Scorpion hits like a mule, but Rival is not able to control it just enough to hit the head. There could be another kill right around the corner, and Snake has no idea, but Dream is there for the trade. It's a 3v3, 60 seconds remaining, and it's hard to say who truly has control over this round.
Look at how smart that is from Rival. He knows his teammate dies. He has to get away, so he will. You can waste a little more time, but don't waste your life. That is far more important. A lot longer than just a couple seconds. As the jump in, denied immediately. Giddy was onto him, but Mike W had an SMG-12, and so now it's just Kobe and Dream trying to fight their way through the second floor, just so they can clear it out, just so they can sneak into this site, just to get C4'd by Mike. Dream in a 1 versus 3, and the Selma got blown up by that same nitro cell. Mike now around the corner. Prone with the shotgun, had the glasses on just in case they wanted to try and flash him. But he's got to deal with the player in Fountain. Dream does that. He knows he's got Mike's back against the wall, but it's a shotgun. So did you ever have the advantage? Not even on a map you chose to go to. JJ and Co. Steel Border.
It's not max regulation, it's not max overtime, but it really does feel like it with how these two teams were chirping, with how these two teams were going at each other. JJ and Co. unable to get a single map in their last visit with C9 in the upper bracket. They immediately get the job done. It is exciting from this team, and they are finally able to back up that smack talk, Aiden.
And they really, really earned it. But don't get ahead of yourselves just yet. The series is not over. You have not locked in that top 3. If JJ and Co. can take one more map, then they will have all the bragging rights forever. But we're still not there yet. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll see if JJ and Co. can lock this out in 2 and make sure C9 never forgets it for as long as they live.
already, this one is off to a hot start. In the match that I believe Fett has declared the beef match of the century, we are already seeing different results than what we saw in the first time this happened in this LCQ alone. When these two teams faced off in the opening round of the LCQ, it was Cloud9 who took the 2-0. This time, JJ & Co. came out swinging, set the tone. You guys mentioned the mental game. Well, we're seeing the mental game. We're seeing the actual game. Their ball knowledge is off the charts. Their mental warfare is off the charts. And JJ & Co. take map 1, Aiden.
Yeah, it was a really impressive map, especially when you consider that C9 picked it, especially when you consider, like you pointed out, that they couldn't take a map off C9 the first time. Think about how late it is. Think about how much this game means against these people in particular for both of these teams. And you do, unfortunately for the C9 fans, kind of have a recipe for a mental disaster if things don't change up soon early on in Labs.
So far, Labs is a very different beast than Border. I talked about it in the pre-show in the map Veto that this is a very, slap fight, gun-heavy map. Labs, almost the entire opposite of that, and it's a lot bigger of a map, so you're not going to be able to naturally play around each other as cohesive as you did on something like Border. And it will be really interesting to see how the defenses for both these teams go. But taking a look at the stats, I mean, Packer 4-0 on the entry. Absolutely wonderful to see from him. Even Giddy, who's 11-9, was the top fragger, went 1-3 on KD. JJ & Co. started off a majority of these rounds hot and kept it going throughout.
I know Packer got a special shout out in the middle of that match, or at the start of that match, V, given his NFL allegiances here. But in his Siege X focus, clearly Border was a good place for him to thrive. 14-9, Aiden, leading his team in the kill department. I'm sure making some pretty pivotal decisions as well throughout this match that contributed to this victory. A hot start really for this entire JJ & Co. team.
Yeah, I didn't get to look at every all chat messages. There were a lot of them. But I want to say, it was JJ talking a lot, but I really feel like Packer was locked in this game. I don't, this is personal. It is more personal for him than anybody else. Even JJ and Rival, you only, Snake and Aiden were only two of your last teammates. Packer's playing against the team that dropped him. And it is clear that the grudge match at this hour, maybe, listen, we may know it. There's not a lot of room in here at 2:30 in the morning. What there is room for is one thing, and that is just the thought of revenge, and that is all that is pushing this man forward.
The thought of revenge and the thought of going crazy in the all chat, right? That's the typing, if that wasn't clear. But we've seen, right, a lot of special stuff in that first map, and I don't know, this one really feels like a 3-map kind of showdown. Of course, map 1 started out not so good for Cloud9, but Labs is where they're going to look to bounce back. V, I know we were teasing the intro for this map already, but this one is a bit different. Well, it's a lot different than Border. You go to Labs, a territory now where Cloud9 not only wants to perform well, but they need to perform well with elimination on the line. So V, I'm going to pass it to you. Our teams are ready to go. Map 2, Cloud9's backs against the wall.
You may have won the first iteration of the matchup, but can you perform when it matters? I hate that I'm saying this, and I can literally feel my brain going, you know what football team this perfectly applies to? I can't escape it, man. I can't escape it. Cloud9, you are the Green Bay Packers. Accept it. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm staying off Twitter for my own mental health, but it is impossible to escape this, man. It is.
But you know what? Packers found his way through, and I think much like Packer, you and Packer have both taken the loss and let it motivate you to do some great work tonight. So
we'll let it fuel us.
Let it fuel you. Let the hate run through your body.
against
Let the
Cloud9.
hate run through you. Just let it take over. And play to take over Nighthaven Labs as JJ and Co. start on the attacking side. C9 choosing to start on the defense first. Makes just about as much sense as peanut butter and jelly at this point. You're starting on the defensive side of most maps, including Nighthaven Labs. And the bans are going to be 2 hard breach bans for Cloud9, which makes a lot of sense on Nighthaven Labs. And then JJ and Co. banning out the electrocution. So what hard breach they have left should be pretty much undisturbed.
Yeah, sometimes it feels like the standard where originally when the first ban came out, it was like, okay, we're gonna get rid of the hard breach. It's like, okay, we'll get rid of the anti-hard breach, and then it's like a race to the bottom. It's like when it comes to round 4, okay, we'll ban a mute, maybe we'll ban a Habana, then try getting into the building as much as you can. Sometimes it's nice to go back to the good old basics and force a team to maybe do something else than try to get that reinforced wall opens, which is where you could maybe then see the glass, the ying, the throw everything at your opponent meta. But so far, JJ and Co., they've still got the Habana, they've got 4 can openers. It's not really a hindrance to their ability to get open the wall, considering there's basically no wall denial.
Thanks to that no wall denial, these walls will not be denied. 2 hard breach can openers are going to open up the wall into connector, but they're going to open it up and see a clash on the other side, which is never what you want to see upon opening a reinforced wall. C9 already looking for opportunities elsewhere, such as towards water, but thanks to the Grimbees as well as pressure from the meeting hallway, these defenders, this clash, they're all going to fall back just straight into the site. They don't seem to have the ability to reinforce that connector wall either, so this is a lot of pressure very directly from JJ and Co. already.
So far, it's mainly just external pressure. Nothing to actually force these defenders away from these power positions. You look at Aiden on Aqua Stairs, Snake and Electrical, Dream overlooking connector. It's a lot of pretext, and here's where we could potentially see some actual pushback. We've got that Con1 Hive, a player right outside the rafters door. There's a lot of angles in which JJ and Co. could apply pressure, and yet still it really doesn't feel like Cloud9 actually feel that in any form. But Kobilax, with the reinforced wall, finally will back up, and JJ and Co. will take some space.
They are spreading out so much on JJ and Co. Looking for something. With all these angles into this site, surely someone's going to give themselves up, but it's JJ to give himself up first. That was the case as well. Could trade back at arrival, though. But all these openings are not going to play to his favor unless he just takes the opening and takes Snake off the board. Ivan and Packer are here, too. And Dream is stuck. I hope you like your Clash sealed, because that's the only thing that's still standing from C9 after round number 1.
Well, the playstyle of the map may not have transferred, but the guns are still hot for JJ and Co. I mean, Snake just staying in that position. I'm wondering whether there was communication that Rival was potentially in IT, because clearly Snake had no idea that he could even be pressured from that position to begin with. Maybe that was simply because the Clash was holding pillar. There's a lot of ifs, ands, or buts, but it's obvious that something was failing on the side of Cloud9 when it came to communication of those attackers and how to properly defend against them. And for Cloud9, what they're going to do, they're not going to reattempt the site. They're not going to go basement. They're not even going to go to the tertiary site. They are going to go to cafeteria, a quaternary site, statistically the weakest site on the entire map, and they are going to say, why don't you give us a show, JJ and Co. Do take your best shot. And clearly with JJ and Co. going on the Ram, going on the Capitao and the Grim, they're saying, we're going to meet your challenge.
Patch is going to get reinforced as well. They can't catch him on that timing. I don't even know if there's an angle to see the guy on that hatch.
I don't think it's possible.
Yeah, even still, if you get the timing right, they don't even get around the corner in time. So that hatch reinforced above the closet, and a very important hatch to get reinforced. Otherwise, they'd be able to just sneak right into the site. JJ seems like he's already going to start to open it up, though. Actually, he's going to open up the connector wall instead, try and put pressure on the second floor. Only a couple rooms that you really need to take on the second floor. The rest of them you can kind of cut off pretty easily. But already, pressure being put everywhere they can possibly think of for JJ & Co. very early. They saw how Cloud9 just collapsed when they spread out last time. So why not do the same thing here into round number 2?
There's two kind of psychologies. When you have a second floor where you only need to really gather a certain part of it, you maybe go anti-roam. That's a fight that JJ just needs to win. Ivan is there for the trade. Would have been disastrous if Snake's able to get any more than that. But already, I mean, JJ, that's his second entry death of the map so far. He was notorious for being a massive entry death way back in the day. I mean, when he was on Wichita Wolves, I think was when it was really in its heyday, when he would just like, he'd be on smoke and then he would just die first, and you'd be like, what is the point of you being on this pivotal character if you're gonna die first? We're in Pro League. We're on JJ & Co. We can't see flashes of the past here.
He won't see anything other than his teammates' points of view and maybe some drones for the rest of this round. But you want to talk about Aiden seeing a lot of Grimbees, but not a lot of action on his position just yet. They're waiting for C9 to try and fall off and then catching them from the cut angles, and it's Ivan to do the first catch. His second catch of the round, the first catch of the last minute. They can start to walk on Aiden now. Aiden's got to take some initiative, but he can't because he knows the Grimbees are just around the corner, and even there, it's still Packer. 3-0. The Scorpion's going to try and contest the cut on 90 window, and it will win that fight at least. Open up some new angles into this site, just so JJ & Co. don't think they know what's coming, but Mike W. makes sure that Kobe has no idea what's coming. And right behind him from the kitchen window, a 1 versus 3 now for Giddy, trying to sneak his way back into the site. What a shot that is on the Packer. And the diffuser is dropped, but now half of his HP dropped out as well. They'll have to pick that back up. Ivan does manage to do just that, but Giddy started to walk away. He wants to go at this from a different angle. The Goyo fire popped as well, so the kitchen plant is annoying. They're not planting in kitchen, though. It's in the back of cafeteria. They don't seem to know where he's coming from, but the pre-fire lets him know, and because the plant is down, they can play this together. The odds are against Giddy, perhaps more than ever before, but he's already worked against them a little bit. Up on top of the table, no one is giving him anything. The shots through the wall are not netting anything for him either. The shoulder peek is all that he's getting, but he finally gets more, and he takes advantage. Ivan has had such a good round here, and now he's going to play the Kiva for the head glitch, and the round will not end on a cold streak for Ivan. What a round for the man outside it all to get his team a second on Nighthaven Labs.
If you remember all the way back at the beginning of last year, Element, was it 4? I can't even remember at this point. Giddy had this impossible ability to turn rounds on its head, and on Nighthaven Labs no less, and it seems like he's about to do it. And then here comes Ivan. 2 kills in the previous round. We're kind of talking him down earlier in the broadcast, talking about how he really hasn't been living up to the potential of some of these other players, and if this game would cement that, or he would break free from those shackles. And he has had a pretty good map 1, and already in map 2, 4-0, shutting down a red-hot Giddy, who, yes, he may have had a sliver of health, but sometimes when you are in the moment, it seems like you cannot miss, and the cards were on the table, the stars were aligning, it seemed like it might happen, but Ivan says no. He has not died in these first 2 rounds. JJ & Co. are just blazing over this Cloud9 team. Yeah, there's some utility that JJ & Co. have to deal with. Yeah, JJ & Co. has 2 entry deaths. That's not really stopping the rest of this team.
Emphasis is on the Co. on Nighthaven Labs. JJ held his own when it mattered on border. He won a 1v1 after Who but Giddy nearly brought it back from a 1-on-3. He almost does the same thing. This time, Ivan steps up. Ivan, who couldn't care less what's going on in North American T2. He was a Mexican Pro League player for a while. And he's the one to step up with everyone else cheering him on along the way. No matter how much Giddy does, he comes up one step short in these clutch opportunities, at least thus far through this series. And on Nighthaven Labs, 2 rounds already won for the attacking side to none for the defense. This is not the start that Cloud9 thought they were going to have. I can guarantee you that much.
I mean, when it comes to matching guns, Cloud9, so far, I'm gonna be honest, throughout this entire series, even in the first map, really feels like they had Giddy, and that's kind of it. Like, Kobe had his performances. I think Aiden had a couple key kills, but overall, it's really felt like Giddy has bared the weight of the mechanical skill in this entire game so far. And then looking at JJ and Co, a rival Packer, Mike W and Ivan really feel like they split the load throughout the entirety of Border. Giddy has got to be careful because he could get taken out by pushing from JJ Blast. I think they have been spotted, but there's Kobe for the trade. The 1-for-1 is there, and it's Kobe Lax himself to finish the job, turn the tide. My bad, Kobe! I didn't mean to step on your toes there, buddy! I didn't mean to talk shit about you! My bad!
Damn, Kobe! What a time to make that play! It looked like it was going to be JJ taking another opening death, the talking point we've had through a couple rounds now. They trade him out instantly. They're staring right at Kobe. And he somehow manages to finish JJ, transfer, get the next kill, and then shut down 2 more through the rest of the round, just taking everybody on by himself. This is the Kobe Lax that we thought we were going to get in T1 when he was coming out of T2, when he was coming off of teams with Giddy and Packer. That is who we thought we were going to do. Packer knows it better than anybody else. He used to shot call that. Made it a lot easier to win some of these T2 games. Shot called him to a major as a T2 team back in Manchester. He knows what it's like to be on the same side of that. It's not pretty to be on the wrong end of it. As Kobe with a huge round to step up when he needs to the most, right when his team looked like they were losing all hope. That is where big players make big plays in big time positions. And that is the big time position. It may just be round 3, but you can't tell me with confidence if C9 are down 0-3, they still have a chance at winning this map. I just wouldn't believe you.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I mean, I mentioned it on Border, where you have expectations about these rounds. You have expectations about how this series will go. Don't stop that, because this entire series has been shown to just keep you on your toes, always have you second guessing, is this round over? Or is Cloud9 or JJCO just gonna pull something out that's gonna completely turn it on its head? We thought JJ and Co had complete momentum in this map. Kobe Lax says, nuh-uh. Not if I have anything to say about it. Guarantee something. This is a defensive-sided map. I think that's slowly twinged away from what it used to be, but it's still something where you really should get at least a 3-3 on your defensive half. So Cloud9, get your foot in the door, get something done early on.
Early on, a little damage to Rival and Kobe. Nothing else, though, to write home about. JJ and Co must have felt like they could do no wrong up to that point. Snap back to reality as it's Kobe to really just devastate the mental, and now it looks like they're somewhat affected. A little bit of a slow attack out of JJ and Co. Not nearly as much fast progress as they made last time, even without the clash to contend with this time around. seemingly a lot more focus on IT and Rafters very early on. And yet to make a ton of progress there. As they're still just trying to sneak by some of these early hurdles.
Oh my, they didn't get the mute jammer. Somehow. That frag grenade did not get the mute jammer, and that's going to be a big, big hurdle for this JJ&Co attack. And I think you can only get one X Kairos off. This is so awkward for this attack. There's no real reinforced walls you can walk through. It's essentially just going to be doorways, of which that are smoked and completely covered. There is not a lot of hope for this attacking team. Oh my gosh, look at that.
They really just can't get anywhere here, huh? Packer will get somewhere with kills, though. Opening pick on a snake. Last time they got the opening kill, though, which they didn't do in either of the first 2 rounds, they went on to lose it. And it certainly feels like that's how this is shaping up, because they couldn't get any of the steps done that they wanted way earlier on. They couldn't complete their checklist up to this point. Rival's gonna drop and try to make a play before the flashbanging goes. How quick is that at a Rival? But Ivan's gonna get shut down right after. Rival with more, but Packer's shut down after. It's Aiden who's ready, but he's gotta be ready for the onslaught because he's the only one left. How about that for no hope in winning the round? 3-1 to Envy. Oh, not even Envy. JJ&Co.
It's just another case of you have this defensive utility, but what can you do when they're shooting? Like Rival getting that kill before the flashbang. You can't prepare for that. These are just scenarios where the raw skill of JJ&Co is completely eclipsing Cloud9 completely. And granted, the last time I said that, it was Kobe Lax who completely shut me up and said, you know, I'm gonna have some fight in this. But that was 1 round. You have to win 7 in a row to actually win the entire thing, and Cloud9 cannot be hoping on one person to really get the job done, to get them over the finish line, while JJ&Co have almost every single player except the man who the team is named after, who's not really known for shooting, is just completely gunning you up left and right.
Attacker's objective is to defuse.
He's doing everything that enables everybody else to get the shots in. And I don't know if that was just a JJ called round or if everybody called their own number, but by the end, that was exactly the call to make. Keep showing presence towards IT and Rafters. Make them think that's still where your attack is coming from, but the lurks went crazy. And on a map like Labs, that is a threat you always need to respect. So outstanding plays by all the individuals from JJ&Co to go on their own lurk, win their own one, call their own number, or have JJ call it. Either way, that is the confidence you need to keep moving further out of positions like this. And now 3-1, they stand attacking on Nighthaven Labs.
Yet another slow attack, or at least as slow as it can be for something where we have seen Border 2 times tonight. Chaos is kind of the whole bread and butter, but so far you see some offensive util. That's the Glaz, who's mainly just going to be using as a way to pressure some of these defenders away. And Kobe Lax, as nice as the delicious wine tells you to, do not peek that angle, for there is Ivan around the corner looking through that smokes. He's going to push on up. He could get a great kill, spots Kobe Lax and shuts him down. And yet another entry for this JJ&Co squad.
And another kill right after. It's Mike W to take down Snake. The Candelas did everything, but now the flank is in for Aiden. He's at least gotten something out of it. You can't take that second floor without paying the Aiden tax. It's Mike W the one to be on the wrong end of it. And he smokes up through the floor. Not probably how Dream planned to use them earlier. But things get sketchy. In a game like this, you gotta be willing to improv, and right now Aiden is looking overwhelmed. The Candela on his coordinates, and they're gonna start to walk him down. Another flashbang in. He's going outside the building, and look at where JJ is. Right there to take him down. 4 versus 2 with 40 seconds to go. Giddy and Dream are just going to try and make it weird. They see what JJ and Co are doing, and they're going to try and raise you. Walking around wherever they can, just jaywalking, looking for something back. But the drone's going to spot out Giddy, so he has to reposition. No one is in the site. If JJ and Co don't hit this soon, that gas can could be a problem. But as it starts to fade, Giddy fades his way up the staircase towards that second floor, knows this top floor is such a good win condition. As they start to plant, Giddy spotted. Dream shuts the plant down for a moment, but Ivan knocks him down right after. 4-1, attacking on Labs.
And there's no good avenue for Cloud9 to go here. You can go back down to basement, which only really had its staying power because of Kobilax, because he was able to hit these wonderful shots. Taking that out of the equation and assuming that we don't see a miraculous singular play again, what do Cloud9 even cling to as something to stop this JJ and Co attack? You don't have individual roamers that you can rely on because those shields have been so good. The information from JJ and Co is leagues better than Cloud9's. Excuse me. It's late. You're kind of left wandering the map, figuring out that maybe you'll just fix it as you go along. That maybe if you just stick to your defaults, something will work and that you'll get out of this hell, this side swap. That you have to go on the attack. It does not get any better for Cloud9. I mean, I just don't see a nice little pleasant road that Cloud9 can saunter on to get themselves out of the pit that they found themselves in.
Why do you think they banned the Ying last map? Because they knew JJ and Co were going to take advantage, and the Ying has been doing just that consistently, constantly, just all the cheese still on the board because you wanted to take the hard breach off. And even though you remove the Grim is not the problem, it's everything. The problem is systemic, and you've let it get way too bad, and it just blew up in your face for the last, or for 4 at least, of the last 5 rounds. The only exception, a superhuman play from Kobe to make sure you at least are on the board. And this is where stuff will really start to get dangerous. JJ and Co, the glass is back. And it's already right outside the objective, looking through what could be smokes later, but just a couple of holes into that objective. That direct pressure that you cannot ignore for the next 2 minutes. But it's really just phantom pressure. They don't seem to plan to do anything off the back of this. Instead, looks like there's a bit of an attempt at a roam clear. The diffuser gets dropped so they can bait them into thinking that it's going down, but it isn't. JJ and Co are planning to make stuff happen elsewhere.
Deploying smoke grenade.
Really playing the long game here. Smoke goes out. Is the hop in there? It seems like it is. Is the coverage there? Aiden is gone. And JJ and Co do not stick it though. It's Dream for the massive kill.
They burned the C4 already. He had to trust the blind shots through smoke, but fortunately, when you've been playing the game this long, much longer than all the youngins in the rest of the server, you know to trust yourself. Kobe has been playing nearly as long as Dream, but he knows better than to doubt his aim. Ivan shuts down Snake though. And so Kobe, no doubt that he has to get back to the site soon. But JJ and Co are going to take the rest of that control and work with it in the last 50.
Time for a wake-up call.
Dekebi call going out. Every single player is inside of the basement. 3 flashbangs, excuse me. Maybe you just get one player, isolate them, get that single kill to split up that defense. As JJ and Co just take their time, waiting to see if a Cloud9 player will take that bait. As Ivan sees a shred of yellow, but it's not enough to get the kill.
This is where the case is too. Ivan can't just hold this angle. He has to jump in, get the case, and jump back out. But somehow, he does just that. But Rival's the one to die, not even Ivan. Dream holding out inside a nanotech. It looks like they'll get more than just one, and there's no hope for Packer. He at least trades with Kobe. But Kobe didn't just get his, he got his team back on the board for the first time in what feels like forever. How many times are they going to ask him specifically to do just this?
They've gotten over the hump. That's the important thing. You've got through halftime. You've avoided a disastrous 5-1 scoreline. You just have to perform on the attack. You have to, against all odds, do what JJ and Co did. Because surely Cloud9, I mean, you poached players from that team. Surely you're better. You, at least at the very least, you can match this team, right? So far, Cloud9 lost map 1, and now they are down on map 2. We're going to have to... Seems like they're sticking with the JJ and Co plan. Go with the glass. Ying has been unbanned. I have the ability to replicate exactly what JJ and Co did. But will it work to the same success?
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
JJ and Co had the luxury coming into this game of being in the loser's bracket in round 1. Not a luxury in theory, but in practice. JJ got to go back to his roots. Guy got to play Karn and Co. JJ Blast, if there's one thing he knows, it's how to beat Carnage B. Two of the most well-storied names in Tier 2 North America. And then he plays against Alex, or ex-Alex, Orglis, Inrio, Focal, Spiff, people he's seen so many times, even Solo, his former teammate. If anybody knows how to beat that team, it is JJ. He got to go back to his roots. The whole team got to go back. And they realized, it's just not that deep. We can walk him down. If we've got confidence, no one can step to these gunners. It was confidence they didn't have the first time against Cloud9, but it's confidence they have in the rematch. And it's confidence they have on Nighthaven Labs, specifically probably confident in their defenses, but that's going to be a big problem. Aiden shuts down Packer within 20 seconds of the round starting.
I mean, assuming that's a spawn peak, that is bold from Packer. Really trying to put his thumb on the scale and assert his dominance over this team, and it comes back to bite him. And now if JJ isn't careful, he could meet a shield right to the face. This JJ and Co defense really has been pushing their luck, and unfortunately, really would have loved for that boogie to actually hit its mark. So we're going to waste one. That means that the vertical damage is going to be lessened, but so far, it doesn't seem like JJ and Co are putting all their eggs in one basket, which is the site. They're trying to roam. They're trying to waste your time. So those boogie drones aren't going to be as important as long as you're actually able to catch some of these players off. I mean, look at where Ivan is. If Cloud9 really want, they could turn all their heads and hunt that man down.
So he'll walk back to the site because he recognizes they can do just that. JJ and Co are fragmented, but everybody has a purpose. 2 players on the site, of course. At this point, on this site, you can't leave it underdefended. Mike W, one of those teammates on the site with JJ, rival upstairs in storage, alone, against an army. Holding this vertical control that matters so much, not just to deny plants, but to keep it away from Cloud9. And then Ivan, all the way up on the second floor, the wild card, the man who's away from it all, away from all the action right now. But they'll hear his phone call. They're going to hear this, and Snake turns on a dime to get Ivan. That is such a huge mistake. And JJ's gonna fall to Aiden as well. You can see the urgency. Mike W knows he needs to make a play, and Rival just failed it just that. Cloud9 rejuvenated on their attacking side.
Come alive like that. The snap of a finger. I mean, I'm a little taken aback because I know as the attack, you can create the tempo. That's the very big difference between the defense and the attack is even though the attack is harder, you can be the one running into the base of the defense, putting your utility as fast as you can, droning, following up on that. Boom, 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 bang, bang, bang. But Cloud9 not only do they catch out aggressive players like Packer, they work with incredible speed and they catch out a lot of these roaming players and say, JJ and Co, look, we know you are ahead, but we're not allowing this very loose gameplay, because going all the way back from when Standby was a 6-1 lead, one of the reasons why they blew that 6-1 lead against Dark Zero in the upper bracket was they got complacent. They played way too loose. They didn't check their flanks. They weren't ready for DZ to play stock standard Siege and be ready to have their guns up in scenarios like this. And that is what Cloud9 did in the previous round. And JJ and Co need to snap out of that mode really quick, because sooner or later they might find themselves in a losing situation.
I think they have snapped out of it. Look at all the util they're bringing to sit behind. Denari lasers, Fenrir mines, ADSs, Kiba barricades. You're bringing this stuff to try and play behind it. Try and waste that time, waste some utility. Force the dump to come through. And that's exactly what JJ & Co. didn't do last round. They got punished for it. They go right to it in round number 8. But Cloud9 have already been allowed to get back in this game. They've got 2 rounds in a row. They won 1 of the first 5 off a solo play from Kobe. But they're back. Everybody on the board for at least 3 kills. Is it too little too late out of JJ & Co.? Though they're in the lead, did they let Cloud9 just get back into this game a little bit too far?
Still got a lot of Siege left to play. Luckily, that answer won't really be rhetorical. It'll be answered by the rounds we have ahead of us. Good little BP. I believe that stopped the drone, and the BP might have been destroyed because of that. Little trade for trade there. It's Cloud9. There isn't a lot of aggressive play from JJ and Co. to immediately be aggressive upon. So they're taking this time, waiting it out. And that might actually be a bad thing, because Rival takes out Dream, and now a smoke canister like that is going to keep Cloud9 from aggressing and trying to get that trade.
More big damage out of Rival. He even re-ups the Kiba right in front of Packer, and Packer's gonna reward him with a kill. Ivan and Mike step in. It's everybody but the captain. And Packer, normally the captain, put down by Giddy. And the captain just stands behind them, screaming the battle cry. They're right back into it. They get back to traditional Siege. And that is exactly what you wanted to see. If you're JJ and Co., good information on Giddy as well, thanks to the BP. He'll have to break it, but the audio cues are still here. They'll still let all their teammates know that he's walking up rafters. JJ's gonna go down without a kill in this round, but he'll be the only one. And all of his team, all of his merry men did everything they needed to. And they are back in another multi-round lead.
I've just got to keep that arm's distance away from them. But going over to a tertiary site, this is going to demand a roam of you. Very different from the previous site, where it's less of a roam and more of an extension. Going into rafters, going into electrical connector. This one, you're going to have to play on the 2nd floor or the basement. A literal roam that Cloud9 are probably going to aggress upon, because that is the one thing that they were really able to capitalize when we were on that first defensive round, that basement site that JJ and Co were on. And so here's where we could see of, is JJ and Co really the better team? Are they ready to put the bookend on this series, put us all to bed, go to the lower final, and go play Oxygen? Or is Cloud9 recognizing the weaknesses of JJ and Co, seeing this roam that could be preyed upon, and going something like a blitz to really strengthen their own resolve and give them the best chance of taking out the defense?
The Dokkaebi too. The roam clear is there. Trying to isolate some of them. This is not the kind of site where you can keep it close to the chest, like what JJ and Co did in round number 8 that worked so well for them. You gotta spread out. And when we saw them do that in round 7, it didn't go well. But what we also saw that round was Packer dying in the first 20 seconds. We're now 30 in. He's not dead. No one is. No one even close to it, at least not by HP standards. So we'll actually see what JJ and Co. can bring when they're not stuck in a 4-on-5 with these loose roam kind of plays.
Knock, knock.
Ooh. Good drone there by Aiden. It's been caught out, so now Packer can rethink about his positioning, where he wants to be. There's another drone. Packer cannot escape the ever-watchful eye of Cloud9, but what is information if you can't actually do anything about it? So far, Packer simply shot true drones, is able to back up. Now Cloud9 are able to take some space off of it. You look at Snake pushing up cargo, and Snake getting that kill onto JJ. 1 and 8. If there is ever a black mark on this map, it is that man, and you hope it doesn't come back to bite them.
But if there's been a high point of the entire night, it's been Packer. On map 1, he carried them through it. Map 2, he's tied for the top frag, but now he's got to run away. Put on the back foot by Aiden, showing his face. Actually turning tail to try and get right into this site. They've already pinged out the plant spot. They smoked it off as well. No ward on this defense. They'll have to just pray that they can shut this down because nobody's even on the right site. Nobody even somewhat expecting this plant this early. They're not expecting Dream to get that kill on arrival either. And it only gets worse. The nade towards Rafters will slow them down a little bit. And disarray for JJ and Co. Ivan and Mike losing all their HP. Mike now down. Ivan goes down to floor to at least take one. But look at how little health he has remaining and how much he has to deal with on the other side. It's Packer getting back into it, though, in the dual vectors. If there was a time to show up, it was now. Packer showing up all night. Giddy showing up down the white stairs. They'll have to try and hit this defuse, but there is still a player up top in the Habana who takes a good kill, and they'll take down the diffuser as well. Giddy shuts the last one down, and Cloud9 are not content to go quietly into the night. Every time we think JJ and Co is back in control, look who's back.
Really good heads-up play by Cloud9, recognizing the lack of a presence in the site. Yes, JJ and Co do the roam. You're not really able to tackle that head-on. So what do? You slink up Snake through those basement cargo stairs. You get that kill. Suddenly, the lone player inside of the site is gone. You've got smokes. You've got a blitz. Try putting that plant down and see where it takes you. And for JJ and Co, they were clearly not ready for that plan. And even though Cloud9's post-plan positioning probably isn't the best, simply because it is one of those plants where you're going down because you are given the opportunity, not because you were prepared for it, it gives them enough of a jump that they're able to take that team off guard. But the difficult part about these next upcoming rounds is that JJ and Co are going to basement, and I'm gonna bet the farm they're not gonna do a heavy roam. Then you go up to the second floor, another site that is not going to have a heavy roam, instead a light extension. How are Cloud9 going to get that upper hand? Something in this map on their attack we have only seen when there is a lack of defensive presence inside of the site.
I'm going to contest that, though, because look at how they're setting up. And how else do you want to hold the basement? You can't 5-man anchor.
I guess.
That's gonna,
maybe
no,
I'm the idiot, but...
No, I'm not saying that. Just saying, like, you got to go for a roam. That's why this map gets so scary when you can't play the second floor for a team like JJ and Co, who seem to be struggling when the gaps are evident. Gaps have been made evident the last 2 times they've tried to play these roam-heavy sites. But you can't just give up the rest of the map on the basement. Otherwise, that ram of Kobe Lax this round would literally tear you apart, as pretty much the entire floor above the site is breakable. And so JJ and Co, they've got to swallow their pride and give it a go. Hopefully this time we can find an opening kill while we're out on our roam game.
They spot the echo inside of the site.
Look at cargo.
Yeah. Yeah, rival inside of there. Really good drones. Packer gets a huge... Wait! Did Kobe Lax activated the boogie and then walked away, and Packer completely takes advantage of that? He's a hell of a bright spot in this map. He might single-handedly put this team on map point.
Maybe you get an opening pick this time on your own game. That's what happened. That is what you needed. JJ's on the Echo. He doesn't have to go anywhere. That's been your big opening death threat. Other than Packer, the one time he lost his life early on, last time they tried the first time they tried defending the basement. But he's more than made up for it now when it counts. And look at how aimless Cloud9 look. Most of them aren't into the building, and the ones who are barely getting anywhere. Trying to sneak in maybe through Animus off the back of some smokes. They're going to start to stick that plant, though. This has to have something done about it. They do at least have the Echo, but here comes the flank now from Giddy, and the plant's going down again. Giddy and Cargo could easily win them this round of Mike W. Such a big fight to win. Dream is still getting the plant down, though. They're still getting this plant down. There's got to be something. There's nothing. Cloud9 are going to tie us back up. Even in this round that looked so good for JJ and Co. Cloud9 still get back into it. And we're tied on labs after 1-4 was the score against C9.
My God, this team will not go down. And Dream, it is such a gutsy move to do something like that. You know they have an Echo. You know when you're going in the smoke, it is essentially free reign. But you're trusting in your team. You know that they'll have the coverage just like Rival did back in the previous series. And it gets the job done. Snake has the coverage. A very quiet 9-7, currently tying Giddy for the top frag on his team. He has made some really impactful kills that it feels like we haven't harped upon. We've said his name a couple times, but I mean, getting that kill on round 9 on the player hiding in storage, having the couple of kills onto the player on planting, like, sorry. Cloud9 are doing a wonderful job at recognizing the weaknesses that JJ and Co have with what is arguably a pretty decent defense. But they spot it out with their drones, use their in-game leader of Dream, and go for it. It's gutsy, but at this stage in the game, you are down a map. You lose here, you are out of the LCQ. You are not going to Paris. You need guts.
For an org like C9, you can't take no as an answer as to whether or not we're going to Paris. Team has not lived up to the standards I'm sure this org has. They're not going to take no for an answer. And seemingly, the Cloud9 roster not going to take it either. Especially not from JJ and Co. But now JJ and Co get to go back to the second floor, the only site they've won thus far through this half on round number 11. But already, different plans from C9. Kobe looking to go underneath to try and flush some of those defenders out from below with the Deimos tracker, something that can be very scary when you're on the wrong end of it.
Ooh, that is a beautiful drone from Giddy.
Wow.
And as long as it does not go detected, you might have a beauty waiting for you later down the line. Impossible to say whether it got shut out. I don't think it did get shot out, so
I doubt it.
We'll keep a pin in that for later. And I think we'll have to keep our eye on it to the top right. It'll make a really big impact. For Cloud9, I mean, we talked about how good their drones have been on Kafe. But one thing I've always talked about is how are you actually going to get something from that Ivan onto Aiden? Huge pick. And with 60 seconds left, Cloud9 once again have to work with an arm tied behind their back.
And Kobe already used one track, didn't find anything. The case is now gone thanks to Ivan, who finds a second in the round. Up to top frag on the lobby with 11. Nade up through the floor. Should be pretty well placed. It does dislodge somebody from their earlier position, but it won't do any damage. Another C4 goes into electrical. That's a little too far for Giddy, though, and Giddy right on the mark against Ivan. Shuts him down. Could easily pick this case back up as well, but now Packer with the shotgun also meets the same fate. Rival, though, is still alive, still kicking, and he takes down Kobe. But now he himself is going to be met at the wrong end of the 417. They've got info on these last two as well because of that drone we talked about. So now Giddy can plant and Snake can hold. Snake can hold him. And this plant's about to go down. Even if Snake ends up losing his life, you got the plant down. Now Giddy can do it himself. He did everything himself. He did everything himself. He doesn't need your help. He never did.
It's 3:15 in the morning. Can I swear? Like, are we allowed to swear at this late into the night after that? I'm stunned, Happy. Are you kidding me?
1 HP.
He is 1 HP.
Couldn't have had any less health.
Like, Giddy, there's something about Giddy on labs, on security. He is an animal. He is a different kind of individual. He's built differently, constructed alternatively. I am in awe. And that might be the thing that sends us to map 3. This series, I talked about how if you want something to keep you awake, if you're wanting a game to happen at 2 in the damn morning, JJ and Co and Cloud9, I think, is quite possibly the best game you could ever get at 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm still taken aback. Every time I think Giddy is inhuman, he does something like that.
Who wants to run it back?
10 seconds to go.
In for penny, in for pound?
Surely another go at the second floor. The only site that JJ and Co have won so far this map. Even the last round didn't feel like they even really did anything wrong. So of course you're gonna go back. But the PTSD might get to you. You can't let it get to you. You can't let Giddy get to you. Your old team, you can't let that get to you. The all chat. JJ, you can't let that get to you. I know you're 1 in 10, and that one kill was so long ago, but you cannot let it get to you. You were so close to winning. You were up 4-1. You had a 5-3. You cannot let any of it get to you. As Cloud9 get to Connector very early on.
Who gets the entry? Cloud9 are able to get it here. Does that drive a stake into the heart of JJ and Co? I think I would say if it's anybody but JJ, but even if it's JJ, having those smokes is such a pivotal tool in this site with the operators that Cloud9 are bringing. You can feel the tension starting to build. Match point. Cloud9 are so close to getting over the edge, sending us into map 3, but it's Mike W to take out Kobe Lex. Is there a response from Cloud9? Yes, there is. It is Snake, but Dream goes down.
JJ! JJ, of everybody, it's JJ! He didn't let it get to him, and he gets another one. Now the Mossberg is all his, gas can thrown again just before he goes, just to make sure he has all the impact he possibly could, but there's no one over here. Connector, warehouse, IT. There is no prong inside of water, and they're about to find out the hard way that Aiden's coming from Connector. And he's still yet to make his way in. Hits a Denari laser as he jumps, but he's into the sight. No case on him, though. From behind, he could get shot at. He's stuck out here. Rival gets a kill in the meantime as well. But JJ's down. Mortar down. Ivan down. It's a one-on-one. It's Rival against Giddy. Who but Giddy? Of course it had to be Giddy. Walks straight into server. He knows where they're at. He's so low, but they're even lower. It's JJ against Giddy. Giddy, let it get to him. Can he let it get to him? He did! Giddy got to him! And Cloud9 got to map 3!
Say fucking dada! Oh my goodness, Giddy! Bow down! Bow down! Nothing is more worthy of a curse of something like that, from the plays of a man like that, to put it together back to back the shots he is hitting he's not real. He is not a real human being. I cannot believe this, man.
Number 3 is Chalet. These two teams have said it all for you. There is nothing more we need to say. They will get 5 minutes to talk things over before the next map starts. And the winner of Chalet doesn't just move on in the LCQ, but they hold this over the other 5 players for as long as they live. We're going to throw to a break, and in 5 minutes, we will start the end of this ride between JJ and Co. and Cloud9.
That's literally just me. The entire time. I mean, this thing is cinema. I'm at a movie theater. I'm watching an Oscar-winning picture. The Golden Globes are coming up. This is going to be nominated. I mean, we are watching some of the most incredible Siege we've seen in this LCQ, maybe even in quite a while, and it's happening at 3:30 in the morning, and it is an absolute brawl. Giddy to Liddy is going out of control. He's been unleashed on this server, and now Cloud9 have fought their way to a third map. It seemingly came out of nowhere. Aiden, this has been a ridiculous series so far, and it just keeps getting better.
I truly do not think there's anything more true about this series than what V has been hammering home the whole time, where if you wanted something to happen, stop doing that and just embrace whatever is going on. Because what I thought I wanted to have happen is not at all what's happening, and yet it has exceeded my expectations in every way imaginable.
It feels like this is a game for a generation. Like, the time is 3:30 in the morning. The storyline, the bitterness between the two teams, the clutch plays we've seen in all these maps, the brawls, Giddy just being the finishing cap onto the entirety of labs with 2 back-to-back clutches. I can't really say anything more because the game has been doing the talking for us. I mean, looking at the stat lines, there's not anything that pops out at you. Granted, there might be one person, and it's Kobe, 6-10, 0-3. We talked about how big the entries are, and for somebody like him to have a pretty decent first map and then fall off, go 0-3 on the entry, give JJ and Co these big advantages. These are things that you're going to have to fix going into map 3.
JJ 2-11 on that map, but it certainly did not help matters for JJ and Co that Giddy went ace clutch, 1v2 clutch to win the map in back-to-back rounds. I mean, you cannot make this kind of storyline up. 2 maps in, Aiden, we've seen, I mean, to end that map. I don't even know how you guys are both still speaking after that insane finish. I mean, 5 minutes off and you're back. We're going again. We shift gears to Chalet and Happy. I mean, this is one of those moments where it's like, okay, is the mental of JJ now completely chalked after the ending to that second map? Or is it now reset and it's anybody's game on Chalet? I mean, there is just so many unanswered questions. I cannot wait to get into this map.
Where else would you want to be? Nowhere else in the world. This is exactly what you would have hoped for out of a game in this setting between these two teams, especially at this hour. And we thought at some point, you know, I thought personally that the Cloud9 mental was going to be chalked. Giddy doing all that to try and get his team back into rounds and still being shut out by Ivan. They're down 1-4, defending Nighthaven Labs. Decide they chose to start on. I don't know how they came back from that. There is no world in which you can say that anybody in this lobby is done until the game is completed. And I am very much prepared to not do that for the next hour or so.
Yeah, I'm very much prepared for this one to go all the way. I mean, the amount of trash talk that's happening, the amount of back and forth that's happening, it just seems like a never-ending stream of like 10 out of 10 content. I know the EU viewers are coming in going, where's the EU LCQ? Too bad. You're stuck here with absolute cinematic Siege perfection. I mean, V, thoughts on Chalet, the final moment before we get into it. We've seen this map, the only map of the 3 that both teams have played up to this point and had a potential chance to do some VOD review. Do you think that sets either of these teams up for success more than the other? I mean, where do your expectations fall for map 3 as we go into it?
It's really hard to pick a favorite because any expectations that you have immediately get dashed, Jonah.
JJ and Co and Cloud9, this has been electric And the final map of today's version of the NALCQ is happening right now. Elimination on the line. The beef match to end all beef matches is here, and now it's 3:30 in the morning. Happy, take it away.
Chalet is all that stands in the way of both of them. You can see the chat. You can read it yourself. You're not 3. I don't need to read you a little bedtime story, though you should probably get to sleep. But it's absolutely worth the read if you missed even a little bit of it. But that's for later. Now, it's time to end this. JJ and Co. seeking revenge on 2 players that left them, a team that dropped Packer. And Cloud9 trying to let you know just why they're the ones who are still signed. Try to let you know just what they left for. It was greener pastures on Nighthaven Labs. But the pastures, as you can see on this map, not so green in a literal sense. They'll have to hope, at least for C9, they still are on the attacking side, where they will start on Chalet.
Isn't it kind of absurd that this is, like, the lower semifinals? I'm gonna be so honest with you. I don't think whoever wins this plays Oxygen, whoever wins that plays DZ. I don't think anything will ever live up to this. Nothing is going to come close to touching just the raw storylines, the raw passion that is going into this game, and just everything involved from the time in, you know, Eastern Standard Time. Time in Brazil, it is 5:30 in the morning in our Brazilian production. So shout out to them, because they have been really going through it. But we've still got another map that we have to go through. And it's going to be, it's hard to say who comes out on top. Giddy is feeling red hot. Clearly Dream is trying to catch out a player, and such a great job done, but it's immediately traded by Rival. Wow.
Yeah, that is such a big play out of Rival to make sure that's a trade. Ivan was dead on an island, but he at least avenged his brother. And he'll start to get back to the site right after. Or not even back to the site, just back to the extension, wasting almost half the round on that, and you don't even let them get a straight man advantage off of it. That is such a big play. And it is Rival the one to do it, even credited with the opening pick for his trouble. And look at how far away Cloud9 are from facing any of these problems that lie ahead, as they only just now get into Library.
Got that big entry that's so important. Has been traded out. But ideally, it's not really what you want. You're not able to take a lot of map control. Aiden is going to be in Library. It's really the furthest you're pushing up as the attack. And with the time dwindling down, you've got to make a move somehow. You've got to push back. Either Rival on the top floor, or a player that's in the site itself, as Packer's just going to rain in those smoke canisters.
But they're still getting the plant down. I think inside the smoke, Dream not spotted. These smokes are consistently providing such big problems, and the gas was just a little too far away. Kobe, far away from Packer, but he still finds the kill onto him, and now the rest of his team has to retake in a frenzy. JJ and Co. thought they had the angle set up. They just didn't at all. They might see where the diffuser is now, but you're down already 2 men. Make it 3, as it's 3 kills for Kobe. Mike W, gone. Rival alone. Your opening pick was nice, but everything else came up C9. Just like the end of Labs, they don't miss a beat starting off on Chalet.
Okay, so the last time that Cloud9 really got an advantage like this was in the first round, I think, of map 1. If I'm reading my notes correctly, Cloud9 has been fighting in a deficit the entire series. And so to start it off like this, coming off of a grueling slog, and an exciting one, though, of a map 2 and to fire it off. Kobe, 3-0. He's got 50% of the kills that he did in the previous map. It's about as good as you really want from Cloud9. Only a singular kill from JJ & Co. and on your attack, no less. Not a lot of notes, Cloud9, just a lot of... You keep this up and you might have a top 3 LCQ performance waiting right around the corner, but you've got to keep that up. You can't have expectations, because once the minute you do have expectations, this game is just going to twist that around.
I mean, who are the other teams standing in their way? JJ & Co., most of this team wasn't even playing in Pro League, but Mike W., though he's never been before, he sure would like to visit someday, and he's going to take Aiden down just one step on the ladder. Just one rung lower than he was before as he tries to rappel up. Not 20 seconds into the round, the Raura is gone. You're not bringing a Raura just for the 417. You're bringing it with a purpose. But you're bringing the DMR on Mike W with a purpose, and it's to put people down. He'll do it to Snake too, and the 2 snakes gone already off of Cloud9. At least that's how JJ & Co. are going to see it.
Men make legends. And is it gonna be Mike W versus Kobe? Firing on all cylinders. Each putting up great individual performances. So far, both of these rounds have really been dictated by individuals. As Dream tries the cheeky little, I believe that was patched out. I don't know if it was this season or last season. Not really able to do that anymore. So clearly they can see, or hear at least, that the barricade was broken. Now see if they can catch Dream lurking up Fireplace Stairs. He is alone. He has to be careful. He has the diffuser, but there could be a great pinch.
Flash shield on the staircase from Packer. He got flashed out though. I was gonna say, he can spot this lurk in, but it's never just as easy. Even if you see Giddy, he's still got every upper hand. Now Dream comes through to make it even worse. Rival's gone as well. Mike W, do you have an ace in you in this position? Already spotting out one upstairs. He doesn't even have the first one. It's Kobe Lax again to make a huge play. Cloud9, a team of destiny on the start of Chalet.
Uh-oh. This is not looking very good. Happy. We've seen teams, I guess team, that have started with a really good attacking split. 4-2 to be precise. On amazing for a map like Labs. And then look at the result. As long as JJ & Co. are able to get their foot in the door, get around, make sure that Cloud9 don't get just an entry, have a player pop up like Giddy, and they're able to actually play around each other, use these crossfires, use the trades that a team with cohesion should be good at. And I think they should be able to at least get one round, stop the momentum, stop the bleeding, get something together. Because so far, this team really does look a bit uninspired. And that Cloud9 is going to be able to walk all over them with players like Giddy and Kobe.
That's what they've been doing. They've been winning off the back of them. Don't forget about Snake and Aiden. Look at the chat. We saw what it did to JJ and Co. at the end of last game.
No! No!
And just in case it didn't have enough time to marinate, we're going to get an extra few minutes just to let JJ and Co. sit in the feeling. Just soak it in. You dropped 2 rounds in a row where you won the opening kill. Mike even found 2 opening kills in the last one. And Giddy did it again just to shut you out. And now you have to just sit there. You can't do anything but just wait.
You know the difficult part about countering players like Kobe and Giddy when they have these plays is it's really hard to take into account a player popping off. I mean, I think I've said it like once or twice tonight, where you can have a great amount of utility, give your opponent a incredibly small percentage chance at winning that fight, but there's still a percentage chance that they're going to win that fight. And we've seen that with Giddy, especially walking up the stairs. I mean, he should not realistically win a lot of those fights, but combined with the fact that Cloud9 seemingly have unlocked the ability to play around each other in those first 2 rounds, it gets really scary for JJ and Co. Because not only are you having to account for scary gunners, but the fact that they're playing around each other just makes all of this so much worse as a defense. But I did say, if they're able to get one, stop the bleeding, I think there is a potential, there's a bright spot around the corner, but we'll have to see. We're on a rehost, and in for a penny, in for a pound. There is a chance we somehow get to 5 a.m. We are playing Five Nights at Freddy's. Like,
I guess so. I guess you could put it like that. I wouldn't put it like that, maybe ever in my life, but you could put it like
See,
that.
that's the difference between me and you.
That is
very big FNAF.
You like to have fun.
Like to have fun. This is an incredibly fun game, because that's one of the things. Is not only is this fun, it's exciting to watch and it's exciting to analyze, because there are reasons why JJ and Co are struggling, or why there's succeeding, and same goes for the opposite side. It's not just they're slapping each other and then somebody eventually goes down. No, there's reason, there's coordination. That's what's fun.
Yeah. If I'm the coach of JJ and Co, I lose this round, the tack timeout is getting called instantly. There is something
another
beyond
attack.
Yeah, the round already started, so I don't think they can do that. But all the same, maybe if you're allowed to do that, sure. There is something beyond this team. There is something beyond anything that you can actually put into words that is affecting JJ and Co. It is haunting them coming into this map. That it's not just the nature of losing 2 rounds in a row after choking like that. You've also choked both of the rounds at a micro level. You got opening kills in both of them. You had a 2-man advantage, a 5-on-3, where they were just lurking around the map and hoping to stumble into a round win. And they won that pretty dominantly as well. That's going to feel like a curse to JJ and Co. That's not just going to feel like we're losing this game. That's going to feel like I was the worst human being in history in a previous life to deserve the amount of agony I feel in this moment. If I'm a member of JJ and Co, that's what that feels like. This is where having a coach who can, in 45 seconds, not just say a strat, but talk your team down. Talk your team off the ledge. That's where that comes into play. And if JJ and Co have that, I think that is where the 6th man can really make a difference. It's going to have to make a difference, because this is not the same team that we were watching at the start of this series.
It takes a lot to pull yourself together after a series like this, after an extended period of time like this, at the setting that this is all taking place on in the morning. It takes a lot. And it's hard to analyze that from an outside perspective, because it feels a little bit cheap to say, oh, but the mental. Clearly the mental is getting into them, because it's this impossible force that you can't really pin down. You will not be in their comms. We got rid of, in booth comms. I forget what the name of it is, but listen-ins. That's the one.
Yeah.
Where we have no idea what's going on in their heads, so we can only speculate, see what we've seen from them in the past, know what we know about them as players, and just kind of infer based on that. And the inference is that C9 realistically should have had their mental chalk. They've been down the entire series. JJ and Co had a wonderful attacking split on labs, and yet somehow they're able to battle back and win that previous map. They come back, and now we're talking about JJ and Co. And it's hard to pin down JJ's mental, because everybody knows who JJ is as a personality, you know, as a person. But have we ever really thought about how he is in the actual game and how he responds to these very high stress, you know, high pressure situations? I don't know if we have.
And I feel like it's the players they'll swear to you, right? Like that momentum is just kind of a buzzword. It doesn't that doesn't exist. It's not real. But it's games like this that'll make you realize it's there. You know, whether it's through form of the mental, whether it's through form of just getting cold, just feeling like you're just forgetting what it feels like to win. It's there, and it's real, and it is hitting JJ and Co. I think harder than I've ever seen it hit a team before, and it is very clear that something has to change going into the remainder of Chalet. It's just, I don't even really know like what else there is to say about it, because like you said, it's so hard to get inside the brain of a pro league player right now. We could even listen in, but even then, you know, people can hide how they're feeling. But I just, even after the nature of losing those first 2 rounds, you can't let another one go in the third. You need to win this round. Like you do. You just do. You can't lose it.
Yeah, it's pretty important. I think so. Right now, Snake's PC crash. So if that's why we're talking to you at 4 a.m, just yapping. This is why we're trying to figure out Snake's PC issues, because we want to finish this game as much as the rest of you. Look, we have been going for quite a long time. I think I was actually checking with Jonah, and the European stream, I think, was at 12 minutes and 13 seconds was when that one ended and the NA one officially started. We're at 11 minutes and 38 seconds. So pretty,
I think minutes, hours.
Yeah, we're at it was 12 hours, by the way. That's how long the European broadcast was. 12 hours and 13 minutes. We are at 11 hours and 38 minutes. So we are we're definitely breaking that, because we are 2 rounds in what's been, because like we had a overtime game, regulation game, 7-3 or 7-4. Regulation game. It's getting so jumbled up in my brain.
Don't even bother. Just don't even try.
Look, we have reached the silly hours. It's getting a little hard, because it is very early in the morning. And once again, I'd like to reiterate, I have my job that I'm supposed to wake up for at 6 in the morning. That is 2 hours from now. I will not be sleeping tonight. This has been an insane roller coaster of a night. I will be completely honest with you. I was not ready for this.
Where else would you rather be? Nowhere.
Nowhere. If there's something I'm staying up until 4 in the morning for, it's gonna be casting, and it's good Siege too. It's not like love my collegiate fellows, but if you're casting collegiate at 3 in the morning, you're struggling.
Yeah,
it is rough.
Listen. As someone who's done it before, that's a great time too. Don't you dare diss that.
It's a different vibe. It's a different vibe. Very different.
For those of you who are trying to wonder where this fits into the bigger picture, we will show you guys the updated bracket that is updated to this point in the tournament. Our game is the one that says it's 2-1. It's only 1-1. But the winner of this game goes on to face OXG. Winner of that goes on to face Dark Zero. Those will be tomorrow. They're not tonight. They could never be tonight. This morning. It's the morning. It's firmly the morning. But that's where we stand at now. But perhaps even more important than that is just how much this game means in terms of the individual, like how much these players have meant to each other, and like because they've been on so many teams together and there's so much history in this lobby.
I don't know if you caught it the first time. It's always said JJ and Co are winning 2-1. I didn't say anything. It will be objectively hilarious if that's the way that it ends up. I was thinking about calling it out, being like, "Oh, guys, the script is really saying it.
I
We're
felt
gonna
like
be
it was,
here
since it was
until-"
the focal point. I felt like it was like something I had to point out.
Oh yeah, it's. I don't know. Maybe that is what's going to happen, but it feels like it's only going to happen after an absolute brawl of a Chalet. And I think I don't know if we're getting close. I really want to be just close to getting back in the game, because it's once again it's Snake's PC crashing, so I don't know if it's something that can be fixed. Oh my god, we're back. Oh my goodness.
And after all that, you got to keep playing.
Yeah, we are
not done
in round
yet.
3 of map 3. We are in round 3 of map 3. We could have 12 more rounds.
It ain't sweet, JJ. You're not out of the woods yet. You could have 13 more rounds, technically. Unless you're counting round 3.
Oh, I guess this one counts, yeah.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. All the things that coulda happened this game pretty much didn't. And thus we are here. JJ and Co. No tack timeout, because the round had already started, but just in time they called for the rehost on the C9 side. But did they reset the mental during that break? Everybody's left to their own devices, right? It's admins in the calls. You're not allowed to speak. They can enforce that during a tech timeout. The silence at a moment like this. Whoever's on your favorite team, pray they didn't just look over to the clock on their drawer. Pray that they didn't just let it all hit them at once, with nothing but their own thoughts. For the longest tech pause we've had all day. Anything can happen after that long. And this will be a test of resolve. Whoever wins this is going to prove just how composed they are.
Start seeing the Hat Man or something. I think that's probably the worst outcome, potentially.
I would think so. It's up there.
I think
definitely up there.
So here's what's gonna happen when a player starts doing that. We're gonna blame the Hat Man. We're not gonna blame the
Who is we?
on everyone's souls. We
On everybody's soul. On Crow and Fellow's life. We are all doing this.
Ooh, interesting note. Catching the player out in bar, you can have a really nice 1-2. What?
What? Huh?
We are JJ and Co doing? Ivan looking the wrong way. Packer somehow not really hearing the hop-in from the window. And that is a puzzling interaction that... I mean, there are definitely a lot of things. Maybe it is the Hat Man. Maybe it is the time. Maybe it's some audio. Who knows? But that is not a great start, because you were bringing the hammer down that this is a round that JJ and Co need to win.
Every time I think that JJ and Co, they've had enough. It gets worse. These poor guys. At a certain point, everything they did to get this far, they lost their org a couple weeks ago. Rival and JJ lost 3 of their teammates, 2 of them to this team. And they got teased by the thought that they might be able to stick it to him, and yet still, Packer does not falter. Yet still, he perseveres. An opening kill against him, possibly his fault. But he gets the trade back eventually, only 40 seconds for Cloud9 to work with now. Aiden, though, has shut down Mike W. That's the player towards half wall. It's a big influential kill to find. How will you fill that gap in the defense? They're going to start to walk up. Dream's getting the plant down. What can they do? JJ does get a good C4 kill, but he overextends. So too does Rival. And now the plant is down. Packers gone. Cloud9 up 3-0. You can wait as long as you like for Snake's PC to come back online. Ain't stuff changed but the weather.
Surely after what was a ferocious map 1, fiery map 2, map 3 does not go out with a whimper. Like this, after all, like surely we've not made it this far into the night that JJ and Co are like, all right, you know what, hands up, that's it, we're done, we're calling it quits. No. I cannot believe it. But 3 rounds, you've completed a full site rotation, and now Cloud9, they don't even need to go back to any of those other sites. They could just go back to Wine. They can completely throw a spanner into the mix and force Cloud9 to try to attack something else. Say, maybe the 4th time really is the charm. We just haven't attacked the right side, guys. We just haven't defended the site that's really it for us to get us the momentum that we really need. I don't really think that's going to be an issue. Maybe we'll see if Cloud9 struggle to take care of the roam here, if JJ and Co realize that this is the site where they need to play super cohesive with each other. There's a lot of ifs, there's a lot of hypotheticals. It's hard to pin down because personally I'm just trying to rationalize how JJ and Co can find themselves back in this game after such a lethargic start.
5 seconds to go.
I just don't think they can. Right?
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
I mean, even one round would be above the curve.
I said that last map. I said that last map.
We did. Said it last time, but could it have even been this bad last time? I didn't feel this down in the dumps, right?
Let me check.
It didn't mean this much. It was 4-1, and then it was 5-3.
All right,
they
so
had 1 round.
4-1 is the largest lead that we'll see. So if it gets to 4,
they had gotten kills. They had done stuff right. They hadn't lost man advantages again and again. Still here, though.
Still fighting.
Ain't over till it's over.
Rival taking a little bit of damage. A lot of these gunfights feel like they're happening completely isolated from one another. You have a player over in Ivy, you have a player over in Library. I believe there's a player just tucked outside of Bathroom. But if one went down, there's not going to be an immediate trade, and I believe Cloud9 are counting on that. Great frag grenade. It's going to send a player sailing over right into the lovely arms of Dream, and that is just a beautiful play from Cloud9. You can't even realistically trade that because the attack has set themselves up in a way that it's impossible. And for JJ and Co, what can you do to counter this? When you're being droned out, you're being out-utiled. There's nothing left in the tank, it seems.
Even the turn on a dime from Giddy to expect the next trade. It's 3 in a row. And it's a couple ACOGs stuck in a site, wondering where it all went wrong. JJ's at least got a kill since the rehost. Mike hasn't been so fortunate. He was the hottest hand on their side right before Snake's PC crashed, but since, he's got nothing. And they're just gonna play this together. That's all they can do. Try and power something, find some micro man advantage to turn this back a little bit. But if you didn't win the last 3 rounds, how are you gonna win this one? 30 seconds, that could be a way in. Not a ton of time left. Mike W wants to make a play upstairs. Still the Zoto canisters. Slowing this round down. Mike W's play upstairs has worked. It's Giddy gone. That's the demon. But the C4 goes out and it doesn't get anything, and Mike W is now gone. The fire is in such a bad spot. That player in connector in an even worse spot. Every single